Bastial Explosion, The Rhythm of Rivalry, Book 3. Written by B.T. Narrow. Narrated by Leslie Ann Fogel. Chapter 1. Zeddy. "What's Doe going to do to us?" Zeddy asked, finding difficulty moving when she knew each step was bringing her closer to her punishment. Paramar was unnervingly silent, his yellow eyes stuck to the path ahead as they walked through the cavernous abandoned Sligari colony. Being the leader of the Sligari search team, Paramar had been regarded as the most important Crep of their entire Crepan army. But everything was different now. They'd finally found the Sligari's home, and they'd let the majority of the delicious creatures slip through their claws. While known for his reticence, Paramar always at least had answered Zeddy's questions. Yet, he wouldn't even look at her now, his lizard face so steady and set, it was as if it would crack before shifting into a different expression. Finally, he grumbled. "How should I know?" "You know Doe better than I do," Zeddy argued. She was somewhat fearful Paramar was going to reprimand her, but she would have welcomed it just to know that he was still the same Crep as he'd been before they'd failed to follow orders, before they'd let thousands of Sligari escape. "You speak as if I've failed like this before," Paramar thundered. Zeddy could hear it in his tone now. A dangerous anger was festering. Maybe Doe will be too afraid of Paramar to punish us, she thought. The stupidity of the idea almost made her spit. Doe had never shown fear before. It was a common belief that he was incapable. A Crep who Zeddy didn't recognize ran up to them. "Doe's waiting on the other side," he said, looking over their shoulders. "Where are the Sligari? Doe sent me to help you bring them to him, but all I see are half-eaten corpses. Did you let them—" With startling speed, Paramar grabbed the Crep by the neck and tossed him aside. The motion was so fluid it was like Paramar was discarding a rock, possibly even a pebble. "Shut your mouth," Paramar said, and then spat, his saliva finding the Crep's tumbling body. When the Crep's somersaults came to a halt, he jumped to his feet and drew his sword. Paramar calmly pointed his own weapon. Neither moved. Zeddy stepped back to clear some room. "Come on, then." Paramar used a claw to motion the other Crep toward him. The challenger lowered his sword, his gaze falling with it. "Smart Crep," Zeddy almost muttered aloud. She stayed an extra step from Paramar the rest of the way through the Sligari colony, hesitant to say anything else. Anger radiated from him, unintelligible grumbles slipping from his long, lipless mouth. At one point, Zeddy could even hear his sharp teeth grinding together. Eventually, the cavernous tunnels twisted into the widest opening yet. Zeddy saw that all the Creps had gathered in this vast room, some dipping their heads into a massive lake for a drink. Zeddy had no idea how the Sligari had gotten water down into their underground colony, but when her eyes found Doe, her curiosity switched back to dread at the punishment that awaited. Doe was among a cluster of high-ranking Creps. Zeddy saw one of them point to her and Paramar, then Doe began the arduous task of turning his enormous body to face them. It was earlier that day that Zeddy had seen her first Sligari, besides Doe or Haman. And now, looking at Doe once more, she couldn't fathom how he or Haman used to be just like the delicious creatures she'd recently eaten. Not only did he used to look like them, he lived with them, followed their orders. He came up no higher than my knees at one point in his life. By now, he towered over her, his slug-like body stretching twice as far as it was tall. Doe growled at the sight of her and Paramar. "Why aren't there any Sligari with you?" His voice was rougher than a sack of rocks dragged across the dirt. Zeddy lowered her gaze, thankful she had Paramar to speak for her. He was the one in charge, anyway. There was a good chance her punishment wouldn't be as severe as his. But Paramar gave no reply. He simply stared. What can he say? Zeddy began to wonder. While she didn't know, she figured anything would be better than silence. Doe's overstuffed Sligari face twisted in anger. He's just figured out how we let the Sligari get away. Doe lifted one of his grotesque claws to point. "I told you to get to the perimeter first," he shouted. "I said it! Get to the perimeter and then circle back! Why didn't you listen?" "No one could have followed that order." Paramar's voice was thick with aggression, though it remained quiet for now. "Don't give me an impossible order and then scold me for not following it." A burst of nervous murmurs pulsed through the hundreds of Creps now watching. "Paramar!" Zeddy started to reach out but stopped herself. He certainly already knew not to talk back to their oversized Sligari leader. Everyone knew that. A reminder from her would only amplify Paramar's anger. Doe was surprisingly calm, though. He simply slithered forward and said, "You're no longer a chief." His diminutive arm came up to point. "And for disobeying me when it mattered most, your claws will be yanked." "What? No, that's too cruel." Zeddy grabbed her own claws, tugging on one to see how it felt. Pain bit her hard. "Lay down your sword and bring your hand over here," Doe commanded. Paramar drew his sword, but to Zeddy's surprise, it was not to lay it down. He pointed it at their leader. "You want my claws? Then come here and take them from me." The nervous murmurs burst into a clamor. Half the Kreps drew their swords, and those with bows aimed an arrow at Paramar. Zeddy clenched her teeth and placed her claw in Paramar's hand in a feeble attempt to lower his weapon for him. He shoved her with his forearm. "Get away from me, Zeddy." "Don't do this," she urged. "I already have." He was right. The fight had been initiated. Paramar used his weapon to gesture at the other Kreps now circling him. "It's time for a new leader. We need one who knows what we want and how to get it." He paused, and Zeddy noticed many Kreps sharing glances. While some might have agreed, none had the courage to lower their weapons. Paramar was now a traitor. Siding with him would bring the same fate. Zeddy took a step back from him. Doe began to laugh, a menacing cackle that echoed throughout the cavern, his usually beady eyes doubled in size, nearly protruding from the folds of dirty brown blubber around them. "And what would the new leader's first order be?" Doe asked with a sneer. Paramar stood tall, puffing out his chest. "Cairo needs to fall. Then we can focus on the Sligari they're protecting." "How interesting. I have the same plan. But the difference between you and me is that I didn't just let thousands of Sligari get away." Doe paused to curl his head around his body, glancing at the Kreps behind him and waiting for them to nod back. Turning to Paramar, Doe's expression no longer held anything but anger. "Because unlike you, I am not controlled by the urge to feed. I would never let thousands of Sligari escape simply because I couldn't control myself. You're infinitely weaker. The tribe would fall under your leadership just as easily as you would in battle." "Then fight me and prove it." Doe's long mouth bent into a smile. Everyone took that as their cue to move away from the two of them, including Zeddy. She silently cursed Paramar, knowing there was nothing she could do to stop this. He'd just gotten himself killed. Paramar's speed was startling for his size as he dashed at Doe with his sword low and ready. Doe's claws glowed for just a blink before an explosion of light burst from them. Zeddy only saw the fireball after Paramar had dodged it by rolling out of the way. Paramar regained his speed and leapt at the enormous Sligari, his sword now over his head as he soared. Doe let out a beastly roar before Paramar reached him, and Zeddy felt a blast of hot wind strike her entire body with such force that it knocked her off her feet and sent her rolling. She noticed Paramar was now at least 10 yards from Doe, scrambling to regain his footing. But before he made it upright, there was another burst of light, another fireball, this one striking him. Paramar's sword came loose as he tumbled. Screaming, he slipped, trying to get up, and tried to drag his tripping body toward the weapon. Another fireball came from Doe's claws, again striking Paramar. The weakened Krep was slow to move this time, completely dazed. He tried to push himself up, only to fall flat on his stomach. "Would you like me to finish him?" A Krep came toward Doe. It was Kinu. "What are you doing?" Zeddy wanted to scream at him. The chief of the Krepan scouts was friends with Paramar. How could he offer to kill Paramar with such indifference? "No," Doe answered with a scowl. "Zeddy will do it." To her horror, Doe turned his body to face her. She couldn't breathe in that moment, violently sucking in air to no effect. "You were going to prove your loyalty by killing your traitorous brother," Doe said. "But he escaped, so now you'll kill this traitor." She managed to take in a quick breath as she glanced at Paramar. His eyes were locked to hers as he came toward her. He staggered, barely catching himself as he started to fall. Closer he came, refusing to look anywhere but right back at her. Everyone was silent. She could feel their gazes. "Do it," Doe commanded. She drew her arrow. Her hands were shaking. If Paramar still had his sword, he could have reached her with it by the time she was ready to shoot. Instead, he extended his claw peacefully and fell to a knee in pain. "Come here," he muttered, powerless to trudge forward any farther. She did, helping him to his feet. Unable to keep his head up, he let down his neck to rest his forehead on the thin black hair atop her head. She could feel his sweat. "You fear what other creps want," he whispered. "That's the weakness I found in you when we first fought." He kissed her forehead, a sign of goodbye. Then he stepped back, extending his arms from his sides to show he was ready. "Goodbye, Paramar," said he muttered. Then she wiped away the tears clouding her vision and aimed at his heart. Chapter 2. Effie. When Effie found Rilla still at the pig farm, disappointment wrapped around her heart, the extra weight now causing it to sink toward her stomach. She couldn't believe it. Rilla was even in the same position as before, sitting alongside the fence with her head resting against it, an empty look in her eyes. Effie took in a deep breath, put on a smile, and forced herself to try a joke. "You like the smell or something?" Rilla turned to show Effie the tears running down her cheeks, her mouth dead flat. "Oh, Rilla." Suddenly Effie felt tears forming in her own eyes. She still hadn't gotten used to seeing her friend cry. "I'm so sorry." Rilla nodded forgivingly, then turned back to the pigs. It had been 10 days since Vithos had been killed, stranded in the Sligari colony with hundreds of creps blocking his only exit. No one had seen him die, but Effie knew better than to hope he could have made it out of there alive. Since then, Rilla's mood had gotten worse each day. Effie desperately wanted to see some of Rilla's old smile, even expected it once they returned to the academy. But they'd gotten back hours ago, and Rilla hadn't even bothered to move after plopping herself down along the fence of the pig farm. The sun was setting, night quickly approaching. Effie's worry for Rilla now trumped her sadness for the loss of Vithos. Her friend barely had eaten anything during their trip back from the Sligari colony. Effie had never known Rilla to be thin throughout her life. Not that she was heavy either, but she'd lost a lot of weight recently, and her pale skin looked to have lost some color. Even her green eyes, usually vibrant with joy, had become dull. They were red and splotchy, as if stained by blood. Effie came behind Rilla and thought to run her hand down Rilla's light brown hair to comfort her, but then she remembered how particular her psychic friend was about people touching her hair. The few times Effie'd tried when they were younger, Rilla had snapped at her like an animal being rubbed the wrong way. "Why stay with the pigs?" Effie asked. Rilla lifted her hand to the fence. "Pigs don't show emotion through their faces like we do, but I can tell they're very sensitive creatures." Effie would have mentioned that her question wasn't answered, but she was content just to hear Rilla speak, a rarity on its own these days. Rilla took a slow breath as her fingers gripped the fence harder. "The farmer told me the two pigs in front of us are brother and sister. I've been interested in how they interact with each other. They realize there's a connection between them. Pigs are smarter than people know." Effie studied the animals. They were sniffing the ground in curiosity, lifting their nose to touch every so often. She would have thought their interaction was purely coincidental if it hadn't been for Rilla, but now that she had the psychic's insight into the situation, Effie found it adorable. "So you find it comforting to watch them?" she asked, still unsure what this had to do with losing Vithos. Rilla stood, turning to face Effie. From her serious glance, Effie could feel that her childhood friend was about to tell her something important. "Eff, I can't keep this to myself any longer." Rilla's tone made Effie take a step forward. "What is it?" "Vithos wasn't the same to me as he was to you." It felt so strange speaking about Vithos in the past tense, when Effie still could picture his smile so easily. He was always smiling, just like Rilla. "You had romantic feelings for him?" Effie assumed. It was a thought she'd already had. Rilla's face showed a hint of a smile. "When did you come to that belief?" Her tone said it all. Effie couldn't have been more wrong. Rilla continued, "I'm locked on Cleve." She put her hand on Effie's shoulder. "You know that." "I thought you might have fallen for the elf," Effie admitted. Finally, Rilla let out a true smile, both ends of her puffy lips bending upward. "No. Vithos was my brother. My half-brother." Has depression caused Rila to lose her mind? Rila, what's with you? Effie asked. He's an elf. You're not. Your ears don't. Effie tried to picture Rila's ears, but couldn't do it. Have I ever seen them? A chill ran down Effie's spine that only got stronger when Rila lowered her head, giving Effie a knowing look from the tops of her eyes. Suddenly, it struck her. The reason Rila never let anyone near her hair. It was covering her ears. Rila claimed she never knew her father. Lies, all of it lies. Anger overwhelmed Effie. She gritted her teeth. You're half elf? For some reason she knew not to shout this information, though it took all of her strength not to. Rila nodded with a relieved grin. Why keep this from me? We tell each other everything. At least I thought we did. It wasn't my decision. My family made me keep it a secret for my own safety. Rila balled her fist. But now that I've proven my loyalty to Cairo, I don't see why I need to keep hiding it. The king would never exile me now. Rila's head sank, her eyes sliding to the ground. I've already lost both my brothers and Cleve. I don't see why the side of me has to be lost as well. Both brothers? Effie was confused. Who else could there be besides Vithos? But then she gasped as it came to her. Do you mean the elf who left with Cleve? He's your brother as well? Rila nodded, taking in a deep breath that seemed to provide great satisfaction. Effie felt the opposite. She was wound up tighter than a ball of string, feeling betrayed that Rila hadn't trusted her with this information before now. Before she knew what to ask, the deafening Redfield Stadium bell was struck. Ding! 1 ring, Effie counted. Ding! 2 rings. Effie grabbed Rila's hands as she waited to hear if the third would come. Please no, we've just gotten back. 2 rings meant their presence was required at Redfield, but more than 2? Effie wasn't ready for battle, didn't even want to think about it. She wondered if she ever would be comfortable with the idea. Seconds passed in silence. Rila seemed to be the first one between them to breathe again. Effie let out a breath next. I'll explain the whole thing later, Rila told her. Effie nodded, and they walked to Redfield. She began to wonder how well she really knew her closest friend. But when Rila extended her hand for Effie to hold, she knew it was a silly thought. Rila was still Rila. Chapter 3. Zoke. Zoke stood next to Marie Firemore in the center of Redfield as thousands of young humans sat along the rows of wooden benches. Most of them didn't even hide their stares. With open mouths and confused chatter, it was clear many still didn't know Zoke was an ally. That was the point of this introduction, Marie had told him, following with, and to inform everyone about our new Slagari allies as well. But with Vithos gone, Zoke wasn't sure who his allies were anymore. Marie was the oldest human Zoke had seen yet, her papery skin ruffled with wrinkles. Still, there was strength to her. Perhaps it was the way she stood, or the arrogance in her smile, but Zoke didn't find himself questioning why the other humans would listen to her. From the wand on her belt, Zoke knew she was a mage even before she'd introduced herself as the head mage of the academy and acting headmaster until Terran returned. Once everyone was seated, Marie raised her arms and waited for silence before speaking. Rain is coming, so let's make this as brief as we can. Her voice carried well. It seemed to catch everyone's attention, even though there was nothing fearsome about it, like Doe's or Hayman's voice. Zoke certainly didn't miss them, but he couldn't escape the feeling he would see them again. Terran has returned, Marie continued. But he's meeting with King Welson Kimmard in Cairo City to share this good news that I'm about to tell you. The Slagari have agreed to ally with us against Tenred and the Kreps. A startling noise erupted from the stadium. It was a thunderous sound that came at Zoke from all directions as he stood in the center. He couldn't figure out what caused it at first until he looked closer at the humans' hands. They were slapping their palms together, all of them. He tried to remember if he'd read anything about this behavior, but nothing came to mind. He figured it was some sort of agreement to the news being favorable. Some of you have already met Zoke, Marie gestured toward him. Unlike the other Kreps, he has allied with us and already killed enemies on our behalf, including his own kind. You'll be seeing him around the academy. His skill with the sword is exceptional, so he'll be joining the Group 1 warriors for battle training. Welcome him as you would anyone else. Hot frustration started burning within Zoke's chest. Why was this woman making such an effort to make sure he was accepted? It made him look weak, like he needed her help, or had even requested it. Someone ahead of them stood, his pale hand raised toward the darkening sky. It was a human male in the first row of benches. Marie pointed at him.
Yes.
Sardar Shaper, of the Group 1 Warriors. The young man's voice was low with pride, his shoulders wide with muscle as he stood with his arms folded.
No introduction is needed,
Marie said with a smile. The man continued with the same proud tone. My question is this. When this Krep came through the academy weeks ago, an elf was with him. The elf performed the most powerful psyche I've ever witnessed, but where is he now? Shouldn't he be here? Isn't he our ally as well? Voices of agreement fluttered from the room. Marie showed one eye to Zoke before turning back to Sardar.
I'm sorry to say that he fell during battle.
A blast of noise came from the crowd, a mixture of indiscernible sounds of shock. What happened? Sardar's tone was demanding. Anyone who spoke like that to Doe would be punished with fire. Zoke looked to Marie to see what she would do, but she simply looked back at Zoke in silence, a blank expression on her face. Then she turned to answer Sardar.
That's all Terran told me,
she said.
He can give a statement when he returns.
Wasn't the Krep there? Sardar pointed his blunt finger at Zoke. It made Zoke want to bite it off. And we were told a group of first years went as well, Sardar continued. If they're here, and the rest of us are here as well, it seems pointless to return to Redfield later for the news from Terran. Why not have them tell us? He looked behind him. At first, Zoke thought it was to search for Effie, Stefan, Rila, and Alex, those who'd returned with him to the academy, who also knew what happened to Vithos. But then Zoke realized that Sardar was searching for the support of the crowd. He'd found it. Most were nodding at that point, some even slapping their hands together. The humans' curiosity about Vithos disgusted Zoke. Why would they want to know how he died? Do they want to blame someone for losing such a powerful ally? By their harsh stares, it seemed they'd already chosen Zoke. What do you want to hear, humans? Zoke shouted above the noise. The crowd began to quiet. That he sacrificed himself to save the rest of us? That we, the Slagari, would have been killed if it wasn't for him? Because that's what happened, and now he's dead, and we're not. It had gone so quiet, Zoke could hear his own voice echoing around the stadium. How did that happen? Sardar shouted. The elf was so powerful. How could he have been killed while no one else was? We needed time to escape and collapse the tunnel behind us. Zoke stopped himself, unsure why he was explaining this to the crowd. Why do they need the details? But the silence of the stadium was burning like an open oven door begging to be shut. It only worsened as they waited for him to continue. Refraining from spitting at them, Zoke spoke once again. He got stranded on the other side of the tunnel. We couldn't go back for him. Voices of anger and confusion assaulted him. The worst were those coming from behind, but no matter how he turned, he couldn't face them all at once. You must have been able to do something, Sardar screamed. With fury bringing a flood of saliva to his mouth, Zoke spat at the human. It was quite a distance for the frothy liquid to soar, but Zoke had spat farther in his life. It caught Sardar in the chest, and the anger of the crowd dimmed, replaced by gasps. The human looked down at his blemished shirt and muttered something Zoke had no hope of hearing over his own shouting. There is nothing we could do, human! Then Zoke felt Marie touching his shoulder, as if wishing to restrain him. Reflexively, he twisted and roared at her so she'd back away. This caused aggression to burst through the crowd, everyone jumping from the benches and pointing their clawless fingers at him. He spat indiscriminately into the crowd, then stormed out of the stadium, before he did something he would regret. Chapter 4. Stefan. The rain was unrelenting by the time Stefan got to the eastern wall. Standing only 10 feet tall, the academy walls didn't provide a breathtaking view, but Stefan didn't care in that moment. He wasn't there for any reason other than to console Zoke. Climbing up the ramp now, Stefan wondered what he was going to say to the Krep. Stefan had followed Zoke from the stadium, remaining silent as he trailed behind. When Zoke climbed the ramp to the wall, Stefan was worried he planned to jump off. The tough Krep had taken 2 fireballs and survived, so he probably could jump from such a height unscathed. And then he would leave the academy, never to return. This was Stefan's true worry in that moment. He'd been waiting for an incident to drive the Krep away for good. Thankfully, Stefan found Zoke leaning against the parapets, looking out at the crowns of hills in the distance. "I'm sorry for what happened," Stefan said. Then he immediately regretted his words. The apology had slipped out. Zoke followed with exactly what Stefan expected him to. "I'm sick of you humans apologizing for everything." He fleetingly considered apologizing for apologizing, but quickly realized how ridiculous that would be. Zoke spoke their language so well that it was easy to forget how different he really was from them. "Come back to the house with me," Stefan said. "Why?" Zoke didn't take his eyes off the hills. Surely even a tough-skinned crep can grow weary of the freezing rain. A flash of lightning bathed everything in white. Booming thunder followed. It was so loud Stefan jumped. But the crep didn't move. "Vithos got cold easily. Probably the same with you humans. But it takes a lot more to make us creps cold." The rain splattered against Zoke's scalp, causing a small tuft of black hair to dance wildly. The setting sun was obscured by clouds, though Zoke's yellow eyes were still bright. Stefan fought off a shiver, wondering if the shirtless crep was just pretending not to be cold. "Don't worry about the others in the academy," Stefan said. "They'll accept you soon enough." "I don't care about their acceptance," Zoke muttered. "Only their ability to kill." Stefan let out a loud, discouraged breath. He hadn't anticipated how difficult it would be just to get the crep inside, and his patience was dwindling quicker than the heat of the disappearing sun. Zoke had never been friendly, but after Vithos had died, he'd become aggressively rude, as if trying to make others dislike him. It was becoming difficult not to. Though Stefan still was determined to get the old Zoke back, the Zoke who shot arrows with him, while revealing insights into Crepan culture. On the way back from the Sligari colony, Stefan had coaxed Zoke into such discussions as he had on the way there, but not without the Crep insulting humans every chance he got. "So you're going to stay out here all night? That's a stupid idea." Stefan could hear the anger coming out now. He was about to apologize for it, but then remembered that Zoke couldn't handle apologies. It made Stefan even more frustrated. What's so wrong with apologizing? "Why are you even here?" Zoke asked, still refusing to look at Stefan. That was all he could handle. "Because, you stubborn idiot. I care about you." Stefan wasn't screaming. At least he refrained from that, though he hadn't heard himself this angry in years. "I'm trying to make you feel better. Now, come back to the house with me or I'll wrestle you off this wall and drag you there." Now he was shouting. Zoke spun quickly, his head tilted from confusion. The only thing keeping Stefan from shivering was his boiling rage. Suddenly, Zoke's long, lipless mouth bent into a smile. The first Stefan had seen since they'd lost Vithos. "You'll wrestle me off this wall and drag me all the way to your house." But Stefan was so exasperated, Zoke's amusement only made his anger worsen. "Yes," he shouted. "Do you want to see?" He knew how foolish his words were, as he couldn't even knock Zoke off his feet, but he didn't care. Muscles bulged from beneath the crep's hard skin, Stefan noticing as he strategized how to transport a creature twice his weight to his campus house. Zoke let out a laugh that sounded closer to a series of grunts. He dramatically lifted his palms in front of his lizard-like face. "No, please don't do it," Zoke said, with heavy sarcasm. "I'll come with you. Please don't hurt me." He laughed again as he crossed by Stefan to start down the ramp. "Silly human." Stefan felt all the anger drained from his body, leaving him weary and shivering. I think I got lucky with that one. Stefan expected to find Effie and Rila sitting at the kitchen table when he came in, but his heart jumped when he saw Gabby there with them. She leapt from her seat with a smile and opened her mouth to speak, but then Zoke followed Stefan inside, and fear struck Gabby's face. She tripped over her own feet, then quickly picked herself up and staggered backward until she ran into a wall. Effie and Rila burst into laughter. "Don't worry, Gabby," Stefan told her. "He's harmless." "I wouldn't say harmless," Zoke added, seemingly entertained by Gabby's reaction. "It speaks our language," she announced stupidly. "He, not it," Stefan corrected. "Oh, sorry," Gabby said, a little sheepishly. "This one is younger, yes?" Zoke asked Stefan. He nodded. "She's Effie's younger sister by 3 years." Gabby found some courage, now approaching hesitantly. "So strong," she muttered, half talking to herself. She strained her neck forward for a closer look, and then gasped. "And with such yellow eyes." Zoe caught Stefan's attention with a confused glance. "Why is she talking about me like I'm not here?"
Is this some human custom?
No, it's just rude, Rilla answered with a grin.
Rude.
The word came from Zoke's mouth as if he'd never said it before.
I think I remember what rude is, and I welcome it. I like this one.
He turned toward Gabby with a twisted smile, gesturing at her with his black claw.
Your name is Gabby.
She twitched as she nodded, hesitantly reaching out her hand. And what's your name? She asked in a near whisper. Zoke extended both hands, claws pointed up. Then he shook them by the wrist. Stefan put his hand over his face at the sight of it. We still haven't told him that's not how we shake hands. Gabby retracted her hand, lifting it up to scratch her head in confusion.
You don't want to shake?
Zoke asked, still waggling his hands. Effie and Rilla were both holding in laughter. I'm confused, Gabby said, looking up to meet Stefan's eyes. Suddenly, it struck him how much he'd missed her. With everything that had happened, Gabby hadn't been in the forefront of his thoughts. But now, as her dark, deep-set eyes found him, he could feel his emotions becoming unhinged. Ignoring them as best he could for now, Stefan said, Zoke, there's something we've been forgetting to tell you.
What?
Zoke finally held his hands still. We don't shake hands like that, Stefan replied. We do this. He took the crep's scaly hand, careful to avoid his sharp claws, and guided it into his for a handshake. Touching seemed to make Zoke uncomfortable, for he pulled his hand away quickly.
But if that's how you shake hands, then what does this mean?
Zoke began to shake them as he had before. That doesn't mean anything, Stefan explained. It was a misunderstanding that we found funny. Zoke quickly stopped, his mouth flat.
I'm being teased.
Stefan looked at Effie and Rilla for help. Yes, Effie answered to Stefan's surprise. And it was his idea not to tell you. She pointed at Stefan accusingly. It was not. Stefan made sure to yell quickly, fear running hot through his body, as he stepped away from Zoke's vicious yellow eyes. Effie! Rilla giggled out her name. I'm joking, Zoke. Effie hopped over to him, emphatically reaching her hand out for a shake. Stefan couldn't help but notice that she looked so small then, standing in front of the thick-chested crep. It wasn't just that Effie was short, but she was thin as well. This was easy for Stefan to forget. The little mage exuded quite the presence. We all tease each other sometimes, Effie said. Not to offend one another, just for fun. And sometimes as a sign of affection. It's how we welcome people. Creps as well, I guess. Welcome, Zoke. Now shake my hand properly. Zoke nodded to show he understood, taking Effie's hand with a violent shake. Too hard, Effie complained, pulling back her hand and rubbing it. Zoke seemed frustrated, his eyes narrowing.
I don't understand the point of this.
I don't know how to explain it, Effie said, looking to Rilla behind her. Rilla approached. Here, maybe some psyche will help. She extended her hand. But Zoke wouldn't reach for it. His face twisted and he shied away as if her touch would burn him.
I don't want psyche used on me.
Rilla rolled her eyes but maintained a smile. Stop being a coward. Zoke grumbled, stepping forward with his chest out. So it's as easy as that. Stefan made a mental note to insult the crep's pride the next time he needed him to do something. Rilla is always quick to understand people, and creps too, apparently. They took each other's hands. With their fingers clasped around one another's palms, neither of them moved. Zoke was short for a crep, about Stefan's height, so Rilla was nearly as tall as Zoke was. She looked deeply into his eyes. Stefan had seen this expression enough to know that she was using psyche. Soon their hands were maneuvering up and down in a calm shake. There was something eerie about it to Stefan, as if he were watching someone sleepwalking. All was quiet, and Zoke wore an expression Stefan hadn't seen before, complete indifference, and while being touched by a human, something that usually would have prompted a stream of saliva. As soon as Rilla let go of the crep's hand, Gabby stepped toward Zoke with a wide grin. Me next. Zoke's eyes didn't seem to want to shift to her as they began shaking hands, remaining on Rilla instead for a breath. Then life came back into his face, his scowl returning as he reluctantly shook Gabby's hand. Now for another custom. Sit with us and have a drink, Effie told Zoke, gesturing toward the table where a jug of Sakal and some glasses awaited. Rilla has some surprising news to share. Gabby stomped her foot. First, I want to say something. She waited for everyone's eyes to be on her before continuing. When all of you left with Taryn weeks ago, no one wrote to me. Approaching Stefan, she nearly had her folded arms pressed against his belt when she stopped. You, especially, should have told me you were leaving for so long. Being about Effie's height, Gabby was more than a whole head shorter than Stefan. Straining her neck to meet his eyes, she jabbed him in the chest with her finger. "I came to visit when I didn't hear from anyone," she said, her voice softening. "Do you know how scary it was to find the house empty with no idea as to what happened or even who to ask?" "We had to leave quickly," Effie tried to explain. "We didn't have time to write a letter." Gabby ignored her, not taking her eyes off Stefan. "I finally found a teacher who knew you left with Taryn, though she wasn't sure when you were coming back. I visited every other day. A 4-mile walk from Ocean, 8 miles both ways. I never knew when you would come." Stefan interrupted Gabby by leaning down and pressing his lips against hers, figuring it was the most logical way of expressing everything he was feeling. Sorrow for not being able to tell her he'd left, remorse for not knowing that he'd felt this way about her, until now. It crossed his mind that a kiss wasn't supposed to be logical, but the act was other things as well. Too many things for him to figure out in that moment. As their lips met, she froze, and then her arms came around his neck and their lips danced, taking his whole mouth into rhythm with hers. "Before you make this any more uncomfortable for us," Effie said plainly, "there is still something you all need to know about Rila." Gabby held Stefan's cheek as they parted, showing him a warm smile. Even being wet from the rain, his stomach and chest felt hot. Rila cleared her throat to get their attention. When they turned, Stefan found himself gasping in unison with Gabby. "Bastial stars, your ears!" he yelled. Rila had unclipped one already, reaching in to unclip the other from her hair. They were pointed at the top, like elf ears, but not as pronounced, and they were smaller, close to the size of human ears. Stefan didn't understand what he was looking at. "How did your ears change like that?" He was rudely pointing and slowly lowered his arm when he realized he was doing it. "Change?" Rila tilted her head. "They've always been like this. You just haven't seen them." That's when Stefan knew this was some sort of joke. He laughed. "That's funny. You tricked me." He came closer to inspect them. "They look so real. How'd you do that?" Gabby seemed to understand now, laughing as well. "Oh, I get it. But Stefan's right. They do look real." "Rila, stop making jokes," Stefan grunted out, starting to wonder why she and Effie were putting such an effort into this. It wasn't even funny, especially now that she brought Vithos into it. "It's true," Zoke added. "She shared an elven father with Vithos." "He knew?" Effie blurted in anger. Suddenly the truth hit Stefan like a punch to the gut. His whole body stiffened, and he put his hand on his head as he felt himself teetering. "What? My Bastial stars. Rila, why'd you keep this from us?" Gabby turned to him. "Wait, they're serious?" Rila and Effie nodded. Then all was silent except the sound of Gabby sucking in air dramatically. While the storm raged outside, they spent the next few hours drinking sakal and listening to Rila share the history of her elven half-brothers. "Rek and Vithos were separated when they were just 2 years old," she explained. "They'd lived in Marajik with the elves, but an army of Kreps led by 2 monstrous Slagari attacked. My father was the elven leader. During the assault, it was clear they were going to lose, so my father tied his young sons, Rek and Vithos, to the backs of wolves trained from years of Psyche to run south to Cairo if such an assault were to happen. But the one carrying Vithos was killed before it could escape, and he was taken." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Effie said. "It's fine," Rila answered. "I never met him. Anyway, he didn't know my mother was pregnant with me when he left Cairo to rescue Vithos from the Kreps. With my mother's money, he hired a woman skilled in the art of stealth to go with him. They were trapped by the Kreps, and my father was killed by the Slagari leaders. Doe and Haman are their names." Rila's gaze became locked to the table. "I'm sure we'll meet them at some point during this war. Rex says their magic is the strongest in the world, though he doesn't know how. Neither does he know why they're so large when every other Slagari stands no taller than our waists." "How big are they?" Effie asked. Zoke answered. "Taller than me and perhaps 10 feet long." "Oh, that's right," Stefan realized aloud. "They were your leaders when you were with the Kreps." "Their size and power comes from years of eating something they call apple plants," Zoke said. "That's what Vithos told me." As interested as Stefan was in the story, he kept finding his focus being drawn to Gabby. She was seated next to him with her hand in his. Her thumb sensuously slid along the top of his, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. "Was this woman who went with your father killed too?" Effie asked. "No," Rila said. "She made it back and told my mother what happened. Besides how sorry she was, I didn't know anything else about her except her name." Rila's mouth dropped open as a memory struck her. "My Bastial stars. I haven't thought about it in years. I think her name was Kessa." Rila stopped herself in the middle of mouthing the last name. Wait, could it really be that? Why does that matter? Effie asked, placing her hand on Rila's arm. It's her last name that matters, Rila said. I just wanted to be sure before I said it, and now I am. Her name was Kessa Polkin. Like Cleve Polkin? Stefan slipped his hand from Gabby's to avoid distraction. She's related to Cleve? She must be, Rila said. I wonder if he knows what happened to her. What do you mean? Stefan asked. Rila shook her head. My mother doesn't know what happened to her after she came back from the Krupp encampment to deliver the news of my father's death. My mother was worried that Kessa went back at a later point to try to retrieve Vithos and was killed. She told me that Kessa was distraught about failing at her task, something she'd apparently never done before. Rila sighed. I miss Cleve and Vithos, and Rek as well. Effie stood and came behind her to squeeze Rila's shoulders, nestling her head against her friend's cheek. When it was done, Effie leaned down for a closer look at Rila's ears. They're so pretty, Rila. She looked away with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Thank you. I've wanted to let them show my whole life, and now the thought of keeping them hidden with both my brothers gone is too painful to endure. Effie said, I still don't completely understand why you had to keep your ears hidden. King Wilson exiled Rek because his power with Psyche was too strong, and he'd learned some of the king's secrets, Rila said. If he'd found out I was related to Rek, he most likely would have exiled me as well. But I've proven my allegiance to Cairo by now, I'm sure. A silence followed. Being unable to picture Rek, for Stefan had never met him, his thoughts turned to Vithos instead. It was easy to imagine the smile usually brightening the elf's face. Does this mean I can touch your shiny hair now? Effie's tone was playfully excited. Rila let out a flattered giggle. As much as you'd like, Eff. Zoke stood. I'm very tired, he said bluntly. If it were anyone else, Stefan would have thought it was rude, but he'd learned to accept the Krupp's differences without judgment. That's fine, Zoke, Rila answered for everyone. Until tomorrow. Zoke just stood there, glancing at them uncomfortably. I'm not sure where to rest, he said, keeping his eyes lowered as if expecting them to point to the floor beneath the black claws on his feet. Cleve's room, across from Stefan's. Rila stood and waved him over. I'll show you. Gabby stood as well. I think I'm ready for bed, too. You're sleeping with me, you know, Effie said. Stefan felt his heart sink, noticing Gabby's shoulders had drooped as well. I was going to stay with Stefan, she said meekly. Effie folded her arms in a motherly posture. Don't you think it's a little too soon for that? Stefan's eyes fell to the table in embarrassment. Is this conversation really happening? His suspicion, unfortunately, was confirmed when Gabby replied, We've known each other our whole lives. No, it's not too soon. Suddenly, he didn't care anymore whether she was sleeping in his bed. It's all right, Gabby, he blurted. Stay with Effie tonight. Gabby's head spun to him, hurt evident in her eyes. She's taking this to mean I don't want her in my bed at all, he realized. His arm swung around to squeeze her to him. I just mean it's better not to argue with Effie, he whispered. I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry. A surge of pain ran through his jaw before his mind could grasp that she'd headbutted him. Bastial, hell! Gabby yelled, holding the top of her head. Stefan was nursing his chin. What was that? He asked. I was trying to be romantic. Gabby was grimacing as she rubbed her head. Like the way you kissed me so suddenly. I wanted to do the same. Bastial, hell, that hurt. You moved your head above mine right as I swung my head upward. Her tone was accusatory. A dull ache spread through his lower jaw. It was all your fault, he accused, expecting her to agree. It was somewhat your fault as well, she argued back. Her other hand came up to her head as she rubbed it with both hands now. Not in the least. I see you two are going to be quite the couple, Effie said sarcastically. Chapter 5. Effie. Effie found it interesting how familiar it was to share a bed with her sister, even though everything had changed since they'd last done so. Gabby had slept in her bed the first night Effie'd moved into campus housing, but Effie had battled other people in Krupp since then. She'd also come to discover that the feeling of being unable to breathe came from anxiety and not a physical malady, making her relax somewhat now that she knew she wouldn't suffocate during the attacks. Unfortunately, this didn't mean she was cured. All the same physical symptoms were there. In fact, as Gabby squirmed to get comfortable beside her, Effie's chest was tightening. Recently, this breathlessness made her feel like her lungs were frozen. The air had grown colder with the changing season, so when she breathed hard, searching for the satisfaction of a deep breath, there was an icy burn that filled her chest instead of relief. Too much was on her mind. She knew this was the reason, her biggest worry being whether Rila would get over losing Vithos. Rila finally seemed herself again tonight, but that doesn't mean she'll be the same in the morning. "Why aren't your eyes closed?" Gabby asked. "Aren't you tired?" Why does she care? Then Effie realized what it was. She sat up to give her sister a glare. She knew the moonlight coming in through the window was barely enough to illuminate her face. "Stop waiting for me to fall asleep," Effie ordered. "You're not sneaking out of here to visit Stefan." "That's not why I asked," Gabby lied, flipping to face the other way. In the morning, Gabby asked if she could use the bathhouse before she left. Effie didn't see the harm. There were no showers in Oakshire, where her family was from. Access to the aqueducts was one of the treats of living in the academy. "Yes, but you need to go home right after, because Father will be worried," Effie said. "And the last thing Stefan needs is you sticking around distracting him." Gabby reluctantly agreed with a grunt that Effie was quite familiar with by now. Effie had taken a shower yesterday when she got back from the long trip home from the Sligari colony, and now, not even the threat of war could ruin her appetite for a hot meal from the dining hall. Her body was overdue for one. Effie gave her sister her towel and left the room. Gabby followed, holding the towel out in front of her to inspect it. "Thanks," she muttered. "It actually looks clean." She interrupted herself to scream. Zoe had startled her, ending up in the hallway just in front of Gabby when she'd lowered the towel. Like Effie, her younger sister had a bad habit of becoming furious when startled. She lashed out at the Crep, pounding her fist into his chest and cursing him. A scowl formed on Zoe's face, and he shoved her hard. Gabby bounced off the wall, falling to her knees, tears immediately moistening her eyes. She jumped up and hid behind Effie like a scared puppy. For a frightful moment, Effie couldn't tell if Zoe had intentions of coming after Gabby. He stared at her, his yellow eyes menacing. Stefan and Rila bolted out of their rooms. "What was that?" Stefan asked. Effie wasn't sure how to explain it, but something needed to be said. Zoe startled Gabby, so she hit him. Then he shoved her into a wall. "Zoe," Rila scolded, "apologize to Gabby."
Why does everything require an apology?
Zoe muttered, a mix between frustration and confusion making his mouth twist. "Not everything," Rila explained, "but many things, so you'd better get used to it." Effie gulped as she watched her friend point at the Crep in a chastising manner. Zoe easily could draw the knife on his belt. Effie even expected it to happen. Why else would he come into the hall equipped with it unless he meant to use it? But to her surprise, Zoe grumbled,
"Sorry."
Gabby came around to Effie. "I'm sorry, too." Zoe's entire face twisted to match his mouth.
Why are you also apologizing? I don't understand.
"Because I'm sorry as well, just like you," Gabby said. Zoe shook his head and muttered something in Crepin, turning his back on them to walk to the front of the house where his dirty bag rested against a table. He squatted down and stuffed stale bread into his mouth, his sharp teeth crunching into it loudly. The sound reminded Effie of a dog chewing on a bone. "Don't eat that," Stefan said. "It's old. Get some fresh food from the dining hall." The Crep continued chewing loudly, crumbs spewing as he spoke.
But I have nothing to trade.
Effie sighed. She knew it was going to take some effort to get used to Zoe being in the school, but she didn't imagine it would be this hard. "You don't need to trade anything," she said. "Come with me, and I'll explain everything as we walk there."
There will be food for me.
Zoe was skeptical. Yes, Effie started toward the door, but Zoe didn't budge. From down the hall, Rila said, "I'm going back to bed. It's still early." "I am as well," Stefan added. "I haven't slept in a bed in too long." Effie couldn't help but notice her sister following Stefan into his room, but she was too hungry and busy with Zoe to worry about it. "Are you coming?" Effie tried to wave the Crep forward.
Are you certain they'll feed me?
Zoe clearly didn't believe her.
Even though I have nothing to offer?
"You fight for us now. That means you eat with us as well. It's a long walk, and I'm starving." She could hear herself getting frustrated with him. Come on! It felt like she was trying to get a stubborn dog to leave a meal behind. Zoe pocketed the remaining bread and followed Effie out the door. On the way there, it immediately became apparent that everyone who saw Zoe was going to stare. It made Effie remember something she'd been meaning to tell him. "Make sure you don't spit anymore." He looked at her as if he was about to spit. Effie took one step away from him and continued. "I know you don't want to hear this, But you should also apologize to that warrior you spat on in Redfield Stadium. You're going to be in his group.
Didn't you hear what he said about us?
Zoke was dumbfounded.
He made it seem like he could have saved Vithos.
Zoke made the motion to spit, but stopped himself, swallowing it instead and making an ugly face.
I don't like it here, he muttered.
I miss him too, Effie said softly. Zoke let his head down and nodded. I miss Cleve as well, Effie thought, wondering what he might be doing in Goldrum at that very moment. They didn't speak again until they reached the dining hall. Zoke stopped in the doorway, looked around the vast dining quarters with wide eyes, and murmured,
It's so big.
Effie glanced around, trying to imagine what the room looked like from Zoke's point of view. Long rectangular tables with a bench on either side were crowded by students. Teachers were eating as well, though they generally kept to their own tables. Zoke had told Effie of the market at his old encampment, where thousands of Kreps gathered to trade with one another. It must be strange to see so many humans fed without trading anything in return. She spotted Marie Firemore sitting at a table full of staff. Marie caught her gaze and waved. Effie smiled and waved back. She'd missed the old woman more than she'd known. Yes, it's big, Effie agreed with Zoke, heading toward the short queue of students waiting for their food. She grabbed 2 plates from the pile, handing one to Zoke. She got 2 forks and 2 knives as well, but decided to wait before giving Zoke his silverware. The Krep had never used such utensils before. Another explanation, she realized. I wonder how many I'll have to give during the course of this meal. The students in line in front of them didn't seem to notice that a Krep was behind them, for surely they would have turned and stared. Effie was thankful Zoke was remaining quiet. The sound of his deep voice was sure to identify his race to anyone within earshot. And then there was his accent. Like his words were being ground together in his stomach before being belched through his throat. Still, it was 5 times better than Vithos's accent. She let out a sigh as she felt sorrow building. And he was learning common tongue so fast. But for what? Just to be killed? It was just too tragic. Eggs and potatoes were being served for breakfast. The woman behind the counter kept her eyes lowered when she filled Zoke's plate, soon noticing the claws on his hand. Then her gaze jumped to his face, and a gasp escaped from her lips as she took a step back. Zoke ignored it, feigning disinterest in her and the many humans who were staring now. Let's find a table, Effie said, feeling uncomfortable. It reminded her of dreams she'd had of walking through the campus completely naked, searching for clothes as everyone gawked.
What do you mean, find? Zoke asked. There are tables everywhere.
It's just an expression. It means let's look for a good place to sit.
What makes a place good?
Somewhere with as few people as possible. But Effie found a spot before she figured out how she wanted to answer him. Over here, she said. There were 4 students clustered around one end of the table, so Effie sat on the other end. When Zoke put down his plate and sat in front of her, Effie realized he'd already been eating on the way, using his claws to scoop the runny eggs into his mouth. The other students at the table got up to move, not bothering to hide their disgust as they glared at Zoke. But the Krek didn't seem to notice. His head hovered over his plate as he ripped open the potato that would have burned the skin of any human. It reminded her of how Zoke had been struck by 2 fireballs on the Fajalajan Mountains and lived. She couldn't let that go. That her magic wasn't strong enough to stop a Krep. It's going to be the first thing I tell Marie Firemore during battle training today. I just hope she knows what to do with the information, because I sure don't. Effie handed Zoke the knife and fork she'd brought for him. For your food, she explained. Zoke wrapped his greasy claws around the silverware, holding it up to his eyes.
Why do they give you small weapons to eat with?
He pricked himself hard in the arm with his knife to test how sharp it was. No blood came. There are some foods we eat with our hands, but we prefer a fork and knife for most meals. Effie gestured at the silverware. Zoke let the utensils loudly drop to the table.
I'll just use my claws.
Something seemed to catch the Krep's attention, for he jerked his head up to look over Effie. She turned behind her and found 2 girls turning back to face the other way. Clearly, they'd been staring. When Effie faced Zoke again, he was grimacing.
I hate how you humans stare, and then when I look, you turn away, as if pretending you weren't.
It won't always be that way. Effie tried to explain, but Zoke continued talking, ignoring her words.
Kreps make no effort to hide their hatred, unlike you cowards.
His voice had risen, and now he was getting to his feet to shout.
If you're going to stare, then stare.
Zoke glared in each direction as he spoke, the clamor of the dining hall dying down.
Don't be cowards,
Zoke yelled.
Stop pretending you're not staring when I look back.
Effie nearly tripped over the bench in her hurry to run around the table to Zoke. She tugged on his arm in a feeble attempt to have him sit, but he kept shouting, his muscles stiffening in her grasp.
If you have something to say, then come here and say it.
Bastial hell, Zoke. Shut up and sit down, Effie hissed. I'd better bring Rila next time. Only she could fix this. Zoke still stood, breathing hard and waiting for someone to say something. Everyone within earshot was looking at them, most just as frustrated as Zoke it seemed. Many were leaning to the side and whispering to each other while their eyes remained steady on the crepe. Then Effie noticed Marie coming over. The master mage put herself in front of Zoke to catch his gaze. Zoke, will you come with me so we can talk? Marie asked sternly. Zoke took a breath to see if anyone else was going to say something. When he realized they weren't, he grabbed the rest of the potatoes from his plate. A dreadful thought came to Effie that he was going to mash them in Marie's face, but thankfully he just put them in his pants pocket, the only article of clothing he wore, and then reluctantly followed Marie out of the dining hall, his bare feet slapping hard against the floor with each step. Only when Effie felt a hand to her shoulder did she realize that she was on the verge of crying. She turned to find Alarex standing there and quickly wiped away the budding tears. He pulled her in for a hug, her chin just barely getting over his shoulder as she wrapped her arms around him. I think he's taking what happened to Vithos harder than the rest of us, Alex said, except for maybe Rila. You're right, Effie agreed, making a mental reminder to tell Alex later about Rila's elven side. Zoke had never been so aggressive before. It had to be the grief that was doing this. They parted, but Alex took her shoulders in a firm grip before she got too far from him. Don't worry. I'll make sure he behaves during battle training. Oh, that's right. Effie remembered. Alex is a Group 1 warrior as well. Good luck with that. She meant it seriously, but she could hear that her tone was dubious, giving way that she had little hope Alex could control the crepe. Effie followed with a question. Are you done eating? Walk back with me? Alex extended his elbow for her to wrap her arm around. Of course. On their way out of the dining hall, Effie couldn't help but wonder what Marie would say to Zoke. And what will Zoke say back? Effie felt as if the crepe was her responsibility. It didn't seem right to leave him unsupervised with an old woman, even if she was the master mage. Effie started to wonder if she should chase after them. But when a familiar face came into the dining hall, her heart jumped, and Zoke slipped from her mind. Effie, his eyes locked to her. I haven't seen you in so long. He was making an obvious effort to ignore Alex as he leaned down for a hug, forcing Effie's arm to unwind from Alex's elbow. Effie chose to introduce the two of them when the quick hug was done. She wasn't sure if Alex would want her to introduce them by his nickname, so she gave his full name instead. Brady, this is Alarex. The men shook hands without a word, barely even a glance. I'm so glad you're back. Brady turned his attention to Effie once again. Did that crepe act this way the entire time you were with him? No, Alex answered for her. He's just having a tough time adjusting. Brady held a smile, looking to Alex for just a blink before bringing his gaze back to Effie. It seemed as if he was waiting for her to answer him instead. Yeah, she muttered. He'll get used to the school soon enough. A heavy silence came next. Effie was thankful when Brady interrupted it. Well, I'm happy to see you're safe. Until later. He put his palm on her lower back as he passed by, giving her such a slight rub she wasn't even sure she'd felt it. Outside the dining hall, she and Alex still walked beside each other, but she no longer was hooked around his elbow. She would have taken it if he'd offered, but he didn't. Friend of yours? Alex said. Kinda, Effie answered, reluctant to say more. That she'd kissed Brady the first time she'd met him. That she might have feelings for him. That she was the reason he and his girlfriend had broken up. She sighed as it all came back to her. Chapter 6. Zoke. Where are we going? Zoke asked Marie, her slow pace making him impatient. To my quarters, she answered, content to say no more as to why. They walked by Warrior's Field. A few young men were stretching while others seemed to be fighting. What are they doing? Zoke asked, pointing with his claw. He thought humans within the academy wouldn't fight each other when their war was against Tenrid and the Kreps. They're dueling, Marie answered with a sly grin. Something you'll be doing soon as well. Why is she smiling like that? But Zoke decided to ask a different question. What's dueling? I haven't heard this word. Well, Marie seemed to have trouble determining how to describe it. The leathery skin on her forehead was scrunched together.
In this case, the word refers to warriors engaging in combat with one another in order to train. They don't wish to harm their opponent.
How can they train with a weapon without using it to harm their opponent?
Marie let out a breath, already a bit winded from their walk.
I think it's best to direct any questions about dueling to Warrior Sneery when your class begins. He's the Group 1 instructor. You and I have other things we need to discuss.
Zoke didn't like her tone. It was dismissive, as if she was about to scold him for asking questions. He felt the need to spit, this time deciding not to swallow it like before with Effie. He let the saliva go, directing it away from Marie, at least for now. She grunted in disapproval.
Why is everyone else expecting me to be something else besides a crep?
Then he realized what it was.
They want me to be a human.
But the last thing Zoke wanted was to be more like them. Sometimes he found himself wondering why he was still in Cairo. It was Vithos who wanted to join the humans. The elf had convinced Zoke that it was the only way to reunite with Zeddy. But now, with Vithos dead, did these humans have any chance of defeating the Kreps, at killing Doe and Haman?
Well, they're going to fight against my old tribe anyway.
Zoke reminded himself.
I can either be part of the battle or not. Those are the only options I have. And I've already been marked as a traitor by my own kind, so I'll just be killed if I return.
Then he remembered that this was the argument that had caused him to stay with Vithos in the first place. He hadn't expected the elf to become a friend. It made him wonder if he was capable of forming as close a bond with humans as he had with the elf. The idea made him want to spit again, though he didn't know why. His thoughts went to his sister.
I hope you're safe, Zeddy. Keep your distance from Doe and Haman.
Marie brought him back with a question.
How old are you, Zoke?
It was the first time a human had asked. He knew Kreps and humans didn't think of age in the same way, so he didn't know how to explain it. He decided to start with how he would answer a Krep and go from there.
I'm Prod Durin, 4,
he said, not knowing if there was a word for Prod Durin in common tongue.
It means I'm 4 years into adulthood.
The morning sun was just coming over the Western Academy wall, causing the old woman to shield her eyes. Zoke squinted and raised his hand as well.
And what makes you an adult?
She asked. Zoke might have been annoyed, but her question held no judgment. She'd done well to show that she had no doubts that he was in fact an adult, or she was just skilled at holding back her ridicule.
Kreps become adults when we shed our birth skin. After this is completed, we mark the day, and each year from then on, we're 1 year farther from our Praduran, 1 more year into adulthood.
So it's been 4 years since you shed your birth skin?
Marie asked.
Yes. And I left the Krep encampment right after Zeddy was shedding hers. She's going to look so different when I see her again, if I see her again.
And how many years from birth does it take before Kreps shed their birth skin?
Most Pradurans start on the 11th or 12th year after birth.
And what was it for you?
Marie asked.
12.
So that means you're only 16.
Marie stopped and glanced up and down his body.
I was told Kreps are generally a lot bigger and taller than you. Is this because you're still young?
I'm not young. I'm a full-grown adult. Other male Kreps are a head taller than me, yes, but not because of my age.
Zoke didn't go on, reluctant to tell this mage about being born with the inability to smell, not eating as much as his fellow Kreps, and being belittled because of it. She wouldn't understand what it was like to be a Guradu, not that other Kreps would either. Zoke asked a question before she could give him another of her own.
Why do you want to know?
Because I need to know more about you in order to help you.
Help me.
Zoke wanted to claw her across the face. It would be so easy to tear open her skin. The lack of challenge alone made him lose interest.
Even if I needed your help, I wouldn't want it.
You may not now, but you'll see once you get it that you're wrong.
For some reason, that made Zoke smile. He even found himself holding in a laugh. Perhaps he was entertained by her stubbornness, or maybe stupidity was a better word for it. Who was she to be so confident that she knew what was good for him? She'd never even spoken with a Krep before.
And how are you sure?
Zoke decided to ask, feeling his laugh building up, ready to burst. But the mood was ruined when she showed him a flat mouth beneath a glare. It reminded him too much of the look his father usually wore.
You need to start trusting us, Zoke,
Marie said.
We're all on the same side here.
They were silent until they came to whatever building the old woman was leading him to. She opened the door and gestured for him to go in first. If there was one thing Zoke appreciated about the humans, it was their enormous buildings. Marie led him down a hall, 5 doors on each side, then up a flight of stairs. It twisted halfway up, bending back to send them the other way when they reached the 2nd floor. He marveled at how sturdy the thick wood felt beneath his heavy body.
This structure could hold hundreds of creps, possibly thousands.
A door had her name on it with a title tacked on, Marie Firemore, Master Mage. She opened it, this time letting herself in before Zoke.
Please, sit down and get comfortable,
she said, going behind her desk to sit.
I can't be comfortable when you humans keep using words like please.
He sat, the desk now between them.
I'm sorry, I'll try not to use it.
Zoke grumbled. Then Marie must have realized her mistake. A hand came over her mouth for a blink.
It might be harder than I thought,
she said, taking a breath.
I've heard some about you from Terran, the head of school, but I want you to tell me everything that led you here to the academy. Give me every detail, even if I might have heard it before.
Why?
It seemed like a lot of effort for no reason.
I need this information to help you.
Zoe glanced over his shoulder at the door. He wasn't completely heartless. He would feel some guilt if he left without a word, but it might be better than staying with Marie until frustration overcame him. He'd noticed that he'd been more volatile recently, and he'd heard the murmuring between Effie, Alarax, Rila, and Stefan. Even more so, they'd been distancing themselves from him more and more each day. This was painfully obvious, but still, he couldn't help his behavior. Hopelessness was eating its way through him like a ravenous parasite, squirming through his body and chewing on his insides. It was the cause of all his rage and misery. But he knew there was nothing he could do to fix it, which might be why it seemed to get worse the more he thought about it. He let out a long breath to ease the burning anger he felt burgeoning in his chest.
I'll tell you what you want to know, he said, but I don't know what you can do about it.
She surprised him with a strange look, a knowing smile, a confident one at that, like she really knew something about him that he didn't. He dismissed it from his thoughts as best he could and started from the beginning with his role within the tribe, gathering creps who were in need of punishment because they didn't fulfill their weekly tasks to the tribe. This was how his work with Vithos began, and what eventually led him out of the encampment with the elf, never to return. He went on, mostly because of her endless questions, many of which were quite odd to him. When he brought up Doe and Haman lying about sending Vithos north to find the Sligari, the old woman wanted to know how it made Zoke feel when he found out, and how he felt about Doe and Haman now. She even asked questions about his family, forcing Zoke to tell her that his mother had died when he was young, killed by Doe when she was found in the garden of apple plants. Soon, he grew too weary to wonder what the point was behind her questions, and simply answered them as best he could. He told her about his sister, Zeddy, and how reuniting with her was all he cared to do. Surprisingly, she asked him what he missed most about Zeddy, why she was more important than any other Crep, and other difficult questions that no Crep would ever think to ask him. By the time he was done, his throat was raw and his mind tired, but something within him felt different. It was like he had a grasp on his hopelessness, a hand around the slippery parasite within him. It was hard to hold on to, but he was able to as long as he didn't squeeze too hard. He could guide it, somewhat control it even. Although it was still there squirming around, with the tough skin on his hand closed around it, it didn't bother him. Marie stood.
That's enough for today.
Her smile came back, a coy grin as if she was hiding something.
Tomorrow evening we'll meet at my house here on campus. I'll make you some food to eat while we talk.
Zoke stood as well, completely confused. He wondered why she would offer this, but he supposed it wasn't the worst way to pass time while he waited for battle.
I agree to be there, he said.
I wasn't giving you a choice, but I'm glad you agree anyway.
Her smile went wide.
Now, you must get to Warrior's Field. You're late for your first battle training.
Zoke nodded and left. His grip on the hopelessness started to slip when he remembered that the infuriating young warrior he'd spat on in Redfield was going to be there. Chapter 7. Zoke. No one mentioned Zoke's tardiness, but it was clear by their expressions that they were hoping he wouldn't show at all, except for Alex, who jogged over with a forced grin. "Hi, Zoke," he said, shooting a glance over his shoulder and pointing. "That's Warrior Sneery, our instructor." Zoke followed his finger to the one older man of the group of about 50. Sneery seemed to be battle-worn, with a tough face creased by deep lines and a thick set of arms for a human. "Don't spit," Alex whispered, walking over to their instructor.
Don't openly disagree with him, and be silent when he speaks.
By his tone, it seemed like these rules were made out of respect instead of fear, as they were with Doe and Haman. The instructor held out his hand. Zoke reminded himself of the proper way to shake and grasped it firmly.
"Sneery," Alex said with a strange smile. "I didn't get a good look at you yet. You've lost a lot of weight while I was gone. This war finally giving you reason to get in shape?" "Shut up and get ready for laps," the instructor grumbled.
Though Zoke didn't know the word lapse, he was too perplexed by this interaction between Alex and his superior to even think of asking. A comment like that to Doe would have resulted in at least a burning across the wrist, possibly worse.
"Follow me, Zoke," Alex said, waving him over as he ran toward the group.
The student warriors started jogging in a circle on the grass field, Zoke beside Alex in the back. Then Zoke noticed Sneery coming up behind them.
"Pick up the pace!"
Sneery yelled at the entire group. Zoke couldn't help but feel silly running with a cluster of humans, and what was the point? He gave himself time to see if he could figure it out without asking. In the meantime, Saldar slowed down to run beside Alex, who was now between them.
"Do I need to worry about him spitting on me again?"
the young warrior asked in a snide tone. Alex seemed annoyed by the question.
"Just keep your distance, Saldar." "Whose stupid idea was it to put him with us?" Saldar complained. "He's just going to slow down our training."
Saldar had to have known Zoke could hear him. This was a strange thing to Zoke, to talk about him as if he wasn't there listening. He didn't understand it when Gabby did it earlier, and he certainly didn't understand it now.
"If you have something to say to me, then why don't you just say it?" Zoke muttered. "Shut your mouths!"
Sneery yelled, so loud from behind them that it managed to startle Zoke.
"I won't stand for this in my group."
Zoke was tempted to turn and wrestle the man to the ground just to prove that he could, but he knew it was a childish thought that would get him nowhere, even when he won. When their laps were done, which Zoke realized meant running aimlessly in a circle, Sneery lined them up shoulder to shoulder. Zoke was on the end with Alex, probably the only man who would stand next to him.
"As I'm sure we're all curious, how are Crep fights?"
Sneery bellowed.
"We're starting with duels and then following with team combat." "Duels."
It was the word he'd asked Marie about.
"Does this mean I get to fight them?"
Creps fought each other all the time, usually with no intentions of killing, although it did happen sometimes. Zoke had killed before. 2 Creps had refused to come with him to the judgment chambers for punishment, attacking Zoke with their swords instead.
"They underestimated me because of my size, but only about half of these humans are taller than me, and surely none even come close to my weight. They can't be dumb enough to make the same mistake as those Creps."
However, Zoke knew better than to expect any death to occur on this field, even if the humans exposed their bodies through confident aggression. Every sword was made of wood, and each human had on a thick leather skirt with sleeves down to the wrists. Zoke figured their fighting would be a form of training, like Marie had mentioned. Creps trained with each other as well, though no good session ever ended without the dirt being stained by blood. He licked his teeth as he readied himself for battle. But his excitement was shattered when Sneery retrieved a thick leather tunic from the grass behind him and tossed it to Zoke.
"Biggest one I could find," the instructor said. "Put it on."
Zoke didn't need to ask what the point of it was, as it clearly was meant to protect him, but he did wonder why they thought he needed protection in the first place when their wooden swords were unlikely to injure him. A human, a creature with half his strength, couldn't deliver a powerful enough blow for that.
"Perhaps they don't know this yet."
Zoke felt himself frowning at the thought of it.
"After today, they'll realize how hopeless it is for them to fight against Creps. They'll realize how hopeless this war really is."
Zoke decided to wear the thick tunic without complaint, but putting it on wasn't as easy as he expected. Creps had chests with about twice the girth as humans, and this shirt surely wasn't meant for a Crep. First, Zoke hadn't worn a shirt in months, the last time being when he was still part of the tribe with his sister,
when the cold wind had grown to bother me enough,
he remembered. Second, the tough leather had such a grip on his chest and shoulders, he couldn't even fully extend his arms. Even when he tried to relax them at his sides, they wouldn't obey, his shoulders and elbows bending inward because they wouldn't fit within the shirt otherwise. The humans laughed at him. He would have been much more annoyed, but at least they made no effort to hide it. Zoke started struggling to take off the garment, muttering, "I don't need it." But he couldn't get it off. He needed one of his hands to get the other one free, but he couldn't even maneuver himself in the right position.
"Don't rip it,"
Sneery grumbled. Alex stepped forward and helped Zoke out of the tunic one arm at a time.
"Because it doesn't fit you," Sneery said. "You should wait until we have one made that does before you duel." "No, my skin is tough enough without it."
The instructor looked at him, skeptically stroking his thin beard.
And I'll prove it to you today, Zook added. I'll fight anyone and win.
He turned a gesture with his wooden sword at the lot of them.
Any one of you. Fine, but your first bout is with me,
Sneery said, to Zook's surprise.
And you'd better learn the rules. We're not out here to hurt each other, but to learn and improve.
The instructor started with the list of what Zook couldn't do. Headbutt and bite, and then Sneery added spit with great emphasis. Next, he explained how the duel was won.
The first combatant to disarm or strike the other is the victor, so long as the strike is hard and clean. Strikes can be made with the blade or hilt of the sword, or with your fist, elbow, knee, or foot, but not your head.
The way the words flowed from his mouth was as if Sneery had repeated the same explanation countless times.
The first person, or crep, to do this twice has won.
Sneery lifted his weapon to point at Zook.
Let's see what you can do.
The instructor made the mistake of letting Zook charge him. With all his momentum behind his swing, Zook slashed at Sneery's chest at a downward angle so that it couldn't be dodged, only blocked. But to Zook's surprise, Sneery used his weapon to guide Zook's wooden sword into the dirt. Then the human spun with a quick attack at Zook's hip. He jumped back, the claws on his feet ripping up the grass. He was tempted to kick it into Sneery's face, but he wasn't sure how the others would take such a move.
I don't need to in order to win this, he realized,
then leapt toward the instructor. Somehow, Sneery managed to move out of the way and even continued to stop Zook's following flurry of attacks. Most of the time, the human used Zook's momentum against him, guiding Zook's sword to the side. However, though impressively skilled, Sneery didn't have the strength to shut down Zook's aggression long enough to make his own attack. Soon, Zook got his body close enough to shove Sneery to the ground, using his feet to step on his opponent's sword arm. Sneery dropped his weapon and grunted.
I yield.
But in a heartbeat, the instructor was back on his feet, his sword back in hand.
Again, he said.
The bout reminded Zook of a certain crep he hadn't thought about in at least a year. The crep was deaf, and Zook never learned her name. She was an ugly old thing, quite tall and thick for a female, with crooked teeth and green eyes. And she loved to fight. In fact, besides playing cards, it was all Zook ever saw her do. He'd fought her a few times. It was during those battles that he realized there were certain acts in which a conversation could be shared without words. The lazy strokes of her sword and the cunning smile she wore were all Zook needed to realize what she thought of him. But everything about her changed the moment he deflected her first swing. Shock hit her face like a punch to the chin. A worried furrow of her brow followed. He felt himself smiling by then, knowing he was about to prove another crep wrong for underestimating him. But then she kicked him in the groin and cackled when he fell to his knees. He remembered her laugh so well. It was like her tongue had become loose, slapping around in her mouth. He and this crep had gone back and forth until each had claimed many victories, but also suffered embarrassing defeats. By the end of it, he knew her better than he would have from any conversation.
It was why she also played cards, he realized. Like fighting, it was another way to communicate without words.
Zook had learned something about Sneery from their fight. He couldn't quite put it into words yet, but Zook figured he would be able to after they dueled a few more times. And Zook certainly didn't doubt that Sneery would learn something about him as well.
Go,
Sneery said. Then he ran toward Zook with a sword raised high. As their weapons danced back and forth, Zook found it to be much more difficult to get close enough to take the instructor off his feet this time. Sneery warded off Zook with strong slashes at his limbs whenever the crep moved his body close, forcing him to find a way in with his weapon rather than his hands or feet. But the impossibility of landing a sword on Sneery's skin was the reason he wanted to get closer in the first place. They fought until Zook could feel himself losing speed in his attacks, his breath becoming labored, but the same was happening to Sneery at an even faster rate. Zook found his opportunity when Sneery swung at him from the hip. Zook saw the slow attack coming and rolled underneath it, popping up to claw the man across his face. His skin tore open so easily that Zook was thankful he hadn't driven his claws deeper into Sneery's face. He didn't want to leave a scar. His reputation at the academy was bad enough already. When the students saw the warrior instructor with crep and claw marks across his face, it only would get worse. They'd never assume the injury came from a fair bout. Instead of pain, disappointment came out of Sneery with a sigh.
You win, crep.
The instructor looked to the line of young warriors watching. He made an obvious effort not to wipe the blood from his face before he pointed at them.
Alarex and Saldar, you duel while the crep rests for his next fight.
Saldar puffed out his chest. I'd rather wait until Zook is ready, and then duel him instead.
I don't need to rest to beat you, human,
Zook said, incapable of hiding his eagerness to take on Saldar.
Are you certain you don't wish to let others fight while you rest? Sneery asked, removing a cloth from his pocket to dab his wound. I'm certain. Saldar came forward from the line, gesturing at Zoke with a short sword. Don't spit on me when you lose. Zoke couldn't help but smile and then felt the need to explain why when confusion crossed many of their faces. You humans make me laugh with your unfounded pride. Ready your weapons, Sneery said. They did. Fight! Zoke rushed at Saldar with a flurry of attacks, knowing the human's weapon was not long enough to stop him. Saldar ducked one swing, then jumped back to dodge another. The human was quicker than he looked. Zoke tried an overhead slash, but Saldar must have known it was coming, for he was already out of the way quickly enough to strike Zoke in the thigh. It felt like a mere slap from a child, so Zoke knew it couldn't have counted as a hard enough strike for Saldar to win. He rushed at the human, wondering why Saldar was lowering his weapon. Then everyone screamed at Zoke to stop. Alex jumped in front of him with his palms out. You have to stop when he scores a hit, Alex explained. But he barely touched me. Sneery came beside Alex to stand in front of Zoke. This is just training, because we don't want to cut each other. A point is scored if the strike would have drawn blood or debilitated an opponent, which is what would have happened if his sword was made from steel. Zoke was confused at first, but then he remembered how soft human flesh was compared to his. An attack like that might make one of you bleed, but not me. I don't have soft skin. Zoke used his wooden sword to hit himself on his thigh with a third of his strength. Better hit me this hard for a cut. The students regarded him skeptically, grumbling as they turned to the instructor for a response. I really hope that's not the case, Sneery said, because if it is, then it means all Kreps have skin that tough. It's better you learn this now, Zoke said. It's the truth. The instructor turned to retrieve a steel sword from its casing lying on the grass. He approached Zoke as he held the weapon towards Zoke's thigh. May I? Yes. Zoke extended his leg and rolled up his leather pants. The instructor slapped his blade into Zoke with the same motion that Saldar had used. Everyone leaned in close for a look. Then gasps exploded once they realized there wasn't even a scratch. The instructor hesitantly ran his hand over Zoke's thigh. Bastial hell, he muttered. Understand now, Zoke asked. You must swing harder. No point for Saldar, Sneery said. Hit him harder next time. The young warrior's mouth twisted, one half of it showing amusement, the other half frustration. Saldar had long hair that hung over his shoulders like many female humans that Zoke had seen, and it was a yellow color. Blonde, Zoke thought it was called. Saldar brushed a few strands out of his face. I will. Saldar's amusement melted into a scowl. Fight, Sneery said. This time Zoke was ready for Saldar's speed, feigning attacks until he got a good sense of how the human defended himself. But Saldar surprised him with a sudden lunge. It glanced off Zoke's hip. Then everything stopped, and Saldar stepped back with a curious look. Zoke smacked himself in the hip with the edge of his own wooden sword. It wouldn't have cut me, he explained. Saldar grumbled, but it was clear by his defeated expression that he knew Zoke was right. They continued to fight, the human becoming more aggressive with each attack. Yet when Zoke fully blocked an overhead swing, he was able to lock his weapon against Saldar's, taking a step into the human and throwing him off his feet. As Saldar scrambled to stand, Zoke caught him in the ankle with his sword to trip him. Point! Sneery yelled. Saldar sucked in air through his teeth, nursing his ankle as he stood. Now that would have drawn blood, Zoke said, even on a Krep. He'd hit him quite hard. Need a breath? Sneery asked. No, Saldar said. The human's prideful glare showed the same ferocity as his grip around his sword. As if you could have saved Vithos, Zoke almost said aloud. With the elf's death in his thoughts, burning rage filled Zoke's body. Fight! Sneery ordered. Winning no longer mattered to Zoke, just striking as hard as he could. He twisted around with an overhead swing, Saldar feebly using his weapon to block it. Zoke felt his wooden sword slam into Saldar so hard that it pushed the human's weapon into his own body. With unrelenting aggression, Zoke twisted around again, this time coming in from the side. Only after Zoke struck Saldar in the shoulder did he discover that he'd already disarmed the human with his first attack. Saldar hobbled back, hissing and muttering words Zoke wasn't familiar with. Point, Sneery nearly whispered. It seemed that every human had his gaze on Saldar, nervously waiting for him to react to the quick loss. After a couple long breaths, Saldar snatched up his sword from the grass, shook his head at Zoke and said, At least the bastard can fight. At first, Zoke was curious why, again, a human was talking about him as if he wasn't there. But then he realized he didn't know whether the word bastard was a compliment or an insult. What's a bastard? Zook asked.
The word has many meanings. Alex came forward, laughing. In this case, it means you've done something both frustrating and impressive.
Enough talk, men!
Sneery spoke emphatically.
Dueling has its purpose in training, but in a true battle you're fighting more than one enemy and there's an ally beside you. Now that we know the Crep can fight, it's time to see how much he actually knows about fighting.
Zook didn't know what the instructor was referring to, but he was confident that whatever it was hardly would be a challenge. He already was feeling despair at being on the losing side of this war.
These humans can't fight against Kreps. Perhaps with Vithos, but now that he's gone, how can they hope to win? Zeddy, how will I ever see you again if these humans can't kill Doe and Heyman?
Sneery called 3 men from the group to join Zook, putting one of them beside him and the other 2 in front.
We're moving on to 2-on-2 combat,
Sneery explained.
This is your ally.
The instructor pointed to the human beside Zook.
Those are your enemies.
He gestured at the 2 in front of them.
We keep the same rules as before. If either of you are struck, then the other team scores a point. First team to win 2 points wins.
Zook looked to the scrawny man beside him.
Just stay back, he wanted to say aloud,
but glared instead. The human rolled his eyes and shook his head.
If he's not going to stay back, then I'd better rush in before he can get himself hit. Fight!
Zook stormed his opponents, but they only smiled at him. Something was wrong. Quicker than he could blink, they parted from each other and came at him from either side, one striking at his legs and the other at his torso. Zook tried to jump back, but it was too late. He was hit by both their swords hard. He fell and let out a curse in Crepan.
Again,
Sneery said, without sympathy. This time Zook let his partner attack with him, but as the 4 of them engaged each other, a flood of phrases in common tongue exploded from their throats, and Zook couldn't understand anything except that his partner was yelling at him while his enemies were yelling to each other. Zook's reflexes took over and he attacked the man in front of him, but his overhead swing was blocked, and then the other enemy jabbed him in the ribs. That was it. 2 points. It was over. Zook had been struck twice, 3 times actually, and he knew that each blow was hard enough to have drawn blood. This he wouldn't argue against, not when it was true.
You 3.
Sneery pointed at a trio in the group.
You're next, Crep. You stay.
This time Zook tried to allow his ally to assist him more, but then he ended up giving too much space to the enemy in front of him, who made a quick turn and took out the legs of Zook's ally.
You can't let him sneak up on me,
Zook's partner complained as he got back on his feet.
That's what I was trying to tell you before I attacked. Get between us and position yourself to take advantage of an opportunity on my man if I create one.
After hearing his ally explain it, Zook realized this was what the human had been shouting to him, but everything had happened too quickly for Zook to understand it. With his team down 1 point, Zook fixated on keeping himself between his ally and his enemy, searching for a way to finally win his team a point. But the moment he took his focus off the 4th man, Zook felt a blade slam into his shoulder, sending him off his feet.
That's 2 points,
Sneery said, disappointed. Zook wanted to complain to his partner, but when he looked at where the 4 of them were positioned, Zook realized he'd moved himself into a dangerous position, and the enemy simply had taken advantage of that.
How do I keep letting these humans strike me?
Then Zook remembered being with Terran on the mountain atop the Vajalajan pathway, how quickly the warrior had formed a viable strategy. It was back then when Zook began to wonder if these humans had far more training in real battle scenarios than Kreps. And now, after going against them, Zook knew it had to be true.
If Doe and Heyman are too stubborn to listen to their human allies in Tenrin, then Cairo actually might have a chance at winning this war.
Zook spat as he got himself back up, determined at least to score a point next time.
Don't spit!
Sneery screamed.
I forgot, Zook said. Let me fight again. Fine, you 3, your turn.
Again, Zook's team lost without scoring a point, and he'd taken 2 more vicious strikes.
Crep, take a break and watch,
Sneery said.
1 more fight,
Zook yelled.
Look at your body. You've suffered many cuts, and now you're bleeding,
Sneery said. Zook hadn't realized it before, but the instructor was right. When he found the gashes along his body, the pain settled in tight, and he knew it would be a long while before it was gone.
Tomorrow's another day, Zook,
Sneery said, using his name for the first time. Zook wasn't even aware the instructor had known it.
Now it's time to heal and reflect as you learn from your mistakes and those of others. Practice, patience, progress. And while everything is fresh in your mind, I want you to tell me one thing you've learned already. Then I'll ask you for something else when we're done. I've learned what a bastard is, Zook answered, and that you humans are sneaky bastards.
That got a laugh from every one of them. Chapter 8. Zeddy. Each day had felt twice the length of a normal day during their trip back to the encampment from the Sligari colony. The sun seemed to hold steady in the sky, lingering as if it had nowhere to go. Then finally, when it set, the darkness surrounding Zeddy's sleepless nights went on and on. Joe was not one for journeying long distances, but none of the hundreds of Kreps who traveled with him ever dared to make a remark. Except for Paramar, Zeddy thought. He would come up with a joke. But he's dead. I killed him. Kinu's question plucked at her mind like a child Krep incessantly ripping up grass.
Would you like me to finish him?
How could he offer to kill Paramar with such indifference? Paramar had two friends, Zeddy and Kinu, the head of the scout team. And Vithos, Zeddy reminded herself, 3 friends. And I killed him. Every time she thought of Paramar, she heard her own voice repeating the same line over and over. And I killed him. The worst part was that she thought of him often. In fact, on the day they got back to their camp along the southeastern border of Kilmar, Zeddy realized she'd spent more time thinking of Paramar than not thinking of him. At least she had her hut, and within it, her bed. She lay on her stomach, hoping so fiercely that no one would bother her that she was on the verge of crying, because she knew it was only a matter of time before someone would come. Soon, she began to wonder what she would do for the tribe now that there was no longer a Sligari search team. Because I killed its leader. No, that wasn't the reason. It was because they had already found the Sligari, and the little green creatures had managed to escape. Now the plan had changed. The human enemies protecting them needed to die. Then the search for the Sligari would continue. But without Paramar, because I killed him. "Shut up!" Zeddy screamed at herself, storming over to the small table, grabbing her dagger, and hurling it across the hut with a guttural shout. It slammed into the box where she stored her other weapons. Luckily, only the handle hit the soft wood, bouncing back with a ringing sound that immediately was muffled by the hard dirt of the floor. She heard a Krep grumble outside her hut, his claws reaching around the sheet that covered the opening in order to draw it back. Please let that be Greyall. Zeddy couldn't stand to see anyone else besides the young Krep who looked up to her. When her sheet was brushed to the side and her father stepped in, she had an urge to retrieve her knife. In fact, she decided it would be wise to do so.
Are the rumors true?
Rusker asked, his tone wild with desperation.
Tell me it isn't true, or I'll never live down the shame. Did you let the Sligari escape?
Zeddy could feel herself scowling. The only thought she had was to scream until her father left.
Is it?
Rusker urged her to answer.
Tell me.
Where were you when I was shedding my birth skin, father? Zeddy yelled. Where have you been when I needed you? I haven't seen you since we moved our encampment. And now you come in here, ready for disappointment. She spat at him. But Rusker leaned out of the way so that it hit the cloth behind him.
You dare spit at me?
He took the blade from his belt and pointed it at her.
How
do you know where I live? Zeddy interrupted.
Greyall told me.
Rusker's voice calmed as he sheathed his weapon. He sighed.
The child is completely dependent on you. I'm surprised he's not here already, now that you're back.
Rusker came forward. With her eyes avoiding him, Zeddy could hear the dirt being displaced as her father found a spot just in front of her and squeezed the claws on his feet. He leaned down to match her eye level.
Zeddy, they say that you and Paramar let the Sligari escape. Is it true?
What is this? She'd never seen her father change his mood from anger to anything else without storming off first. Could he actually feel guilty about leaving me to fend for myself during my shedding? He still never told me why. Paramar and I were supposed to close off one of the 2 perimeters, she explained. But we were incapable of running past the hundreds of Sligari without eating them, as any Krep would. She felt childish in that moment, especially with tears surfacing. Joe made me kill him, father. He made me kill Paramar. Zeddy was a grown woman. She knew this was no way to behave, even if it was in front of her father. But some side of her argued that it was justified, and that Rusker should help her feel better. That's what he's supposed to do, the voice said. There was a greater chance Rusker would draw his weapon and cut her than offer words of encouragement. His teeth began to grind as anger tensed the muscles of his face.
I can't believe it,
he muttered, turning to walk away from Zeddy. He stopped near the opening to the hut. Spinning around, he said,
Are you serious, or is this a joke?
It was a hopeful question, in which one answer would bring overwhelming relief, while the other would devastate him. It's true, but it's not my fault.
Then whose fault is it?
Rusker drew the blade again. From the way he was gripping it, Zeddy wondered if he was going to throw it at her. It wouldn't have been the first time.
It's Doe's fault for giving us an order that was impossible to follow, Zeddy said, her tone pessimistic, for she knew it was hopeless.
Zolk's a traitor, and you're a Kushlot.
Now Zeddy was pointing her blade at Rusker without even remembering drawing it. I'm no Kushlot! How could he call her that? Zeddy couldn't decide if she was going to throw her dagger at her father or drive it into his stomach. She felt herself taking a step forward. Kushlots were female Kreps who were too stupid and proud to ever take a male Krep as their Seshar. They were regarded nearly the same as traitors, outcast and spat upon. The only difference was that they weren't publicly killed like Zoke would be if he was captured. But many of them were found dead anyway, murdered without anyone claiming to know who did it, nor anyone caring.
You are!
Rusker shouted.
You and Zoke have done nothing but cause me shame. Why don't you leave like he did, Kushlot?
Zeddy felt like she was filled with boiling water, steam clouding her vision. She'd never felt so enraged, like she couldn't even see straight until Rusker was lying on the dirt, bleeding. That image was all she could picture, her hands craving to make it happen. But a surprise interrupted her as she took another step forward. Greyall ran into the hut, screaming. The little Krep jumped at Rusker so forcefully he managed to take her father off his feet. I'll kill you for calling her that! Greyall viciously clawed at Rusker. It looked like he was going for his eyes. Rusker easily kicked Greyall off him, the little Krep soaring a few feet before slamming into one wall of the hut. For a moment, her home threatened to topple inward. Then it appeared to hold. Zeddy knew she had to do something, for Greyall would die if she didn't. With knife in hand, Rusker was coming after the now terrified little Krep. Greyall had made the first attack, even showed intent to fight Rusker to the death. No punishment would fall upon Zeddy's father if he retaliated, even if he killed Greyall in the act. And Zeddy had no doubt that that's what Rusker wanted to do. He'd always hated Greyall, telling Zeddy countless times to ignore him and spend her time finding a strong Seshar. Zeddy grabbed her bow and aimed an arrow at her father. Stop or die, she warned. Now standing over Greyall, Rusker slowly looked over his shoulder at Zeddy.
You would shoot father to you in the back.
I killed Paramar. I could easily kill you too. Then everything became too silent for Zeddy's taste. It gave her time to think, but she didn't want to hear her thoughts. She knew too well that they would just be doubts about being able to shoot him.
First you spit at me, now you point an arrow in my direction.
Rusker spoke spitefully.
I'll never forgive you for this.
I don't care, she said. I don't want to see you ever again. Get out of here. Go back to wherever you came. Rusker turned and spat, his hot saliva spattering against Greyall's face.
Don't think I'm done with you,
Rusker threatened him. Then he was gone. Greyall started to wipe off the spit, but Zeddy threw him a rag that he gladly used rather than his arm. I'm happy you're back, the young Krep muttered. His yellow eyes avoided Zeddy, looking at the displaced dirt around the hut instead. Zeddy had been gone less than a month, but Greyall looked a lot older. His teeth were longer, sharper even, and his mouth was wider to match his growing face. The two nostrils resting just above his mouth were bigger and rounder. In fact, he was taller as well. Zeddy knew that she'd grown, but Greyall had grown faster, now coming up to her shoulders. One day he'll be taller than me, Zeddy realized. It was an eerie thought. Then Zeddy noticed he was holding his stomach, turning away from her, as if to hide his injury. Did Father Toomey cut you when he kicked? Zeddy asked. I'm fine. Greyall still wouldn't look at her. Let me see it. She turned him toward her, then pulled down the hand covering his wound. There were 2 parallel gashes, each deep enough to need treatment. Your skin is so soft, Zeddy realized aloud. It was the only way the cuts could have been so deep. His head lowered shamefully. But it'll get tougher after your Praduran, Zeddy quickly added. How old are you now? 10. Praduran. So you might have your shedding next year if you're early. Aren't you happy about that? Greyall nodded unenthusiastically. Sit. Zeddy pointed at the one chair in her hut. I'm going to fetch some water and kaffir plants to clean your wound. As she turned to leave, Greyall grabbed her arm. Father to you. He let go of her and scrunched his mouth. I think you should tell him you made a mistake. I know you hate him right now, but every Krep gets one father. Zeddy thought to slap Greyall before she remembered that he'd been without a family since she'd met him. He believes that even a father like Rusker would be better than none. I'm done with him, Zeddy said in her most confident voice, and don't try to convince me otherwise. I understand, Greyall muttered. She turned to leave, but once again he stopped her. Zeddy? I need to clean out your wound, she said. Do you think he'll come back? I don't want him to. Zeddy sympathized with Greyall not having his own family,
but she could feel anger stirring in the depths of her stomach at him pushing the issue. So stop talking about it.
I meant, is he going to come back for me?
You mean his threat to kill you? Grail's voice dropped to a murmur.
Yes.
He used to tell Zoke that all the time, Zeddy lied. Father to me is too much of a coward to risk punishment for committing murder. Zeddy figured that Grail didn't need to know that Rusker was probably serious. The little crap wouldn't be able to defend himself whether he knew Rusker was coming for him or not. Zeddy took that to be her responsibility now. She set her knife on the table next to Grail before she hurried off. Chapter 9. Zeddy. Nearly a week had passed since Zeddy had disowned her father. They'd seen each other only once since then. Zeddy caught sight of Rusker on her way to the market. He was with Dentar, possibly the only crep who Zeddy loathed more than Rusker. Her father kept his eyes forward as they passed, while Dentar turned and spat in her direction. Zeddy found herself smiling. So it looks like both have finally given up on me. Her concerns were focused on her Slagari leaders, Doe and Heyman. Every crep needed a task within the army, and her task as part of the Slagari search team had ended the same day she'd killed Paramar. Zeddy visited Doe and Heyman's quarters each day to find out what her next duty would be, but the creps guarding the entrance kept telling her to come back tomorrow. They still haven't decided what they're going to do with you, one told her. Are they angry with me? Zeddy needed to know to decide how worried she should be. The guard leaned in to whisper. Who could ever tell? Zeddy nodded to show she understood and said no more. To talk about Doe or Heyman while they weren't there was like taking a child's toy while he wasn't looking. When they found out, which they always did, there would be trouble. But the massive Slagari, although sometimes behaving like crep children, should never be regarded as such. Their power was unmatched. Except for Vithos, Zeddy would remind herself, often wondering what a battle would look like between the psyche of the elf and the magic of the giant Slagari. He's probably back with Zoke now, the both of them with the humans in Cairo. Zeddy tried to imagine Zoke interacting with humans, but she couldn't. She didn't know enough about the weak race of hairy men and women to guess how they would behave around a crep who spoke their language. Much of Zeddy's time was spent training, the bow when she was alone, the sword when she was with Grail. She hadn't realized that her brother had taught the little crep how to use the weapon, and his skill with it surprised her.
Zoke used to train with me,
Grail had told her one day.
He didn't want you to know because he thought you would be upset.
Why would I be upset?
That's what I asked, and Zoke said it was because you would tell him that he was just wasting his time.
Zeddy grumbled, realizing it was true. She never would have thought Grail would become proficient enough with the weapon to make use of it. But the little crep was growing up fast, surprising her more each day. Here you are, a woman's voice caught Zeddy by surprise. Come, Zeddy, Doe is waiting. She turned to find Suba grinning at her. Zeddy smiled back. It's been too long, she replied before she realized what Suba had said. Wait, are you taking me to Doe? Why? This was a strange task for Suba. I'll tell you on the way. Suba shook her claws at Grail. You've been behaving, right? He nodded urgently, his eyes widening. Yes. Good. Now be careful with that weapon.
I will.
He's too careful. Zeddy stopped herself from saying aloud. The feeling of chewing on dirt would be more tolerable than openly disagreeing with Suba, who'd been nearly a mother to her. But being too careful really was Grail's biggest issue. He wouldn't put his full strength into his attacks. He'd cut himself deeply with an errant swing of his sword, and instead of teaching him that he could endure pain and injury, it had made him fear both. Doe has you collecting people for punishment now? Zeddy asked Suba fearfully. Zuba moved the black hair from the side of her pointed face to look down at Zeddy. My Terendi, everything has turned to chaos since you and the others got back from the Slagari colony. Hundreds of creps are having their tasks switched each day, and often I'm the one who has to find them to notify them of this. Suba hummed with discouragement. I need someone helping me, but I dare not ask Doe or Heyman. Because of the shape of her face, Suba seemed as if she was always ready to smile or frown. Her nostrils were small, the holes never moving, as if she didn't breathe. Her eyes were on the orange side of yellow, and they seemed to always look first before her face followed. Female creps had more hair on their heads than males, but Suba seemed to have the most of any crep Zeddy knew. It was thick and long enough to completely hide her face if she bent her slender neck downward. Suba was taller than Zeddy and her elder by at least 10 years, but with Zeddy's Produrans still being recent, there was no way to tell how tall she would grow. It was strange to see Suba walking around the encampment. Usually Suba was stuck in her quarters, where she was visited daily by creps about their changing tasks within the tribe. The tribe. Zeddy reflected on the word. They were no longer a tribe, only an army, though some Kreps still used the word. Sometimes others would correct them, but most of the time it was ignored. No Krep knew what it was to be part of an army, for there never had been a war before. Now Zeddy had a feeling her task was going to be heavily involved in the war, not that she knew why. She couldn't even tell if Doe trusted her. "I'm so tired. I just realized I haven't answered your question," Suba said. "Doe doesn't have me collecting Kreps for punishment. There's a new Krep doing that now that Zoke is gone." At least Suba isn't calling him a traitor in front of me. But Zeddy was too scared to ask if Zuba thought it. "So I'm not to be punished?" Zeddy asked. "No, I'm to explain your new role and record it. I hope you're ready for this, Jurendi." Suba covered her mouth. "I suppose I shouldn't be calling you that anymore. You're a woman now, and you're about to be part of a dangerous task." "That's right," Zeddy said. "I'm no longer the innocent little Krep you knew. I killed Paramar. It was bound to happen, but that doesn't mean you'll stop being a Jurendi, in my mind." During their moment of silence, a tall Krep came up to Zeddy's side.
"Fresh skin," he muttered. "And where are you off to?"
Suba clawed the air just before his face. "Leave us."
"I see no male at your side," the stubborn Krep continued. "Do you have a Seshar?"
"I don't, but you're not going to be it," Zeddy retorted. It would have been easier to lie, to tell him that she did have a Seshar already, but it was against the rules for female Kreps to do so, and it wasn't worth the risk of punishment, especially when she was already on her way to see Doe. The frustrated suitor let out a hiss as if he was about to spit. Instead, he turned and grumbled as he left. Zeddy knew Suba wouldn't ask why she hadn't picked a Seshar yet, and she was thankful for that. Choosing a Krep to start a family with was the last thing she cared about these days. "So what's my new task?" Zeddy asked. "You'll be leaving the encampment," Suba said, her voice worried. "But it's gotten very dangerous out there, Jaren. I mean, Zeddy. Doe will explain what you need to do, so I'd rather take this little time we have left to tell you to be careful. Many Krep are dying outside our walls. They're being ambushed by humans, some less than a day's walk from here. Keep yourself safe, be cautious, and don't travel by night even if you're not going to make the deadline Doe gives you. A punishment for tardiness is far better than death." Suba finished by muttering something about Doe and Heyman under her breath. During the rest of their walk to their leader's quarters, Suba was unnervingly reticent. When the guards saw Suba with Zeddy, they parted to let both of them through. But Suba stopped at the doorway, lowering her face in a serious manner as if expecting Zeddy to say something. Then Zeddy realized what it was. "I'll be cautious," she said. Suba gave an approving nod and turned to leave. But Zeddy remembered something important. "If I'm to leave, will you watch over Greal?" "Take him with you," Suba said over her shoulder. "The boy can be trusted, and trusting the right Krep is more likely to save your life than anything else in these times." One of the guards pushed Zeddy's shoulder.
"Don't keep him waiting."
She knew it to be good advice and opened the door. The last time she'd been within Doe and Heyman's quarters, no more than a few wooden walls had been erected. But now the structure was complete, and she found herself walking down a dimly lit hallway, the morning sun barely squeezing in through the gaps between the wooden planks. After a turn, Zeddy emerged into the wide room that she remembered from her first visit, where one wall was made up of the mountainside that was known to mark the edge of the encampment. The rest of the room was enclosed by walls of the thickest wood. A few squares were cut out of them to make windows. The place was dank. In the silence upon entering, Zeddy could hear the waves of the ocean that she could see from the window. Joe and Heyman were both there, speaking another language that Zeddy assumed to be Slagaran. They turned to glance in her direction, but ignored her to finish whatever they were saying. It sounded serious, but then again, everything her Slagari leaders said sounded serious. She'd spent enough time around Doe to tell the difference between him and Heyman. Their size was equal, as was the severity of the grimace on each of their bulbous faces. Ever since Zeddy had seen her first human, she'd thought of Doe's face as being like a human's that had been squashed from every angle. Folds of fat bulged around his eye sockets, giving them a beady look. But humans had a nose that protruded from their face, which neither Doe nor Zeddy had. A Krep's nose was simply 2 holes above the middle of a long mouth, but Doe didn't even have those. Zoke once told Zeddy that Doe and Heyman's nose was atop their head. In the dim light, Doe's nose looked like a flap of skin in the shape of a flower. Limp, it lay between 2 antennae. The 3 together looked completely useless as they impotently flopped around with each motion the enormous Slagari made. Heyman had the same features, although his nose was longer, his antennae shorter, and his eyes even beadier. Each had the same brown color about his translucent skin. It made Zeddy feel ill to think she used to find them appetizing, but she'd had normal Slagari since then. She could taste the shimmering green flesh of the small plump creatures as she recalled devouring them without remorse. It always brought a flood of saliva to her mouth. Heyman slithered past Zeddy to leave her alone with Doe.
Sit.
Doe lifted his gnarled claw at a dilapidated chair that looked lonely, being the only piece of furniture against the mountainside wall. Zeddy took her seat, her arms naturally folding as she waited for her leader to continue.
We got some pigeons from the humans in Tenred.
Doe held up an empty cage.
We used the birds to send messages to the humans, but none have returned with replies, and we don't know why. So you're going over there to figure it out.
Why me? Zeddy remained silent, and luckily her question was answered without her needing to ask it.
Heyman and I have had trouble with male creps. More each day are proving themselves to be fools like Paramar.
Doe stopped to study Zeddy's face. She knew he was looking for any sign of frustration. With a surge of control, she shocked him with a smile while her teeth secretly ground together.
You're not upset about what happened? Doe asked.
I'm no longer surprised when a crep is discovered to be a traitor. Zeddy knew it was the right answer, and she refused to think about anything else besides that.
That's what I thought.
Then you thought wrong.
Doe continued. Female creps are proving themselves to be stronger than they look, which is why I'm trusting you with this important task. I don't know what Suba has already told you, but there are humans hiding in the hills between us and Tenred to the west. They've killed many creps. The only groups that have had luck finding their destination without being ambushed have been small, 3 or less. This is why I'm sending you with the leader of the scouts, Kinyu. He can get to Tenred safely, as long as he has someone watching for enemies while he sleeps.
Zeddy jumped to her feet, but at least she stopped herself from shouting. Not him.
Why?
Doe was even more frustrated than curious. Because he offered to kill Paramar, my own friend. Kinyu may not be a traitor to the army, but he is to Paramar and to me, and I may end up killing him while he sleeps rather than protecting him. But Zeddy knew she could say none of those things. She came up with a lie instead. He wants to be my Seshar, and he's gotten aggressive with me when I've denied him. For a moment, Zeddy couldn't tell if Doe was confused or completely disinterested. His grimace was gone, his face relaxed but tired.
I don't care,
the giant Slagari muttered.
You're leaving right away. Gather what you need to bring with you and meet Kinyu at the western wall.
What I need to bring? Zeddy then remembered what Suba told her. Can I bring a crep? He's young but skilled with a sword. It was mostly a lie, as he wasn't skilled enough to fight yet, but she couldn't leave Grail to fend off Rusker on his own, and she could use his company if she was going to be stuck with a crep who elicited urges of murder, if only to distract her. You said a group of 3 is still small enough to be safe, she added.
Fine. Bring this other crep. Just tell Suba before you go so she can record his new task.
Doe gestured at the hallway.
Now go. We're preparing to strike Cairo, and we need communication with Tenred as soon as possible. Kinyu will give you the rest of the details on the way.
Chapter 10. Stefan. Stefan was late to class. Gabby had followed him back into his room that morning, slipping into a small bed to lie beside him. Zoke had shoved her so hard into the wall that her head had whipped into the wood. Stefan noticed that Gabby was shaking when she wrapped her arms around his torso and put her head onto his chest, but he knew it wasn't from an injury. She'd just been startled. It's a good thing she's not fighting in this war, he thought. She's not ready for battle. Then Stefan made a startling realization. And I am. He fell asleep holding Gabby in his arms. By the time he woke, it felt as if the sun was kissing his neck as it beamed through a gap in his curtain. He realized Gabby was already awake, running her nails lightly down his arm and then back up. For a moment, he'd forgotten that the Kreps could be attacking any day, and that he needed to get up and get to his battle training with the other chemists. What time is it? Stefan jumped from the bed and ran outside the house in nothing but his underwear for a glimpse of the clock atop the Redfield Tower. I'm late, he shouted to no one, rushing back in to throw his clothes on as quickly as possible. I'll be gone when you get back, Gabby said. I have to— All right, bye, Stefan interrupted, rushing back outside. He knew it was rude, but he figured she'd understand. When he arrived at the building that housed his classroom, he found a note on the door. To each student, chemist, and teacher, meet at Redfield, don't be late, Jack Rose. But Stefan was already late. It made him hustle even faster, causing him to perspire by the time he got there. Crossing through the open gate to the stadium, Stefan felt his heart start to jump when he noticed that hundreds of people already were seated, students and teachers alike, and that he was the focus of all their stares.
You're late.
Jack gestured with his finger for Stefan to join him in the center of the stadium.
Come here.
In the bright morning sun, the master chemist's hair seemed more gray than usual. Stefan remembered there being streaks before, but now it seemed that half his head was covered, and the gray was closer to white. His charcoal-colored skin seemed to shine, and that's when Stefan noticed that he was smiling. Maybe I'm not in trouble? This is the young man I was speaking of, he told the crowd of chemists. Jack wrapped his arm around Stefan's shoulders. Stefan was sent to the Slugari colony with Terran and the others, and Terran has already informed me what plants were found thanks to Stefan being able to recognize them. Jack removed his arm and whispered, "Sit down with the others." Stefan practically ran to the rows of wooden bleachers ahead of him as the master chemist continued. "The Kergalo does exist," Jack said proudly, "and we have the seeds to grow them on our own now." The crowd applauded, and that's when Stefan found Meretrice at the top row. She looked to be seated by herself. He smiled and plopped down next to her, relieved not only to be behind everyone, but to see her again.
I'm glad you're safe,
she said, leaning over for a hug.
You're sweaty.
Sorry. She grinned, her front teeth coming down on her lip thanks to her adorable overbite.
I was just teasing you. I don't care.
She brushed her red hair behind her shoulder, and then Stefan saw the bandage on her wrist. There was one on her ankle as well. What happened? He asked. But Jack Rose was talking, and Meretrice seemed to be listening.
I'll tell you later,
she whispered. Her tone seemed grave, as if the injuries were far worse than they appeared. Stefan let it out of his mind for the moment. The Slugari have given us many different seeds, Jack announced. Each will be planted among the other crops, and just like usual, no students will be allowed to pick the plants. The instructors will take care of them. When they've grown big enough to melt and use for potions, we'll initiate experiments. I know we're all excited to see if the rumors are true about the Kergalo plants, but please remain patient and don't go into the crop fields or you'll receive a severe punishment. With his breath back to normal and his body calm, Stefan realized how hungry he was. He hadn't had a chance to eat breakfast, and there was something about the aroma coming from Meretrice that reminded him of strawberries. But then Jack said something that shattered every feeling but fear. Stefan will now come back down here and tell us about the Slugari colony. Jack was first to applaud, everyone soon following suit. Stefan tried to come up with an excuse, but he realized there was no talking his way out of it. They did deserve to hear about everything he'd seen. Except for what happened to Vithos. I can't discuss that with a crowd. I don't even speak about it with Rila. When the applause stopped, Stefan realized he didn't know where to begin. Standing beside him, Jack said, "You know their language, right? You know Slugaran?" "Not that well," Stefan answered, but apparently his voice wasn't loud enough. Jack pointed to the audience and turned Stefan to face them. "Tell them, not me," he said. "I don't know Slugaran that well," Stefan repeated, louder this time. Someone in the back stood. "I can't hear you," the student complained. "Shout it," Jack told Stefan. "I don't know Slugaran that well," Stefan yelled. There was a heavy silence. Stefan felt an itch on his cheek. He scratched, hoping this wasn't going as badly as it really seemed. "Terran has already told me that the Slugari didn't allow you to take notes," Jack said. "But do you remember what plants they had and if they really used the Kergalo's light to feed them?" "I do," Stefan answered. Jack pointed him to the audience. "Tell them." "I do!" Stefan yelled. "You do what?" Jack asked. "I know most of the plants they had," Stefan said, "but there were some I didn't recognize." Jack forcefully turned him to the audience. "And speak louder," the master chemist said, now somewhat frustrated. Stefan felt embarrassed that he couldn't seem to remember this simple instruction. He found himself having trouble thinking as he tried to focus on projecting his voice, already forgetting the question he was just asked. Everyone's eyes were on him, judging. It felt like his skin was peeling off. It had been slow at first, but now it was coming undone at an alarming rate. A burning sensation came with it that seemed to be a cross between shame and fear. "What was the question?" Stefan yelled to the audience, his voice cracking. He felt Jack's hand come onto his back. "It's all right, Stefan. You can tell me everything later, and then I can pass on the important information to the other instructors. Go sit back down." At first, Stefan was too embarrassed to move. He'd completely failed. But somehow he managed to get his feet unstuck and return to the benches, joining Meretrice once again. "How is it possible that I feel ready for battle, but speaking in front of hundreds of people terrifies me?" "It wasn't so bad," Meretrice lied. Still, Stefan appreciated her saying it. "Thank you." Stefan remembered with a gasp that she'd been taking care of his rat, Leonard. "I've been so busy I forgot," he whispered, half to himself. It looked as if Meretrice had heard him and even knew he was referring to Leonard, yet she now seemed to be avoiding his gaze, her head pointed toward her lap. Stefan was confused. Is something wrong? But a shout from Jack Rose stopped her from answering.
It's time for conditioning. Everyone up, let's go.
Jack kept yelling as the chemists grumbled and made their way to the base of the stadium. Stefan was concerned that his lack of food would cause his body to be sluggish, but a few minutes after they started running, Stefan realized that he was in far better shape than the last time he was at the academy. While everyone else was huffing loudly, Stefan simply felt hungry. He noticed Meretrice was the only student of hundreds who was still sitting on one of the benches that wrapped around the circular stadium. She was talking with their teacher, Chemist Leandra. She must be too injured to run, Stefan realized, now extremely curious about what could have happened to her within the walls of the academy. It wasn't as if battle training for chemists involved duels. They did train with swords, both attacking and defending, but they never fought each other with the same ferocity that Stefan had seen among the warriors when they trained. Jack started choosing chemists at random to answer hypothetical situations in regard to a battle. He told the men and women what potions were available in their chemist belt, a new invention since the threat of war. Then Jack would describe the scenario. Worn around the waist, the belt had 4 straps for glass vials, allowing chemists to carry 4 different potions into the field while keeping their hands free. There were 150 chemists per grade and 3 grades in the school. Stefan always had taken battle training with a small class of 25, but every chemist student and teacher was here at Redfield with him now, and it seemed that all the teachers were content to let the master chemist treat this like a class. Or this could be a test. Maybe Jack just wants to see how the teachers are doing with us. Stefan liked his teacher, so he felt even more pressure to answer correctly when Jack called on him to answer the next hypothetical scenario.
Stefan, the only vial you have left is filled with a fire potion.
He smiled with pride. The fire potion was something he'd come up with, showing it to the master chemist during one of their meetings before Stefan was sent north to look for the Sligari colony. Unlike Stefan's growth potion, Jack remained enthusiastic about sharing the discovery with the other teachers. And he must have done so while I was gone for him to bring it up now. Jack's biggest worry about the fire potion was students accidentally hurting each other with it instead of Krebs. Stefan figured there had been training to help prevent this. If so, I need to catch up. He'd never had much control over the fireball he could cast shortly after drinking the golden red concoction.
You've gone too far, Jack continued, and now you've been enclosed by fighting in every direction. A warrior falls beside you. The Krep who cut him down has you as his next target. What do?
Drink the fire potion and shoot the Krep with a fireball, Stefan answered. While he's stunned, I grab the fallen warrior's sword and kill the Krep. Then I retreat to Recovery Building where I can restock potions. The Recovery Building was the designated location during battle where the injured were to be brought. A team of skilled chemists would take care of the injured, while other chemists would replenish potions for those on the front lines. When Stefan first learned about chemists being involved in battle, he couldn't understand what a chemist was supposed to do against an enemy with a sword. But after his experience fighting on the Fageligen Mountains and within the Sligari colony, he realized that war was far from one-on-one combat, and there was plenty a chemist could do. But Jack didn't seem to like his answer. The instructor's eyes were slits and his mouth bent downward, looking as if he was having trouble figuring out what to say. "Wouldn't the fireball from the fire potion kill the Krep?" a student asked. Stefan waited for Jack to answer, but he was silent. Is he waiting for me to tell the student about the Krep's tough skin? Then Stefan felt his heart flutter as he realized something. No one here knows that a fireball isn't enough to kill a Krep. The Krep who came back with us, Zoke, he was struck by 2 fireballs from 10 red mages, and he lived, Stefan told his schoolmate. A wave of murmurs spread along the line of students. Some of the teachers watching from the benches stood and expressed their surprise.
Were they weak mages?
Jack asked in a hopeful tone. No, I saw their fireballs. Each was about the size of my torso. You must have seen wrong, a student blurted. I didn't. Zoke jumped in front of one to save me. When I close my eyes, I can still see it barreling toward me.
Did Terran see this?
Jack asked. No, Stefan answered, realizing then that it might be harder than he thought to convince them of the truth. But I wasn't the only one to witness it. A silence fell upon them. Stefan looked to the teachers seated along the benches. They were huddled together, whispering to each other. Meanwhile, Jack had a hand on his chin. He was studying Stefan with a fierce gaze. Terran will confirm the toughness of their skin, Stefan said, or just touch Zoke next time you see him. Actually, that's a terrible idea, Stefan realized right away. He couldn't imagine Zoe taking kindly to strangers touching him. But it was too late to correct his unfortunate suggestion. Everyone seemed to be talking at once. Quiet! Jack raised his arms to get their attention. The teachers along the benches were last to quiet down.
We're stopping for lunch now, Jack continued. Meet in your usual classrooms after lunch. You're dismissed.
Sneaking glances, students around Stefan seemed as if they had questions they weren't sure they wanted to ask him, but Jack called him over before any did. He put his arm around Stefan's shoulders to turn him away from everyone passing by them.
I would like to speak with you later, Stefan. Come by after lunch. I'll tell Leandra that you won't be there for her lessons.
He nodded, and then Jack joined the group of those leaving. Stefan hoped Meretrice hadn't left yet. Luckily, she'd been slow to descend the benches of Redfield. He caught up before she made it out of the stadium. She showed him a smile, but her pain was evident along the bend of her red lips. Stefan noticed her limp next. "Can I help?" He offered his arm. "I'll be fine," Meretrice said. "Will you tell me what happened?" She looked over her shoulder at the students to her side. Turning back, she lowered her voice. "I've done something terrible." Stefan didn't believe that she was capable. "I'm sure it's nothing." She made a fist. "It's not nothing." Her burst of anger surprised him enough to take a step away from her as they walked abreast. "I've been back less than a day, and my insensitivity already has offended someone." "What happened?" Stefan asked, trying to sound apologetic. Her gaze was locked to the dirt below their feet. "Your rat, Leonard. He's dead. I killed him." "You killed him?" Stefan blurted, realizing only afterward how loud he'd been. His voice had caught the attention of a few others walking by. "I'm so sorry, Stefan." Meretrice looked as if she was about to cry, or more accurately, it seemed as if she'd already shed many tears from this, and was only now able to hold them back. She stumbled, falling to her knees. With both palms flat on the ground, she'd look content to stay there for a while. Stefan was trying to figure out how he felt. This news about Leonard had done little to upset him, making him realize that he was more concerned about Meretrice than anything else. What happened? Stefan noticed then that she'd started to cry. He tried to help her up, but she wouldn't stand. "I never weep like this. I'm so embarrassed." She made no effort to hide her face, but she did wipe away the tears quickly before they ran down her cheek. "What happened? Was it your fault?" Stefan asked. When she became silent, he realized the question was too blunt. "I mean," he corrected himself, "it seems like you're blaming yourself, but was it really your fault? Why'd you kill him?" "I don't know what happened," she managed between tears. "Bastial, hell, I never cry like this." Stefan wondered what he should do. She seemed to be in need of consoling, but he wasn't sure if it was words or an embrace that would help. So far, his questions had only made her react worse, so he decided to try a hug. He knelt down and put his arms around her stomach, pushing his cheek against her back. It felt awkward with her being on all fours, like he was squeezing a dog. Still, he stuck with it. "It's all right," he said. "I'm not mad." It was the truth. He'd completely forgotten about Leonard anyway. How could he hold a grudge? But he did need to know what happened. "What could have caused you to kill him?" Stefan let go and stood back up. His awkward embrace hadn't improved her mood. "He's always been so mellow," Meretrice said, her voice unstable, as if the words were wobbling their way out. "So I've been opening his cage to feed him. But yesterday he attacked me. I think he wanted to kill me." She shook her head. "I know it doesn't sound possible. I mean, what kind of rat wants to kill a person? But he wouldn't stop biting me, even when I kicked him. My roommate heard my screams. She came to help me, but we didn't know how to stop Leonard from trying to bite me. He obviously wasn't afraid of us, so we—" Her hands flew to cover her face. "It was so terrible." Unrelenting aggression. This must be a side effect of the growth potion, Stefan realized. He was calm because of a powerful psychic spell with Vithos, but it must have worn off. Stefan didn't know enough about Psyche to be sure that was correct, but now wasn't the time to speculate. "Was your roommate hurt as well?" Stefan asked. "No. Fortunately, the rat was only after me." Blind rage, another side effect. "Anything else Leonard did that was unlike other rats?" "I don't know," Meretrice muttered to the ground. Stefan studied the side of her face to find her eyes squinted. He decided to put himself in her position. What would he have done if Leonard had attacked him and showed no signs of stopping? How would he have killed Leonard? "Did you feed him a sleep potion to stop him?" Stefan asked. "No." Meretrice seemed as if she wanted him to keep guessing, so she wouldn't have to say it aloud. Stefan was quiet as he thought. A terrible image came to mind. He couldn't even suggest it. His stomach was starting to turn in on itself. His appetite was gone. Finally, he managed to whisper, "You killed him with your feet and hands?" "We had to." Meretrice started to weep again. "He was biting me so hard. We had to stop him." Leonard was huge. The thought of crushing the rat was too much for him to consider, so he decided not to. "I'm truly sorry," he said. "Me too." Meretrice wiped away her tears. Do you want to come by and get his cage?
I will, although I'm not going to be buying any more rats for experiments.
I think that would be wise.
Chapter 11. Stefan. By the time lunch service was open, Stefan's appetite had returned. After waiting in line and receiving his food, he found Zoke sitting with Alarex. It was impossible not to notice the shirtless crep amid the dining hall packed with humans. Zoke was the only one with dark gray skin and a long head that nearly came to a point at its front, just like a lizard's. Stefan often forgot how different the crep really looked compared to humans, especially when Zoke was speaking their language. But being the only crep in the room made him look like a fish on land. Still unused to the crep's natural musk, Stefan sat next to Alarex instead. "Hi, Alex," he said. But then Stefan noticed the cuts all over Zoke. What happened? "Sneaky human bastards." Zoke grunted and went back to his food, as if expecting Stefan to understand what that meant. Looking over to Alex, Stefan saw he was smiling. "Zoke had some trouble on Warrior's Field." "Only during team combat," Zoke added. "I can beat anyone when it's just them and me." "You haven't fought Cleve yet," Alex said. "They say no one has scored even a point against him." Stefan nearly choked as he jumped from the bench. "He's back?" "No." Alex's voice slowly faded, as did his grin. "I was just—" "But do you know that he's coming back?" Stefan asked. "You misunderstand," Alex stated calmly. "I know nothing more about him being sent to or coming back from Goldram than you do." "Oh, this isn't the first time I've heard you humans talk about Cleve," Zoke said. "All I know about him is that I'm staying in his room. Who is he?" "Remember Terran, the head of the academy, and the one who led our group when we traveled to the Slagari colony?" Alex asked. "The one with yellow hair," Zoke added. "Of course. Cleve is his nephew." Alex tilted his head. "Do you know this word?" Stefan always smiled when Zoke tried to remember a word. The face the crep made was so human that it was eerie to see it on another creature. His lipless mouth would purse, a vertical line would form in the middle of his hairless brow, and he'd often grumble as he thought. "Nephew is a sibling son, right?" Zoke asked. "So Terran has a brother or sister, and Cleve is their son?" "That's right," Stefan said. "Except that Terran's brother died a while back. Cleve has been living with Terran instead." "You might like Cleve," Alex said with a laugh. Stefan couldn't tell if he was joking or not. "Sometimes you remind me of him. You two can be quite similar." Zoke motioned like he was about to spit onto the floor next to him, but he stopped himself just before releasing the saliva. He made a disgusted face, then said, "No human is like me." After lunch, Stefan met with Jack Rose at the master chemist's house. Expecting questions about his experience within the Slagari colony, Stefan was shocked when the first thing Jack said was, "You have to stop all experimentations with growth potions. Do you understand?" His tone was so serious, Stefan immediately agreed. "I will." "Good." It was during the following silence when Stefan's curiosity began to prod at him like a sharp stick, creating questions that needed to be answered in order for it to stop. "What's changed?" Stefan asked. They'd spoken frequently of growth potions, but mostly about the specific ingredients Stefan had been using. Jack had worn a skeptical expression during those conversations. At first, Stefan thought the master chemist didn't believe him, but later he realized the grimace was a sign of unvoiced disapproval. And now that voice finally has come out. "I've done enough research to make a decision," Jack answered. "And the potential that your research will lead to harm is far too great, even during times of war." Stefan remembered what Jack had told him the first time they'd met. "Potions can be far more dangerous than weapons. We chemists have to be very careful. Some mixtures could change the world forever." He had fear for what I was doing, even then. But what had Jack found in his research that made him ignore the obvious advantage a growth potion could give them against the Kreps? What could be so bad? "There have been experiments," Jack continued, "all of them ending badly, many resulting in the loss of lives." After what happened to Meretrice, Stefan saw how this could be the case. "I understand," he said. "Do you have any rats left that you've used for experimentation? If so, bring them to me and I'll take care of the extermination." "You have a poison?" Stefan asked before he realized what he was implying. It was against the rules of the kingdom to make or possess poisons of any kind. But are the teachers and the king's staff exempt from this rule? "I can't answer that." Jack had a stern look in his eyes. "Do you have any rats?" "Not anymore. The last one died." Jack took in a slow breath. "Very well, on to other business." He wiped his hands on each other and then offered one for Stefan to shake. "I want to offer my congratulations for the success of your trip to the Slagari colony. I know the elf fell helping the rest of you safely retreat, and we'll hold a memorial ceremony for him later.
Because of him and the rest of you, we're now allied with the Sligari. Thank you." Stefan shook the man's hand. It felt wrong to be alive and congratulated when Vithos wasn't, but the firm grasp of Jack's grip was somewhat calming and helped alleviate the grief twisting within him. "But communication with the Sligari has just begun," Jack continued. "I'm sure we'll need to meet with them again, and you'll most likely be chosen to join whatever group is sent. They know you, and you speak their language. I just wanted you to be prepared for that." "Thank you, but there's little I feel unprepared for anymore," Stefan said. He wasn't intending to boast, only admit a fact. "I didn't mean to imply—"
"No need to explain,"
Jack interrupted with a wide smile. "I'm proud to see you've become more confident. These days, we expect confidence from everyone, because without confidence all we have is hope, and hope is never enough on its own." "But we must always have hope as well, right?" "Yes. Oh, how does that phrase go that my father used to tell me?" Jack drummed his fingers along his cheek. "That's it. What has a beginning but never ends? It thrives on itself, needing no other friends. It wavers and swells like the sea, sometimes more stubborn than a king's decree." "Hope?" Stefan guessed, figuring that had to be the answer. A drunken warrior trying to recite a poem. Stefan laughed. "Yeah, I like that joke." Jack halted his grin to gesture with his finger in a serious manner. "But hope is the real answer." Chapter 12. Effie. Battle training hadn't changed much since Effie left. Fireballs, fireballs, and more fireballs. They were the most useful spell. Effie hoped her instructor, Marie Firemore, had something else she could teach the mages that was more likely to kill a crep in one cast, which Effie had told her within the first moment since training had begun.
"I don't care how tough their skin is,"
Marie retorted.
"There's no way a crep can survive one of my fireballs."
The old woman grunted and whipped her hand at a metal training dummy, releasing a fireball that had to have been at least 5 feet in diameter. It exploded into the dummy, leaving a hiss as the metal sizzled.
"Keep training, and eventually you can cast with the strength I can,"
Marie concluded, turning to address the class before Effie could comment. "And how many years will that take?" Effie wondered, her snide inner voice louder than usual. She hadn't given up yet on convincing Marie. Even if one fireball had the potential to kill a crep, there must be other spells the Master Mage knew that could be more effective. Meanwhile, Effie followed the routine as instructed. Shoot a series of fireballs, get pointers from Marie on how to improve, and then shoot more fireballs. Effie became bored the first hour into it, taking her time as she drank from the water basin during a moment of rest. While holding her half-filled cup, she let her mind wander. Did Rilla let her ears show when she left the house? What are people going to say? I bet she gets more stares than Zoke. In a blink, the cup was blasted from her hand, and she let out a scream. The water sprayed everywhere, some of it binding her face and hair. She knew it had to have been a fireball, a small one at that. First she noticed that a few students were laughing, and then Effie quickly found Marie's glare among a group of them.
"Why didn't you block my fireball, Green Mage?"
Marie taunted, referring to Effie's focus on Sarsha's energy.
"Try that again now that I'm ready."
Effie took the wand from her belt and began to focus the arduous task of drawing in heavy SE. But she knew as soon as she'd spoken that her pride had gotten the better of her. Effie was nowhere near skilled enough to stop one of Marie's fireballs, and the old woman knew this, showing Effie a mocking grin.
"Are you sure you're ready?"
Maria asked. Effie stepped away from the water basin, wondering how she was going to talk her way out of this one without embarrassing herself. She wouldn't actually put her full strength into it, Effie thought. She wouldn't kill her own student. But Effie started to question herself when Marie's mouth became level, and she sucked in a deep breath. With her wand hand, Marie flicked her arm toward Effie in an underhand motion. A faint line of Sarsha's energy, tall but thin, flew toward her. Marie used her other hand to make the same motion as if rolling a ball. A thin cloud of SC caught on fire from what Effie knew to be a thick stream of Bastial energy coming from Marie's bare hand. The line of fire was taller than Effie's, making her believe she wouldn't stop it with her own SC, even if she tried. She heard herself screaming as she jumped to the side, tripping and rolling across the sand of the training grounds. But when she looked back, the fire had stopped before it reached her.
"You didn't even try to block it,"
Marie complained. "How did you do that?" Effie had never seen such a spell. The other students seemed just as interested, chiming in with their own questions.
"Gather in front of me, and I'll explain."
Marie gestured with her wand. No one moved at first. Then the old instructor seemed to realize she was still holding her weapon. She smiled forgivingly, putting it on her belt and using her finger to point instead. As Effie joined the group, Marie started to explain.
"By now, all of you should know that Sarsha's energy can act as both a component of fire and a defense against it. I like to think of SE as being like wood. There are degrees to wood, making some types very flammable and others not at all. In fact, wooden shields made of iron bark can be just as effective at stopping a fireball as a shield made of metal, although a Sarsh's shell is better than both.
Effie already knew this. Being in Group 1, she figured most of the students with her did as well. But Effie had no idea how Marie had such control over both energies to make a stream of fire and then have it stop just before reaching her.
The density of SE makes all the difference between whether or not heat will light it ablaze or be absorbed,
Marie continued.
The more air that mixes in with the SE, the less heat is needed to make fire. So for my spell, I needed to know the exact amount of SE to create a line of fire that would stop before reaching the beautiful training gown of Effie Elgin, as I'd hate to ruin such gorgeous fabric.
Many of the students laughed at Marie's quip. Effie's gown was probably the ugliest of the bunch, half of it charred from errant fireballs, the other half discolored from heat.
But how could you have so much control over Sarsha's energy?
Effie asked.
Years of practice,
Marie shrugged while giving her obvious answer.
Earlier, you wanted to know of a spell stronger than a fireball, but the question made me realize that you're looking at training in the wrong way. Besides fireballs, the rest of your time should be put toward mastering the manipulation of SE. Then you can come up with your own spells for each situation.
Marie stopped and tilted her head.
Do you understand?
I suppose, Effie answered, letting her disappointment show, though I was hoping to learn a new spell today.
Think of magic like a sword.
Marie let her glance wash over her students before continuing, making sure she had everyone's attention.
Warriors may learn how to swing a sword, but most skilled warriors are those that know how to beat their opponents. This is what battle ultimately comes down to. It's not about who can cast the biggest fireball or who can swing a sword the hardest. It's about situational awareness and understanding every opportunity available to you in order to bring down your enemy.
Then why do we spend so much time focusing on fireballs? Effie asked.
Fireballs are to mages as strength is to warriors. If a man can't swing his sword for more than a few minutes without tiring, then it doesn't matter how skilled he is. Fireballs are our main tool of destruction, and they are the building blocks to more complicated spells. But you've been gone, Effie.
Marie wagged her finger.
We've been training with far more than fireballs in your absence, which you're about to find out.
Marie stuck her finger in her mouth to whistle.
Enemies coming from the east,
she shouted.
Line up and ready your energy.
All 30 mages, except for Effie, turned to face the metal training dummies. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they held out their wands. Marie stood behind them, her face contorted with feigned aggression as she continued to yell.
Warriors from Tenred have broken through our wall. Fire!
Many of the students grunted as they focused to release Bastial and Sarsha's energy. A river of fire tore across the sand and crashed into the training dummies, rolling up their metal chests and spiraling into the sky. About half of the young mages were panting when it was over, but all wore wide grins. Bestial hell, Effie said. Even a Krupp couldn't survive that.
Ready to stop your complaining and get back to training?
Marie had a showy smile to match her teasing cadence. By the time Effie got back to her student house, she felt as if her mind had become liquid. It sloshed around with each step she took, producing no thoughts, hardly recognizing a feeling beside exhaustion. She knew she should have been surprised to see Brady sitting at the kitchen table with Rila, but the feeling simply didn't come. "What are you doing here?" Effie asked, realizing afterward how rude she'd sounded. But she was too tired to apologize. "I was just hearing about your trip to the Slugari colony," Brady answered with a wide smile that Effie didn't understand. "And I thought Rila smiled a lot. Well, not so much recently." "Hi, Eff," Rila approached. Effie let out her arms for their usual greeting of a hug. On her way over, Effie noticed that her friend's ears were out. Effie smiled at the sight, but she couldn't think of anything to say. Being far taller than Effie, Rila had to lean down to whisper, "He's handsome, and he really likes you." "It doesn't take psyche for me to know that," Effie whispered back. "Your ears." "I know," Rila said. "From the number of people asking me about them today, I wager that by tomorrow, everyone in the academy will be aware that I'm half-elf." Rila had a cheery tone. "And the sooner they get used to it, the better. I don't know how Zope deals with all the staring." "Not very well," Effie said. Brady politely waited by the table, pretending to busy himself with a vial filled with some substance. He had his hands closed around it. "I'm going to study in my room," Rila announced, leaving them alone. Effie headed toward a seat, curious as to what Brady had brought now that it had become apparent it was some sort of potion.
Don't I get one also?
Brady held out his arms for a hug. Effie folded her arms. That depends on why you're here.
For the best reason of all.
He paused to raise a finger, arching his eyebrows.
I have a gift for you.
Then in that case, Effie pushed herself against him, wrapping her arms around his back as he pulled her in. She was somewhat self-conscious about her marred training gown, but he didn't seem to mind.
So, Rila has an interesting background.
Brady's tone was as if he were tossing a fishhook into the water, waiting to see if Effie would latch on so he could pull her in. Curious what Brady had to say about it, Effie answered. She sure does.
She says you've known each other since you were children. When did you find out?
Just recently? Effie admitted with embarrassment. Brady seemed to be holding in a laugh. Shut up! Effie playfully smacked him in the stomach. Then she realized something disconcerting. Wait, is this gift you brought me that potion you have on the table?
Don't judge it just yet.
Effie ignored his advice and let out a judgmental grumble. Is it going to make me want to take my clothes off or something?
So I'm that obvious.
Effie knew he was partially joking, but she still hadn't gotten used to how forward he was. Brady brushed her wavy dark hair off her cheek, looking as if he was about to lean down and kiss her. His eyes were the same blue of a clear afternoon sky, his teeth whiter than clouds. His body seemed to be naturally lean and strong, as if he'd simply been born muscular and had never done a push-up. Most chemists didn't look like Brady, which made it easy to forget that he was one. Not just chemists, Effie corrected herself. Most men in general don't look like Brady. Effie snatched the potion from the table. I'm supposed to drink this? She asked.
Yes.
She popped off the lid and took a sniff. It smelled like raspberries. Effie could feel the hot aroma in the back of her throat. It's warm, she commented.
I've kept it heated with Bastial energy from my hands.
What does the potion really do? Effie asked. Stefan used to convince Effie to help him test potions, but that was years ago when she was still dumb enough to believe her safety was his priority. There'd been some incidents, and some dreadful side effects. The worst was the last time she'd agreed to help Stefan. She had a cold, and Stefan had a recipe he was working on to combat it. His logic seemed sound at the time. Mixing Bastial energy and some plant Effie couldn't recall was known to reduce mucus. Also, combining two other plants with Bastial energy was known to help people sleep. Stefan figured that if the three plants were combined with Bastial energy to create one potion, it would reduce mucus and help Effie sleep. Effie ended up breaking her toe in the middle of the night when she stumbled while sleepwalking, slamming her foot into a wall. The worst was Stefan's response to it all.
But did the potion reduce your mucus and put you to sleep?
He'd asked without the smallest sign of remorse. That was one of the few times Effie could remember punching Stefan.
Do you really want to know what it does?
Brady asked.
I thought you might like surprises.
Effie did, as long as they didn't cause a startle. A new question came to mind, one that Effie needed answering before she could determine if she could trust him or not. How did you know where I live? She asked.
You're famous now, Epi Eligen.
His smile grew wider.
I just asked people how to find the cute mage who went to the Sligari colony.
Effie wanted to roll her eyes, but she just couldn't do it. She was too flattered and proud. Unsure what to say, she decided to drink the potion. The red liquid had somewhat of a bite to it, dancing down her throat with playful prickles. The moment she set the vial back on the table, everything seemed different. She couldn't figure out what it was at first, just that her vision wasn't working as it should. Then she looked up at Brady. He was teleporting. How are you doing that? Effie yelled. One moment, Brady was just in front of her. The next, he was 3 steps back. There was no transition between the two. He simply appeared in one place and then another. Now he was teleporting all over the room, frozen in place for a heartbeat each time before appearing somewhere else. She never saw him move. She couldn't even see his mouth changing, though she heard him laughing.
I'm not teleporting, he said.
It was too strange for Effie. She felt like shouting but didn't know what to say.
Look at your own hand, Brady said. Move it in front of your face.
She did, soon noticing the same jumping movement that she'd seen from Brady. She knew that she was swaying her hand back and forth, but she couldn't see the movement. First her hand was to the left. A blink later it was to the right. She jumped when she felt Brady's hand on her shoulder while he was still standing too far to reach her. A second later she could see him touching her where she'd already felt it. What's happening? Effie asked. But by then the teleporting had started to die down. She saw some fluid movements now, very little jumpiness. A breath later, everything was back to normal. It stopped, she told him.
The potion prevents us from being able to see motion, picking up only one image at a time.
Effie was no chemist, but even she knew it was rare for a potion that affects one's body to wear off so quickly. Not that I wanted to, but why did it last longer?
We're not sure, Brady said.
But the popular theory is that our mind is able to adjust to the vision impairment long before the effects of the potion are out of our system.
I've seen Stefan and Gabby play with many different potions,
But nothing like this.
Has this potion recently been invented?
Brady nodded. One of the chemists on the king's staff came up with it to help in this war.
But how could we ever get an enemy to drink it during a battle?
Brady's mouth twisted with a cunning smile. That's the best part about it. This potion can be absorbed through the skin.
So we'll drench incoming enemies with it, Effie asked.
Perhaps. Who knows what the king or our instructors have in mind. But a few seconds after the substance touches our enemy's skin, they'll be completely useless.
That's incredible, Effie said, looking at the potion in a completely new way, possibly chemists as well.
You're incredible.
Before Effie even realized it, Brady had pressed his lips against hers, placing his palm on her cheek and sliding his fingers under her ear. Somehow her lips started moving with his before a thought crossed her mind.
A moment later, she pulled away.
That's your line? You're incredible?
He shrugged, his usual smile stuck on his face. You kissed me so suddenly that first night we met. At least I gave a line.
He leaned in again as he puckered his lips, but Effie moved her head away. How do you know I don't have a boyfriend? Didn't you see me with Alex?
If Alex is the one you were with in the dining hall, then yes, I saw him. I just don't care if he is or not. You kissed me without knowing if I had someone.
Effie could feel herself making an annoyed face. And that was a mistake. Brady grabbed her hands.
You're so beautiful.
Effie waited, expecting him to say something else. The remark seemed too abrupt to stand on its own, but soon it became clear that was all he wanted to say. Her heart was rattling around like a loose wheel in a wagon. I wish I wasn't flattered so easily. She didn't understand why she didn't want to like Brady, but she couldn't figure that out right now, not while he was using his thumbs to caress her hands, looking at her intently as if he was about to lean down and kiss her again at any moment. "Thank you," she said, unsure what else to say, remembering belatedly that she was in her hideous training gown. Before she could mention something about it, he took her cheek with his hand again and brought his lips toward hers. Effie wanted to stop him, but she couldn't come up with a reason. She wanted to kiss him, so what was it? Perhaps he was moving too quickly and she wasn't ready. Then she realized it was guilt she was feeling. She'd begun to like Alex, already coming to terms with the idea they would be together in the near future. But she didn't have time to think about that now. Brady's lips were against hers, and the way his mouth moved took her breath. His lips guided the motion of hers with such ease it was as if they were dancing a practice routine. It's just a kiss, Effie told herself, as guilty thoughts of Alex crept back into her mind. Just a kiss. But then Brady pushed his tongue into her mouth. Effie sucked in air through her nose for a couple of breaths as they kissed, and then Brady removed his tongue rather roughly, grabbed her rear with both hands, and jerked her off the ground. He held her legs around his waist and began to carry her down the hall, hoisting her up higher so that he could kiss her as he went. She pulled away, their lips making a loud smack. "Where are we going?" Effie asked. He didn't answer, moving his lips to her neck as he continued down the hall. Brady's lips, teeth, and tongue clearly knew what they were doing against her skin, and soon she was trembling from the chills that ran down her body. She didn't even notice her eyes had shut until she felt herself falling, bouncing on her own bed. She looked up to find Brady shutting the door to her room, leaving them in near pitch black. All she could think was that this was happening too fast. Chills were still running down her, but they'd grown hot, burning even. His hands found her sides, bunching up the fabric of her training gown, and then peeling it up far enough to expose her stomach. That's where he put his mouth, kissing his way up toward her chest. Then his hands grabbed her breasts. That's when she finally knew that she didn't want this, at least not yet. "I'm sorry," she said, removing his hands, "but you have to stop." "Too fast?" Brady whispered. "Too fast," she agreed. Effie wanted to push Bastial energy through her hand to light the room, but she was having trouble focusing. Her breath was heavy and all her thoughts were colliding. She didn't want him to go, but part of Effie argued to send him away. It even wanted her to yell at him for making her feel this way, but that part of her always had been this way around Brady. "I hope you know this isn't just physical," Brady said, his tone too serious for her liking. "It hurt when you were gone for so long." Now Effie could feel herself rolling her eyes. She was thankful he couldn't see, as she had no intention of hurting him. "So this means you and your girlfriend are truly done?" Effie asked instead. It was something she'd been wondering more than she'd ever liked to admit. "Yes, she wants to focus on her training until the war's over. It's a good idea, but I can't focus on anything besides you." Before she could tell if she was flattered or skeptical, he crawled on top of her, found her mouth with his, and started kissing her again. "What do you want to happen with me?" Effie stopped to ask. "A relationship." He answered so quickly.
Effie wondered if he somehow had known she would pose that very question, and then it struck her that he was waiting for her to respond. It made her heart flutter with nervousness. He wants an answer now? The obvious response was that she wasn't interested in that with him, but she couldn't be sure that really was the case. "Give me time to think about that," she said. And in the meantime, Brady ran his fingertips up her arm. She didn't want him to leave, not just yet. She wasn't about to undress with him, but she certainly liked the soothing rub of his hand as he moved it up toward her shoulders. "Lean back down here again." Chapter 13. Zeddy. Zeddy walked toward the western end of the encampment to meet Kinu, the Krep who offered to kill Paramar. How was she supposed to ignore that? Doing so would make her feel like a traitor. I should kill Kinu just like I killed Paramar, with an arrow to the heart. But then what? I'd really be marked as a traitor, hunted down and killed like they tried to do with Brother to me. Grayall was with her, showing no signs of speaking. Zeddy had expected the young Krep's excitement to burst and a flood of questions to spill out of him after she told him that he was coming with her to Tenred. But he just stared at first, looking as if he didn't quite understand. "You don't want to come?" Zeddy asked. "No, I do," Grayall had answered indifferently. "Then let's go." That was the entire conversation, if it could be called that. Zeddy saw that Kinu was chatting with a wall guard before he turned and locked eyes with her. Then his gaze shifted to Grayall and he scowled, showing a mixture of anger and confusion.
"The Krep you're bringing is a child," Kinu pointed. "Doe approved this?"
All I told Doe was that Grayall was young. "Yes," Zeddy said, noticing 3 bags at Kinu's feet. "What's in those?" Kinu picked one up and carefully handed it to Zeddy. He gave the next to Grayall.
"Supplies and food for us,"
he said, throwing the 3rd bag over his back.
"And messages for the King of Tenred that must be delivered. Carry your bags like I'm carrying this one."
Kinu came up to Grayall, glaring as if he was about to claw the young Krep across the face. He ran his finger along the nearly healed cut on Grayall's stomach.
"How'd you get this?"
"A Krep cut me during a fight," Grayall answered. Zeddy was glad he didn't mention that it was her father. The last thing she wanted was Kinu asking either of them personal questions. The less they spoke, the better, for every time Kinu opened his mouth, Zeddy wanted to stick her knife down his throat. Kinu wasn't particularly large for a male Krep, though she knew him to be skilled with a bow and dagger. The shape of his head was like Zok's, short and almost flat on top, but even longer and more pointed than most Kreps. Other than that, Kinu looked nothing like her brother. His eyes were orange with spots of red, reminding Zeddy of some bloody fruit she'd eaten. He had no hair atop his head, and the nostrils above the center of his mouth were small, like that of a child Krep. Kinu pulled out the sword from the sheath on Grayall's belt, holding it up for inspection.
"You'd have better luck killing a human with a sharp stick than this rusted thing."
He tossed it on the ground instead of handing it back to Grayall. The little Krep scampered after it, grabbing it before it came to rest on the dirt.
"Stay close and keep your mouth shut,"
Kinu said.
"Let's go."
With that, he hopped to grab hold of the wall. He swung his legs over and let himself down on the other side. Zeddy followed, but stopped to sit on the wall, making sure Grayall could make it up. He wasn't tall enough to reach the top of the wall on his own, so she jumped down and boosted him up before Kinu noticed. The wall guard grunted in disapproval, but said nothing more. Soon the 3 of them were headed west, Kinu walking so quickly that Grayall had to jog to keep up with them.
"It's about 100 miles to Tenred,"
Kinu said.
"Doe wants us to get there as soon as possible so we can figure out why we aren't receiving any messages from them. Normally I'd make us walk 20 miles a day, but we have to go slow through some parts because humans from Cairo have set up traps and ambush points all throughout Kilmar and Sechin."
It was somewhat of a relief that Kinu didn't sound worried. Zeddy figured it was from confidence. He was the best scout in the whole army. If anyone could detect a trap, it would be him. Still, some part of Zeddy hoped they would be ambushed and Kinu killed. Then she wouldn't have to do it herself.
"So why this Krep?"
Kinu shoved Grayall just hard enough for him to stumble to his knees, quickly popping back up with a chagrined look at their leader. "So Resker won't hurt him while I'm gone, so he can convince me not to kill you when I can't stand listening to your voice any longer, because he's the only Krep left who I trust." "He's good with a map and a sword," Zeddy answered. At least it wasn't a complete lie. The little Krep did have an uncanny sense of direction. Kinu spit onto Zeddy's path, causing her to step over it as they walked.
"I know this land better than any Krep,"
he said, turning his head to glare at Grayall.
"You're just increasing the chances of being caught by humans. A waste of food as well."
"He didn't ask to come," Zeddy said. "I told him to. So if you're going to be a Barshet, then be one to me." Her insult made Kinu stop, his face showing shock.
"You dare speak to a group leader like that? I could have your tongue ripped out."
Zeddy closed her claws around her dagger. but before she drew it, Kino surprised her with a smile.
"You're either brave or stupid," he said. "I guess we'll find out soon enough."
He continued forward. "I'm both." But Zeddy decided not to tell him that. It was something Zoke had told her many times. Later in the day, Kinu's focus turned from making comments about Greyaw to observing the land. He studied the hills as if they were alive and ready to attack. He stopped to squat, running his fingertips along the dirt. Sometimes he even halted Zeddy and Greyaw as his head twisted at an awkward angle. Unable to notice anything herself during these moments, Zeddy couldn't tell whether he was looking or listening. When the sun was nearly lost behind the jagged Killamar hills, Zeddy started to worry they could be attacked at any moment. She wondered why it hadn't been a worse fear earlier. Something about the darkness had done it, she convinced herself. We fear what we cannot see when we believe that it can see us. Do humans have good vision? Zeddy asked.
"Yes,"
Kinu said.
"but we can see better in the dark than they can."
How have Kreps been getting ambushed then?
"Shut up and let me listen."
That's when Zeddy finally heard something besides the crunch of dry dirt beneath their bare feet. What's that? Greyaw asked in a whisper. Kinu used the back of his hand to smack the little Krep in the forehead. It wasn't intended to hurt him, as it was far too light for that, though Zeddy was sure Kinu would have hit him harder if he wasn't worried Greyaw would yelp. The sound picked up again. It was a shrill noise, melodic. Eeeew! Eeeew! At first, Zeddy thought it was coming from behind her, but when she turned, the noise felt as if it had buzzed by her ear like a fly, making her turn back once more. She began to feel dizzy trying to pinpoint its exact location, looking instead to Kinu beside her. He had his neck stretched forward, his mouth agape as he strained to listen. Yeah! Zeddy went for her dagger at first, quickly changing her mind and taking the bow off her shoulder instead. There were no trees to hide behind, but there were patches of plants thick enough to shield a human. The worst were the lumps of land that were too small to even be considered hills. They were in every direction, just tall enough to conceal something on the other side, if that something laid flat on its stomach. There was another noise, this one definitely coming from behind. The way it came out in short bursts made it seem like a response to the first, a call and then answer.
"Hurry, this way."
Kinu turned and sprinted. Zeddy followed with Greyaw at her side, though she had no idea where Kinu was going. There were no landmarks in sight, no sanctuary she could see ahead of them. They ran south. The only reason Zeddy knew without thinking about it was because the light of the sun came in from her right side. It was so low that it seemed to paint the land in streaks of light. Soon they were running downhill, traversing into the shadows. Darker it became, and Zeddy heard Greyaw stumble. She reached out to grab him, but he'd already recovered, matching her pace once more. The shrill sounds had become louder. They were being chased. Kinu shot a glance over his shoulder, and Zeddy turned to see what she could find as well. But there was nothing. All she could see was the peak of the slope they'd been running down. Ahead was a hill, an actual hill steep enough to make climbing it no easy task. A human appeared at the top of it. With his bow aimed, he shouted something in another language. Another human came to his side and both shot at them. The arrows flew just over Zeddy's head. Zeddy started to draw an arrow herself, but Kinu screamed.
"Run! There are far more than two!"
They turned left and ran as another arrow zipped by, this one in front of Zeddy's face. Kinu had led them in a new direction, and now a few lumps of land were between them and the bowmen, or so Zeddy thought, until two more humans jumped up from a sea of bushes and drew their arrows. There was one more direction, the way they'd come, but Zeddy knew there were humans already there. They were surrounded. All she could do was hope the enemies in front of her would miss, giving her and Kinu time to shoot them with their own arrows. Sudden immense pain made Zeddy lose control of herself. She screamed and collapsed, dropping her weapon. A man was shouting something in another language. She couldn't even lift her head to look at him, but she could hear that he was coming closer as he yelled. Soon he transitioned into Kreppen.
"Zeti, is that you?"
Able to look up now, she could see that it was not a human, but an elf.
"Vithos!"
Kinu shouted, scrambling for his fallen bow. But Vithos held out his palm, and Kinu screamed in pain, dropping flat to the ground. Zeddy decided not to reach for her weapon after that. "Yes, it's me," she answered, noticing that the humans had lowered their weapons. There were 6 of them, 7 including Vithos. They stood in 2 groups of 3, a frustrated scowl on their faces as they stared. Vithos whispered an angry curse and then asked,
"What are you doing out here? Trying to get yourself killed?" "You traitor!"
Kinu shouted, reaching again for his bow. The elf lazily aimed his arm toward the Krep. Again Kinu yelped in pain, this time coiling in on himself. Then Kinu let out a barrage of curses.
"If you want to leave, you'll keep quiet,"
Vithos warned him.
"And stay still."
Zeddy looked to her other side to find Greyaw strangely calm, as if he didn't realize how much danger they were in. The little crep had tossed his sword a few feet away and now was seated flat on his bottom with his arms folded. Vithos noticed her looking and glanced at Greal.
And who are you?
Greal shrugged. No one. What's wrong with you? Zeddy wanted to slap some sense into him. He's a close friend of mine and Zoke's, she answered for him, wanting to follow with, if you're going to kill someone, kill Kinyu. He offered to murder your friend Paramar, but Zeddy didn't dare. In the rare chance the three of them made it out of there alive, Kinyu would murder her the first chance he got. Vithos turned to the two groups of humans and said something in what had to be common tongue. All of the humans objected at once, some even pointing at Zeddy and the other two creps. But Vithos held out his hands and continued to speak. He seemed to be having trouble with the language, stuttering and pausing awkwardly. The elf and 6 humans went back and forth for some time, the frustration between them increasing until Vithos evidently asked her question. Then a long silence followed. By the time their conversation picked up again, it seemed as if they'd come to some sort of agreement. Vithos turned to Kinyu and slowly walked over until he stood over him.
Let them tie you up.
The elf shot a glance toward Greal.
You as well. I need to speak to Zeddy alone.
Greal nodded, but Kinyu grumbled something too low to understand. Then he lashed out at the elf, jerking up and swiping his claw at Vithos's face. But Vithos seemed to know it was coming, for he had already ducked and followed with a punch to Kinyu's groin. Vithos pointed at Kinyu and yelled something in common tongue. The humans came and tied him up with ropes, kicking him every time he struggled.
Come.
Vithos gestured at Zeddy to follow him, walking away from the group. When they were far enough away to speak without being overheard, Vithos stopped and took a slow breath that was too close to both relief and worry to be one without the other. Why isn't Zoke with you? Zeddy asked, before the elf could pose a question of his own.
I haven't found him yet,
Vithos said, glancing nervously at the humans standing around Kinyu and Greal, who were now tied up.
I think he might be in Cairo with the humans there.
You never saw him after you left the Slagari colony. The last time we saw each other. Zeddy knew what her next question would be. How do you know he's still alive? Vithos seemed to know she was wondering that already, for he said,
I know he made it out of the Slagari colony safely, Zeddy. I made sure of that. Although I haven't seen him, I'm sure he's still alive. I was going to look for him in Sachin, but I ran into hundreds of Slagari en route to their new colony. They needed me to help escort them above ground, so I did. In exchange, they told me where you creps had moved your encampment to, the southeastern edge of Kilmar.
Why would you care about that? Zeddy wondered aloud. Do you have hopes of returning? Surely you must know you'll be killed on sight.
I know that,
Vithos said with a surprising chuckle.
I'm with Kiro now, and I will be until this war is over.
Then why do you want to know where our encampment is?
That's why I'm here now, less than a day's walk from Irval's.
Vithos cleared his throat as he checked on the humans once again.
I found them already here when I arrived. They were killing creps and keeping tabs on movement to report back to the King of Cairo. There are many groups like this one, but I've been with these humans while trying to find a way to kill Do and Haman. I thought I might be able to use the humans' help, but I haven't come up with a viable plan yet. It's difficult to strategize when I'm not very good at their language. I'm just about ready to go back to Cairo and come up with a different assassination strategy.
Fear suddenly struck Zeddy as if her heart had been poked with a burning sword. Are you going to kill me? Is that why you're telling me all of this?
Any other crap and you would have been dead already. All 3 of you would have. But you are sister to Zoke. I would never allow harm to come to you if I could help it.
Silence followed. Zeddy had no idea what to say.
Where's Paramar? Vithos asked. I would have thought he would be with you in Kinyu, if you're doing an important task.
Zeddy felt her knees buckle, sadness squeezing her stomach so tightly she thought she would vomit. He's dead, she managed.
Dead? How?
Perhaps Vithos sensed her guilt then, for his mouth opened to dramatically take in a breath of air.
What happened, Zeddy?
I killed him! This time she did fall to a knee. Her tears were next to touch the dirt. In the Slagari colony, he fought with Do and lost, and then Do ordered me to kill him. And I did. I should have shot Do, but I was too scared of dying. So I killed Paramar instead with an arrow to his heart. He told me something before he died. He told me that I fear what other creps want. She'd been wondering what Paramar had meant by this, but Zeddy didn't understand why she was telling everything to Vithos, not at first. But as she waited for him to reply, she figured it was because Vithos was the only one who could offer an opinion without judging her as a traitor. Paramar was a traitor, and to regret killing him was close to making Zeddy one as well. Or could it have been Psyche that made everything come out? Then she thought of something else Vithos should hear about his fallen friend. Kinyu offered to kill Paramar first, Zeddy whispered. He would have murdered Paramore just to gain a little more of Doe's trust. Zeddy felt exhausted as her body puddled on the dirt. She let her head droop, embarrassment starting to take over for showing herself to be weak.
I see,
Vithos said.
Yet you still side with both of them.
Zeddy gave no reply.
And what is this task you've been sent off to do?
He asked. Knowing there was no hope of lying to the psychic elf, Zeddy said, We're going to Tenred to deliver messages and help understand why the messenger birds Doe and Heyman sent never came back with replies. Apparently they should have, though I know nothing about it.
It's a human method of communication,
Vithos said.
They do it in Cairo as well. I don't know how they train the birds, but Tenred must be teaching Doe and Heyman how to use them.
Apparently not very well.
Come with me to Cairo, Zeddy.
What? The statement shocked her.
You're fighting on the wrong side. Join me and brother to you. I'll take you to him.
Zeddy stood. There were too many thoughts at once. She couldn't even figure out what she was feeling. What's going to happen to Kino and Grail? Zeddy asked.
They can come too. I'm sure I can convince the humans to take in more allies.
Zeddy couldn't decide if she wanted to laugh or spit. Kino would rather die than join Cairo.
What about Grail?
Surprisingly, Zeddy didn't know. He'd been acting so differently recently. She felt as if she barely knew him anymore. I'm not sure, she said.
Well, I'm not sure I can convince these humans to let any of you go unless you join our side. Even with Psyche, it's unlikely.
I can't allow Grail to be killed. I dragged him out here with me.
Then the answer is simple.
For some reason it wasn't. She wanted to see Zoke, and she certainly didn't want Grail to die, but something about switching sides made her feel sick, like she was about to vomit, her stomach fluid splashing about, wanting to be expelled. Even though she despised Doe, it was nowhere near how much she would despise herself for being a traitor. Every Crep knew that betraying the tribe, or in this case, the army, was the worst thing a Crep could do. Zeddy still couldn't think of her brother as a traitor. It was an impossibility to think of him that way, one that she was thankful for. With her mother dead and a father who might as well be, Zoke was all she had left, and all her life she'd known she couldn't have had a better brother. But all of it still wasn't enough to make her a traitor. She wondered if it was pride that was stopping her, for she couldn't figure out what else it was at this point. Zeddy considered living with the humans, actually considered it for the first time. Then she realized that this was the ultimate reason she'd never go through with it. At least the Kreps were strong. Very strong, she corrected herself. An unstoppable force. The humans were the weaker of the two races. They were going to lose, and soon. I can't do it, Zoke. I can't do what you do. I don't even understand why you left. Why did Zoke go with you to Cairo? Zeddy asked. Why did he even leave with you in the first place? Did he lie to me when he said he was going to look for the Slugari colony?
He didn't know we were being outcast, Vithos said. He was infuriated when he found out. Almost went back and got himself killed. Helping Cairo win this war is the best chance he has at seeing you again. Once Doe and Heyman are dead, your army will fall apart. Then Kreps can go back to living as separate tribes, and you and Zoke can live among them. There are Kreps who don't care about loyalty to Doe and Heyman. They'll accept Zoke. I even see him leading his own tribe one day. Come with me and help Kiro win this. Fight alongside brother to you.
It would be so easy to agree if the thought of doing so didn't make her feel despicable, even physically ill. She knew she wouldn't join the enemy. Never. I can't. Luckily, Vithos seemed to understand without her explaining why. He let out a defeated breath and then scrunched his mouth as he nodded.
I figured that would be your answer.
So what now?
Now I use Psyche and try to convince the humans to let you all go. But I won't kill Kinyo. You're going to need him. There are many more humans from Cairo along the route to Tenred, all of whom will shoot you down without remorse.
Vithos stepped close to Zeddy, extending his arms and then enclosing them around her, using his pale hands to squeeze her to his chest.
Be careful.
What are you doing? Zeddy pushed him away, his touch too uncomfortable to bear.
Humans do this. I like it. I thought you might also.
Vithos leaned forward as if he was about to try again. Don't, Zeddy stepped away. I appreciate your help, but do that again and I'll spit on you.
Fine.
He started toward the humans standing around Kinu and Grail.
But help me by making sure Kino keeps his dumb mouth shut while I talk.
It took some time, but Vithos eventually convinced the men to untie the ropes and let them go.
Better hurry,
Vithos said when it was done.
Even with Psyche, these humans are close to changing their minds.
Chapter 14. Effie. Oh, Bastial hell, Effie said to herself after looking in the mirror to find 2 bruises on her neck that Brady had left last night. She fluffed her dark hair, moving it in different positions to see if she could cover them. When she realized it was impossible, she shook her fists. "Brady, you bastard!" She knew Rilla would have knocked on her door to ask what was the matter, but the psychic was still sleeping. Rilla always sensed Effie's anger when it got this bad. "What am I, 12? I have to walk around looking like this?" If Effie saw another girl at her age of 17 with the same marks on her neck, she'd want to point and laugh. She felt revenge was in order, but didn't know what she would do yet, and she found herself smiling at the idea of seeing Brady again. Her teeth gritted together at the realization. I should ask Alex to come over instead. But she couldn't let him see her until the marks on her neck faded. She slammed her fist into her open hand. "Bastial, hell! I wonder if Brady did this on purpose." If the marks weren't bad enough, trying to get to sleep last night, after Brady left, brought on one of the worst attacks she'd had in a long time. Although she knew enough by now to understand nothing was physically wrong with her, the feeling of being unable to breathe got so bad she'd gotten up and walked into Rilla's room, sliding into bed with her. "I'm sorry, Rilla," Effie said, after hearing Rilla rustle and then grumble to show she was awake. "What's wrong?" Rilla turned onto her side toward Effie. "I can't tell." Effie instantly was relieved when Rilla put her cool palm against her forehead. "Are you using Psyche to calm me?" Effie asked. "Not to calm you, no." Rilla slid her hand down to Effie's neck. "If you're feeling better already, it's only because of my touch. There are some things in this world more powerful than Psyche, some as simple as this." Rilla kissed Effie on the cheek. "You're going to be fine." Already, Effie could feel her breath slowing, easing back to normal. "I was using Psyche to read your emotions, though," Rilla said. "You want me to tell you what I found?" "I want to know, but I'm not sure I want to hear it." "Isn't that how it always is when we're delving into our own problems?" "It is." Effie felt her heart clench as she readied herself. "What did you find?" "You're scared, Eff. Terrified." "That's just because I didn't know why my breathing had gotten so bad." "Are you sure that's the only reason?" Effie couldn't tell if Rilla was hinting at something or simply asking without knowing. She asked, "What do you mean?" "I felt an overwhelming sense of fear from you. There were other emotions as well, but the fear was too overpowering for me to identify them. It doesn't make much sense to me that the only cause of your fear was this breathing problem. Something must have caused the breathing problem in the first place." "What?" Rilla squeezed Effie's hand. "There's no way for me to know that. What happened with Brady?" Rilla sat up suddenly, lowering her voice to a soft whisper. "Is he in your room right now?" "No, I didn't feel right letting it get that far." "Why?" Rilla's question held no judgment, just curiosity. "I'm still trying to figure that out." "Well, it sounds to me like whatever happened with him has caused your attack. How do you feel about him? How does he make you feel?" Even before Effie knew that Brady had left marks on her neck, she'd been angry at him. It felt too strange to say aloud, though, for she didn't know why. By morning, she had a reason to be mad, something she could see. But what had he done before that to upset her? No ideas came. "I don't know," she told Rilla. "I feel confused by the whole thing." "I wish I could help you, Eff." Rilla was interrupted by her own yawn. "But I would be guessing, blindly reaching in the dark for who knows how long before I found something, and I'm terribly tired." That's all Effie needed to hear to know it was time to shut up. She maneuvered her body against Rilla's and wrapped her arms around her for a hug. "Thanks. I'll figure it out later. Good night." But before Effie got to the door, Rilla stopped her. "Oh, Eff, I forgot. I was going to tell you this later, but might as well now." "What is it?" Rilla sat up. "Brady's hiding something, and it's big. I sensed it was Psyche, but it was buried so deep that it was as if he's had the secret for many years now, and has gotten used to ignoring it." Effie knew enough about Psyche to realize that Rilla had no way of knowing what this secret was, so all Effie could say was, "I see." She'd fallen asleep quickly when she'd returned to her bed, calm and relaxed. But now that it was morning, the realization settled in that she was on her own with this issue. Another attack could come at any moment, so she'd better figure out what had gotten her so upset, and fast. But all she could do was focus on the bruises on her neck and the anger that burned within her every time she looked at them. "Brady, you bastard!" Having time to herself in the morning, Effie was determined to make at least some progress examining what had caused her attack last night to be so vicious. But her thoughts quickly became distracted when she realized that Cleve would have been up by now if he were with them. She missed walking to the dining hall with him. Cleve was like a wise old man at times, except he never seemed interested in offering advice. He chose his words carefully, but at the same time he spoke as if he was forced to do so, as if his opinion wasn't worth hearing. Effie often took it as a challenge. She wanted to deceive Cleve, to peel him open and get him to admit things he didn't want to, but she never succeeded. Effie would resort to teasing, trickery, even dishonesty, but it just made her feel that instead of peeling him like an orange, she was trying to grind him into a pulp with his skin still intact. Still, she would get a laugh every now and again, even learn something new about him that Rila hadn't figured out yet. But Effie knew she couldn't open him up like Rila could. She'd seen them together, and Cleve always seemed like a different person when he was with Rila. Luckily, Effie had no feelings for him, so she didn't mind. She was nearly to the dining hall already, and she'd done nothing but wonder about Cleve. It hurt not to know whether she would see him again. A thought suddenly stopped her. I should have checked to see if Zoke was up yet. Actually, she was somewhat relieved she'd forgotten. Effie had been enjoying his company less and less recently. But he's still my responsibility. She sighed and started toward the house. Who knows what will happen if he went to the dining hall alone? She knew that Alex had taken him for lunch and dinner yesterday, but Zoke was an early riser like she was. He would be hungry before Rila and Stefan awoke and were ready to accompany him. Alex was the one she really wanted to sit with during breakfast. She rubbed the bruises on her neck at the thought of seeing him. Ironically, he probably would have the answer as to why one of her worst attacks came last night, if she could talk to him about Brady, which of course she never would. Alex offered advice all the time, unlike Cleve. Effie was sure he could make her feel better. But all he'd do now was stare at the marks on her neck and probably steam with jealousy. "Bastial hell, Brady!" Effie couldn't help but shout, forgetting where she was momentarily. A student walking by gave her a strange look. I would too, if someone was talking to herself as loudly as I am. She had a feeling her anger at Brady was the reason for her attack. If she could just figure out why she felt this way, she probably would have her answer. Is it how forward he was with me? No, I'm used to that by now. Could it be the secret of his that Rila sensed? No, I was angry with him before Rila told me about that, and everyone has secrets. Then she remembered what Rila had asked. How does he make you feel? Besides angry, Effie realized now that she felt a loss of control around him last night. Actually, he'd always made her feel that way. That's probably why I kissed him the first time we met. I wasn't thinking. In fact, I never feel like I am in his presence. She felt a chill run down her spine, knowing she'd figured it out. Effie used to believe she needed a night out at the bars to fight her breathing problem, figuring it was the uncertainty and danger that distracted her. But it wasn't the distraction she was looking for. Alex had helped her realize this on the way to the Slagari colony. Effie needed control, which is exactly what she felt going out to bars at such a young age. But after I met Brady at that bar, I had an attack when I got home. It was the first time she could remember getting one after a night out. He makes me feel like I'm someone else, and I don't like that girl. But the thought of driving him away was even more terrifying than all her previous thoughts. It wasn't that she treasured his company, nor did she feel that she would miss him. It was just that she didn't feel capable of letting him go, and this, being incapable, was the worst feeling for her. Part of it was because she didn't believe there was such a thing as being incapable. If it was physically possible, then she would be able to do it. But for some reason, just the thought of denying Brady made her knees weak. It seemed easier to go without food than to confront him. My Bastial stars, I don't know if I even like him. How has he made me feel affectionate toward him without even knowing him? Effie started to wonder how many people ended up together simply because one person was attractive and assertive. It was a dangerous combination, she decided. She felt as if she'd been deceived, won over by trickery, and now marked as his prize with the bruises on her neck. I should slap him, she told herself. It was a comforting thought, though she knew she'd never actually do it. Zope was just closing the front door after him as Effie got back to their student house. He froze at the sight of her, watching and waiting for her to react, as if they'd spotted each other in the wild and didn't know whether the other would attack. "What's wrong?" Effie asked. "Nothing," the Crep grumbled in an even lower voice than usual. "Then why are you looking at me like that?" He scowled, making Effie realize she shouldn't have asked. There were some things with Zope that she had no hope of understanding. "Never mind," she said. "Were you about to walk to the dining hall?"
"Yes, I'm hungry. Will they still feed me?"
"Of course. Come, I'll take you there."
"I know how to get there."
What's wrong with him? Effie chased after Zoke. "I was going to the dining hall as well," she informed him. "Let's go together, so I can make sure you behave." Zoke stopped, then took in a slow breath. He seemed to turn his body away from Effie when she reached his side. It made her even more curious, her eyes examining his naked chest for clues. She was surprised she hadn't noticed it earlier, but the crep was covered in cuts and bruises. "What happened?" Effie pointed without thinking.
"Nothing."
Zoke sped up to keep in front of her. He's embarrassed, she realized. "Did that happen to you on Warrior's Field?"
I can beat any human here.
Zoke spun to face her, sticking out his chest. Effie tried to hold in a giggle, but she couldn't. It doesn't seem that way.
I lost many times during team combat, he muttered, but I won't today. I'm prepared for sneaky bastard humans.
An image came to mind of Zoke thrashing about with his wooden sword to keep multiple warriors at bay. He was shouting in frustration as they poked and prodded him with their weapons, retreating too fast for him to retaliate.
Stop being cowards and face me, you sneaky bastards!
Effie knew she shouldn't be laughing, but that image only made her laugh harder.
It's not funny,
Zoke said. I wish I had time to watch, she admitted. The sun was up by the time they reached the dining hall. It was peeking over the academy's walls, touching Effie's skin with indulging warmth. She wondered if Zoke would comment about the bruises on her neck, but then she realized he probably wouldn't even notice them. Zoke's yellow eyes hardly ever seemed curious, usually settling in one spot as he talked. When they'd first met, he'd studied each of them so closely it was as if he was assessing a threat. But ever since leaving the Slagari colony, he seemed to care so little that Effie wondered if he'd even notice if one of them was naked. It was still too early for most students, but those who were in the dining hall stared at Zoke nonetheless. Effie wanted to blame them, but she knew she would be staring too if she didn't know Zoke. He was too different from anything they'd ever seen. How could they not look, especially after his incident at Redfield? His introduction hardly could have gone worse. It made Effie remember something that she needed to ask him. Yesterday, after breakfast, she said, you left with Marie Firemore. What happened? There were plenty of empty tables, so they sat at one in the corner after they got their food. Effie decided not to mention silverware this time, letting Zoke eat with his hands, scooping up the hot eggs and bread and shoveling both into his enormous mouth.
We talked. She made me tell her all about my past and how I ended up here. She's forcing me to meet with her again this evening for more talk.
There was something off about Zoke in that moment, and Effie soon figured out what it was. The Crep's voice held disdain by the time he'd finished his last sentence, and every time he used to speak like that, he always spat, or at least looked like he was about to spit, and then swallowed instead. But he made no motion to release his saliva this time. Is he just pretending to be upset about talking with Marie? Perhaps he actually likes it. Effie decided not to pry.
She's cooking for me as well, Zoke nearly whispered. What does this mean?
Well, I don't think it means anything in this case.
But what could it mean in other cases?
Effie shrugged and answered without thinking. Usually, one person offering to cook for someone else means they like them.
Like them?
You know, romantically. Before Effie realized what she'd said and could correct herself, Zoke started coughing wildly. He stood and thumped his chest, now gasping instead of coughing. Effie jumped over and began slapping his back, unsure if it would even help a Crep. Soon Zoke's coughing returned, and Effie could hear he was breathing again. After they were both reseated, Effie said, I don't mean that Marie Firemore is interested in you romantically.
Are you sure she isn't?
Effie had never seen Zoke so worried before. His long eyes were so wide they'd become circular. Something told her this would be the perfect opportunity for a joke. Effie considered pretending Marie was interested in him that way, but she started laughing before she could compose herself.
What do you know, human?
Zoke stood and asked in a panic.
What's so funny about this?
As her giggling died down, Effie let out a sigh and covered her face in a poor attempt to hide her wide smile from Zoke. There's absolutely no chance that Marie, let alone any human, will have those kind of feelings for you. She gestured for him to sit. Relax, Zoke.
I've come to understand that you joke a lot,
Zoke said, sitting back down. Me specifically, or all humans?
You!
Zoke pointed a claw at her, his voice surprisingly loud. Effie leaned back. I do, I suppose.
But are you joking now?
No, Zoke. There's nothing about a Crep that a human would find attractive. Plus, you stink. Zoke grumbled.
I bet if I could smell, I would think you humans stink as well.
I guess we'll never know. On her way to battle training, Effie planned to ask what Marie was doing spending so much time talking with Zoke. But Effie forgot all about it the moment she stepped onto the sandy training grounds behind the Group 1 classroom and her instructor started talking at her.
Tenred will have many mages in addition to their archers,
Marie said.
Once you get a good grasp on manipulating SE, you can make a wall strong enough to block arrows.
The old woman sucked in a quick breath and then snapped her wand to demonstrate. Effie recognized the emerald green color of Sartius energy right away. Marie had made a floating square of it.
Touch it and hurry.
Effie tapped it with her knuckles.
Even I can't hold it for long.
It feels like wood.
Steel is more like it.
Marie let down her wand, and the wall shattered into dust, quickly thinning out into the air.
But I have to see some thick sausage shells from you before we start your training with walls made of SE.
Then Effie noticed Marie's eyes wandering down to her neck. The old woman had a teasing grin.
Did you injure yourself during training last night, Effie Elligen?
Effie hunched her shoulders and turned away. Don't worry, it won't happen again. I'm going to make sure of that. Marie laughed. It was a skeptical cackle that made it clear the old woman didn't believe her. When it was time for lunch, Effie was exhausted. I may not have the stamina to confront Brady by the end of the day. But fortunately, he found her shortly after she arrived at the dining hall. She was just getting in line for food when he came up from behind. Effie, I need to talk to you. Luckily, his voice was low enough not to startle her. I need to talk to you as well. I have food at my house. He seemed to be in such a rush he didn't even hear her. Can you come? Is this just a trick to get me into his bedroom? I have to get back to battle training after lunch. I'll be done telling you what I need to by the time you finish eating. Still, she was hesitant. Effie had never seen this side of Brady, completely serious, maybe even worried about something. Please, he urged. She realized it then. Were you waiting for me in here? He opened his mouth to answer, but no words came out. That worried Effie even more. What's this about? I'll tell you soon. He checked over his shoulder as if expecting someone to be listening. Will you come? Fine, but this better not be some sort of trick. Look what you did to my neck already. Brady waved his hand dismissively and started walking. Sorry about that. You don't sound sorry. She stopped. Effie, I'm serious. It's really important. Let's go. She sighed and followed, sure then that she wanted this to be the last she saw of Brady. Being nearly a foot shorter, Effie practically had to jog to keep up with his pace. You have to give me some sort of hint as to what's so important, she said. I can tell you're upset with me, but there's something more important going on than our relationship, or lack thereof. So this isn't about us? No. Brady said no more until they were enclosed within the walls of his two-bedroom student house. She knew he didn't live with his girlfriend anymore, but she wasn't sure who his new roommate was, nor did she care because this would be the last time she set foot in his house. Curiosity was the only thing keeping her there now. As Brady prepared a plate of bread, fruit, and cheese, he asked over his shoulder, Are you able to make fire without your wand? Not safely. Why? Effie felt a sudden need to make sure her wand was on her belt. Brady pointed to the iron pot in his fireplace. We're going to need some boiling water. He glanced over to see she now had her wand in her hand. Oh, you brought your weapon in here. Brady seemed strangely disappointed. Well, can you use it to light the fireplace? Effie stood and placed her wand in a crevice between pieces of wood. She pushed Bastial energy through it so that it mixed with the Sarsha's energy already in her wand, making fire. Brady came over and adjusted the iron pot, pouring in a thin stream of water from a pitcher when he was done. Brady then opened a cupboard and took out a glass jar containing green lamwood leaves. Effie knew they were used for making tea, as her mother had favored lamwood tea over the years. It was known to help ease the nerves, but Effie wasn't sure she wanted that in this moment. She didn't voice her objection until she noticed Brady wasn't crushing the leaves, but melting them with Bastial energy. What are you doing? Effie asked. Won't that ruin the taste? You've never had lamwood tea made with BE before? No. Try it. Fine. Effie watched closely to make sure there was nothing else he was mixing into it. He laughed when he noticed. Don't trust me? I do, Effie lied. Good, because I'm going to tell you a few things that'll be hard to believe. He turned to show her a serious stare, pausing for a moment to hold a finger out to her. But all of them are true. All Effie could wonder was whether this was some sort of ruse to get her clothes off. Soon, each was seated with a plate of food and a cup of tea. Effie had a small sip. She wouldn't have known Brady had melded the lamwood leaves with Bastial energy, for the tea tasted the same to her as when her mother made it. Brady seemed fixated on Effie, watching and waiting for something. What? Effie grunted. Why aren't you drinking more of the tea? Could it be Brady was one of those people who was insulted when guests didn't devour what was offered to them? He didn't seem the type, but then again, she barely knew him. It was easier to drink the tea than argue, so Effie took a big gulp. Brady's next breath seemed to fill him with relief. Did you tell anyone about drinking the blinker potion I brought over last night? He asked, more interested in Effie's answer than his food. No, should I have? Effie still couldn't get used to this side of Brady. If he doesn't tell me the real reason I'm here soon, I'm going to force it out of him. Brady shook his head. I'm glad you didn't. When are you going to tell me why you brought me here? Brady's faint smile became flat, and his head sank over his food. Cairo is going to lose this war. It took until Effie had swallowed all the food in her mouth before she really heard him. "What?" she blurted. But as Brady opened his mouth to say more, a knock at the door stopped him. Brady must have expected it, for he jumped up, opened the door, and stepped outside, closing it after him. Effie got a glimpse of the man who'd come to see Brady. He had blond hair, and something about him looked familiar. From his thick arms, he seemed to be a warrior. They must have been speaking in whispers, because Effie heard none of what they said, not even a murmur. How do I know that blond man? Effie wondered. She looked around the kitchen to busy her eyes as she waited. Seeing 2 closed bedroom doors, she decided to investigate. Brady was being far too suspicious not to. The first room couldn't have been Brady's because a series of swords leaned against the wall. Effie figured they belonged to whoever had moved in after his girlfriend moved out. Disinterested, Effie quickly investigated the other room before Brady came back. As she'd expected, numerous potions and plants were scattered along shelves just like in Stefan's room. But there were locked chests and drawers in each direction she looked, making her wonder how many secrets one man could have. She hurried back to the table, wondering again why the blonde warrior looked so familiar. Just as Brady came in and shut the door behind him, she remembered. "Is he the one Zoe spat on in Redfield?" she asked. "So you saw him." Brady seemed disappointed. "Yes, my friend Saldar." Before sitting, Brady peered into Effie's cup. When he saw it was empty, his shoulders relaxed. "I need to admit a few things to you, Effie, and we don't have a lot of time. So if you could refrain from asking questions, that would be helpful." She tried not to scoff, but it came out on its own. He ignored it and continued. "First, I've only been pretending to have a girlfriend, and it wasn't just to trick you." Suddenly, Effie was clinging to every word, no longer skeptical about the seriousness of this meeting. "The girl does exist," Brady said, "but we've never been romantically involved. We needed to create the image of being together so the 2 of us could have a house to ourselves without arousing suspicion." He leaned forward. "You haven't been in the academy that long, but trust me when I say that it's hard to keep secrets from your fellow students, especially after 3 years. Effie felt dizzy. At first she thought it was from shock, but as that began to pass and the dizziness grew worse, she realized something else was wrong. "I'm not feeling well," she admitted. "That's another thing," Brady said. "The blinker potion I gave you last night will remain in your system for more than a day. I know far more about it than I let on, such as that the ingredients in the potion don't mix well with lamlin leaves melted from Bastial energy." Effie stood, grabbing onto the table for balance. "You poisoned me?" "You'll be fine." Brady took her shoulders and quickly put her back into the seat. She was too weak to fight it. "You're going to be asleep for a long time. When you wake up, you'll be on your way to Tenrid." She felt as if she might vomit. Tenrid? Then the realization struck her, and it came with a wave of dizziness that nearly knocked her from her seat. The locked drawers, his worry when he'd seen her wand, his claim Cairo was going to lose the war, the secret reel had found with Psyche. Brady was a spy, and his fake girlfriend is one as well. "You bastard!" Effie tried to yell, but it came out as a murmur. She tried to stand once more. Before she knew it, she was falling, and Brady was catching her. "My girlfriend and I used you as a reason to split up." The inflection in his voice made it clear what part of that statement was an act. She needed to gather information from one of her friends, and the easiest way to do that was to move in with her. He leaned down as he held Effie, kissing her cheek and neck in between whispers. "But I really do care about you, Eff. My feelings were never disingenuous. I'm in love with you." She wanted to knee him in the groin, and even more so with him using her nickname as if they were close, but she didn't have the strength to lift her leg. "I'm going to keep you safe," Brady said, plopping Effie back in her chair and grabbing her cheeks with his coarse hands. "I needed to make sure you weren't near Zoke or Rila, or any of the other targets." He kissed her forehead. "I'll kill you," Effie tried to say. "A battle is coming soon." Brady stood and seemed to be frantically gathering bottles and vials from cupboards and practically throwing them in a bag. Everything had become a blur. "And Tegri Hiller, the king of Tenrid, needs to know the Academy's secrets, battle formations, training regimens, new inventions." Brady wiggled a red liquid in front of Effie. She figured it had to be the blinker potion. That sort of thing. Brady put the potion into his bag with the others. Effie missed what he said next, realizing she'd fallen asleep for a moment. She barely could hear someone shouting in the distance, "Fire! Fire!" "It's begun," Brady said. Someone threw open the front door. Effie couldn't turn to see who it was, as her body had gone numb, but she could hear a woman's voice she didn't recognize. "Let's go," the voice said. "What's she doing here?" "She's coming with us," Brady answered. "Get the wheelbarrow ready." Chapter 15. Zoke. On Warriors Field that morning, Zoke was fighting as if he had something to prove. At least that's what Alex told him. Zoke didn't quite understand what that meant, but Zoke could tell from Alex's expression that he was pleased. During a break from team combat, Warrior Sneery called Zoke over and asked, "Do all Kreps learn this fast?"
No, Kreps are even more stubborn than you humans, Zoke said. Many don't take instructions very well.
The instructor nodded. With a scrunch of his mouth that looked to be closer to a smile than anything else, he seemed relieved. "I think your growth has put Saldar in a poor mood, though," Sneery said. Zoke had figured the same thing. Why else was the blonde warrior fighting so poorly? He seemed distracted, completely disinterested in anything but his own thoughts. Just as Zoke's team had lost every time yesterday, Saldar couldn't seem to avoid his opponent's wooden swords. As good as it felt to be winning in team combat, Zoke knew it was mostly because he was paired with Alex that day. The two of them had fought together within the Sligari colony, so Zoke knew his tendencies. After last night's dinner, Zoke had convinced Alex to train with him on Warriors Field. Expecting to spar with the tall human, Zoke was in disbelief when Alex said their swords wouldn't be touching at all. "You have to learn the basics first," Alex told him. "Spacing is everything." The human went on and on about how Zoke should position his body, how he should hold his weapon, and what to watch for. Alex made special care to let Zoke know everything he did wrong. At first, Zoke argued with the human, demanding an explanation as to why leading with his right foot was going to get him killed, or how giving a quick glance to check on his teammate's position revealed his next move to his opponent. But when Alex's answers made more and more sense, and the light of the sun was just a faint glow, Zoke realized his time was better spent listening than talking. Soon it became so dark that Alex began to worry they wouldn't find their way back to their student houses.
"I'm just going to sleep here," Zoke said. "The grass is cool, and the night is warm."
"You shouldn't," Alex told him. "You're different enough already. You don't want to stand out even more by sprawling out on Warriors Field. Just use Cleve's bed." Reluctantly, Zoke agreed and eventually managed to find the right house after poking his head in the wrong place twice, startling a few students. It seemed as if Effie was in Rila's room when he got there, the two female humans speaking quietly while Zoke settled onto the soft mattress. Sleep took him soon after. He had a lively breakfast with Effie in the dining hall, where he'd nearly choked when she'd given him the impression that Marie Firemore might be romantically inclined toward him. Zoke was starting to get used to the idea of free food, and it was what he liked the most about the academy, even making it worth the stairs. Marie surprised him on Warriors Field just as they were stopping for lunch. "Zoke," she waved him over. Knowing she was in command, he wasn't embarrassed about obeying, though he still felt it was strange the old woman had so much power over everyone else. He knew her to be a mage like Effie, but could her magic really be that strong at her age? When Kreps became old, their skin softened and their joints stiffened. Looking at Marie, it was clear this same thing happened to humans, but they already had such soft skin. Zoe couldn't help but wonder how frail it must get in the later years of their lives.
"And Marie is to lead the mages during a battle?"
Zoe just then remembered that Effie had told him that. It was an unnerving thought.
"At least Terran is the one to lead the warriors."
Zoe had been commanded by the head of the academy before, and now trusted Terran's judgment more than his own. Strangely, Zoe noticed Saldar running west toward the student houses. It was the quickest he'd seen the human move all day.
"I can't meet with you later,"
Marie said. Zoe was surprised to find he was disappointed. Perhaps his conversation with Marie about the past really had made him feel better. He took comfort in the old woman's presence. She seemed to be confident that she knew what was better for Zoe than he did himself. At first this was a laughable concept, but Zoe already trusted Terran's knowledge when it came to battle. Was it really so strange to trust that Marie knew what she was doing as well?
"I see,"
Zoe said, feeling it was better to hide his disappointment.
"A messenger brought me a letter to let me know that Terran is coming back to the academy this evening. He's been staying at the castle and having discussions with Wilson Kimmerd."
Zoe knew that Terran had been discussing strategy with the King of Cairo ever since returning from the Sligari colony. He wondered how the Sligari were going to be involved now that they were allies with Cairo.
"Will they be able to recognize that I was the Krep who helped save them, or will they fear me just as they did the first time we met?" "I understand," Zoe said.
"But we can discuss matters during lunch."
Marie looked at him intently, expecting Zoe to argue.
"It's important that we talk frequently. I have more questions about your culture, and I know it'll be good for you to discuss your feelings."
"Fine," Zoe answered, feeling more relief than he let on.
"Good. Come with me to my house on the northern end of the campus. As we walk, tell me more about these apple plants that Doe and Heyman eat. I've described them for Jack Rose, the lead chemist of the academy, who told me he wants to meet you, but he's never heard of them."
"I've already told you everything I know about them."
Marie produced a discouraged grumble from the bottom of her throat.
But all you've told me is that they're thick like a vine, they're black, and they grow out of the ground and back into it, sometimes twisting among themselves along the way. You also mentioned that they're extremely important to Doe and Haman, but what's led you to believe this?
That's a fact, not a belief.
Just like yesterday, discussing the apple plants brought forth such sudden anger, it was as if the hot rage was lying dormant deep within Zoke, waiting for this trigger.
And how do you know it's a fact?
Because they kill creps who come near them. Because Vithos told me that apple plants are the source of their power. And because Mother to me was one of the creps who was killed. Must I be forced to provide evidence for every detail I give you?
Zoke noticed then that his shouting had attracted unwanted attention. Young humans walking by had stopped with a threatening glare, as if they were about to draw their weapons. "Everything all right?" one of them asked Marie.
"It's fine," she quickly answered.
They were silent until they were close to the faculty housing area along the northwestern side of campus. There were far fewer students walking around by then. With a glimpse over his shoulder, Zoke noticed that Saldar was walking in their direction, and 2 men were with him now. Zoke didn't know the human too well, but he could still tell that Saldar was a different man today than he was yesterday. He'd barely said a word, his gaze often stuck to the grass or up in the clouds. But the weirdest part was how different he appeared. With heavy eyelids and a blank look, it seemed as if he hadn't slept at all the night before. Just before stepping inside Marie's house, she stopped Zoke to examine his feet.
"Usually I make people take their shoes off, but I see you don't wear any."
Zoke lifted the sole of his foot for a glimpse. It was difficult to see the dirt against his dark gray skin, so he ran a fingertip along it. It was definitely dirty. Marie grumbled as she thought of what to do. Going to the kitchen, she said,
"Don't move."
She fetched a rag and handed it to Zoke.
"Wipe your feet outside, then shut the door behind you."
There were no floors to the huts of the old encampment, just dirt. It seemed easier that way than worrying about keeping a wooden floor clean all the time, but Zoke wasn't about to complain. As he wiped his feet, he noticed Saldar and the 2 men were still walking toward him.
Are they visiting Marie's house also?
They were too far to tell. When he finished brushing the dirt from his feet, Zoke went inside.
If they're coming to speak to Marie, they can knock on the door when they get here.
Zoke closed the door after him as instructed.
"Sit and get comfortable,"
Marie said, pulling plates from the nearby cupboard.
"I hope you don't mind that lunch will be light. It's not good to eat so much before going back to training."
She looked over her shoulder at Zoke.
"Well, at least that's the case for humans."
Our stomachs work the same way," Zoke said.
"I hate to bring up subjects that upset you, but I'm afraid we must know more about these apple plants. If we manage to destroy all of them, would Doe and Haman lose their ability with magic?"
Zoke pushed back against the burning anger swelling up from his stomach.
I don't know.
There was a knock at the door.
It's probably Saldar and 2 others, Zoke informed her. I saw them walking this way.
"Saldar?"
Marie rubbed her lip as she thought.
"Oh, the warrior you spat on in Redfield."
Her hand brushed the wand on her belt. Zoke wondered if she even knew she'd done it. Zoke stood as Marie passed him, deliberating offering to open the door because he was closer. Instead, he remained silent and watched from behind her. Marie opened it.
"Hello, I'm with someone, but—"
Saldar lunged forward. Marie screamed, using her hands in a feeble attempt to swat him away. The old woman fell backward and hit the wooden floor hard. The handle of a knife protruded from her chest.
I'm sorry,
Saldar muttered, kneeling down to remove the knife from her flailing body.
He's gone mad.
Zoke started toward Marie, unsure how to help her, but then he noticed Saldar was now coming toward him with the knife extended, Marie's blood oozing down its blade.
Marie! Marie! Zoke shouted.
She made a choking sound. Zoke cursed Saldar and Krepin and drew his wooden sword, the only weapon he had with him.
Move, so I can get Marie the help she needs. She's going to die, and so are you.
The 2 other men Zoke had seen with Saldar now came through the door. Each of them was wielding a sword, a real sword. The first one stopped over Marie to drive his weapon down into her body. She uttered a faint cry of pain as the metal blade pierced her. Then she was silent. The second man stepped over her lifeless body, the 3 of them now facing Zoke. If he hadn't fought with the warriors, Zoke might have believed he could win this battle, his wooden sword against their 2 steel swords and Saldar's dagger. But he knew how skilled they were in numbers. His only chance of living was to run. As he glanced for another exit besides the door behind his attackers, he suddenly realized what this really was.
You're traitors. You deserve to die for this.
You're the traitor, Saldar retorted, slowly moving closer to Zoke with the 2 other men now on either side of him.
I was told you were divulging secrets of Doe and Haman.
Zoke slashed his wooden sword in their direction to keep them back. He found the window then. It was behind him and already open. He just needed to turn and get himself through it, only it wasn't an easy fit.
My shoulders might be too wide.
And he knew the moment he showed his enemies his back, he was dead. Zoke backed behind the round kitchen table, swinging his wooden sword whenever one of the humans came too close.
Hurry,
Saldar said.
He needs to die now, so we have time to leave.
The two men with real swords split, going in opposite directions around the table. Zoke chose a direction, left, and prodded his attacker in the stomach. Then he turned and slashed at the man coming behind him. It was a lucky strike, connecting with the human's wrist as he was lunging towards Zoke. The man blurted a word Zoke didn't recognize and dropped his weapon. Zoke kicked him in the face as he knelt to retrieve it, the sharp claws on Zoke's foot cutting him open. Before Zoke could grab the sword for himself, Saldar had jumped on the table and began to swipe his dagger at Zoke's neck. Ducking, Zoke got under the table and threw it as hard as he could. He heard Saldar grunt as he smacked against the floor. The man Zoke had prodded in the stomach had come around behind him. Zoke sidestepped an overhead swing and wrapped his toes around the other man's fallen sword. With a quick flick of his ankle, Zoke swiped at the three of them indiscriminately, using his wooden sword to fend them off as well. He brought the metal sword from his foot to his free hand and ran for the door, jumping over Marie's sprawled body with a silent curse that he couldn't save her. Just outside, Zoke turned and swung his wooden sword at the men chasing him. One jumped back, but the other was too slow. Zoke took him off his feet with a hard blow to his chest. Saldar came out last, and Zoke threw the wooden sword at him. It clunked against his knee, causing the human to grunt and lose his balance. Only one man was still standing for the moment, his face bloody from being kicked earlier. Zoke knew he had to take advantage of this opportunity. He rushed at the human, who blocked Zoke's first two attacks, but not his third, which resulted in a deep cut along the man's stomach. Zoke ran before he had to face the two men getting up. He was faster than the humans, and soon they'd given up, turning south instead. He found himself running toward the dining hall to the east, only realizing why a few steps later. Someone needed to know about the traitors, because there could be more of them. He had to find the humans who'd come with him to the Sligari colony. They were the only ones he knew he could trust. But the dining hall was smoking, half the building ablaze. Looking around him, he noticed many more buildings were on fire as well.
The traitors are everywhere, and they're burning down the academy.
Zoke continued running toward the dining hall, believing it was the most likely place to find his comrades. Students were flooding out, some slamming into Zoke's shoulders as he tried to maneuver his way in.
Effie, Rila, Alex, he shouted. Stefan!
A thick layer of smoke was pushing against the roof. Flames licked the walls, reaching in through crevices.
The fire was set from outside.
He didn't know how much longer the walls could hold. Zoke spotted some students on the opposite corner. He recognized Rila right away. She was fighting off two others. One of them was a mage desperately trying to lift her wand as she screamed in pain. The other was a warrior, holding his head while on his knees, trying to retrieve the sword near him. Rila spotted Zoke and ran toward him, but the warrior grabbed her leg as she passed, causing her to trip. The mage stood upright and aimed her wand at Rila, but the psychic flipped onto her back and held her palms out to them. They both screamed and dropped to the floor once more. Others didn't seem to notice, some nearly colliding with Zoke on their way out of the burning building. There was a scream. Zoke turned quickly as he ran toward Rila to find an older human, who must have been an instructor, getting cut, her wand slipping from her hand and hitting the ground as her knees buckled. A male attacker took her life with another swing.
How many are there?
Zoke could hear Rila panting desperately by the time he was close. With their two enemies disabled from painful psyche, Zoke took off the first man's head, then the woman's. Rila seemed as if she was about to pass out, staggering forward. She fell, but Zoke got his hands underneath her first. He threw her over his shoulder and glanced toward the warrior who'd killed the female instructor. He was gone. There was no one else in the dining hall, no one alive at least. Outside, Zoke put Rila on her feet so he could face her. She looked to be uninjured, just exhausted.
Where are the others? Zoke asked.
I don't know, Rila sputtered between heavy breaths. More buildings were on fire by then, black smoke scattered across the sky with a gust of wind. Rila turned to hide her face as it passed over them. Zoke tasted ash as he did the same.
We have to find the others, Zoke said,
looking in every direction for more attackers. He spotted Alex already running toward them from Warrior's Field.
Is she hurt?
Alex shouted. I'm fine. Rila had been doubled over, but she stood up straight then.
I don't understand,
Alex said, glancing around at the screaming students and burning buildings. They're spies, Rila said.
Spies?
From Tenred. Rila glimpsed the dining hall behind her. They tried to kill me. I'm sure there are others who have been targeted as well.
They killed Marie Firemore. Tried to kill me too, Zoke said.
She's dead?
Alex yelled. No. Rila's knees shook as she grabbed onto Zoke's shoulder for balance. Both of them had gone white. Worry flooded into Alex's expression as color came back.
Effie, he shouted. We have to find her and Stefan.
Shouldn't we check the house? Zoke asked.
Let's go.
Alex already had begun to run, Zoke and Rila soon catching up. On their way there, they passed by several groups of students arguing, humans claiming that others were spies. Rila stopped in front of 3 warriors who seemed ready to stab each other with their swords. "Stop!" Rila shouted. "I'm a psychic. I'll tell you who's lying." She pointed at one. "Are you a spy?"
I'm no spy.
"He tells the truth. What about you?" She pointed at the next. "I'm not a spy." "He's being honest, too. And you?" She looked at the last man.
I'm no spy either.
"None of you are spies," she told them, her tone urgent. "So stop fighting with each other and help the people who need it."
How do we know you're telling the truth and that you aren't a spy? One of them pointed his weapon at her. You're with the Crep. He's probably a spy as well. He's right! Another man lifted a sword at Rila.
"Why would I stop to help if I was a spy?" Rila retorted. "Think about it." She raised her palms defensively. Alex and Zoke stepped in front of her.
None of us are spies.
Alex grumbled, his teeth clenched.
Now let us go.
Rila still had her hands out, but she'd fallen silent. The 3 men nodded, each lowering his weapon. "Come on," one of them said, running toward another group of warriors who seemed ready to fight. When their student house was in view, Zoke spotted a man holding his wand against its back wall, fire spewing out.
Stop!
Zoke yelled. The man turned and ran, leaving a charred mark, but the wall wasn't yet ablaze. Zoke didn't get a good look at the traitor and decided not to waste time chasing after him. The 3 of them burst through the door and began shouting for Effie and Stefan. In just a few breaths, it was clear neither was home.
We need to find them,
Alex said.
Rila, you keep looking around the student houses here. I'll go back north to look around the faculty housing. Zoke, continue south until you reach the wall, then head east. Everyone meet back here when you're done. I think I should stay with Rila, Zoke said. She was attacked earlier.
"I'll be fine." She gestured with a dagger she must have grabbed from within the house. "I've got this now."
Good. Stay safe.
Alex was off. Zoke ran south as instructed. Being on the west side of campus, there was nothing but student houses around. Most were empty, and he'd only seen one that was on fire.
The spies must be targeting specific humans and buildings.
Running at near full speed and shouting Effie and Stefan's names, Zoke soon caught the attention of a young man and woman who were embracing each other just outside a student house. At the sight of Zoke, they ran the opposite way. He came across another man and woman. The man started shouting at Zoke.
Why are you running? Have you been a spy this whole time? No, I'm looking for Effie and Stefan. Have you seen them?
Zoke had heard that many within the academy had learned the names of the humans who'd gone to the Slagari colony.
Why, so you can kill them?
The man had his wand in hand and now raised it at Zoke and stepped forward.
I'm your ally in this war,
Zoke tried, ready to jump the moment he noticed light coming from the wand. The girl beside the man placed her palm on his forearm. "He's telling the truth."
A psychic, good.
The girl came forward. "I saw Effie earlier. She went that way with some man."
What did he look like? Zoke asked.
"He was kind of tall and muscular. His hair was brown and his eyes were blue. He was wearing a black coat." This time Zoke made a conscious decision to say it.
Thank you.
She really had helped, and he was in her debt. It wasn't long before he spotted the man that she described. He was pushing a wild wheelbarrow covered by a blanket. To his side was a woman, and they were rushing toward the southern gate, which surprisingly was open. Then Zoke noticed the dead human above the gate. He was clad in armor, as he usually was, but a weapon must have gotten through. Zoke figured it was a knife. He probably had been surprised, just like Marie.
I'm going to kill you, Saldar, Zoke reminded himself. I will not forget.
Zoke was about to shout at the man with the wheelbarrow, asking him where Effie was, but he stopped just as his mouth opened. The man must be a spy if he was leaving.
Fleeing, Zoke corrected himself. The woman as well. And what did they do to Effie?
With no more houses between them and his new enemies, Zoke ran to close the distance before they turned and saw him. But both looked over their shoulders and spotted Zoke immediately. He kept running, dearly hoping neither was a mage. Dread enclosed his heart when the girl pulled out a wand and aimed it at him. Unaware if others were nearby, Zoke still decided it couldn't hurt to shout, "Traitors! Spies!" The woman's wand lit up. Zoke jumped sideways and felt the heat as a fireball flew by, crackling loudly as it burned through the air and exploded into the dirt somewhere behind him. Zoke's shouting had worked. 2 men with swords were running at the spies, yelling, "They're trying to flee!" The male spy pulled an apparatus out of the wheelbarrow. It was shaped like a tube, thin and smaller than his arm. With a handle already drawn, he aimed the tube at the 2 men running toward him and shoved the handle forward. A red liquid spewed out, some reaching the faces and arms of the oncoming warriors. It didn't seem to do anything to them, though, and just like Zoke, they were still pursuing the spies at a sprint. Being much closer than he, the two warriors reached their targets first, swinging their swords frantically as the man jumped away to dodge the attacks. When he let go of the wheelbarrow, it fell over. A small woman spilled out. It was Effie. Zoke was sure of it. She was either dead or unconscious. The mage in front of him had her wand pointed at the two warriors now as she backed up. They were suddenly having trouble following the movements of the spies, slashing their weapons nowhere close. It occurred to Zoke that they must have been disoriented from the red substance, whatever it was. Soon both had fallen, one to a fireball and the other to a dagger. Neither seemed to realize he was about to be attacked, for both were looking in the wrong direction. Close enough now to the mage, Zoke jumped on top of her, driving his sword down through her shoulder as she screamed. He finished her quickly with another jab of his weapon, this one into her chest, but he heard breaking glass as he did so. Smoke surrounded him. It was gray and thick, the same as atop the Fageligen Mountains. Zoke knew then what he should have realized earlier. The remaining enemy was a chemist. Knowing Effie was already on the ground, Zoke didn't worry about striking her as he indiscriminately swung his weapon from side to side, moving forward as he did so. Hoping he was going south, he knew he needed to hurry to outrun the spreading smoke. Soon he was outside its reach and had a clear view of the open southern gate. Unable to see the chemist, Zoke ran through the gate and looked in each direction. His enemy was nowhere to be found.
He must still be in the smoke.
Before Zoke even turned around, the smoke had enveloped him once again. He quickly lost his sense of direction and became worried he would trample Effie if he ran. Keeping quiet so as not to alert the chemist of his presence, Zoke sheathed his sword and crawled, sticking to one direction.
Where is the bastard?
Zoke began to worry the chemist had run in a different direction, or maybe he'd waited before coming out the southern end of the smoke, and now had fled through the gate. Soon Zoke came across a body. He could tell it was a woman. Moving his arms frantically, he cleared enough smoke for a glimpse. It was Effie. He figured the chemist was probably long gone and decided to get Effie somewhere safe so he could check her for injuries. He hoped her unconsciousness was just caused by some potion.
Why was he taking her with him? What was he going to do with her once he left the academy?
With Effie over his shoulder, Zoke didn't quite come out of the smoke on the correct side. He circled around to head west, checking for the chemist in each direction as he walked. Effie was so light that Zoke knew he could carry her for miles if needed. It was an eerie thought that she could produce a fireball strong enough to kill another human. He was careful to avoid others in his path, unsure how they would take it if they saw him carrying an unconscious woman.
Effie, can you hear me?
Zoke tried her name a few times as he jogged, but it was no use. He stopped and checked to see if she was breathing, relieved to find that she was. Rila and Alex were back by the time Zoke got to their student house. Stefan was with them as well, and they were all running towards Zoke. "Is she all right?" they asked at once.
"She's unconscious. I'm not sure if she's injured," Zoke answered. "Where should I take her?"
"Put her inside on her bed," Alex said. "We still don't know if any spies are left. It's too dangerous to transport her to the medical center. And Stefan can take a look at her." "I don't know what to do if I don't know what's wrong with her," Stefan argued. "But you can try to help," Alex insisted. They followed Zoke inside, where he let Effie down on her bed. Stefan looked at her head, brushing her hair out of the way as he checked for injury. "She hasn't been struck that I can see," he said, opening her mouth next and practically sticking his nose inside of it. "There's a faint aroma, but there's no way to know what it is. Where did you find her, Zoke?"
"She was being taken out of the southern side of the academy in a wheelbarrow by two spies, a male chemist and a female mage."
Zoke went on to describe how he'd found her, telling them about the fight with the spies, providing physical descriptions of the man and woman. "That sounds like Brady," Rilla said. "You don't sound surprised," Alex commented with an arched brow. "I had a feeling," Rilla said, letting out a discouraged breath. "But there was something about the way he spoke with me that made me doubt myself. He seemed trustworthy." "Don't all spies," Alex said. "Don't blame yourself. He fooled everyone." No longer leaning over Effie, Stefan turned to face everyone. "She's going to be all right. There's no poison that would knock her unconscious for this long without making her body show some signs of fever or distress. It must have been some sort of concoction to knock her out and keep her alive. We'll ask her what happened when she wakes." "Any idea how long that'll be?" Rilla asked. "I haven't the faintest clue. It could be minutes from now or even a full day."
"Zoke, will you and Stefan stay with her for now?"
Alex asked.
"I want to take Rilla around campus with me to see what we can do about stopping all this fighting." "Yes," Zoke said. "I'll stay."
With everyone safe, Zoke took in a long breath of air that sent a cool feeling into his lungs. But then a thought tightened his stomach with worry.
"I'm going to have to tell Effie about Marie Firemore."
Chapter 16. Stefan. Although Stefan didn't see Wilson Kimmert himself, It became common knowledge that the king had visited that evening with a retinue of warriors, mages, and psychics. The psychics had dispersed to take a death count and question the loyalty of those still alive, something that should have been done in the beginning of the year, everyone agreed now. Effie was still unconscious when one of the king's psychics came to the door. Stefan heard her try to open it before knocking and demanding,
"Let me in immediately."
Alex quickly unlatched the door and swung it open. The psychic rushed inside, but stopped at the sight of Zoke in the hall. Panic struck her, and soon she was lifting her palm toward the Crep. Rila jumped between them.
"He's Zoke. Surely you must have heard of the one Crep ally we have. Move, and let me question him."
Rila obeyed reluctantly. Zoke turned his shoulder inward and cringed, as if expecting pain. "Do you fight for Cairo, or do you fight for Tenrid and the Creps?"
"I fight for Cairo,"
Zoke answered confidently.
"There is only one Crep I care to save, and she's sister to me. Well, and another Crep by the name of Grail."
Stefan stepped forward. "He's already fought for us and even saved my life by jumping in front of a fireball." The psychic lowered her palm and unraveled a scroll. She had them each state their names. When they were done, she asked, "And Effie Elligen?" "She's in her room," Stefan said, "but she's unconscious from some potion that a spy gave her." The psychic barged past Stefan to investigate, patting Effie's cheek with one hand and using the other to touch her forehead for some psychic spell. "What's she doing?" Stefan whispered to Rila. "Checking to see if Effie's faking." Satisfied, the psychic left to check every other room, looking under the beds and in their wardrobes. In Cleve's room, where Zoke had been taking residence, the psychic noticed something about the floorboards. She squatted and felt around. "Whose room is this?" she asked. "Cleve Polkin's," Rila answered, sighing after, as if the mention of his name had evoked a deep sadness. "But he was sent to Goldrum. Zoke's been staying in this room in the meantime." The psychic stood to face Rila. "And what do you know about these floorboards?" Rila's lips bent into a taunting grin. Stefan didn't need to ask to understand the king's psychic was trying to use her psyche on Rila, and she was failing miserably. The psychic grumbled and turned to Stefan instead. "Do you know anything else about these floorboards?" Stefan didn't see the harm in being honest, not that he would be able to lie to a psychic anyway. Cleve hollowed out the floor around there when he moved in so he could hide his bow. It was part of what led him to being sent to Goldrum. There's nothing down there anymore. "I see," the psychic said, scribbling something on her scroll. "A psychic will be back tomorrow morning to check on Effie. If she wakes before then, she needs to visit the medical center for an examination. Is this understood?" Each of them nodded. "Good. Lastly, if any of you had an encounter with the spy, please describe it to me and provide a name, or at least the name the spy gave to you." The psychic was looking at him, so Stefan went first, knowing Zoke and Rila had a tale of their own that would follow. "I was meeting with Jack Rose during lunch. Someone broke his window and threw in a potion that began to produce noxious gas, but neither of us saw who did it. Chemist Master Jack was fearful someone was waiting for him outside the front door, so he took me through the back of the house and we climbed out his bedroom window." "You didn't see any of the attackers?" Stefan shook his head. "Once we were outside and realized what was happening, we ran to the northwestern edge of campus where we broke into the headmaster's house to equip ourselves with weapons. By the time we came out, most of the spies had already struck their targets and escaped. Jack Rose and I stopped a few fights, but I don't think we encountered anyone who was a spy, just scared students not knowing who to trust." Zoke went next, followed by Rila and then Alex. When they were done, the psychic seemed satisfied and started to leave. Stefan couldn't help but ask, "You question Zoke's loyalty, but not the rest of us. Why is that?" "If I'd known he was the Crep who'd gone with the rest of you and Terran Polkin to the Slagari colony, I wouldn't have questioned him either. You all were investigated prior to your mission. There's no reason to interrogate you after that, especially with what a success the mission was. Now I must be leaving. Please await further instructions from Terran. The bell will ring twice when it's time to meet at Redfield." "Glad to hear he's back," Alex commented. Within the following hour, the Redfield bell began to chime. "I don't feel comfortable leaving Effie alone," Rila said. "I'll stay with her." "I'll remember everything Terran tells us and report back to you," Stefan said. Rila smiled. "I'm sure you will." Students filed out of their houses. Stefan noticed a lot more people were locking their doors than usual. Even though it's over, the distrust the spies created will linger for weeks, maybe longer. They didn't speak on the way to Redfield, and neither did the other students walking in groups near Stefan. To break the silence, he eventually asked, "Alex, did your brother come with the king to the academy?" "Being the commander of the king's guard, I'm sure he must have, but I haven't seen him." Again they were silent. The lack of clatter as everyone filed into the circular stadium made for a somber mood. Stefan could see it on their faces. Everyone around him felt the same as he did. It was as if they'd already lost the war and were just waiting for death. But when he sat and Taryn walked into the middle of Redfield, Stefan's next breath gave him hope that his attitude would be turning soon.
Please be seated,
Taryn boomed. It put some life back into the stadium, students now moving quicker with excited murmurs exchanged between them. Once everyone had found a spot on one of the many benches, Taryn lifted his arms and waited for silence.
I know you're all hungry and tired. Food will be available outside the dining hall when we're done here. Battle training will be put on hold until our facilities are back up to standard. The dining hall needs some serious repairs, but it still stands for now thanks to our skilled Sartius mages who managed to stop the fire.
Taryn paused for a deep breath, placing his hands on his hips as his gaze fell to the ground. Stefan thought he saw the headmaster shaking his head. Taryn ran a hand through his blonde hair, moving it out of his face as he spoke.
Let's start with the numbers.
He spoke solemnly.
There were 22 spies, 20 students, and 2 instructors. 5 of them made it out of the academy. The rest were killed. None went through the Vigeligen pathway, so they must have gone east to get around the mountains between here and Tenred. King Wilson has sent men after them, and a message was delivered to our men on the Vigeligen mountains to watch for them. Once they're found, they'll be interrogated and executed without trial. Now, for our death count.
Taryn looked to be going through physical pain as he rubbed his chin, every muscle in his face tight.
Nothing truly can prepare us for the death of our comrades. Not only do we fight together, but we're friends. Every person we lost will always be more to us than a number. 25 buildings were damaged and 4 need to be completely rebuilt. Many crops were burned. And we're still figuring out what kind of damage our recently planted Kergalo seeds took. But worst of all, we lost 40 students and 3 instructors.
A flood of gasps burst from the audience. 43 deaths from 22 spies? Stefan couldn't help but think that's nearly 2 deaths per spy.
But the spies didn't commit 43 acts of murder. Unfortunately, some of our men and women were killed by each other during fights caused by fear and distrust. Each of these deaths is being investigated, but we won't punish those who've made mistakes. We place the blame of every death on the traitors, not each other. The names of the fallen men and women will be engraved along the Redfield wall by tomorrow morning. We'll commemorate them each year when we hold the Redfield competition for the champion title.
Taryn glanced around the stadium.
I know this feels like a time to grieve, and you're entitled to.
He balled his hand into a fist.
But don't let your spirits be broken. That anger deep within you, find it right now. It's a seed buried in the pit of your stomach. It might grow into rage, burning and insatiable, or it could swell into sadness, becoming a depression that takes over your whole body. Don't let either of these happen to you.
Taryn extended his arms and squeezed his hands.
Hold on to that seed tightly. You can control what it becomes. This seed will always be a part of you from now on. Just don't let it sprout yet. It might feel harder and harder to contain it as time progresses, but have solace knowing that you won't need to hold on to it forever. When it's time to fight, you'll release your grip on this seed of anger. You'll remember what Tenred has done, the lives they took, the buildings they burned, and the lies they've spewed in our faces. Your seed will sprout, bursting open and fueling your body with concentrated rage. So hold on for now, and don't let go. Remember who your allies are, who your friends are. Save that rage for Tenred, and get ready, because we're taking the fight to them.
Many people stood and cheered, Alex being one of them. Stefan clapped with excitement, but was too exhausted to want to jump from his seat. He couldn't help but notice Zoe give quick looks of confusion in each direction. I'll tell him about applause later. When the clapping started to die down, Taryn continued.
I know many of you would like to visit your families at this point, but we have a lot of hard work ahead. In these upcoming weeks, there will be a number of aggressive missions beginning, and those who are chosen will be leaving the academy. It's important we keep our minds focused on training. We'll still allow family to visit you, though. Now get some food and then rest. Tomorrow, you'll report to battle training at your usual time. You're dismissed.
Everyone stood at once, a storm of dialogue bursting out. I'm glad Taryn's back, Alex commented. I expect us to be going on one of those missions sometime soon. Stefan had the same thought. I hope Effie gets better before then. Chapter 17. Effie. When Effie awoke in her own bed, it was as if all she'd done was blink. She remembered everything that had happened with Brady as if it was seconds ago, but she knew better. She was so groggy she barely could lift her head, and it was night out now. Effie noticed Rila in bed beside her. She was on her side, facing the other way. Pushing herself upright and whispering took the rest of Effie's strength. "I've been asleep for hours?" Effie put her hand on Rila's arm, but Rila didn't move. "Oh, she's asleep." Effie found the strength to get out of bed. She had questions that needed answering, and nothing was stronger than her curiosity, until she realized how badly she needed to relieve herself. Shit! Effie slammed against the walls as she staggered down the hall through a sea of dizziness. She heard doors opening behind her as she neared the front of the house. "Effie, you're awake!" It was Rila's voice. Stefan's came soon after. "We were so worried. Where are you going?" "Rila, help me to the bathhouse!" Effie gave up moving on her own and, resting against the wall, waited for her friend. Rila rushed over and took her arm, guiding her out the door into the nearby bathhouse. When Effie was done, the grogginess had faded enough for her to walk on her own, but she clung to Rila anyhow. "How are you feeling?" Rila asked, putting a hand against Effie's cheek as they walked back. "Tired and angry. What happened?" "You have any idea how long you've been unconscious?" Rila's tone made Effie uneasy. It was unlike her friend to speak so nervously. "I thought it was just half a day." 2.5 days, Eff. "No wonder I'm so hungry." Rila showed her a wide smile. "We've saved you some food just in case you woke after serving hours were over." Zoke was up as well by the time they got back inside. The four of them sat around the kitchen table as Effie ate and asked about what happened. When she heard that Marie had been killed, her appetite vanished. The volume of tears that Effie shed ended up surprising her. She didn't realize how close she'd felt to her instructor until then, and even more so now. Effie had been relying on Marie to lead the mages into battle. With her gone, it felt as if their whole army had been cut in half. First Bithos, now Marie, Effie thought. Who's going to be next, Taryn? A voice answered, "Maybe me." In the 2 days since the attack, she was told, much of the king's staff had taken residence within the academy to help rebuild. After all of Effie's questions had been answered, Rila advised, "You're supposed to go to the medical center for an evaluation in the morning, but I think I know you well enough to guess that you're going to skip it." "You wouldn't?" "No." Stefan and Rila both answered in unison. Effie shrugged. "Alex was here earlier," Rila said. "He's been worried about you. When he's not out on Warrior's Field or asleep in his own bed, he's been in your room with you." If Marie's death and Brady's betrayal weren't wearing so heavily on her mind, Effie might have surprised Alex with a visit. But sleep was what she really needed. It seemed strange how tired she felt after already spending 2.5 days in bed, but Effie wasn't about to argue with her body. That never ended well. As usual, Effie was out of bed before anyone else the next morning. Just as she reached for the knob to the front door, it opened on its own from the other side, and Alex stepped in. "Effie!" he blurted in surprise. "Are you all right?" She couldn't help but notice how tired he looked. There were thick bags under his eyes, and his jaw seemed slack. "I'm fine. You should be getting more sleep." She nestled in for a hug. "I will now." "I'm off to the dining hall. Will you join me?" Effie asked, already knowing the answer. Alex extended his elbow. Once they were outside, he asked, "When did you wake up?" "Last night. They've already told me everything that happened." "I'm so sorry about Marie." "Me too." Alex let out a sharp breath that cut through the air. "I'm going to kill Saldar, that bastard. I can't believe I didn't know who he really was." Zoke already promised he's going to kill Saldar. Effie patted Alex's arm with her other hand. "It looks like only one of you will get the privilege, unless I get to him first. And Brady's going to die as well. I can't shake the feeling that he played a major role in the whole thing." "Why was he taking you?" Alex asked, the words spewing out with such force it seemed as if he'd been holding in the question. Embarrassment came over her body with a flush of heat. "He wanted me to come with him." "Did he say why?" "He told me, well, he said that..." She couldn't figure out the best way to word it. "He said he loved me, but he's crazy," Effie quickly added. Alex had the worst response of all. He was completely silent. As they walked, she watched his face for clues, but he simply stared ahead, his expression indifferent. Alarax? Effie wasn't sure why his full name came out. Perhaps it was from how distant she felt from him in that moment. "I'm glad Zoke found him. I can't believe how close Brady was to escaping with you." "So that's what it is. He's panicked because he almost lost me." From the pain in his eyes, it even seemed as if he might blame himself. "Yes, I owe Zoke a great debt," was all she could think to say. A few paces later, Alex said, "I should warn you before we get there that the dining hall isn't a pretty sight." "As long as there's food, that's all I care about." Out of the corner of her eye, Effie noticed Brady running toward her. She jumped, nearly screaming as she got behind Alex. But it turned out it wasn't him, just someone with the same short brown hair. The man ran by with a curious glance, clearly unsure why he'd startled her so badly. "What's wrong?" Alex asked. "Do you know him?" "It's nothing. It was embarrassing to admit." I thought it was Brady." Alex pulled her to his chest and kissed her head. "He's gone, F. The academy was swept many times, and 2 guards watch each entrance day and night." "I know, and it was a stupid thought." She held on to him for a breath longer, enjoying his warmth. Chapter 18. Effie. During the next few days, it seemed as if everyone in the academy was doing everything they could to ignore what happened and get back to normal. Battle training resumed. Effie had a new teacher by the name of Penny, who made it clear the first day that rather than try to copy Marie's teaching methods, she was going to do things differently. It turned out Penny intended to push the Group 1 mages harder than they'd ever been pushed before. Effie didn't know her body could endure so much stress with so little reprieve. She didn't even have time to think between fireballs, rushed formation changes, and stamina casting, which soon became her least favorite drill. Each mage was required to unleash a stream of hot Bastial energy as forcefully as possible so that when Penny snapped her wand and sent out a gust of Sartius energy across them, she could see which mages had the best control based on the length of the fire stream that was blasted forward when the 2 energies mixed. When they finally were allowed to break for water, the thought of continuing seemed impossible. But Effie's body surprised her, obeying each command of her mind to absorb and then cast Bastial and Sartius energy when she needed it. Stefan told her one night about Terran's speech during a discussion with Rila about the seed of anger within each of them. Effie could feel it in her chest when she thought about Brady, a burning pea. She could see how that feeling would spread and consume her if she didn't control it, or if she ignored it completely as she'd originally planned. A few more times Effie thought she saw Brady, but at least the occurrences weren't startling her anymore. She always knew it was just her mind playing a trick, a dirty one at that. The recent deaths seemed to have triggered a fresh wave of Rila's grief over losing Vithos. Although she was eating normally again, which was of great relief to Effie, Rila often talked about how much she missed him, as well as Rek and Cleve. Sometimes Effie would catch Rila sighing to herself, and she could tell that Rila was thinking about them. It made Effie worry that Rila wasn't going to be able to hold on to her seed of anger, that it might sprout into depression any day now. Gabby came to visit, but she'd made 2 mistakes. She allowed their mother and father to come with her, and she'd also told them about her feelings for Stefan. It was still nice for Effie to see her family, even if they did spend more time questioning Stefan as if he was suddenly a stranger instead of the young man who'd grown up with Effie and her sister. On another night, Rila's mother came to visit, arriving with Stefan's mother. The 2 parents knew each other well. Both being a single guardian, they'd become close over the years. Though Effie wondered how much Stefan's mother really knew about Rila's family, specifically her elven side. But from the way everyone was talking, it seemed to be common knowledge by now. During each of these visits, it became clear that everyone knew that battle was on the horizon. Excitement was dampened, voices were hushed, and warnings about being careful were repeated to the point of annoyance. Even worse, with all the time Effie and the others spent training during the day, each visit had to be late in the evening, and they were never long enough, almost making them not worth it. But at least Effie had visitors. At least she had family. No one came to see Zoke. He was always last to come home, apparently out late practicing with Alex long after battle training had ended. Sometimes it was so dark by the time he came in, Effie wondered how he even found their house, until she asked him.
"Krups can see better in the dark than humans,"
He'd said. It made her wonder if that meant their enemies would attack at night. Alex started coming by in the morning so he could walk with Effie to the dining hall and eat breakfast with her. Zoke had begun walking later, so Effie didn't wait around to accompany him when Stefan or Rila could. Not that the Krep needed it anymore. After everyone heard that Saldar was a spy, the fact that Zoke had spit on the traitor now made him more accepted than coin to a beggar. Alex always seemed tired when he first arrived, yawning and reticent, but he was back to his usual cheery self by the time they reached the dining hall. While they ate, Effie asked him how Zoke was doing with the other warriors.
"Good. Really good, actually,"
Alex added.
"He's learning extremely fast, and he hasn't spit on anyone either. He does miss Vithos, though."
He actually admitted it to you? Effie couldn't imagine the Krep saying such words.
"No, but he does talk about the elf more often."
It must be because Rila's been talking about him a lot as well. Alex hummed and nodded.
"I haven't gotten a chance to speak to Rila recently. How have people taken to her ears?"
No one cares after everything that's happened. I barely notice them anymore. Alex surprised Effie with a kiss to her cheek, holding his lips there for a breath before slowly releasing them. Effie could feel her face flood with nervousness, and she didn't seem to have the power to stop it. Her hand absently went to where his lips had pressed against hers. Alex had a groomed beard of reddish brown. It was somewhat of a contrast to his black hair, but she liked the color it added to his face. She thought it went well with his light brown eyes.
"It just felt right,"
Alex said with a nervous grin.
"The light's hitting you perfectly, and your cheek was practically glowing."
Effie felt her heart speeding up as she noticed that he looked as if he was about to kiss her again, maybe on the lips this time. Her wit was gone. No words, not even a thought. She felt frozen, no longer aware of what face she was making. But Effie knew that Alex had felt this way about her for a long time. Other thoughts started forming. Her mind was working again. Her appetite for food was gone, a new one emerging as she looked at his mouth. As she remembered how she felt about him. "You should warn me next time so I can kiss you back." She let out a sly grin. Could I be any less subtle? One corner of Alex's mouth turned up to give him a matching smile. "All right, get ready." He leaned toward her. Effie took his cheeks with both hands, guiding his lips onto hers. They shared no more than 2 kisses before Effie noticed someone plop down on the bench on the other side of their table. As she turned to see who it was, Zoke began to speak.
"That's disgusting. Don't do that while I'm eating."
Alex let out a bitter laugh and placed his palm over his eyes. "You're up early, Zoke." Effie used a snide tone.
"So?"
Zoke asked, not getting the hint. Effie didn't know what else to add. Besides bluntly telling him to leave them alone, there was no way he was going to get it. Under the table, Alex ran his fingertips along her thigh, and she placed her hand on top of his. Chapter 19. Stefan. Whenever Stefan awoke to find the glow of the sun peeking into the bottom of his curtain, the first thing he wanted to do was open it to let in the light. But he made that mistake a few times already, once when a young woman was walking by outside and turned to find his naked self looking back. After that, he at least remembered to put on his underwear first. He heard someone knocking at the front door and hurried to get the rest of his clothing on in case he needed to answer it, but someone got there first. "Is Stefan here?" It was Meretrice's voice. He waited before putting his shirt on to see who'd answered the door. He might still be sleeping. "Who are you?" Effie asked, her voice more surprised than anything else, though Stefan didn't know why. "Treese, a friend in his class." "Oh, Meretrice?" Effie asked. "Yes, but only Stefan calls me that." Stefan was nearly done dressing by then. "You're cute," Effie said bluntly, as if it was a fact instead of a compliment. Meretrice laughed bashfully as Stefan walked down the hall. "Stop, I'm not," Meretrice said. "But look at you. You're so pretty. You're Effie, right?" "Meretrice," Stefan said, coming into the front room. Effie was giggling by then. "Stefan," she said, interrupting her laugh with a stern expression and fold of her arms. In a demanding tone, she added, "Why have you been hiding that she's so cute?" Embarrassment seemed to take control, starting 3 different sentences at once. "I would've. There's Gabby." He was relieved when Effie smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "I'm teasing." She extended her hand to Meretrice. "It's nice to meet you." "You as well." Effie went to her room. Stefan figured she must have already had breakfast in the dining hall, unless she finally was sleeping in to a normal hour. "I wanted to talk to you about a new potion I'm working on," Meretrice said. "Will you come eat with me?" "Sure." There was a knock at the door. Effie came out of her room to investigate as Stefan opened it. When he found Jack Rose on the other side, at first it seemed strange, but then he remembered Taryn's announcement about upcoming missions. A burst of excitement from his stomach seemed to propel his heart up into his throat so that he couldn't speak. "Hello, Stefan," the master chemist said. He turned to Meretrice next. "Hello, Treese. I've heard from Chemist Leandra that you have a knack for treating injuries." "That's kind of her to say," Meretrice said. "Well, I'm sure it's the truth." Jack smiled politely before looking over. "Stefan, I'd like you to come with me. There's a lot we need to discuss." "Another visitor for you, Stefan?" Effie seemed incredulous, though he often couldn't tell when she was joking. "When did you become so popular?" "I don't know." Stefan heard his voice trail off as he couldn't think of what else to say. "The Crep has been staying here, right?" Jack asked, his tone excited. "I would very much like to meet him before we go to my house." "Zoke, are you awake?" Effie blurted. Stefan was just now realizing that she seemed to be in a better mood than usual, or is she always like this in the morning? Zoke pulled the door open to Cleve's room and stepped out with an annoyed glance. "What?" Effie danced her hands through the air as she gestured at him, facetiously presenting him to Jack. Dramatically, she announced, "Here he is!" "What is this?" Zoke was even more annoyed now. In contrast, Jack seemed both delighted and excited, possibly even honored. With his mouth agape, he cautiously approached the Crep. "Zoke, it's very nice to meet you." Jack extended his hand and looked to be holding in a giddy squeal when Zoke shook it. "Why is your skin so dark?" Zoke rudely asked. But it didn't seem to dampen Jack's mood. "Because my mother and father's skin was this dark." His tone was as if he were explaining it to a child. "And their parents had the same dark skin. It's truly a pleasure to meet you." Zoke looked to Stefan with a blank expression, waiting to be told what to do. But Stefan had no answer for him, so the Crep looked back at Jack and simply stared, now scratching his ass loudly. "Bastial hell, Zoke." Jack seemed satisfied, though, turning to Stefan with an even wider smile. "Are you ready to go?" Stefan felt too much guilt to move. Meretrice had come to eat with him and discuss a new potion. Even worse, she'd admitted earlier that after Taryn's announcement, she wanted to go on a mission. With slumped shoulders, she must have been feeling too much disappointment to hide it. Stefan decided asking wouldn't hurt. Who else was coming on the mission? Just you, me, and someone from the King's Council, J.V. Ravender, Jack said. Can Meretrice come as well? She's a great chemist, and you already know how skilled she is at treating injuries. Meretrice opened her mouth to object, but no words came out. Her eyes tore back and forth between Stefan and Jack. We're just meeting with the Sligari, Jack said. They wanted someone who came last time, requesting you specifically for your ability to speak their language. There's no chance of injury. I know this is completely inappropriate, Meretrice spoke in a foreboding tone, but I want to see the Sligari colony more than anything in this world. I promise I can make myself of use. When Stefan noticed that Jack's lips were scrunched, Stefan already knew the answer. The master chemist always made the same face before he reluctantly agreed. All right, Jack said. Meretrice covered her mouth as she squealed and jumped up and down. Thank you so much!
Am I supposed to be standing here still?
Zoke asked. I'm sorry, Zoke. We'll be leaving now. Again, I'm so glad I got the chance to meet you, Jack said.
I'm confused, Zoke said. I don't understand why you're so happy just to meet me, but that's fine.
He went back into Cleve's room, closing the door after him. Stefan and a now excited Meretrice followed Jack out the door. The mission was simple enough for Jack to explain most of it by the time they'd walked to his house. The Sligari already had tunnels throughout Ovira. After the alliance was set, they were to extend their southern tunnels into the heart of Cairo. Now they were ready to come above ground, but they needed to plan the rest of the tunneling process with Cairo. There was a lot to be discussed. King Wilson sent J.B. Ravender to lead the mission. From the way Jack spoke of him, it seemed they'd at least met before, probably even knew each other fairly well. But Stefan had never met the man himself. The only thing he knew about J.V. was that he was the one who'd escorted Cleve to the castle after he was caught with the outlawed bow, and that was the last they'd seen of him. Once inside Jack's house, he offered them each some breakfast as he explained further details about the mission. A group of Sligari wiggled their way to Cairo City yesterday. I was told that they dug underground from the north all the way to Ray White Forest, as Taryn had instructed them to before your group left the Sligari colony. Guards on the outskirts of the city escorted them to the castle. Apparently, they received quite a welcome from everyone they passed. People were cheering and applauding, and the Sligari have been very humbled by this. I hope students in the academy can give them the same greeting when they come here. Meretrice's eyes went wide. When will they be here? JV and the Sligari delegation should be here soon. Then the Sligari will take us to the entrance of their colony in Ray White Forest. In the letter I received, it said the Sligari have come across an opportunity we might want to take advantage of, although I don't know what it is yet. What I do know is that JV is going to be the one who finalizes every decision. Jack didn't seem too pleased about that. Stefan asked, how do you know him? Jack vigorously scratched his chin, as if the mention of JV had brought forth an itch he couldn't satisfy. I've worked with him in the past, I guess one could say. I see, Stefan muttered, uneasy about the nervous expression he found on Jack's face. So my role is just to translate if needed? Yes, and soothe the Sligari's worry. With Taryn unable to go, I'm sure they'll be a lot more comfortable seeing you there, or at least someone who came to visit them originally when the alliance was set. Although Stefan wasn't traveling across territories to forge an alliance with a new race like last time, he still was thrilled to go back underground and see the Sligari colony again. He'd been wondering what role the small slug-like creatures would take in the war.
Jack Rose, are you in there?
A man bellowed from outside, pounding on the door.
We don't know where Taryn is. Someone's here, and we don't know what to do with him.
By Jack's expression, it seemed as if he was just as confused as Stefan.
What do you mean someone's here?
Jack asked, making no motion toward the door.
Who are you? We're 2 wall guards. An elf came to the academy from the east, and from what we know about him, we believe him to be an ally. We just don't know what to do with him now.
An elf? Were there more in Ovira than just Rek and Vithos? Jack peered out the window.
My Bastial stars. There's really an elf out there.
When Stefan came behind him for a look, and saw Vithos, he nearly slammed the door into himself as he pulled it open and maneuvered around to get outside. Vithos, is that really you? The elf was even filthier than before, and it looked as if he hadn't slept in days. His hair was longer, now coming down to the middle of his shoulder blades. But even with all the dirt in his hair and on his face, he was practically glowing, his bright smile nearly reflecting the light of the sun. Stefan, happy see you, Vithos said, his common tongue sounding a bit better than before. Rila's going to die when she sees you, Stefan shouted. Die? Vithos grew concerned. Like this? He dramatically choked himself with his tongue protruded. No, it's just an expression. But then Stefan realized that Vithos certainly wouldn't know that word. Never mind. Stefan waved his palms. Vithos started shaking his hands to mimic Stefan. "Oh no," Stefan muttered.
"This is the elf who went with Terran?"
Jack Rose asked. "Yes," Stefan answered. "Can I take him to see Zoke and the others?" Vithos stopped shaking his hands and shook a pointed finger at Stefan.
"See Zoke. Yes, yes. See Rila, too."
"Yes, you can see Zoke and Rila if we hurry. They might be leaving to go to the dining hall for breakfast soon."
"Hurry," Vithos said.
"May I take him?" Stefan asked Jack.
"Certainly. I know where Terran is. I'll tell him to come by your house. He'll be so happy to see Vithos. Therese, make sure you're packed before lunch so we're ready to leave when Javi and the Slagari get here. You as well, Stefan."
They shared a quick goodbye, and then Stefan was running alongside Vithos, wondering who was going to be more excited to see him, Rila or Zoke. But then a realization hit him. How is Vithos alive? Worried, Stefan gave one more look to the elf beside him. A voice argued against his doubts. How many elves could look exactly like him and even have the same accent? Then Vithos turned and showed another wide smile.
"Yes?"
Stefan nearly started weeping with joy as tingles ran through his body. "It's really you, Vithos."
"Yes, it's me, Vithos."
Chapter 20. Zoke. Zoke had a series of nightmares during the night, all of them about Zeddy. Usually it was Vithos who calmed him when worries of his sister started to take over, but now there was no one to do that. No human ever would understand his situation. In the morning he was awakened and called out of his room just so a strange man could gawk at him. Needless to say, when Zoke returned and couldn't get back to sleep, he wasn't in a good mood. So when he heard the front door open and Stefan's voice shouting, "I have a surprise! Zoke, Rila, Effie, if you're here, come out!" Zoke couldn't decide between ignoring Stefan or exiting the bedroom to curse at him. Soon he chose the latter, cursing. But when he saw a familiar elf standing next to Stefan, all of Zoke's anger was gone in an instant. "Ektor," the elf said in Crepan, smiling widely.
"Vithos?"
Zoke replied.
"No, it can't be."
It had been so long since Zoke had said anything in Crepan that wasn't a curse word that he was still talking in common tongue without realizing it.
"Aren't you glad to see me?"
Vithos teased, speaking in Crepan. Zoke heard Rila's door open violently. She ran out into the hall. Before even reaching Vithos, she fell to the ground and started weeping. It seemed to have the same effect on Vithos, for tears suddenly streamed from his eyes, and he nearly collapsed as he staggered toward her. Effie was out of her room by then, already crying, though she hadn't even seen Vithos yet. Then Zoke noticed that Stefan was crying as well. "Stop, Rila," Stefan said with a smile, wiping away tears. "I can't help it," Rila sputtered out between weeps. Effie was bawling by then. "Damn psychics!" But everyone seemed happy as they cried, enormous smiles on their faces. Zoke was baffled by it. He knew there had to be some sort of psyche in effect, perhaps the reason he was nearly collapsing from joy like the humans. He'd never felt this way before, his whole body tingling. But he felt no urge to cry, and why would he? This was a joyous occasion.
"I don't understand,"
Zoke admitted.
"Why is everyone crying?"
Rila had gotten to her feet by then. She and Vithos were embracing as they cried on each other's shoulders. The front door was still open and Terran ran through, barely stopping before running into Vithos and Rila.
"It's really true!"
Terran's face showed excitement at first, but it contorted just after he finished speaking, and now he was weeping with the rest of them.
"Bastial, hell, why am I crying?"
This confused Zoke even more. He was the only one smiling without tears.
"Why is everyone crying and smiling, happy and sad at the same time? Is such a thing possible?"
"No, we're just happy," Rila answered.
"Weird humans,"
Zoke said with a laugh, no longer caring about anything besides that Vithos was standing before them. When Rila and Vithos parted, he turned to Zoke and barely got his arms around Zoke's shoulder for a hug. Zoke had never been grabbed in that way, and he didn't particularly like it. He felt as if he was being constrained, like they were about to start wrestling, but because it was Vithos, he let it go.
"I'm sorry, Zoke,"
the elf said in common tongue, transitioning to Crepan shortly after.
"I didn't mean to make you think I was dead, but now I see that this was the case." "I understand," Zoke replied in Crepan, "but you'd better tell me everything that happened." "I will, including that I met with Zeti."
"What?" Zoke shouted. Although none of the humans understood their conversation, Zoke's raised voice stirred their curiosity.
"I'm sure everyone wants to know what happened after we were separated. Will you translate for me? I'm still not so good at common tongue."
Vithos said.
"I will," Zoke said,
turning to the humans and transitioning to their language.
"Vithos will explain what happened after we collapsed the tunnel, and I'll translate."
"Wait," Effie said. "I'll fetch Alex. He deserves to be here just as much as the rest of us." She ran out.
"Tell me about Zeddy as we wait," Zoke said. "She should be within Terran territory by now,"
Vithos replied.
"She, Greer, and Kinyu were sent there by Dor and Heyman to deliver some messages and figure out why the birds they sent hadn't returned."
This was terrible news. Zeddy should have been keeping her distance from the Slagari leaders, but it sounded as if she'd been promoted and now was working closer with them. Vithos continued before Zoe could think about it more.
I asked her to come with me to Cairo, and although she wanted to be with you, she didn't feel as if she could. She has too much pride, Zoe. She thinks of leaving as a betrayal, for she knows it'll make her a traitor. I'm not sure if she'll ever come to our side until this war is over.
Zoe felt himself nodding.
I can understand that. I never would have made the choice either, even if our places were reversed.
Vithos shook his head and grumbled.
Sometimes I just don't understand you, Krebs. What else happened with Zeddy?
Zoe was in no mood to change the subject, and he knew as soon as Alex arrived that the humans would expect him to translate Vithos' story.
Not much else. I could tell that she misses you just as strongly as you miss her. Do you know if she'll be safe in Tenrid?
Zoe knew nothing about the humans there.
Nibra's been there for a while now. If he's safe there, then I'm sure Zeddy will be as well. But Nibra speaks their language and Zeddy doesn't.
Effie came back with Alex. He was the only one to enter the house without crying. Zoe figured it was from the psychics calming down by then. After everyone spent a few more moments telling Vithos how happy they were to see him, Zoe translated the elf's account of what happened after being separated from them within the Slagari colony.
It didn't even occur to me that you could have made it out of there alive,
Taryn admitted when Zoe was finished. Zoe translated the statement for Vithos. When Zoe was done and Vithos nodded, Taryn added,
I'm sorry.
Being unable to translate that, Zoe was thankful that Vithos knew what it meant by now.
Taryn, everything good.
Vithos put his hand on the tall warrior's shoulder, then transitioned into Kreppen.
Tell them that I know a lot more about the new Krepp encampment now. I think they may be able to take out Doe or Haymond with an arrow from the correct position.
Zoe translated, and everyone seemed excited about the idea, except for Taryn.
Right now there are more pressing matters,
He said, glancing around the room.
I was going to tell all of you tomorrow, but I might as well say it now while we're here. We need skilled fighters and psychics for a mission in Corin Forest. Rila, Effie, Alarix, and Zoke. I was going to group you four with another strong psychic, but with Vithos here, he can take her place.
What about Stefan? Alex asked.
We don't need a chemist for this mission,
Taryn said.
And Jack Rose already needs Stefan for another task. It will be the 5 of you. The mission leader will be coming by tomorrow to take you through the Vigeligen pathway.
You're not coming? Rila asked.
There are too many other things I need to do, and I know you'll be in good hands with Kessa Polkin, a cousin of mine. She's the one coming tomorrow.
Many of the humans' jaws dropped at the mention of her name. It sounded familiar to Zoke, but he couldn't remember why she was important.
I should probably pay more attention when they're talking around me, Zoke told himself. Who is she? He asked.
Rila's glance went between them and Vithos. She's the one who went with my father when he died trying to bring Vithos out of the Krepp encampment. Remember, Zoke? He did then and nodded. Vithos seemed to realize this woman had something to do with him, but he didn't quite understand exactly how.
She try save me? He asked.
I know nothing about this,
Taryn admitted, looking to Rila.
Kessa has had a less than reputable past. Did she have some involvement with your father's death?
Not like that. Rila urgently waved her palms. She was helping him retrieve Vithos, though they weren't able to, and he was killed. Rila's eyes lifted to the ceiling as she thought. That was 18 years ago. Kessa must be quite old by now.
Don't tell her that.
Taryn had a wry smile.
And she's only 6 years older than me, young lady.
Sorry, Headmaster Taryn, Rila yelped.
I don't mind, but you all need to watch your tongue around her. She comes from a side of the family that's very sensitive to certain subjects, especially with Lance Ratarkos being her mother.
Taryn raised an eyebrow.
You know, the catalyst.
Zoke had no idea what Taryn was referring to, but all the humans seemed to, except Effie. Their eyes went wide and their mouths hung open. What? The little mage asked. Who is that? They gawked at her in silence. Bastial, hell, I can't remember this stuff, Effie complained. The catalyst, Stefan said, his tone incredulous. She was born Lansra Takari to King Sid Takari and his reluctant wife, Dory Rose. But her name changed to Lansra Tarkos when the Piranha, Janek Tarkos, took power from Sid Takari. Her name was changed because Dory Rose admitted Lansra was the Piranha's child, not Sid's. Stefan waited for Effie to reply, but she merely shook her head with an expression of embarrassment. Liaison Wilfrey went over this before the announcement of war, F, Rila said. I was distracted by that bastard Brady during the announcement, Effie muttered. Well, Stefan said, many people believe that her birth was what eventually led to the separation of Tenrid and Cairo.
This, make sure you don't mention Akessa.
Taryn lifted a finger.
There's some controversy within the family about which side they should fight for.
How is she related to you and Cleve? Rila asked.
My father, Cleve's grandfather, was the brother of Kessa's father.
There was another silence. Zoe hoped it meant all this talk about history and family finally was done. He understood none of it.
Any other questions about this before I go? Taryn asked. It would be a bad idea to bring up any discussion of Kessa's family with her.
When no one replied, Taryn gave a quick nod.
Good. Be ready to leave by tomorrow. Kessa will explain the mission to you then. Vithos, I'm overjoyed you returned.
Taryn held out his hand to be shaken. Vithos pushed out his palms and waggled his hands. When Zope found himself snickering along with the humans, he finally understood the humor in it. Chapter 21. Effie. By the next morning, it had become clear to Effie that Taryn had failed to mention how dangerous their mission would be. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Effie was all packed. She sat on Rila's bed, waiting for her to finish neatly folding clothes and placing them in a backpack. I just stuffed them in, Effie admitted. I don't know how you can do that. Everything gets wrinkled. Effie shrugged. Stefan came in wearing a pack for his own mission. J.V. Ravender and the Sligari should be here soon. I'm going to go meet with Jack Rose and Meritrice. Effie hopped off the bed to give him a hug. Be safe down there. Rila was next. Don't do anything stupid. Stefan laughed. Says you. Rila scoffed. What do you mean by that? You and Effie were the ones who wanted to touch the Dodric. And that worked out just fine, Effie argued. Rila lowered her head and gave Stefan a look under raised eyebrows. There's a difference between stupid and adventurous. Well, it's a simple mission. I won't be stupid or adventurous. I guess it's better to be neither of them both, Rila admitted. Effie hummed. I'm not so sure about that. Zoe popped his head in.
Are we leaving?
Just saying goodbye to Stefan, Rila answered. Stefan turned and extended his hand to the Crep, who didn't take it right away. Goodbye, Zoke.
You're not coming back.
I am. Goodbye until we see each other again.
You humans shake hands with goodbye as well.
Sometimes, Stefan said. Zoke shook his hand then. Steffi gave one look over his shoulder, smiled, and then was off. Effie had a strange feeling watching him go. That had better not be the last time I see him. Where's Vithos? Rila asked. Didn't he sleep in your room, Zoke?
He went to the bathhouse a while ago.
Zoke turned and left without saying more. Effie was used to it by now. It was hard for her not to bring up Alex constantly. She'd already told Rila about their kiss in the dining hall, which Zoke had interrupted. She also told Rila that they'd meet again later that evening, and they weren't interrupted by anyone then. Effie felt pure glee whenever she thought about him. The only problem was that she knew they would have trouble keeping their hands to themselves in the company of everyone else. I've got to focus on the mission, she told herself. The more she thought about it, the riskier she believed it was going to be. I can't figure out what they could have us doing in Corn Forest, Effie said, hoping Rila had a better idea. Rila stopped folding and brushed the hair that had fallen in front of her face. I'll admit I'm nervous as well. Effie had never said that she was nervous, though it was no surprise the psychic could sense it. Depending how far west we are within the forest, Rila added, we could practically be in Tenrid territory. Does it strike you as strange that Kessa Polkin is the one leading us? Rila froze and tilted her head. I guess I hadn't thought about that. She has to be close to 40 years old, Effie said, confused about why she was the only one concerned about Kessa's age. Rila turned and looked as if she was about to say something to prove Effie wrong, but her mouth simply closed after a quick breath. Then she went back to her folding. What? Effie asked. It's just strange to me that you're focusing on her age, Rila said with a light smile. You did this with Gabby when she turned 14 and lawfully became an adult, which you kept repeating. I was dumbfounded she actually was an adult. And are you still? Rila had a cunning grin. I guess not, though she still does act like a child. Creating expectations because of someone's age has its purpose, but it can be misleading as well. Attributing a number of years to someone's life is like attaching a number of miles to a distance. It's going to be the same trip whether or not we know how far it is. People could walk hundreds of miles with nothing but weariness to show for it, while others could venture off into Ray White Forest and experience a life-changing event before coming back the same day. When we share a story about traveling, the number of miles isn't the focus. Age is the same way. Kessa may be 40, but I bet you'll soon find that it'll be the last thing on your mind. Rila finally finished packing and looked straight at Effie. I feel years older than I actually am. In fact, I think most people do around our age. But I would wager all my money that Kessa feels the opposite. She feels many years younger. I don't know enough about being 40 to understand why this is, but I'm sure I will when I get to that age. As will you. Effie knew not to doubt her friend. I'm sure you're right. Vithos came through the door then with nothing but a towel around his waist. Effie didn't recognize him at first, and when she did, she felt her eyes bulging. It wasn't that he was extraordinarily handsome, though he certainly was attractive. It was the contrast between now and the night before. He was clean, and for the first time since she'd met him. "Well, don't you look pretty?" Effie said. He really was a pretty male, if such a thing existed. Rila laughed and playfully smacked Effie's arm. "Get your clothes on, Vithos. We need to leave soon." The elf stood in their doorway with his head cocked, carefully listening to understand. He nodded.
Leave soon. Yes, I hurry.
Effie wondered what it would have been like for the other students to see a nearly naked Vithos walking out of the bathhouse. Then she realized that after the Sligari arrived later in the day, there would be far more to talk about than an elf wearing nothing but a towel. Alex arrived soon after. He was out of breath and his hair was a mess.
"She's not even here yet," he complained. "I rushed to make it here on time for nothing."
Effie waved him over to her and pulled his cheek down to kiss it. Right then, Kessa opened the door to their house and stuck her head in.
"I was told Effie, Rila, and others would be in here," she loudly inquired.
Effie, Rila, and Alex came out to greet her, though the woman didn't seem interested in anything but their names, not even offering a handshake. Kessa had black hair that stayed so still it seemed to cling to the edges of her face. It was short, not even long enough to reach her shoulders. At first it seemed as if she was furrowing her brow, but Effie realized there were no lines in her face, making a scowl her natural expression. Her eyes were gray and dull, looking as if they'd seen far more than her body had to show for it. Kessa was lean and short, only slightly taller than Effie, though her arms were about twice as thick as were her thighs. Her skin had a subtle brown tint to it that made it just darker than tan. She had on a black long-sleeved shirt and black pants to match. When Zoke and Vithos showed themselves, Kessa glanced at them no differently than she did Effie. She learned their names, and that was it.
"Everyone ready?" Kessa asked. "We have quite a few miles to walk and a lot to discuss."
Ready,
Vithos replied in his rough Crepan accent. With that, they left the house and already were walking east toward the Fageligen pathway. No one said anything until they'd reached the northern gate and needed to wait for the guards to open it. "My mother is Ari Warrender," Rila told Kessa. "She spent a lot of time looking for you after what happened."
"Yes, I know,"
Kessa replied indifferently, keeping her eyes on the opening gate ahead.
"I didn't want to be found until I'd done what she'd paid me to do."
She took in a breath and then turned to Vithos.
"I'm sorry I couldn't get you out of there earlier, and I'm truly sorry about your father."
Stiffly, Kessa shifted to look at Rila.
"I'm sorry to you as well, and your mother."
"I'm sure you did everything you could," Rila said. Kessa had begun walking forward now that the gate was open enough for them to get through. She showed no sign of wanting to reply to Rila.
"That was the only time I've failed,"
Kessa finally admitted. When enough time had passed without anyone speaking, Effie asked her burning question. "Why are you the one leading this mission?" She didn't think the question would sound rude, but she couldn't have been more wrong. Kessa glanced down at Effie with lowered eyebrows as if to say,
"And why do you think you deserve to be here with me?"
But instead she took a slow breath and answered,
"Because I'm the best at what we need to do, and the king knows it. So does Terran."
Now within the Fageligen pathway, Kessa turned her glance up each mountainside before continuing.
"I wanted to wait until we were within these walls to tell you about the mission."
Her voice had lowered to nearly a whisper.
"Keep your voice soft,"
she told Zoke, who'd been translating for Vithos.
"Although there probably aren't any spies, either human or Fageligen, within this mountain, I'm going to be careful nonetheless."
Effie soon came to the conclusion that careful was the best way to describe Kessa if Effie only had one word to do so. It wasn't so much that she was the most careful woman Effie had ever met. It was more that she wasn't much of anything else. Maybe it runs in the family, Effie thought, thinking of Cleve. But then she realized that she thought of him in the same way when they'd first met, overly cautious but not much of a personality. It took some time to realize it, but Effie had been wrong about Cleve. I could be wrong about Kessa Polkin as well. But the woman was even more reticent than Cleve, sometimes letting questions pass as if she hadn't heard them. As she explained the mission, she paused to listen when someone voiced concerns. But more often than not, she didn't answer and simply picked up where she left off.
"We have thousands of men on these mountains now to protect the pathway,"
Kessa explained.
"They have a good view of Tenrid, so they keep the king informed of any suspicious activity. Recently, they've been hearing hammering and voices from Corin Forest, but they can't tell what's going on in the forest itself. The trees are too dense. Tenrid must be moving people into the forest during the night, and we have no idea how many there are or what they're doing."
"So we're being sent in to find that out?" Effie asked. Kessa paid her no mind.
"Once Tenrid has control of the pathway, this war is lost, for it would mean they could attack at any time and easily retreat to where we can't pursue them. The king believes they're preparing an attack in order to take over the pathway. But he's also worried he could be wrong, that it could be a decoy for a larger army coming around through the east. We know now that the Kreps are to the east, which makes this idea just as plausible as the Fageligen Mountains being attacked. Then there's even the option that it's a trap. There could be thousands of enemies waiting for the king to send in an army of his own just so they can be surrounded and taken out with ease. So that's why such a small group is going, Effie tried again, hoping for a response this time. Yes. Our role is to find out what's happening in the forest. If, and I really mean if, we have a chance to deal detrimental damage to our enemies while we're there, then we will. But the command is up to me. None of you will act on your own. Does everyone understand? Effie, Rila, Alex, and Zoke each said they did. When Zoke was done translating for Vithos, the elf nodded and said,
I understand.
Effie couldn't help but constantly think about what Taryn had said about Kessa, that there was controversy within her family about which side they should be fighting for. Effie especially was reminded of this every time Kessa used the word we. It was the way she said it. At one point, Effie took Alex's arm for some comfort.
What's this?
Kessa stopped and pointed at them with her nose.
Are you two a couple?
From her tone, there was only one right answer. No, Effie said, letting go of Alex's arm.
Make sure you keep it that way.
Kessa started walking again.
The last thing you kids should be doing during wartime is getting involved with each other romantically.
Rila leaned down to whisper in Effie's ear. Bastial stars, someone has some misplaced anger. Effie snickered, letting her arm playfully bump against Alex as they followed Kessa. She looked up, defying him with a sly grin.
In case some of you are too stupid to realize it without me saying it aloud,
Kessa said.
This task of ours is extremely dangerous, so pay attention at all times and listen to every word I say.
Effie was starting to dread being stuck with Kessa. She leaned against Alex and he quietly put his arm around her shoulder. Both of them warily watched Kessa's back, ready to step away from each other the moment she turned. By then they'd crossed the tunnel with a secret pathway to the top of the mountain. Effie remembered it like it was yesterday, the pitch black, her wand being the only light. Taryn screaming in her ear, reaching the top and realizing it really was happening. They were about to fight. She felt her heart speed up as she relived it. The smoke was most prominent in her memory. It was the thickest she'd ever been in. Screams of death were everywhere. She still could see the faces of those she'd killed. At least she was a mage. At least she didn't have to drive a sword through anyone's flesh. She wasn't sure she could do that. But then again, she hadn't been sure she could kill someone with fire either, and she'd done that. Why was she lying to herself? Of course she could drive a weapon through an enemy. She just didn't want to. Desperately didn't want to. Then she remembered the seed of anger within her. She remembered Marie Firemore and Brady. She even remembered that blonde warrior Saldar who'd killed Marie. If Effie could kill them, then she certainly could kill others, and Effie definitely could kill them, no matter what weapon she wielded. Thoughts of them caused her anger to burn wild for a moment, but she quickly regained control, enclosing the seed so that it once again was dormant, ready to be unleashed during battle. Strangely, she found she was excited at the prospect of what the seed was going to become. Is this wrong? She wondered. Should I be feeling excitement? But Effie decided not to question it further. Even if it was wrong, it felt right, and that's all she cared about at that moment. Morality is long gone, she told herself. The day 22 spies showed their faces was the day I stopped worrying about right and wrong and started relying on what I felt. Everything I do from now on is on them, not me. For a while, the only two talking were Zoke and Vithos. Effie let her mind rest as she listened to the Kreppen spoke between them. It sounded like boulders being rolled back and forth.
Carter ina kinu guraro kor zeti.
Zoke said, or something close to that.
Rai kinuni zeti yarrenwar gregol golkinukam.
Vithos replied. Soon it became too much for Effie to make out the words. She let out a breath and felt her body relax with it, thankful Alex was on one side of her and Rila was on the other. Then a worry wiggled its way into her thoughts. It was going to be dark by the time they reached Corn Forest. She parted from Alex to ask Kessa a question. Are we going to be sleeping somewhere along the pathway, or are we doing this whole mission tonight? Both options sounded dreadful to Effie. The wind had picked up, gusting through the crevice between the mountains. But even worse than sleeping there would be sleeping within the forest where their enemy was known to be.
It might be many nights before we even find anyone in Corn Forest,
Kessa said.
We'll be sleeping there until we do.
You don't know where to look for them within the forest? Effie asked.
Why would I?
Kessa retorted. Didn't you say those stationed atop the mountain heard hammering and voices?
Do you think you could pinpoint the location of a sound made within a forest miles wide while standing hundreds of feet above it?
I suppose not, Effie admitted.
You ask a lot of questions without a lot of thinking,
Kessa said. Effie grumbled. Chapter 22, Effie. It was difficult to get a sense of the time while stuck between the giant slabs of mountain. But when they finally emerged from the Flagellogen pathway, and Effie couldn't find the sun anywhere in the sky, she realized night was coming soon. However, Kessa made no mention of stopping. Within the first few moments of entering Corn Forest, Effie had lost track of Kessa twice. It became clear that this was why she was wearing all black, to remain hidden from their enemies. Unfortunately, it had the same effect on her allies. What really surprised Effie was when Kessa squatted over some broken sticks and pushed out her hand to create light with Bastial energy. "I didn't know you were a mage," Effie commented. She'd seen no wand, unless Kessa was concealing it. "I'm not," Kessa whispered, "and keep your voice down." The woman seemed to have picked up on some tracks. She stayed low to the ground as she kept in one direction. Effie figured she probably was going to be scolded, but her curiosity was pressing too hard to ignore. "How can you cast light if you're not a mage?" "I trained for months with a mage to learn the spell, but it's all I know of magic," Kessa said. "Now keep quiet." They went deeper into the forest, Effie wondering the whole time what kind of woman would take the time to learn how to manipulate Bastial energy only to learn one spell. Once you're able to cast light, it doesn't take too much longer to be able to cast a fireball, Effie wanted to tell her. Just a few more months. But Kessa must have already known that. Could it be the woman would rather kill with a blade than a wand? Is she really that savage? At this point, it wouldn't surprise Effie. Alex tugged on Effie's wrist to slow her down, moving them to the back of the group. He put his hand on her shoulder. I didn't think it was worth mentioning earlier, but I've changed my mind." He was so close they were nearly kissing. Effie felt her heart jump when she thought about how seamless their transition had been. After his initial kiss to her cheek in the dining hall, they'd become so comfortable around each other that it was as if they'd already been together for months. Though she knew Alex far better than she ever did Brady, she often realized she had little idea what he was thinking. Alex always looked as if he was ready to kiss her. Even now, with his tone deadpan, she figured there was half a chance he would lean down just a little farther for a kiss. "What's wrong?" Effie asked. "I've heard rumors about Kessa Polkin from my brother." It was easy to forget that Alex's brother was the commander of the King's Guard. Effie didn't know how she expected him to act to make it more obvious, but whatever that expectation was, he didn't seem to match it. She supposed the brother to the commander of the King's Guard should exude authority, and while Alex did have some authority in the way he spoke and acted, it was more of a gentle authority, like that of an old dog tolerating a rambunctious kitten. "What rumors?" Effie asked. "That when people leave Cairo with Kessa, she often comes back alone. Now, I'm not personally worried about it, and I don't think you should be either, but I think it would be unwise to trust her with your life. She clearly cares more about this task than she does us." Effie felt herself nodding. "Should we tell Rila?" "No, I wouldn't want to worry her into believing that her father's death was Kessa's fault. The last thing we need right now is for our psychics to start distrusting our leader." Effie didn't feel the same. "Rila can handle it. I think we should let her know." "You can always tell her later," Alex advised her. "First, let's see how Kessa behaves now that we're in the forest." Although keeping things from Rila hadn't gone well in the past, Effie agreed to do so in this case. This rumor would do nothing but create doubt. It was better to wait and see if this doubt would keep them safe or put them more at risk. Kessa eventually found what had made the track she was following. When she saw the deer, she muttered something that sounded to be relief and then turned to face the group. "There's no one else around us for now." She must have been quite confident in her abilities, for her voice was no longer a whisper. "We're going to sleep here and continue our search tomorrow. We're not lighting a fire, and it's going to get colder soon, so I hope you all don't mind getting close." The thought of snuggling next to Kessa made Effie's stomach turn. She'd rather be nestled against Zoke. Luckily, she didn't need to decide between the two of them with Alex there. But then Kessa pointed at them. "You two won't be sleeping near each other. We're lying down to rest, and nothing else." Alex waited until Kessa wasn't looking, then took Effie by the cheek with his palm. They shared a kiss, and then Alex left her with Rila, while he settled by Vithos and Zoke. Finding a soft spot on the dirt was easy. Effie and Rila spread out their blankets and huddled close together on the ground. It was too dark to tell where everyone else went. "I hope Kessa is stuck pushed against Zoke from warmth," Effie muttered to herself, thinking of the crepes musk. As soon as she closed her eyes, she realized how tired she really was. The moment Rila's hand came up around her stomach, she fell asleep. As usual, Effie awoke several times during the night, but each time she rustled, Rila would wake and reach over to touch her. Then drowsiness would send her back into slumber. Effie sat up to a gray forest covered in dew. When she started rubbing her eyes, she noticed the thick moisture on her face and felt as if the forest had slobbered on her. They spent half the day following Kessa as she sniffed for tracks. Effie knew the woman couldn't actually be using her nose, but it certainly looked that way. Her head seemed to be separate from her body, jerking from side to side as she cautiously walked forward. When she noticed something, sometimes she'd squat over it, other times she'd touch it, but no matter what, she always made the same face. Her nose would wrinkle and her scowl would worsen, as if detecting a bad odor. It was already too late when Effie realized she should be keeping track of which direction they were heading. By then, they were deep into the forest. Rilla was talking with Vithos about life in the academy. He asked many questions during pauses, some about Rilla, some about Zoke, often with a teasing cadence, like how many people the Crep had spat on. Vithos had to stifle a laugh when Rilla told him what happened while Zoke was being introduced to Redfield. Vithos always started his questions with common tongue, and usually Rilla understood, even when Effie had no clue. But there were some instances when Rilla couldn't figure it out, so the elf transitioned to Crepen and Zoke translated. At one point, Kessa found tracks that she followed for nearly an hour before finally losing them. After practically growling, she turned and snapped at Rilla and Vithos.
Do you want to get us killed?
Everyone fell silent. Then it became clear that the woman actually expected them to respond to her rhetorical question. No, Rilla muttered, making an effort not to roll her eyes.
Then keep quiet.
Kessa turned back and muttered something under her breath about them being useless. Boredom settled in fairly soon after that. Effie could feel herself becoming complacent, but when she remembered that they weren't leaving the forest until they found the enemies from Tenrid and figured out what they were doing, she became wary once again. She was exhausted by the time the sun had begun to set the second day. It was difficult to know how far they'd walked, but her feet were telling her that it had to have been 10 miles. She laughed at the thought, knowing it probably was closer to 4 or 5 at their pace. Effie wondered 2 things then: how long they were going to stay in this forest, and if Kessa's mood could get even worse. I should be wondering how much worse it's going to get instead of whether it will get worse, she corrected herself. When it was too dark to see the trees surrounding them, Kessa told them they could rest. Supine, Effie could see stars in the gaps between the tops of trees. When her mind started to wander, she quickly tried to stop it, knowing that once it started, she wouldn't be able to sleep. When Rilla's hand came onto her stomach and a tingle washed over her body that left her feeling numb, she just barely managed to whisper, "Thank you," before falling asleep. The next morning, Effie knew she needed some cheering up, but not being allowed to talk, she soon gave up that hope, letting out a long sigh. Her eyes fell on Vithos. When he saw her look, he bulged out his eyes and pushed his lower lip over the top of his teeth to make a ridiculous face. Effie laughed. Just like that, she was smiling again. The elf must have sensed her boredom. Effie laughed even harder when she saw Zoke's perplexed expression as he looked at Vithos. Luckily, Kessa wasn't there to scold Effie. She noticed Alex was gone as well. "Where are they?" she asked Zoke.
Kessa said wait here, and then she left. Then Alex went the opposite way soon after.
Effie heard the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned to find Kessa coming from behind the trees, already nearly close enough to touch. And I thought Cleve was light on his feet. Kessa had an even worse scowl than usual as she glanced around them.
Alarex didn't say where he was going.
But just then he returned. Kessa pointed at him.
Make sure that's the last time you leave the group without asking me first.
I had to relieve myself when I woke up, and I didn't know where you were, Alex argued.
So hold it until I come back.
Effie could tell by his face that he wasn't actually going to do that in the future, but he nodded anyway. Fine, he lied.
I found some tracks we need to follow,
Kessa said.
Let's go.
Usually, by tracks, Kessa meant broken sticks, fallen leaves, crinkled bushes, and other clues that more likely were left by animals than men. But this time, Effie soon managed to spot footprints. No one from Cairo had set foot in Corin Forest. It had to be enemies from Tenrid. Unless Kreps came through here, she realized. Effie looked at the tracks Zoke made for comparison. His foot not only was longer than most humans, but wider as well, and with claw marks at the tip where he pushed off. These were definitely human footprints they were following. It wasn't long before Vithos said, "Stop." His hand was pointed forward toward a line of trees and bushes that blocked their vision. "I sense person." Kessa drew the knife from her belt and eased forward. She was so silent, Effie was right behind her yet couldn't even hear her footsteps. There were voices, 2 men. Effie stopped and lifted her arm in a gesture to keep everyone silent. She squatted and seemed content not to move. Effie still couldn't see the men through the shrubbery, but they were talking loudly enough to be understood.
"Will you stop?" one man asked. "Just be still."
He was articulate. Although Effie hadn't met him before, she could tell that the irritation in his tone was foreign to his otherwise calm voice.
"I can't help it,"
the other replied in a low voice that sounded husky. "I should be fighting and killing, not standing guard."
"You really should lower your voice,"
the first man said. The husky one grumbled something that Effie couldn't understand.
"Leave soon, yes. I hurry." "What's they talk?"
Vithos whispered to Zoke.
"Nothing important," Zoke replied.
Alex carefully made his way over to Kessa. With an urgent tone, he whispered, "What do you want to do?" Kess ignored him. Squatting, she continued to listen, but it seemed as if the men were done talking for now. Then Kessa stood and pushed everyone back to create some distance between them and their enemies. "I need to see what's over there before making any decisions," she whispered. "I'm going to investigate and look for other guards who might be patrolling the area. Stay here." She turned and walked a step before stopping and looking back. "I really mean that. Stay here." She pointed a finger at them, Alex specifically. "What if you don't come back?" Alex asked. "I always come back." She smiled. It was the first time Effie had seen her do it, and it looked strange, like her mouth had never done it before and got confused at the command, twisting awkwardly. "Just wait and stay out of sight." They waited in silence as Kessa moved quickly between the trees. She didn't go toward the men, but to the side. Effie figured she probably was going to make a wide circle around the men, which meant it could be a while. Effie sat on a small hillside and used her eyes to invite Alex to join her. "I don't know how long we should wait," Alex said as he sat down beside her. Rila, Zoke, and Vithos sat as well. Zoke was translating what Kessa had said. "We do nothing?" Vithos asked when Zoke was done. For now, Rila patted his hand. "I don't like nothing," Vithos said. After a brief silence, Alex stood and started pacing. "You know," he said, "it could be dangerous to stay here for too long, especially if there really are other guards patrolling." "It's too late to move now," Rila said. "Even if you're right, it would be worse to separate from Kessa with her not knowing where we're going." Alex bit down on the inside of his cheek. For a while, he simply stared at the ground. Then he let out a breath and glanced toward where they'd heard the guards. "Come sit and try to relax," Effie suggested. He obeyed, though reluctantly. They started quietly telling jokes and riddles to distract themselves. At first, Alex seemed content not to worry about Kessa or their positioning, but as the humor of the jokes started to dry out and the intrigue of the riddles no longer was of interest, Effie could see his shoulders beginning to tense, his smiles waning. During a moment of silence, Alex stood and started to pace. "How long has it been? 2 hours?" "About that," Effie guessed, standing as well. "How much longer should we wait?" She looked to Rila, who seemed to be in a calmer mood than Alex and now Effie as well. Rila stood and stretched. "I'm not sure, but it really has been a long time. Perhaps I was wrong about Rila's mood." Vithos stood with a relieved grin.
"We move now."
"I'm worried something's happened to Kessa." Alex balled his fists. "I had a feeling, but the stubborn crone wouldn't even discuss the possibility." "What do you want to do?" Rila asked. "Let's see if those 2 guards are still there." Alex tilted his head, seemingly nervous they were going to disagree. Zoke was last to stand.
"And if they are?"
"Well, I have a plan," Alex said, "but I'm not sure all of you will agree." As he told it, Effie kept expecting someone to voice disagreement, but soon she realized that everyone was looking at each other expecting the same thing. No one did. The plan wasn't particularly appealing, but neither was sitting and doing nothing when Kessa could have been captured, needing their help. "They could be torturing her for information," Alex said when he was done explaining what he thought they should do. Although Effie doubted that was the case, she knew it was at least a possibility. There was enough to convince Rila as well, who sighed and then muttered in agreement. Zoke finished translating, and then Vithos turned and said, "I ready." They slowly crept through the layers of trees and shrubbery. They let Alex be their eyes, parting the plants and peering around the tree trunks as he led them. He looked around one tree and then darted back. "They're in front of us, 2 guards as we suspected. Are you ready, Zoke?"
"Yes."
Then he muttered something in Crepan to Vithos. Vithos looked intently into Zoke's eyes and nodded. Zoke came out from hiding, pretending not to know the 2 guards were there.
"Finally," Zoke spoke with false relief. "I've been looking for you for days."
Effie couldn't see the guards from where she was, but she heard the sound of their swords being drawn. "A Crep who speaks common tongue?" the articulate one questioned. "What are you doing here?" the husky one added.
"Relax," Zoke continued. "I'm with Tenred. I was sent by Doe and Heyman to deliver a message."
He held out a scroll that Effie knew had nothing written on it. Silence.
"Do you want me to leave it on the ground here?" Zoke asked. "Are you that scared?"
"There's a Crep with Cairo," the articulate one said with a low voice, speaking to the other guard. "And he knows common tongue just like this one. This could be a trap."
"I know that,"
the husky one replied.
"There's more than one Crep who speaks your language," Zoke argued. "I fight for Tenred."
"Back away from the scroll and we'll come and get it," the husky one said.
"Fine."
Effie watched Zoke place it on the ground and leave it there, walking away from it in a stiff manner. Although he'd done well so far, it seemed as if his nerves were starting to take over. But that was all Zoke needed to do. The rest was up to Rila and the others. As soon as the men were close to the scroll, Zoke gave the line they were waiting for, their signal to jump out.
"Wait, I almost forgot something," Zoke said.
Vithos and Rila came out first, aiming their palms at the men. Don't scream and you'll both live, Rilla told them.
Effie held her wand ready while Alex approached with his sword drawn.
The husky man came at Alex. Rilla and Vithos switched their focus to him, and the man dropped before reaching Alex, grunting as he twisted in pain.
Psychic bastards,
he spoke through clenched teeth. The other man was smarter, dropping his weapon and putting his hands in the air.
What is this? He asked. What do you want?
Come with us, Alex said. You're going to answer some questions, and then we'll leave you alone. The husky man was on one knee by then.
That's a lie.
It's the truth, Alex said. But if you want, go ahead and scream, and we'll kill you both right now. Just listen to them, Brune, the articulate man said. I'm Geordie. I have a wife and 3 children. Where are you taking us? Just a little way southwest, so we're far enough from your post not to be heard, Alex answered. Sheathe your weapons and follow me. Geordie followed Alex's instructions quickly, but Brune only tightened his grip on the sword.
I should kill you, Crep. You're good for nothing but testing the sharpness of my sword, traitor.
Zoke spat on his face. Brune let out a quick bellow of anger as he rushed at Zoke, but Vithos and Rilla extended their palms and he fell, dropping his weapon as he writhed on the dirt.
I'll kill you all,
he said, barely getting the words out. Shut your mouth, stupid, Geordie told him. Don't you know when to be quiet?
I'm going to slit his throat,
Zoke said, drawing the knife on his belt. Wait, Geordie urged. He's going to listen now, aren't you, Brune?
Yes, I will.
He lied,
Vithos said.
Brune, do you want to get yourself killed? How can you be such a coward?
Brune retorted.
I'd give my life to kill this coward traitor Crep.
Let me fight him, Zoke told Vithos. No psyche.
Don't turn this into an issue of pride, Alex told him. You're not a traitor, Zoke. You're fighting for the right side and to reunite with your sister. This man doesn't know you. Brune cackled.
There's one Crep fighting for Cairo, one, and he's not a traitor.
The man laughed again.
So what does that make every other Crep, including his sister?
Brune pointed at Zoke with his weapon.
I'm going to enjoy killing you, traitor.
Zoke calmly marched toward the man, putting away his knife and taking out his sword instead. Vithos and Rilla didn't seem to know what to do. Who to use Psyche on, Zoke or Brune? Effie was about to tell Zoke to stop, but it was too late. They too already had engaged. Everyone seemed to have realized it, now backing away. With Zoke and Brune between them, Geordie might have thought it was a good chance to run. Effie noticed the quick glances over his shoulder as Vithos rushed over.
Run and you die,
Vithos told him, now 2 steps from the man. Geordie nodded to show he understood. By the time Effie looked back at Zoke, he'd already driven his sword through Brune's chest. The husky man uttered one last grunt before his limbs rolled out to rest against the forest ground. You're going to be the one to carry him, Alex told Zoke with a regretful tone.
Fine.
Zoke hoisted the man's thick body over his shoulder, not seeming to mind the blood trickling down his back and staining his leather pants. Alex sighed and kicked some leaves over the small pool of blood that had been left behind. Effie could see it on his face. He already was regretting this plan. Chapter 23. Effie. Am I really going to live if I cooperate? Geordie let his question waft out into the air, aimed at no one in particular. Yes. You will, Rilla answered at the same time as Alex. Who's in charge here? Geordie asked. So that was the point of this question. Effie waited to see if Alex would answer. We'll be asking the questions, Alex said. So it's you, young man? Alex ignored him. This should be far enough. Zoke tossed Brune's body onto the ground. There was a woman with us, Alex told Geordie. Have your men caught any intruders? Not that I've heard of, Geordie answered. Effie looked to the psychics for their response. We'll say if he lies, Rilla said. Would you know if an intruder was caught? Alex asked. By the end of the day, I'm sure I'd find out. So she could have been caught, Alex whispered, thinking aloud. You're from Tenrid, correct? All of us are, yes. What are you doing here in Corn Forest? We're building... Geordie stopped himself, then sighed. We're building siege weapons where we can't be seen by those atop the Fagelian Mountains. So you're preparing for an attack, Alex stated. Geordie shrugged, just following orders for now. Where are you keeping these weapons? We have a fort that way, about a mile. Geordie pointed north. How many are there of you, and how many are Kreps? No Kreps. There are about 2,000 of us. The woman we're looking for went this way. Alex pointed in the direction Kessa had gone. Tell us everything you know about what she could have run into. Geordie curled his lips as he glanced in the same direction. If she went far enough, she could have run into a patrol. If she curved around to the left, she would have caught sight of our fort. Alex looked to the psychics before continuing. Truth, Vithos said. Do you plan to attack the Fagelian pathway, or will you bring the siege weapons through without taking it over? Alex decided to ask. I don't know yet. That order will probably come next week.
What do you think will happen? Alex asked. Jordy let out a frustrated breath. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I see. Alex was silent for a heartbeat, looking where Effie now assumed a fort containing 2,000 enemies to be. Vithos, will you stay with Jordy for a moment? I stay. Alex moved everyone over but Vithos. He leaned in close and started to whisper. I think Kessa must have run into trouble to still not be back.
If she's in that fort, I don't see how we're supposed to get her out, Effie said. She wasn't keen on leaving the woman there, but she wanted to make sure she wasn't the only one who thought rescuing her would be impossible.
I know, Alex agreed, though I'm not sure where else she could be.
Let's follow her route, Rila suggested. We'll take Jordy with us in case we need to use him.
I think that's the best idea.
Alex set his eyes on Effie. His glance lingered, his eyes falling to her lips.
What about you, Eff?
I can't think of anything better, she admitted.
Then let's go.
Jordy went along with them, though Effie could tell he was tense, walking rigidly. From the way his eyes darted in each direction, it seemed as if he was looking for a chance to escape.
How much farther is the next set of guards? Alex asked. Depending on where they stopped along their patrol route, we should see them any moment now. Effie could hear Jordy swallow. What are you going to do with them?
We're just trying to find the woman who was with us, Rila informed him truthfully, and we may trade you for her if necessary.
And if that's not necessary?
We have no plans of killing you, Rila answered. No plans of killing you, Effie repeated in her mind, though we all know that it's not out of the question. By the look in Jordy's eyes, this was most evident to him.
I have a family, he muttered to no one.
We know that, Jordy. Rila's voice was so soothing, even Effie felt more at ease. Maybe we can get out of this without having to kill anyone else, she thought. Or should I want to kill these men from Tenred? She didn't know the answer. Soon they came to 2 more guards. Alex came behind Jordy and put a knife under his chin, whispering,
Stay calm and cooperate, and you won't be hurt.
Then he raised his voice to call to the 2 men.
Shout or do anything to alert the other guards, and he dies, then you die next.
Effie felt a nag on her mind, a voice calling for her to look up. It was so strong and foreign, she figured it had to be Psyche. When she did, she saw Kessa high in the branches above the 2 guards. The woman in black was pointing at Jordy and making a motion of slitting her throat. She wants us to kill him, but why? What's she doing up there? Alex fell silent.
What do you want from us?
One of the men said, edging forward, unaware Kessa was above. We were looking for Kessa, but now that she's been found, we have no use for them. Effie studied Alex's face, looking for some clue as to what he was thinking. But Rila answered instead, with a pressing tone. We're going to be leaving the forest with this man. We'll release him once we're out, so long as we're not followed. She's doing the only thing she can think of to get us out of this without killing anyone else, Effie figured. But as Rila spoke, Kessa urgently shook her head at Rila and repeated the motion of slitting her throat. Rila ignored her. The 2 of you must go back to your fort right now, or we'll kill all 3 of you. The 2 men had only enough time to share a confused glance before Kessa jumped down on top of them, cutting each of their throats so quickly that neither even had time to turn. While they were still uttering choking sounds, Kessa already was headed toward Rila with a look of malice. Effie found herself stepping between them. Kessa looked above her as if Effie wasn't there, pointing at Rila with her knife.
You've caused a big problem, Rila. Zoke and Alex, grab those 2 bodies.
Neither moved, Alex still holding on to Jordy, who seemed frozen in fear.
Now,
Kessa demanded, pushing Effie out of the way. But Alex was interrupted by Kessa driving her knife into Jordy's heart, covering his mouth with her other hand. Her motion was so fluid, it clearly wasn't the first time she'd done it. No! Rila knelt over Jordy as the light in his eyes faded. Kessa grabbed Rila's hair to stand her upright.
Do you know what you've done?
Stop. Alex shoved Kessa's shoulder to push her away.
It was my decision.
Push me again, and I'll stab you. Kessa pointed her knife at Alex. Effie could hear Rila crying, her face now buried in Vithos' chest.
Get the bodies,
Kessa demanded once again.
And hurry up. Plans have changed now that none of you can follow orders.
I don't understand your anger,
Zoke told Kessa, walking beside Alex toward the 2 bodies they were told to carry.
These humans were worried about you and made a plan to help you in case you were caught.
I said to stay in one spot!
Kessa practically screamed, taking hold of Jordy's limp arms and beginning to drag him.
You want to know why I'm angry? Because your actions might have just cost thousands of Cairo lives.
By then, Effie was squeezing Rila. She'd stopped crying, though it seemed to be a constant effort to keep the tears from coming.
What do you mean?
Alex asked Kessa.
Even if we hide the bodies skillfully, they'll still know something happened to their guards, Kessa said. Once they figure that out, they'll realize we're aware of their operation. Now they're going to bring in thousands more to defend the fort. They're building siege weapons. I'm assuming you found this out through Psyche, yes?
Yes, but how do you know about the siege weapons? Alex asked, grunting as he dragged one of the bodies by the arms.
I saw into their fort, Kessa said, but I couldn't get down because 2 guards were patrolling beneath me. I was going to wait until they left so they'd never know we were here. Now that's ruined.
She let go of Geordie's body and fluttered her hands petulantly.
By the time we get back to inform the king, a surprise attack will be out of the question. They'll have too many guarding the place. Now we're going to have to do something dangerous.
What's that? Alex asked.
We're going to burn down the fort before they realize we're here.
There are thousands of men, Effie said. How can we get close without being seen? No. Alex was shaking his head. That's impossible. Suicidal, even.
I'm trying to help Cairo win this war!
Kessa looked ready to fight, shaking her fist as she spoke.
And I expected the same from all of you.
Vithos was asking Zoke questions in Crepan, Zoke translating for him as he stood with the body slung over his shoulder. You saw the fort, Alex said. Don't they have people watching for intruders?
Yes, which is why we're waiting a few hours to use the cover of night.
Chapter 24. Stefan. After the rest of his roommates left for their mission, Stefan made sure to write a letter to Gabby before his began. Gabby, Effie, Rilla, and the others left the academy this morning to investigate Corn Forest. I'm not sure exactly when they'll be back. As soon as J.V. Ravender and 2 Sligari get here, I'm leaving as well. However, I'm not going with Effie and Rilla to Corn Forest. A friend from class and I will be going with Jack Rose, J.V. Ravender, and the Sligari to Ray White Forest, where I'll be taken underground to the Sligari colony to help discuss war strategy with them. My knowledge of the Sligaran language and the Sligari leader's familiarity with me are the reasons I'm going. I should be back before Effie and Rilla. When I return, I'll write another letter. Stefan. He struggled with the end, unsure what word he should put before his name. Love was too much. Even though Gabby already had claimed she loved him, he wasn't sure he felt the same way. Stay safe felt idiotic, when he was the one likely to be in danger. He couldn't figure out what would be wrong with miss you, but he decided that simply putting his name without anything else was the safest option, his usual choice when it came to women. When the Sligari arrived with J.V. Ravender, Stefan didn't need Jack Rose to notify him. It already was evident from the mass of people crowding around the Sligari for a glimpse. Squeezing his way through, Stefan found that Meretrice already was part of the crowd, her green eyes wide as she stared with an open mouth at the Sligari. It looks like we'll be leaving soon, Stefan said. She tore her eyes away and gave a surprised laugh, only to look back at them right after greeting Stefan. I can't help but stare, she said. They seem right out of a storybook. There were 2 Sligari. Although they only came up to Stefan's waist, the sun managed to find them between the surrounding people, causing their emerald-colored flesh to glisten. Stefan remembered their dark eyes were usually beady, small, and hard to see among their fat faces. But right now they were large, bouncing around the crowd. The 2 Sligari had what looked to be proud smiles. They had long mouths like crepes, though their teeth weren't sharp, nor did they have very many. The most prominent ones were in the front, 2 rectangular teeth that came down from the top of their mouth like a rabbit. Besides their eyes, their claws at the end of their diminutive arms were the only other dark coloration to them. Their claws looked sharp enough to draw blood, though Stefan knew the Sligari used their control over Bastial energy to fend off predators instead. They generally were too slow to rely on any kind of physical method of escape, such as running or fighting, and for good reason. Their gray stomachs along the curve of their front side looked extremely soft. You think the Sligari or something. Wait until you see the Dodric, Stefan said. That's right, Meretrice exclaimed. I can't wait. Stefan felt as if he should warn her of something, though. When I went with Taryn and the others to the Sligari colony, I was nothing but excited. But so much happened I wasn't prepared for. I've come to realize that it's better to expect surprises by being on guard, even if it's harder to enjoy the experience. At least it'll keep you alive. But how can you expect a surprise? Isn't that the very meaning? To not know it's coming? Stefan scratched an itch at the back of his head as he wondered how to answer. I suppose that's true. Still, he felt completely different than he had the last time he left the academy. He was more prepared for what he thought were surprises. Perhaps it wasn't surprises he felt more prepared for, but danger in general. That was it, danger. If he'd been told the first time he left the academy that he would be part of a battle atop the Fagelian Mountains and that he'd be fighting off Krebs to help Sligari escape, he wouldn't have gone in the first place. And why would he? He was no warrior or mage, just a first-year chemist with no experience fighting. But now he felt ready for whatever happened in the Sligari colony. Some part of him reasoned that nothing could happen, telling him it was silly to be worrying Meretrice, but a very small part argued back. He felt it in his stomach, where his seat had formed after Taryn's speech. This small doubt was enough to make him uneasy. I thought you two might be here. Jack Rose surprised Stefan. But then Stefan saw his smile go flat as he and J.V. Ravender met glances. J.V. had half a smile along his thin lips. When Stefan looked closer, he realized that even the half of his mouth that was smiling wasn't genuine, but just for show. It was as if it was too much for J.V. to put on a full, polite smile. His age was hard to place, perhaps somewhere in his 30s. It was the lack of wrinkles in his face that made it so. He could have looked the same way for the last 10 years. What kind of man has neither smile nor worry lines? Stefan wondered. One who has complete control over his expressions, he heard himself answer. Although J.V. had no bulges of muscle, there was still something about him that seemed threatening. Stefan couldn't figure out what it was. The man had his shirt tucked into his pants, and there was nowhere for him to be hiding a weapon. J.V. moved a hand to get the Sligari's attention. The other members of our group are here. J.V. pointed, lifting his dark eyes to give Stefan the quickest of looks. But even in that brief moment, Stefan could feel himself being studied, judged even. One of the Sligari lifted his little arms. Humans! The murmurs of the crowd stopped.
Thank your greetings,
The Sligari continued in his accented common tongue.
but we go now.
J.V. drew them away, pushing a palm out at the people just arriving who hadn't seen the Sligari yet.
We must be leaving,
He told them.
Come, Rose.
J.V. said.
Bring your minions.
Minions?
Meretrice asked.
He likes to joke,
Jack said.
He didn't seem like he was joking.
Meretrice mumbled to Stefan. I didn't think so either, Stefan admitted. Just ignore everything he says unless he gives you an order, Jack said. Now let's catch up to them. I'd like to meet the Sligari. Soon it became clear that the Sligari who thanked the crowd had practiced those lines specifically, for his common tongue was even worse than Stefan first thought. It was so bad that Stefan immediately wondered how the Sligari had communicated at all with King when they'd visited Cairo City. Stefan asked J.V., Is there someone on the King's staff who speaks Sligaran? No, he answered. Then he pointed at the Sligari who'd been silent the whole time. Her body crinkled in order for her head to turn. But she speaks common tongue. It's true, she said with a reserved smile. Her voice was soft. Stefan imagined each word spinning through the air and quickly dissipating like steam. As soon as she'd spoken, the male flailed his arms at her, uttering something in Sligaran that was too quick for Stefan to understand. The female's smile stretched farther, though she turned to hide it from the other Sligari.
What's wrong?
Meretrice whispered to Stefan. He noticed she had her hand in her coat pocket, holding tightly onto something. He ignored it for now, though curious what she seemed so protective about. I'm not sure, Stefan answered.
Mate speak. She let me speak.
The male Sligari complained to Stefan. What? Stefan asked, switching to Sligaran to answer him. Would you like to repeat that in this language?
No Sligaran.
The Sligari continued in common tongue.
Practice human language. Need.
He's my mate, and he doesn't want me talking unless absolutely necessary, so he can learn common tongue. The female Sligari said, grazing her claw along the male Sligari's back.
You both are so cute.
Meretrice giggled. The female Sligari's two antennae sprouted forward at Meretrice's compliment, only to droop back and rest atop her head after a breath. Thank you, the Sligari replied, smiling wide enough for her rabbit-like teeth to show. We're very happy to be here, my mate especially. Frustrated a conversation was happening without him, the male Sligari waved his arms about and said something in Sligaran that Stefan couldn't understand. The fat on their bodies rippled from front to back as they traveled out the western gate. Their thick tails slithered, propelling their bodies forward. J.V. was 5 steps ahead of everyone else, seemingly content to walk on his own. Jack indulged the male Sligari, helping him with words and phrases as they spoke. Meretrice joined in. She had an excited grin that seemed as if it was going to stay on her face throughout this whole experience. She never took her hand out of her pocket. It was extremely strange because Stefan knew she liked to gesture as she talked, sometimes moving her whole body. In the rare instances when her hand would come out, it would shoot back in as soon as the gesture was done. Are we going to be meeting with Queen? Stefan asked the female Sligari now that her mate was distracted with Jack and Meretrice. Yes, eventually. Until then, you'll be speaking with me. I'm Kay. Her name involved a soft K sound that was similar to the noise someone would make clearing their throat while saying hi. Stefan had practiced it, for it was common sound in the Sligaran language, but he rarely got it right. After their names and a few pleasantries were exchanged, Kai explained how J.V. already had told her about the 4 classes of men and women who were part of the Cairo army. Warriors, mages, chemists, and psychics. According to Kai, they'd never heard of Psyche before, and she seemed disappointed that neither Stefan nor Meretrice was a psychic. However, when Stefan started discussing plants and potions, excitement made her eyes go wide. The Sligari made potions as well, and soon they were exchanging recipes at such a rate that Stefan didn't trust his memory to retain it all. As he pulled out a scroll and pen and began to write, Kai told him, I spent much time discussing potions with chemists in your king's castle, but there were only potions that might be valuable in battle. I was concerned killing was the human's purpose of learning the art of potion making, so I'm happy to find out there are chemists like you. Yes, there are just as many potions we use to help and heal, if not more. But I suppose they're often overlooked in times of war. Is killing enemies really that much more important than saving allies? By the time they reached the forest, JV let the Slagari take the lead. Only they knew the location of the entrance to their colony. Stefan was surprised to find that it was just a hole in a hillside covered by a few knee-high rocks. "You're not worried about people finding it?" Stefan asked. "This is just a temporary entranceway," Kai answered. "Because we're in Allied territory, we don't mind the lack of secrecy while we determine a proper place to use as a connection between our underground colony and Cairo. We'll cave this in after you leave." After the rocks were cleared and the Slagari slithered in, JV halted Stefan and Meretrice. "Keep your questions to a minimum," he said. "The Slagari requested someone from the previous group, which is the main reason you're here, Stefan. But there's a lot we need to figure out, so keep out of the way when you're not needed." "I understand," Stefan said, humbled. "And you," JV pointed at Meretrice. "I don't know what you have planned, but don't do it." What's he talking about? Stefan expected Meretrice to object, but instead she wore a look of guilt. JV had spent no time with her. What did he see that Stefan didn't? "Are you a psychic?" Stefan asked. "He's not," Jack answered for him. "Leave my chemists alone, Ravender." "Then keep them under control, Rose." JV turned and crawled into the tunnel. "Will it get wider?" Meretrice asked. "Eventually," Stefan told her, "but it might be a while." "I don't like tight spaces." She had a slow breath. "You don't have to come," Jack said. "No, I want to. I can do it." But the tunnel was even smaller than the one in Satchen. Stefan couldn't fit with his backpack on, so he was forced to push it in front of him and crawl after it. Meretrice grunted from behind Stefan, muttering curses under her breath. It wasn't long before the tunnel was nearly pitch black, the only light a faint glow far ahead. Because of the way the tunnel dipped, Stefan couldn't see the Slagari he knew to be producing it. "It's getting so dark," Meretrice spoke with a tremble. "Kai, can you slow down?" Stefan called to her. "We can't see anything back here." No response. "Kai?" Meretrice's hand brushed against Stefan's ankle, and she let out the start of a squeal. "Sorry," she apologized right after. "You startled me." "Stefan," Jack called from behind. "Didn't you pack a glow potion?" "I did, but it's going to be so bright you'll probably need to close your eyes, which makes it pointless in here." He could hear Jack sighing. "You used a ratio of 2-to-1 river lilies to make the potent version of the potion?" "Yes." Stefan immediately regretted that decision. He'd figured the brighter the better if he needed to create a glow, but now he couldn't think of a scenario when blinding light would be more useful than a tolerable glow. "Sorry, Chemist Master Jack." There was a shake. With it, a few specks of dirt fell onto Stefan's neck. Bastial, hell, what was that? But before his thought was even complete, it happened again, more dirt coming down this time. "Stefan," Jack said. "What is that?" "I don't know, but let's hurry." Stefan crawled quickly. He could hear the potions within his bag bumping against each other as he shoved it forward with little regard. Luckily, soon there was enough light for Stefan to see the dirt beneath his palms. He could see JV clearly by then, standing beside the two Slagari. When Stefan reached the end of the tunnel, he was surprised to find himself not within a maze, but standing inside the Slagari colony. The Dodric was walking away from them, the familiar clay pillars hiding him from view as he went farther. Meretrice and Jack both were breathing heavily when they came out behind Stefan. "What was that shaking?" Meretrice asked. Then Stefan saw the answer. It had to have been these. He didn't know what to call them. They were 2 rectangular blocks that looked as heavy as stone, but brown and rough as if composed from dirt. They were lying on their side, a thick vine coming from the top of each of them. From how close they were to the entrance, it seemed as if they might have been blocking it. "Sorry to startle you," Kai said. "Our Dodric had to move the barrier to let us in." The Slagari must have noticed Stefan and the others staring at the strange blocks, each one about as big as Stefan. She pointed a claw and asked, "There's no more Pokeham above ground?" "Could that be a plant?" Stefan asked. "Yes, a terrible thing. We grew them years ago so we can have something to block our entrances without dragging wood or stone down here from above ground. The Pokeham not only eat the nutrients from the dirt, but the dirt itself. They can grow bigger than our Dodric, consuming any plant along the way. They even grow strong enough to knock down pillars if they aren't watched closely and uprooted in time." "But they're so perfectly rectangular," Jack observed. "We carved them into that shape." Kai patted the one nearest to her. "These have been dead many years. We have hundreds blocking the infrequently used entrances below ground throughout Avira, in case something or someone stumbles upon an entrance above ground. We don't want them getting into our colony, especially somewhere that isn't monitored. That seemed to draw JB's interest. Are there really hundreds of entrances? Yes, Kai smiled proudly. The Sligari have been living underground for many generations. Although we only inhabit one area of Avira at a time, we have tunnels throughout the entire continent. Including beneath Tenrid? JV asked. Yes, we have tunnels going underneath your enemy's land. That could be very useful. He rubbed his chin. We've also discovered something there that Queen would like to speak to you about. Kai started slithering forward. Where? Beneath Tenrid. JV followed, Stefan and the others close behind. Yes, something very dangerous. Dangerous to whom? JV asked. I'll let Queen tell you the rest. Upon the first turn within the Sligari colony, the tall tunnel opened into a vast cavern. Meretrice gasped and Jack muttered, My Bastial stars. Each of them noticed the Kergalos first, for the bright light they produced illuminated every crevice of the cavern. Stefan had forgotten how white their glow was, which he knew to be from Bastial energy that fed the plants around it. Every Kergalo was in the center of a vividly colored cluster of flowers. How do they grow the Kergalos so quickly? Stefan asked. They've been here. We have small groups of Sligari that live in the uninhabited portions of our underground tunnels. They take care of the plants they can. Then if we ever need to move there, we at least have something to eat while we plant the seeds from our pouches that we've taken from our old home. You'll see once we get deeper in that there aren't any more Kergalos grown yet. We've had to transport food from other ends of the continent while we wait for everything to grow, and many Sligari are living elsewhere for now until there's enough in Cairo to feed them. Kai was right. As they made another turn, the cavern became a dark and sad sight. The only light was from Sligari using Bastial energy to make their bodies give off a dim glow. I suppose that means we won't be sleeping on a flower bed, Stefan realized. Unfortunately, that's correct. You'll be using the dirt just like a Sligari. I hope we're not going to be here too long. Stefan thought he recognized Queen as the female Sligari coming toward them. The Daedric was behind her. Meretrice grabbed Stefan's arm at the sight of the giant. It won't hurt us, right? She whispered. I was about to ask the same thing, Jack said. Even JB took a few steps back, letting out a low whistle of amazement. Stefan was surprised to see that the wounds on the Daedric's chest had healed. He knew the arrows wouldn't have been enough to kill the giant creature, but he was still in awe at how fast its tough skin had repaired itself. Because it looked like the Daedric wore slabs of rock, it seemed as if any damage done to his exterior would last longer than a cut on normal skin. But the holes created from the arrowheads were completely closed up. As Queen and the Daedric came closer, everyone backed up. For each step the giant took, Stefan could feel it in his chest, rattling his heart. The Daedric's black eyes scanned the group, stopping on Stefan. Hello, he said in Sligaran, his voice so deep Stefan barely could understand the word. Shaking with nervous excitement, hello, was all he could mutter back. The Daedric is happy to see you again, Stefan, Queen said, slithering forward to close the distance between them, and I am as well. JV interrupted before Stefan could return the compliment. We're overjoyed you've agreed to this alliance. I'm JV Ravender of King Wilson Kimmert's council. I'll be speaking with you about where to put your tunnels and how you'll be fighting with us in this war. I was told there's something you found beneath Tenrid that could be dangerous. Yes, and I'm Queen, the leader of the Sligari. I hope you don't mind if we talk as we travel north. I don't mind, JV answered, moving out of the way for the Daedric to walk past him and start reassembling the blocks of Pokahem across the entrance. Stefan felt a quick storm of anxiety rush through him when he realized they were closed in, stuck until the Daedric wished to remove the stone plant blocking their way out. May I ask how far north we're traveling? JV asked. All the way to Tenrid, Queen said. We have food and water ready for us along the way. Let me know when you become tired and we can stop for sleep. Are you ready? JV and Jack shared a look. All the way to Tenrid, JV repeated. For once, JV didn't seem composed. He quickly shifted to let the Daedric past him. The giant took a spot behind Queen and waited. All right, JV finally agreed. Let's go see what's below Tenrid. It's much better if you see what we've discovered for yourself. Chapter 25, Stefan. Stefan was keen on listening to every word exchanged between JV and Queen. Both agreed that the Sligari would be better off above ground if there was a spot ready for them in Cairo, where all their plants could thrive from natural sun and rain. Unfortunately, this wasn't yet the case. King Welson needed more time to prepare a massive land for them between Trentire and Gendok. In the meantime, the Sligari had tunneled into the northern end of Raywhite Forest. When all logistics were discussed and implemented, the Sligari would join the Cairo army at the first sign of an attack, using their touch to feed the mages Bastial energy. Queen was concerned that the Sligari would end up being little more than a distraction to hungry Kreps, but Javi assured her that the Sligari would be the last to fall if the battle was lost, reminding her that if Cairo was defeated, nothing would stop the Kreps from wiping out the whole Sligari colony. Queen wasn't happy about Javi's reminder, and there was some distance between them from then on. When the conversation between them switched to where specific tunnels would be, how many men would be guarding them, what kind of supplies would be exchanged between the humans and the Sligari in each location, and other boring topics, Stefan began talking with Meretrice instead. Jack walked alongside Queen and Javi, chiming in about plants when necessary. It gave Stefan enough privacy to ask Meretrice something he'd been wondering. Javi brought up that you were planning to do something down here. What was it? Her hand went back into her coat pocket. Nothing. Meretrice, people tell me that I'm terrible at hiding things, but I think you might be worse than I am. Stefan pointed at her pocket. My Bastial stars. It's been that obvious? What do you have in there? She slowed her pace and checked on Javi ahead before pulling out an old leather pouch no wider than her palm. What could fit in there that needs to be kept a secret? Stefan asked. Something special. She spoke with such a playful tone that the sudden contrast to her guilt made her seem relieved to be speaking about it. Not only was the pouch small, it looked empty from the way the leather folded in on itself. You don't believe me, Meretrice said. Stefan fixed his face. Sorry, it's just hard to understand how something so small can be that special. The best surprises can be hidden in the palm of your hand. Meretrice reached into the pouch and pulled out a single seed. Yellow and shaped like an oval, there was nothing special about it to Stefan, but Meretrice seemed in awe as she held it up between them. This seed came from Goldrum with the ship carrying Gentakari and the original settlers of Cairo. It's been passed down through generations of my family, and my mother gave it to me when I was accepted to the academy. It must be completely useless by now, Stefan said. Meretrice shook her head forcefully, her red hair falling across her cheek. She brushed it back. These seeds last thousands of years. Have you ever heard the story of the Abyssal vine? No. Fiction was of little interest to Stefan, though from the way Meretrice was talking about this vine, he wondered if she thought it was real. They've put it into a song in Green Edge. I think it's most popular up north in Zav, for that's the land closest to the place where the Abyssal vine used to grow before Deathsmarls took over. Stefan pointed at it. You're saying that seed is from northern Green Edge, which has been inhabited by Deathsmarls for hundreds of years? Yes. Stefan tried to hide his skepticism, but it didn't work. You still don't believe me, she said, sounding hurt. I'm sorry. I didn't make this up. There are plenty of people who've heard of the Abyssal vines. And there are plenty of people who've heard of dragons and buried treasure, Stefan countered. It doesn't mean either exist. I know these do. Meretrice arched her red eyebrows over a flat mouth, ready for Stefan to disagree. How can you possibly know that? Because I believe the people who told me. Meretrice put the seed back in her pouch and then stuffed it into her pocket. You told me that you believed the Sligari were real before you found out they really were. Why believe in them and not this? There were many facts that helped explain how the Sligari were most likely real. And how did you hear about these facts? I read them in various books. Meretrice turned to show Stefan a triumphant smile. And I heard about the Abyssal vines from people I trust, which is a much better source than a book. They're real. My Bastial stars, Stefan. I haven't even told you the story yet, and you're already in disbelief. I've never met someone so skeptical. What's made you this way? Meretrice was right. Why was he already set to regard her story as fiction? He took a few breaths to think. I suppose it's because authors know not to put words on the page and claim they're true when they're not. Books are sacred not only to those who read them, but to those who write them. What kind of person would go through the trouble just to lie? Writing a book doesn't just take time and effort, it leaves part of you with whoever reads it. The kind of people who would lie instead of writing fiction have found other ways to deceive people, easier ways, such as telling their story to anyone who will listen. That's why most lies are spoken and not written. So if you read that this seed is hundreds of years old and came from an Abyssal vine in northern Green Edge, you would believe it? It's more than that. Because I haven't ever read about the Abyssal vine, or any story about someone holding on to the seeds of an extinct plant from northern Green Edge. It's difficult to believe. I've read a lot of nonfiction, Meretrice. It's rare for me to hear of something like this that I've never read about already. Haven't you ever thought that maybe the book just hasn't been written yet? She had a wry smile. Stefan didn't want to argue. All right, I'm curious. Why is this find special, and what are you planning to do with it? Meretrice lowered her voice. Don't tell J.V. Ravender after I tell you. She paused, waiting for Stefan to agree. I won't. She cleared her throat.
The Eversol vine doesn't need anything but water and Sartius energy to grow, but it grows fast, and if it isn't given lots of SE, it will die. Growing along the vine is a fruit that's a beautiful green color, and it's one of the most delicious in the world. When the Smarls were small, people put them near Eversol vines to guard the plants from bugs and feed them with the SE that the Desmarls produced. But after people were forced to flee the north, only a few Eversol seeds went with them, and people didn't have enough control over Sartius energy to keep them alive once they got big enough to produce fruit and new seeds.
Stefan felt as if he had to interrupt before Meretrice got even more excited. But the Sligari don't have any control over Sartius energy, which is why their spells are limited to light and heat.
Yes, but they have the best thing of all for Eversol vines, a plant that takes in Bastial energy and produces Sartius energy.
Stefan felt his jaw drop as he realized she was right. The Unistai flower. Stefan had told Meretrice about it previously. It was a source of food for the Sligari. He'd seen hundreds of them last time he'd visited the colony. The Sligari ate the Unistai's meaty green petals. But wait a minute. Now Stefan had to stop himself before he was overexcited. If this seed has been in your family for all these generations, and all of you are sure it's going to grow into an Eversol vine, why hasn't it been planted already?
None of the mages in my family have had enough skill with SE to be confident they could take care of the plant. It requires too much upkeep. But from what you've told me, the Sligari are the best gardeners in the world.
All this just for a chance at some Eversol fruit. Could it really be that good? Meretrice had a smirk.
Wait until you try it.
She really believes this is going to work. Stefan didn't have it in him to disagree. If she was this excited about planting some 1,000-year-old seed in the Sligari colony, who was he to ruin that? There was one concern, though. You are planning on asking Queen about this, correct?
Of course,
she laughed.
I just have to wait until I have a chance to speak with her without J.V. around. I bet Queen will be just as excited as I am.
I doubt that, Stefan accidentally said aloud. She scowled at him, and he put his hands up to block her stare. Sorry. When silence followed, Stefan couldn't help but think of a question that he had no hopes of figuring out on his own. Why is this so exciting for you? You won't even have access to the plant's fruit.
It's not just exciting for me, but for my family as well. We've always dreamed of finding a home for an Eversol vine. For all we know, this could be the very last seed, the last hope before extinction.
Meretrice went silent for a breath as she showed Stefan a glance of concern.
You really don't understand how good it would feel to save a plant from extinction?
I do. I just hope it works.
As long as the Sligari can take care of it, then it will.
How can she be so confident? Her hubris didn't seem healthy, making Stefan feel as if he should try one last time to convince her not to get her hopes up. But as they walked alongside each other, he noticed a glow in her green eyes. She seemed ready to burst as she stared at Queen, waiting for her chance. At this point, all I would do is annoy her. When people became this hopeful, there was nothing that could stop them, and made them think of men who chased stories of treasure just to get themselves killed or lost. Blind optimism is the most hazardous form of stubbornness. At least Meretrice doesn't have her mind set on something dangerous. But then Stefan had a startling idea. Unless there's something about the Eversol vine that she's not telling me. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of J.V. and Jack arguing. But when Stefan and Meretrice hurried forward to listen, the men stopped. It seems like you could all use some rest, Queen suggested. Would you like to stop for the night? We might as well, Jack said, tilting his head toward J.V. Fine, J.V. said. But are we to simply lay on the dirt right here? Queen let out a light laugh. No. She hollered for a Sligari. One slithered over in a hurry. Take the humans to the nearest cove, she told him in Sligaran, then turned to J.V. Please follow him. When you and your party are ready to continue north after resting, let a Sligari know and they'll call me over. Because of our antenna, we can send messages to each other farther than with voices. Thank you, Queen, Jack said. I would like to hear more about this dangerous discovery beneath Tenred, J.V. called after Queen as she started to slither away. What do you mean by that? I'll explain it when we get there, Queen said. For now, sleep. The Sligari brought them toward a crevice in the wall. When Stefan was closer, he saw that it opened into an alcove where about 30 Sligari seemed to be sleeping, their escort pointed within. In here? J.V. asked. But the Sligari didn't speak common tongue and showed no sign of replying. No matter. J.V. already knew the answer as soon as he was asked. This was clear by his expression. Well, he whispered, let's sleep for a few hours if we can. I'm sure it's the middle of the night above ground. The Slagari seemed to be sound sleepers, none of them waking as Stefan and the others removed their packs and belts. Meretrice appeared to be holding in a giggle the whole time they were getting settled.
This is so strange,
she whispered to Stefan. As soon as he lay against the hard dirt, Stefan dearly missed the flower bed of Begardines. Luckily, he was exhausted enough to fall asleep quickly. The next day, or what their party assumed to be the next day, they were following Queen through the cavernous tunnels once again. The Dodric no longer accompanied her. Busy with other tasks supporting the colony, Queen explained. Without him, we never would have been able to live down here. How did he end up down here with you? Stefan asked. Jack and Javy were behind, discussing something in hushed tones. Queen grunted at Stefan's question. I'm not sure if you realize what you're really asking. Stefan stepped back, worried he'd encroached on a forbidden subject, but when he noticed the twisted smile along her mouth, he came closer once again. I don't believe I know what you mean, he admitted. You've just asked me to tell you a story, a very troubling story to recall. Even worse, you could have already heard the story before coming down here and saved me the trouble. That confused Stefan even more. He checked to see if Meretrice understood, but she shrugged back at him. Two of your companions, the Crep and the Elf, heard the story from other Slagari the last time you were here. Though they were more curious about Doe and Haman than the Dodric, you've at least heard of these Slagari, right? Yes, they lead the Crep, Stefan answered. Queen bent her body for a glimpse behind at Jack and Javy. Whenever she twisted in this way, long wrinkles formed deep in her flesh. It looks like those two are still bickering, so we have some time. Queen straightened out and slithered onward. I'll tell you under the agreement that you'll remember every detail and share the story with anyone else who asks, so I won't be forced to repeat myself. I don't like this story. Understand? Stefan nodded. We Slagari used to live underground, but in the mountains in eastern Entja instead. We refer to them as the Dodric Mountains, and you'll find out why soon enough. Queen already seemed tired, glancing around as if looking for another Slagari to take over the story. But then she sucked in air through her mouth and continued with a somber tone. The mountains were home to us for hundreds of years, if not more. We lived there with not one, but 3 Dodrics.
3?
Meretrice covered her mouth. Yes, 3, each of them older than they can remember. But the problem with a Dodric's age is that the older they get, the worse their nightmares. They get so bad that eventually the Dodric can't sleep more than an hour without being awoken from a feverish dream, leaving them even more exhausted than when they'd first shut their eyes. There's a plant that acts as a cure when mixed with Bastial energy, the Rugin flower. The Dodrics have no control over Bastial energy. This is why our two races get along. We melt 1,000 Rugin flowers and then trap the substance in a hard casing that the Dodrics can wear around their neck. It only needs to be close to their bodies to work, and it lasts about 50 years before the potency of the substance is no longer enough and needs to be replaced. Stefan had never imagined there were more Dodrics that still could be alive within Ovira. It took all of his willpower not to ask if they were. He figured that the more interruptions, the less likely Queen would be to finish the story. But Slagari started disappearing, Queen continued. At first it was young Slagari, and it was assumed they'd gotten lost within the mountains. But then Slagari of all ages went missing. It turned out that there was an incident. Enraged by some accident caused by a group of Slagari, one unstable Dodric killed them and ate their bodies to hide his actions from everyone else. Queen paused, her beady eyes dim within the folds of her face. This is the part I hate the most, she said. The Dodric enjoyed the taste of us, continuing to kill and consume us in secret. Eventually enough came to be missing that we knew something was wrong. By then, this Dodric had been confronted by the other two. It admitted that it ate the Slagari, raving about the taste. One was curious to taste Slagari, and the other wasn't. I imagine you can guess which Dodric is still with us. Stefan and Meretrice nodded. Soon, our Dodric was the only one who hadn't eaten any Slagari, and he was already in discussions with our leaders about the problem. He convinced the other 2 Dodrics that he'd begun to eat Slagari as well, and he set up a meeting deep within the mountain where they could discuss the issue and figure out what they wanted to do. But what the other 2 Dodrics didn't know was that ours had set a trap. He collapsed some of the mountain in front of their only exit after they entered the meeting space. He knew they would be strong enough to move the pile of rocks and escape, but it would take them days. This gave our Dodric and all of the Slagari plenty of time to leave the mountain. Queen's 2 front teeth bit down and curled the bottom of her mouth. But that was only the beginning of our problems with other creatures. Kreps were spread throughout all the northern Ovira, which our ancestors discovered as soon as they left Encha. Pretty soon we came to realize we weren't safe above ground. Not only could the Dodricks find us, Kreps began to hunt us. There was only one major battle before we dug deep into Ovira. A few tribes of Kreps had come together and attacked. Our history says that we outnumbered them 50-1, but we were still forced to run, leaving thousands behind to die. Stefan couldn't help but ask, the Dodric being on your side wasn't enough to win the battle? Our Dodric is strong, but slow. Kreps are fast. Our Dodric took many arrows and nearly died. I'm sure I wouldn't exist right now if he or the rest of the Sligari had stayed to fight. Every time I think of our past, I worry about our future. I hate wondering about those 2 Dodrics we left in Encha. The nightmares they must be having, the fury that's been building over the years. Even worse is how 2 of our own now lead the Kreps against us.
How can Do and Heyman live with them without being eaten?
Meritrice asked. The elf and Krep explained that to us. Because their scent has changed, Do and Heyman don't elicit the same urge to feed as the rest of us. But more importantly, Kreps know they'll be killed the moment they show any aggression toward their Sligari leaders. Do and Heyman's control over Bastial and Sarshia's energy is unmatched in this world. It's because of a poisonous root they choose to consume that we call the apple plant. If it's poisonous, how come it hasn't killed them? Stefan asked. There are many different types of poison. Some affect the body, the heart and blood, but others affect the mind. Of course, Stefan realized, thinking of his failed experimentations on Fred and Leonard, his rats. The issue with the growth potion wasn't its physical effects, but what it did to their minds. Do and Heyman are paranoid and aggressive, but they're still smart, for it couldn't have been easy bringing all the Kreps together under one army and keeping them under control.
Why are they doing this?
Meritrice asked. Those 2 Sligari were always bitter. Although they're massive now, they used to be small for adult Sligari. They were among the lowest-ranking members of our colony, those responsible for digging into uncharted territory, which sometimes included going above ground. It was a dangerous task, but from what I've heard it was the only thing these 2 were good at besides griping to other Sligari. They dug into a cave that was just below ground level. This was where they discovered the apple plants. Rodent carcasses, they probably died after chewing on the black twisted root, were scattered all around the plant. I don't know why Do or Heyman had the idea to try some of the apple, but they did. They must have enjoyed the taste, or more likely they liked the way it made them feel. Whatever it was, they told no one about this discovery. They started to grow and become even more irritable. Eventually they were the 2 largest Sligari in the colony, and this brought forth many questions they couldn't answer. The queen at the time had them followed. When Do and Heyman's lair was found, they were confronted about the plant they were eating. It was clear from the conditions of where it grew that it shouldn't be consumed. The worsening moods of Do and Heyman made its poisonous nature even clearer. But they couldn't see for themselves what it was doing to them. After being told the apple plant would be destroyed, they shocked everyone by casting fireballs and fleeing, killing many of the Sligari that chased after them. I'm sure they had apple seeds in their pouches, for they've only gotten bigger and stronger in the many years since then. They made it above ground, where we assumed they would be killed by Kreps. But as you can tell, the worst has happened. They've joined forces. The elf told us that Do and Heyman claimed they were the victims in the story, and they want revenge against their own kind. This is a lie. We believe the real reason they want to take over the colony is because their minds have been warped by all the years they've spent eating this apple plant, and deep down they miss living down here. Our gardens contain the most delicious food. They may have the Kreps taking care of a few crops, but there's no way they have the same variety that we do. Many plants have gone extinct above ground. That's too much of an introduction for Meritrice not to say something about the Eversol vine, Stefan realized. He could see it on her face. She was just trying to figure out how to start. Her hand moved within her coat pocket, adjusting the pouch.
Queen, thank you so much for telling us that story. I can see why it would be difficult to tell. But you're with Cairo, and we'll win this war. Soon, your race won't have to worry anymore.
I appreciate your words. Meritrice checked behind her for Javy and Jack. They still were in discussion, their hands gesturing wildly.
I was hoping I could speak to you about something,
she said, shyly removing her pouch and withdrawing the Eversol seed. What's this? Queen asked. Meritrice jumped when Javy shouted ahead to them. Stefan, come here. Good luck, Stefan whispered to Meretrice before he turned and hurried over to Javy and Jack. Ask one of these Slugari if we're below the Fagilian Mountains yet, Javy said.
He doesn't want to ask the Queen because he doesn't trust her,
Jack commented. Leave the boy out of it, Javy said. You should think it's suspicious as well that she won't tell us what's underneath Tenred until we get there.
It's only because you haven't forced the question. If you really want to know, just ask again.
I'm on the King's Council. I shouldn't have to ask twice. Uncomfortable standing between them, Stefan practically ran for the nearest Slugari. My leader would like to know where we are, he asked in the creature's language. Can you please tell me? The Slugari brushed his claw against Stefan's arm, leaving a trail of heat.
Under the Fagilian Mountains, halfway between Cairo and Tenred.
Thank you, Stefan said. By the time he was back beside Javy, the man no longer seemed interested in the answer. Instead, he and Jack were arguing again.
You've never trusted others enough,
Jack said. I was right not to. Javy interrupted himself when he saw Stefan. What did the Slugari say? We're under the Fagilian Mountains.
Then we should be underneath Tenred before we need to sleep again. You might as well wait until we get there.
I can't stand not knowing what I'm walking into. Stefan, see if you can find out what's there from Queen. But don't let her know I'm asking. But deceit was Stefan's worst skill. What's wrong? Javy's tone held no sympathy. I'll try. Meretrice seemed to be done telling Queen about the Eversol seed. From the smile on her face, it seemed as if she'd been successful in convincing Queen to plant and take care of it. Stefan would have been surprised if he wasn't so worried about what he was going to say to his Slugari host. Queen, could you tell me what's happening? I mean, what's below Tenred? It's difficult to explain. Why not just wait until we get there? You said it was something dangerous. Should we be worried? No reason to be worried. Queen sounded as if she was starting to get offended. Do you not trust me? That's when Stefan realized he'd failed at deception. I do. I was just curious. Yes, I've heard this about you humans. You should know by now, though, that curiosity is more likely to kill you than fear. Tell this to those men behind you. Make sure they keep it in mind when they see what I have to show them. Javy's not going to like that. Chapter 26, Effie. They waited for night to come. It was the cover they needed to have any hope of getting near Tenred's fort. The worst part about this whole thing was how Kessa blamed them for the danger they were about to be in. Now will you follow orders? She asked after a long stretch of silence. Zoke spat at her feet. Kessa stopped to glare at the saliva that nearly landed on her, slowly lifting her gaze to Zoke. Vithos pulled the crepe away from her.
Don't spit, he said.
Kessa didn't say much after that. For some reason, thoughts of Brady kept forcing their way back into Effie's mind. She remembered conversations they'd had and went over each word now that she actually knew what he was. There was the prostitute speaking with Brady the first night Effie had met him. He claimed she was just a childhood friend, and I believed it. How could I be so stupid? He probably sees prostitutes all the time. A worry developed that she couldn't suppress. Was she going to have a tougher time trusting men because of Brady? It already had been an issue. She couldn't imagine how bad it could get. He's the only spy, she told herself. Don't start becoming paranoid. But could there be other spies besides Brady? Maybe some she'd met already. Unsure if it was a conscious decision, her eyes shifted to Alex. He already had his gaze on her, smiling when she met his eyes. I trust him like I trust Rila and Stefan. But something within her said to be careful. As much as she didn't want to listen, she couldn't help but do so. She looked at Vithos next. There's no way he could be a spy. But why was she so sure? Was it because Vithos was related to Rila? Then again, the king already had sent Rek to Goldrun because the elf could be working with Tenred. Could it be Wilson Kimmerd was right to do so? He was royalty after all. It would make sense for him to know better than anyone else who sided with Tenred. But King Wilson also sent away Cleve, Effie realized. There's no way he could be a spy. His uncle is the headmaster of the academy. A startling thought sent a shiver down her spine. Unless Taryn is a spy, too. Effie almost laughed. She realized how ridiculous her spiraling thoughts had become. What was next? Would she think Rila was a spy? For a heartbeat, the thought came. What if? But it was completely gone by the time she drew her next breath. It was all Brady's fault, she knew. She could feel her seed of anger pulsing within her chest. Her grief from Reeve Firemore was fueling it. She tightened her grasp, or at least the grasp she imagined she had around it. After a deep breath, the pulsing stopped. Alex took her shoulder with his hand and rubbed it. She leaned against him, running her arm around his back for a quick embrace. Brady was out of her mind once again, though she knew it wouldn't be long before he returned. Right after Effie noticed she was having trouble seeing the trees just ahead of her, Kessa announced, "It's dark enough now." Her tone was as if she was about to tell them it was time to go to sleep, not that they were about to sneak up on an enemy building sheltering thousands of men and try to burn it down. They followed Kessa as she skulked between the trees. The light from the moon was just enough for Effie to see the shapes of the trees, but not much else. The sticks and rocks jutting out of the dirt were invisible to her, causing her to trip a few times until she learned to pick up her feet. Besides a few hushed curses escaping from Effie's lips as she clung to Alex to keep her balance, no one else made a sound. They all knew the plan by then, not that this meant they thought it was a good idea. Ever since Kessa had yanked Rila by her hair and yelled at her, Rila had kept her opinions to herself. Alex had stopped disagreeing as well, eventually coming to believe that it was worth the risk if they managed to burn down the fort and hopefully the siege weapons with it. Kessa stopped them. "Zoke, can you see if that's it ahead of us?" The Crep stepped forward, straining his neck to glance around the tree. Effie thought she saw a building of some sort, a massive shape instead of trees.
Yes, it's in front of us,
Zoke said. "Can you see anyone?" Just then a light drew their gazes. It burst down from atop the fort, a mage aiming his wand into the trees. "Hide," Kessa ordered, squatting down behind a rock. Effie jumped to the nearest tree, pressing her back against it. The light crossed over them and stopped. In that moment, Effie lost her breath. She could see Rila and Vithos were sharing the same tree, the two of them pushed closely together to fit. Before Effie could find Alex and Zoke, the light continued past them, to search more of the forest. It took several breaths before Effie could see anything again, and then twice as long for their group to come together.
"This is too risky," Zoke said.
"No," Kessa whispered furiously. "Risky is leaving now and allowing Tenra to move thousands more men into the forest. Then our king will have no hope of taking them out without waging a full-scale battle in these woods, where they'll have the advantage." Vithos asked Zoke something in Crepan. When Zoke's reply was quite long, Effie figured he was translating what Kessa had said. Vithos began to nod as he listened.
"We fight now,"
he said.
"but we need careful."
"We'll be careful," Kessa said. "Zoke, I need your eyes. Will you come with me to help scout?" Vithos clasped his shoulder.
"Help, yes. Zoke, go."
For a breath, Zoke was silent. He stared at Kessa. It looked like he was about to spit again, but then he surprised Effie by saying, "I'll go." "Good," Kessa said. "Everyone else, stay here. Do you all understand?"
"What if you don't come back?"
Alex whispered sheepishly. Instead of the anger Effie expected to find in Kessa's tone, she seemed forgiving for the first time. "If we don't return by daylight, then leave this forest and report to Terran."
"All right,"
Alex agreed. "Move back 10 yards to make sure we're not seen," Kessa said. "Zoke and I will meet you as soon as we're done." Once they backed up, Rila admitted something startling to Effie. "I don't think I can go through with this, Eff." "What do you mean? You don't think you can help us get near the fort?" "There are thousands of people in there," Rila said. "Surely all of them won't make it out if we're successful. They'll be burned alive." "I know it's hard to think about, but they're enemies. They'll need to die, or we will, before this war will end." "I just can't believe that needs to be the case. There has to be some alternative." Effie had some expectations about war before this all began, but they'd all turned out to be wrong. She thought each death would be part of a large-scale battle, and the victor would be the winner of the war. She thought she would know well in advance before she would need to fight. She even thought her role as a first-year mage would keep her safe, out of harm's way. By now, she didn't trust herself enough to give Rila the consoling she needed. "I'm sorry, Rila. I have no idea what else we can do to win this war besides fight and kill. But I do know that it's not up to us to decide that. It's almost a relief when you think about it that way. It could be, if you let yourself. But I can't, not when I know deep down there's something else we should focus on. Vithos tells me we can win this war by killing the 2 Slagari leaders of the Crep army, and I believe him. We should be out there, not in this forest, ready to burn people alive." "But we just can't leave this fort here," Effie said, surprised to find herself in such disagreement with Rila. "As much as I despise Kessa, I think she's right. What if the enemy falls to an attack that we could have prevented?" Effie waited, but Rila didn't reply. Instead, the psychic leaned down to rest her head on Effie's shoulder. "I don't know anymore, Eff. Tell me if I'm overreacting." Effie hugged Rila. "You're not, but I think you need to find that seed of anger that I know is in all of us. No more thinking tonight, just doing. If you need help accomplishing your task, search deep within yourself. I know you'll find motivation there. Brady is mine."
"Should we be worried about Zoke?"
Alex whispered. "I'm going to try not to," Rila said, "only because I don't know how doing so would help."
"You're right."
They found a huddle of rocks to sit on as they waited. Every sound Effie heard was Kessa returning, ready for Effie to burn the place down. But in a blink she would realize her mistake. It was just a screech, a howl, or something rustling the bushes, each time causing her heart to dance wildly. Rila must have sensed her nervousness. She ran her fingers down Effie's hair, rubbing her back along the way. Effie knew of nothing more calming than Rila's touch.
Cleve's lucky,
Effie whispered. Rila giggled. Why? Because he has you whenever he comes back. I'm the lucky one, Eff, as long as he and Rek do come back. There was another rustle. This time a voice followed. Effie, Alex. All Effie could tell was that it was a woman's voice. Kessa, is that you? Yes, come over here. No light, Effie. They have search teams patrolling the area. They must have realized they're missing men, and now they're looking for us. We have to do this now. They met with Kessa and Zoke. Or we can leave, Rila whispered. Shut up. I'm sick of hearing it, Kessa said. We just need to get Effie close to a wall and cover her until it's burning too furiously to stop. Then we run. Simple. Simple. Effie wanted to scoff, but she refrained. Rila let out a disparaging sigh. Effie knew it was up to Rila and Vithos to stop any archers who might peek over the wall to shoot them. This made Effie the most nervous, especially when Rila complained how difficult it would be to find the shooter and pain him with Psyche before he could draw an arrow. Kessa brought them around the fort, keeping a safe distance from the wide opening where the trees ended. Tenred had cleared 20 yards of space between the trees and the wooden walls. That's the northwest corner ahead of us, Kessa said. It's the safest place to begin the burning. How do we know it's not ironbark? Effie asked, every worry imaginable now invading her thoughts. I thought of that already, Kessa said. Zoke was able to tell that it's made from the trees in this forest. What if someone sees us? Effie asked next. Do we run? You'll be protected. Only run if I give the order. It's going to make a lot of noise. Effie, I thought this through, Kessa interrupted. All of you will make it out of this alive. Now let's go before your paranoia gets any worse. Paranoia? Effie did scoff this time. It's just common sense. When Kessa readied 2 throwing knives between her knuckles, Alex did the same, placing his other hand on Effie's arm. I'll keep you safe, he said. Quickly and quietly, go now, Kessa said. They hustled out from the cover of the trees, Effie immediately feeling naked. Her heart thumped at the same speed as their pace, her body screaming for her to stop and go back. But they made it to the edge of the fort without interruption. Go, Effie! Kessa and everyone else pushed their backs against the wooden wall, straining their necks to look above them. Bastial, hell, I can't focus. So much panic was coursing through Effie, she couldn't feel the Bastial energy she needed to push her wand to create fire. She felt a touch to her arm. Have confidence, Eff, Rila said. You can do this. Her mind was suddenly clear. One breath was all she needed to gather enough Bastial energy to start the flame. She knew a fireball would char the wood, but it certainly wouldn't catch it on fire. She needed constant heat, so Effie focused to pour as much Bastial energy through her wand as she could. The jet of fire pushed against the wood, climbing its way up but still not spreading. The heat from it was too much for Effie to stand so close. As she backed away and extended her arm, she noticed the others retreating as well, no longer comfortable standing against the wall. Just a little longer, Kessa whispered. It should catch any moment. But Effie lost her focus when a voice screamed, Stop them! Surprisingly, it didn't come from the fort, but from behind them. A patrol, Effie realized. She heard more than one person shouting now. Finish it, Effie! Kessa yelled, running toward the trees. Effie heard screams of death soon after. Too focused on reigniting the flame, she couldn't tell who was still nearby protecting her, just that it was more than one person. She had the flame going again, but a voice from right above shocked her. They're trying to burn it down! Just as the man finished his sentence, he screamed and fell behind the wall. Effie could hear his body crack against the ground just in front of her, though unseen. She knew Rila or Vithos must have pained the man with Psyche, and he'd fallen backward. It helped to let Effie know how thin the walls of the fort were. I can do this, she told herself. With a grunt, she pushed all the Bastial energy she could muster through her ironbark wand. Shouting came from every direction now, but she knew the seconds were all she needed, and it was a good thing. The heat she produced was so hot and constant, her hand was screaming in pain. The fire took life along the edge of the fort and spread across both walls. Effie! Kessa yelled from somewhere behind her. It's done! Turning, Effie was surprised to find that the light of the fire was enough to illuminate everything around them. Unfortunately, that meant they could be seen as well. There! A man yelled. There was a group of... too many to count with him. More than 10. Run! Kessa screamed. Alex and Zoke were both busy fighting the enemy. Vithos and Rila came back from the wall and pained each man with Psyche to assist his death. Soon all of them were fleeing. Effie could hear arrows striking the trees around them. Get this fire out! Men shouted in the distance behind her. Too tempted not to, she glanced over her shoulder. The fire had grown to the entire height of the wall. There was no way they could stop it now. But before Effie could enjoy her victory, she had to escape the bloodthirsty enemies chasing after them, and it was becoming too dark to see ahead. Rilla tripped on something and screamed. Zoke reached down and almost without breaking stride popped her back on her feet.
Need light,
Vithos said after stumbling himself.
No light. We need to hide,
Kessa said, still rushing forward. Effie barely could see her anymore and was tempted to disobey the order. We can't hide, Rilla said. They have psychics.
Kessa cursed. Fine. Effie, direct the light ahead of us.
Gladly, Effie pushed out enough Bastial energy to light their path, but some of the men behind them had to be mages because an even brighter light came over their shoulders.
They're going west,
someone shouted. Another flurry of arrows slammed into the trees. Effie couldn't imagine how lucky their archers would have to be to navigate an arrow through so many trunks and branches, but she wasn't about to stick around and find out. Exhausted from the long casting of fire, Effie soon felt that she couldn't keep up her pace, but the men chasing them still had a light aimed in their direction. We can't run all the way to Vigeligen Pathway, Effie said, barely able to speak and suck in the air she needed at the same time.
Zoke, carry her.
What? Wait! But the Krepp already had slowed, wrapped his arms under her rear, and hoisted her up. He moved Effie to his right side, using only one arm to carry her. Her stomach uncomfortably pressed against his shoulder with each stride. She was faced the opposite way, watching the men gain on them.
Shoot them, Effie,
Kessa said. But Effie had never tried casting a fireball while moving, especially at the rate Zoke was running. Her body bumped violently as he sped forward. Effie closed her eyes to meditate, letting her body rest as she drew in the hot Bastial energy. She imagined being able to see the swirling red dust spiraling around the trees, dancing through the air, seeping out of the ground. As Zoke ran, all of it trailed after them, wafting quicker and quicker the harder Effie pulled. Soon it sped up enough to reach her, happy and eager to come together within her body. It called to be used, screaming to be mixed with the Sartius energy in her wand. With a guttural scream, she snapped her wand at the men chasing them, and was amazed to see the largest fireball she'd ever cast hurtling toward them. Unable to fit through the trees, it exploded in 5 places at once, ricocheting off the trunks and catching the leaves ablaze. A few of the men were hit with fragmented fireballs, yelling in agony, but the rest kept going, jumping through the flames sprouting from the ground. So Effie drew in even more Bastial energy to cast another. When she aimed her wand, most of the men stopped, using the trees as cover. Only a few continued, a few brave but stupid men. She hit one of them dead on with a fireball nearly as big as he was. He didn't even utter a scream. The last few chasing them stopped after that. Effie would have felt more comfortable running on her own, but she was dizzy from exhaustion. Her stomach needed a break, though. Zoke's shoulder was so thick with muscle, it was like being ground against stone. They slowed, Effie said. Zoke, can you switch me over to your back?
I'm tired. Can't keep running with you unless we slow too.
We need to keep going, Kessa said. Have to create enough distance so they don't catch up.
I can't run after all that casting, Effie said, feeling like she was on the verge of passing out. They slowed to a light jog. Here. Alex came in front of Zoke, aiming his back toward the Krepp. Get on, Eff. I can carry you until you're ready. As Effie was transferred, she noticed everyone's breathing was like hers at that point. Even Zoke. She'd never seen him so tired. It sounded like he was sucking in twice as much air as everyone else, his breath loud and fierce. Effie rode on Alex's back long enough to begin drifting in and out of consciousness at least a few times, probably more. But reality snapped back into place when everyone began to murmur nervously. They'd stopped by then, all of them crowding around Kessa, who was on her knees. You can let me down, Effie told Alex, hopping off him. What happened? Kessa fell.
It's nothing,
she said, trying to push herself back up to her feet. But one leg gave out, and she toppled over. Kessa! Rilla yelled. She and Alex helped the woman up. Then Rilla looked at Kessa's hand grabbing onto her shoulder. Effie noticed the blood coming through. Kessa, you're bleeding, Rilla said.
I know, I was hit by an arrow, but it only glanced off me.
Effie put a light on her. Then Alex drew his knife and cut away the shirt around her shoulder. There was a deep gash. It's bad, Alex said.
I've had worse. We need to keep going.
Kessa staggered to her feet. With a little help from Alex, she made it there and started trudging forward.
Should have brought a chemist,
she muttered.
Effie, got it in you to light our path. I could use a break from doing so.
The moment Effie let the light through her wand, she noticed a red stain on Kessa's pants. It was on the low end of her right calf. Kessa, do you know that you've been cut on your leg as well?
Of course I know that. I was struck by a blade. I'm trying not to think about it because doing so only makes it worse. And we need to get out of here as soon as possible.
An awkward silence followed as they continued forward. How bad is the cut? Effie needed to know. Kessa, let us see it, Rilla said. And it looks like there's been a lot of blood loss.
Leave it be!
But as Kessa turned to shout and her eyes caught the light from Effie's wand, they rolled back in her head. The woman stumbled, but Rilla caught her before she fell. Lie down. It'll just take a moment, Rila said, Vithos helping her set Kessa on her back and lift up her leg. Kessa winced as they rolled up her pant leg. Effie got closer to put the light right on the wound. It was a deeper cut than the one to her shoulder, blood oozing without any sign of stopping.
You shouldn't be walking on this,
Alex said, retrieving a shirt from his bag and shredding it with his knife.
I'm going to wrap the wound. Zoke will carry you the rest of the way.
Bastial hell, fine, Kessa muttered, defeated. Just hurry up. Soon Kessa was back upright and balancing on one foot with the other tightly wrapped by Alex's shirt. She rolled her eyes and let out a humiliated sigh as Zoke knelt down in front of her so that she could climb on his back. They were off once again, Effie lighting the dark forest ahead of them.
You're much heavier than Effie,
Zoke commented.
yet you're not much taller.
It's called muscle, Kessa said.
It feels more like fat to me,
Zoke replied. Effie couldn't help but laugh. Rila and Alex let out a giggle as well.
Why is funny that she fat?
Vithos asked. That only made Effie laugh harder. Oh, shut up. Kessa wasn't amused. Chapter 27, Stefan. It turned out that Sligari didn't need to sleep as much as humans. Unfortunately for Stefan, it seemed that neither did J.B. Ravender. Determined to reach Tenrid territory, he pushed them onward, Stefan, Meretrice, and Jack soon dragging their feet along the hard dirt. As excited as Meretrice was when she told Stefan that she'd convinced Queen to plant her Evasol seed, she couldn't remain that way as they trudged on without a break. Every few hours, J.B. would tell Stefan to ask another Sligari where they were, and finally one replied that they were beneath Tenrid. By then, everyone was too exhausted to talk. Even Queen agreed that she needed some rest after they got there. It's just up ahead. Queen pointed at a wall of dirt with no entranceway but a small tunnel. It was barely large enough for Stefan to fit in it if he crawled on his hands and knees.
How do we get around this wall?
J.V. asked.
There's no way around, only through it, Queen replied.
What? Meretrice's voice was a whisper. Through there. J.V. had just realized what Queen was saying. His voice was incredulous as he pointed.
What's on the other side?
Jack asked. Queen looked amused, her mouth bent in a smug grin. Nothing that'll hurt you. She wiggled forward.
As long as you're careful.
A Sligari just outside the tunnel slithered toward Queen when she approached.
Any change in heat?
Queen asked in Sligaran. No, it's the same as we left it. There will be no explosion any time soon, the Sligari replied.
So it could have been this way for years?
Queen asked.
Most likely.
J.V. tugged on Stefan's shirt to bring him back up a step.
What are they talking about? I'm not really sure. Something about heat and an explosion.
Queen thanked the Sligari and turned to address them.
Are you ready?
How long does the tunnel go on?
Meretrice asked with a frightened tone.
That's right. She doesn't like tight spaces, Stefan remembered.
Even he was a bit nervous about crawling in. He couldn't imagine what it was like for her.
Not long,
Queen answered, giving no sign she was going to say any more on the subject. She turned and slithered into the hole at the base of the dirt wall.
I'm going to wait here, if you don't mind,
Meretrice told J.V.
That's fine,
Jack answered for him. Stefan was tempted to stay back as well, but his curiosity outweighed his fear. Suddenly, he remembered Queen's warning.
Curiosity is more likely to kill you than fear.
A chill went down his back. Nevertheless, Stefan took a breath, got down on his hands and knees, and followed Queen in, determined to stay near her this time in case the tunnel got dark. It wasn't as bad as it looked, until he got to a turn. Just the sight of it sent his heart racing. Images were evoked of him getting stuck. Already the tunnel was growing dim.
Keep going,
J.V. said from behind. He pushed on Stefan's feet. There's a turn, he yelled, pushing back against J.V. Wait a moment. Unable to bend his body the necessary degrees to make the turn, Stefan lay on his side and extended his arms around it, edging himself forward with his knees and feet.
My Bastial stars, I can't fit through there,
he could hear Jack muttering.
Don't be a coward,
J.V. said.
If I can, then you can.
Queen, Stefan shouted. Don't go too far ahead. We need your light.
I'm right around the corner,
she said. Getting his waist around the turn was the hardest part, and for a brief moment, Stefan thought he was stuck. Queen grabbed his arms with her little talons and tried to pull him forward. When J.V. started pushing his feet, Stefan didn't need to do any more work himself. His body slid through the turn.
Only 2 more turns until we get there, Queen said. Bastial hell.
Stefan could hear J.V. scraping his way through the next turn, muttering curses and complaining about how the tunnel should have been made larger. Queen ignored it, or simply didn't hear. Jack wheezed and grunted, keeping the curses within his head, though Stefan thought he heard at least one come out. There was a long stretch before the next curve in the tunnel. Fortunately, it was a touch wider than the first, allowing Stefan to get through without lying on his side. After another long stretch and another turn, Stefan could feel heat pressing against his face. With Queen being the only thing he could see in front of him, he asked if it was her.
No, that's Bastial energy you feel,
She informed him.
and it's going to get a lot hotter soon.
The tunnel led them to a small room that was tall enough for Stefan to stand with at least 10 feet above him to spare. He wanted to take a deep breath and let sweet relief into his body through his lungs, but he was having a tough time getting used to the heat. It felt like he was standing just outside an open oven. "Where's this heat coming from?" he asked. The only thing in front of him was stone, like the side of the mountain. In fact, as he looked to either side, it did seem like that's what he was looking at. The rest of the room had been created with walls of hard dirt, just like the rest of the Sligari colony. Only in front of him was smooth stone, as if a mountain had been buried and the Sligari had dug to the edge of it. With the room being just large enough to fit 2 Dadriks shoulder to shoulder, Stefan had no concept as to how far the slab of stone in front of him stretched. The Sligari hadn't dug far enough on either side of it to tell.
I don't understand,
Javy said, giving the alcove a quick inspection.
Touch the stone in front of you,
Queen instructed. All 3 of them reached for it and quickly retracted their hands. It was too hot to touch.
What is this?
Jack asked.
Bastial energy rises from deep within our world,
Queen explained.
It permeates through soil, water, everything that's not too thick and sturdy to contain it. But when it does reach something that it can't pass through, it doesn't go back down where it came from. Instead, the Bastial energy builds and builds, growing hotter and hotter. That's what we have here.
Queen pointed at the stone.
It's dangerous, she continued, which is why we've closed off this area except for a small tunnel. As more Bastial energy becomes trapped, eventually the stone won't be able to contain it. Then there will be an explosion. Depending on how much Bastial energy has been trapped, these explosions can be devastating to the land.
Stefan stepped back, finding Jack and Javy doing the same.
And how much Bastial energy is trapped here?
Javy gestured with a quick jerk of his head.
You Sligari can sense BE, right?
Yes, there's a lot. That's all I can say. The explosion this would produce would be enormous.
What kind of explosion?
Jack asked.
Would there be fire involved or only the stone cracking and BE shooting into the air?
No fire,
Queen answered.
Unless you want there to be.
Her head tilted.
Remember, we're below Tenrid territory right now.
Stefan could almost hear Javy's thoughts as his eyes went wide and he asked,
When will it explode?
Without assistance, it could be a few years or even 100 years.
Queen tapped the stone with her claws.
The wall hasn't yet begun to swell, so we have no idea when except that it'll be a long time.
But you can make this explosion happen sooner and cause fire to be part of it,
Javy asked.
We can. We've done it before to clear pockets of Bastial energy we didn't want building up in our colony, though we've never dealt with one this large. We can't predict the damage it'll do to the ground above.
How do you go about exploding it?
Javy asked. Stefan felt sweat dripping from his forehead. He never thought he would be eager to get back into the tunnel, but he could barely wait.
There's a plant that emits a small explosion of fire when it gets hot enough. We put them into clusters, chip the stone walls, stuff the clusters in, create a trail of them out of this tunnel, then light the trail. A stream of fire will explode through, reaching the stone wall and cracking it enough for Bastial energy to escape. As I'm sure you know, BE feeds on fire, and fire feeds on it. As soon as the stone is cracked, the BE will push through and tear its way up through the soil. The stone will collapse in on itself, giving BE a chance to escape. It will jump out, pushing any loose boulders and dirt along its way so they fly into the air. Because of the fire fed to it, the BE will be blazing red. I can't say exactly what'll happen, but I'd imagine the ground above it will crack. Boulders the size of humans will fly through the air, dirt will burst and rain down on everything, and red flames of hot BE will torch anything, even close to the cracking ground.
I see.
Javy rubbed his chin with 4 fingertips as he stared at the stone wall.
But there's no way to know how far the cracks will spread? How extensive the damage will be?
Jack asked, far more concerned than Javy.
That's the problem, Queen said. We've been told that you humans don't wish to kill everyone in Tenrid, only those who fight against you. We respect that. However, once we set this explosion, there's no way to know who'll suffer from its wrath.
Where exactly are we right now?
Javy unfolded his map.
Here,
Queen pointed. Javy clicked his tongue, then hummed.
What is it?
Jack asked.
What's around there?
We're right underneath the southern side of Tenrid Castle.
Unfortunately, there are many people living west of here, and we don't know whether or not they fight with the army.
How many?
Jack asked. In the castle alone, there must be thousands, JB said, most of whom work directly for King Tegri Hiller. Nearly all of them would be good targets, as most would be warriors and mages protecting the castle from a siege. But all around here is the unknown. He made a small circle with his finger. There's probably a few hundred people living here, and we don't know who fights and who doesn't.
May I see?
Queen was too short to look at the map. JB leaned down and made the same circle with his finger.
What's that circle supposed to represent?
Queen asked. The size of the explosion. JB's voice trailed off, no longer confident. No, Queen stated firmly. This is more accurate. She made her own imaginary circle with a claw. It was twice the size of the one JB had indicated. Bastial stars, Jack whispered. How many is that? Could be over 1,000, JB answered. And how many are part of the army? It could be all of them or half of them. We don't know. Jack and JV fell silent, expressive eyes and tilts of their heads taking over the conversation. I had a feeling there would be need to some discussion, Queen said. There are some other matters I need to attend to before I sleep. Why don't you take a rest and decide when you wake up? We need some time to prepare the explosion if that's what you choose. Once the ground opens, we need the rest of our colony closed off from the outside so that enemies can't come down and attack us. They shouldn't know we were responsible if we do it right. That's right. They won't realize that we caused the explosion, JV said, mostly to himself.
They'll have to assume it, Ravender.
Jack flailed his arms.
And think about all the innocent people killed. They'll die gruesome deaths. Can you imagine what it'll be like for them? You have to reconsider doing this.
This isn't your decision, Rose. Just be silent as I think.
I won't just be silent.
Men, Queen interrupted. Sleep and decide after you rest. I know how tired you must be. Their stiff backs and shoulders loosened. JV nodded. We do need rest. Thank you, Queen. You're welcome. Now follow me out of the tunnel and I'll show you where you'll be sleeping. It was so nice to escape the heat that Stefan felt no fear as he squeezed his way around the turns this time. Meretrice was asleep on the dirt, curled up with her bag as a pillow. We're done. Stefan woke her with a light shake. She grumbled and sat up.
What was in there?
Before Stefan could explain, he overheard JV yelling at Jack in a frustrated tone.
Leave it alone for now.
Queen was right, Stefan realized as he thought of how to answer Meretrice. It is hard to explain. I'm too tired to even know how to start, he admitted. But we could be exploding the land beneath Tenred. Meretrice seemed either confused or too tired to understand. One of her eyes was squinted and she had trouble keeping her head up. I'll tell you more in the morning. We're following Queen to her sleeping quarters. Chapter 28. Stefan. At some point, Stefan awoke to someone stepping over him. He shut his eyes again and thought nothing of it until another pair of footsteps followed. When he heard whispers, his curiosity was piqued too much to go back to sleep. He sat up, something telling him not to make a sound as he looked around the wall of the cove they were sleeping in to see who it was. J.B. Ravender and Jack Rose were walking away from him. When they made a turn and escaped from view, Stefan decided to follow. He used the tall clay pillars as cover until he found them again. J.B. was leaning against the wall while Jack had his arms folded with his back up against a pillar. Stefan squatted behind his own pillar and strained his ears to listen.
I already know what you're going to say, J.V. complained. You don't want me to do it.
Stefan could hear Jack taking a slow breath.
It's more than that, Ravender. We need to talk this out and figure out what's best.
You mean convince me that you're right?
Look what happened last time we took aggressive action,
Jack whispered.
J.V. scoffed. I knew you were going to bring that up. You might as well say it. You blame me for what happened.
Haven't I said that aloud yet? Of course I blame you. It's your fault. You chose to send that Raven and signal Dex Polkin to take the shot.
Will you quiet your voice?
JV's tone was irritated.
I may have sent the Raven, but everyone wanted that except for you. You were the only vote against it.
And for good reason, Jack said. Weston's son came after Dex and Len and Polkin. Aggression only leads to more aggression. They're dead now because of the decisions you made.
Bastial stars, what am I listening to? Stefan considered leaving before he heard more, but he couldn't bring himself to do it.
2 deaths compared to who knows how many of Dex didn't kill Weston. You were on the Underground Council before I was...
JV stopped himself. Stefan figured it was to glance around to make sure no one was close by. What would he do right now if he found out I overheard? Stefan knew he had to leave before they were done. He couldn't let them come back to find him missing, but he couldn't go just yet. He needed to understand what they were saying. They were talking about the late king, Weston Kimmard. Stefan thought no one knew who'd killed him, but here Javy had admitted it was Dex Polkin. Stefan had heard the name, though he didn't remember how he knew it was Cleve's father. Then it came to him. Rila had mentioned it, also telling Stefan not to bring it up around Cleve. Although Stefan was known for his inability to keep secrets, it was the opposite when he had absolutely no reason to discuss something. He had no reason to talk to Cleve about his father. There was nothing to say. Well, until now. Javy continued. Everyone knew Weston was going mad, and he was teaching his son terrible things. A few more years, and our king would have turned out worse than his father. Then, who could say if Cairo would even still be around by now? Our relationship with Tenred has been like dancing in quicksand. The more we've tried to work our way out of trouble, the deeper we sink. With an inept king, this war would have begun and been lost years ago. But we actually have a chance with Weston Kimmard. I know you know this, and it frustrates me that you choose to ignore it. Jack sighed. It's always the same argument when we discuss this. You already know what I'm going to say next. That there were other ways to make Weston step down besides having Dex shoot him. I know you think this, but even Dex knew the risks and still agreed it was worth it. But he had no idea that you'd sent the Raven on your own without the consensus of the rest of the Underground Council. Now Jack seemed to be irritated as well. And you knew Marie Firemore was close to changing her mind. Kerr was the only one as decisive as you about the decision. She was the closest one to the king, Javy argued. He knew better than all of us, which should tell you that it was the right decision. I don't think you should make this decision on your own now, Jack said. You should bring it back to the king. You only say that to delay the inevitable. Weston Kimmard would send me right back down here as soon as I explained it, and do you know why? Can you guess what he would say? Jack grumbled, then asked, What? He would ask me what Tenred would do if the situation was reversed. Under Tegri Hiller's command, they lied about us to the Kreps, telling them we knew where the Slagari were. Tenred did this. Now tell me honestly, do you think they would leave this trapped Bastial energy alone, or would they explode it beneath our towns? From the long breath that Jack took in, it sounded as if he had no retort. I thought so, Javy said. Stefan knew he'd been there too long. They had to be ending their conversation soon. He dashed behind another pillar, then another, quickly making his way back to the cove. Close now, he took a peek back at Javy and Jack. Fortunately, they were still distracted with each other. Stefan jumped out from the pillar and hurried into the cove, making sure not to look at Javy and Jack just in case they glanced his way during that movement. He could always claim he went somewhere to relieve himself if they asked. Where did you go? Meretrice mumbled as he lay down near her. Might as well practice my lie. I had to relieve myself. As he closed his eyes and tried to sleep, he wondered whether he should tell anyone about what he'd heard. His first instinct was to wait for Cleve and then make a decision, but then he realized that if he did see Cleve again, he certainly would reveal this information. Cleve deserves to know, simple as that. Chapter 29, Zeddy. 7 days and 7 nights it took them to reach Tenred. Not a day went by without Kinyo picking up signs that an ambush was ahead of them and changing the route. Zeddy never saw the signs for herself, though she stopped looking early on when she realized she wouldn't notice them before Kinyo. She was thankful for Grail's company. After the incident with Vithos and the humans, Kinyo had stopped speaking unless it became necessary. He walked ahead of Zeddy and Grail, making it easier for Zeddy to ignore her anger. But whenever memories came back of Paramar, she could hear Kinyo's offer to slay him. On the 6th day, Grail finally brought up Zoke. His tone was nervous, and she could tell he'd been thinking about it for a long time.
I don't know who Zoke is anymore,
Grail admitted.
I don't want you to be upset with me, but I'm beginning to believe he would rather be with the humans than with us.
Zeddy couldn't stand when Grail spoke like this. Not about Zoke being a traitor. That hadn't happened before. It infuriated her when he made it plainly obvious how strongly her opinion mattered to him. Why do you care if I get upset with you?
Because...
Zeddy waited, but she seemed to have scared him from saying any more. Tell me, she insisted. Suddenly, Grail exploded with anger.
I hate how you're like this.
Shocked, Zeddy froze.
You're friendly with me when I hardly say a word, but as soon as I say anything about how I care, you get annoyed.
The little crep wasn't so good with words, but Zeddy still understood what he meant. In fact, he was right. Grail had been unusually distant during this trip, and she had been friendlier with him until now. But why? Zeddy wondered. Why does it frustrate me when he's nice?
So I want you to like me.
Grail said, his frustration nearing a whine.
What's wrong with that? It doesn't mean I think I'm going to be your Seshar.
With her thoughts recently on Paramar, she suddenly realized what he told her before he died. You fear what other Kreps want. That's the weakness I found in you when we first fought. She understood now. Kreps need others to like them, whether it be to gain power within the army, to have someone ready to stand up for them, or to simply have someone to pass the time with. But Zeddy couldn't stand when other Kreps made an attempt to please her. Paramar must have seen this in her the first time they met, when he claimed she treasured the bow more than the sword because she was afraid of getting close. Some part of her knew it was true even then, though she didn't know why. I still don't know why, she realized. Grail, I should appreciate when you're nice. I don't know why it bothers me, but for some reason it does. Zoke is the only Krep who can be nice without me wanting to claw him across the face. I understand the struggle to figure out his actions, but he's the same Krep who was taking care of me during my shedding. Think about everything he's done for you. How many times he's brought you food. How much time he's spent teaching you to use the sword. What did he do when you came to us with an embarrassing rip on the rear end of your pants? You must remember. Grail faced the dirt.
He stitched them for me.
Not just that. What else?
I didn't have any other pants, so he went to the market to trade for a pair that fit me. Then he gave them to me as he sewed the other pair.
He worked for hours to mend the huge gash you made. Zeddy was exaggerating, for Zoke was quite skilled with his hands and had finished quickly. But Grail didn't need to know how long it really took. And now you have 2 pairs of pants, don't you? Many Kreps don't.
I do,
Grail replied in a quiet voice. The Zoke that you know is the same one now with the humans. Don't forget that. Grail nodded sheepishly. The massive walls separating the people of Tenrid from the nearby forest seemed to stretch into the sky. Zeddy hadn't seen anything so large that wasn't a mountain, and even most peaks didn't stand as tall as these stone walls. A swarm of humans buzzed around the gate, half going in and half going out. A few were dressed in metal, all of which was too shiny for Zeddy's taste. Do our human allies care more about the appearance of their armor than its use in battle? At the sight of Zeddy, Kinyu, and Grail, one of the men in metal whistled and shouted something in common tongue. The others pushed out a palm at Kinyu, signaling for him to wait. Past the gate, all of Tenred was on an upward slope. The side walls ended halfway up where the edges of mountains took over as the border of the territory. Houses 3 times as large as any hut within the Krep encampment were scattered along the miles of incline before her. She couldn't see much else because the massive stone wall came over the top of the metal gate, blocking her view. Then the gate opened, and a Krep came through who she recognized.
Hello, Zeddy.
Nebre had the widest smile she'd seen of any Krep.
What's with your teeth?
Kinyu asked, cringing.
The humans like to clean their teeth. I thought I would do the same. You're going to be amazed by their castle.
Living with the humans would have been a nightmare for most Kreps, but Nebre seemed overjoyed, privileged even. It was eerie to see such happiness, especially given the reason. They followed Nebre through the gate, Grail whispering.
What's he doing here?
He was sent by Doe and Heyman because he speaks the language of the humans.
So he translates when Kreps like us come to Tenrid?
That and other things, I assume, Zeddy guessed. She couldn't get used to how different Nebre was from the last time she'd seen him, when she'd been brought into the judgment chambers to be confronted by him and Doe about her brother. That was when Doe told me I would have to kill Zoke to prove my loyalty, Zeddy remembered. I hope Paramar's murder has done enough. When the gate had swung open all the way, Nebre stopped to point at the castle atop the hill ahead of them.
Look at that,
he bragged, as if he was somehow responsible for building it. It was marvelous, though, Zeddy couldn't help but admit. The humans had somehow built it level, even though the ground beneath it sloped. There seemed to be 3 layers to the castle. The base wasn't much more than a wall of stone that wrapped around the front of it like a shield. Behind them was the second layer, which was a block of stone with rounded towers built into it. The last seemed to be the heart of the castle, peeking out from the center, taller than the rest. All along the top were ridges that made it seem like a walkway was available for the humans to use. Zeddy couldn't see much of the middle of the castle, as most of it was covered by the walls of the second layer. But she could see its roof. 2 square towers jutted out from it. Atop each waved a Tenrid flag, black with 10 red stars. She'd seen it enough to know by now. The roads leading toward the castle were crowded with humans seemingly busy conversing and trading with each other. As busy as they were, though, many stopped to gawk at Zeddy and the other Kreps, some even pointing. They must not have seen too many of us. Zeddy didn't know everything that Doe and Heyman had been doing with Tenrid, but sending Kreps over clearly wasn't a big part of their plans. At least not yet. Doe did mention that they were preparing for an attack soon. Nebre slowed so he could walk between Zeddy and Kinyu, lowering his voice to tell them.
These humans, I don't even know how to describe them. They're sneaky and cunning. Were you attacked on the way here by men from Cairo?
Kinu spat. A few grunts of disgust could be heard from the humans around them.
We were.
Kinu said.
Cowards. That's all humans are.
If you think that's all they are, then you have a lot to learn.
Nebre said.
Just a few days ago, 3 spies from Cairo were discovered within the castle. 3. It was only one at first, but they tortured her until she gave up the other 2. All of them had been living here for years. No Krupp would do that.
Because we have honor,
Kinu argued.
This is war,
Nebre reminded him.
I hear them say it all the time. At first it sounded like an excuse, but I've realized now that it's indeed a reason. They care little about honor compared to winning, as should we. I've still been trying to get permission to read their history books. I'm sure they're filled with surprising stories.
Kinu spat again.
Filthy humans.
He muttered a curse.
Don't let them influence you, Nebre. You have to remember you're a Krupp.
They were silent the rest of the way to the castle. There were only 2 guards outside the thick wooden door. This didn't surprise Eddie, as the castle seemed to deny entry on its own far better than any human could. But inside she found many more wearing armor at each turn.
What do the humans need so much protection from within the castle?
Who are we meeting with?
Kinu asked.
That depends on why you're here.
Nebre stopped them in the middle of a stone hallway. It was lit by a few torches on the wall.
I assume it's about the pigeons.
How did you know? Zeddy asked.
Because they won't fly back to the Krupp encampment. The pigeon master already explained the issue to me. They weren't trained properly to think of the Krupp encampment as a home. So when they were sent here with messages, we couldn't get them to fly back with our replies.
We and our, Zeddy reflected. What's with him?
I see,
Kinu said.
So what do we tell Doe?
Tell him whatever you want, but that's the reason. The birds weren't trained properly and were released too early. I'll bring you to the pigeon master to explain what needs to happen. Then you 3 can bring back the birds to Doe and try again.
I also have this message to deliver to King Tegri.
Kinu pulled the scroll from his bag. It wasn't sealed.
Doe and Haman want to attack Cairo as soon as possible.
Nebre reached out for the scroll, but Kinu wouldn't give it to him.
Doe told me to place it in Tegri Hiller's hands,
Kinu explained.
I'm not sure I can get you an audience with the king, but I'll try. First, the pigeon master. He's on the top floor.
After all the miles and the sleepless nights they'd endured, the climb to the top of Tenrid Castle proved to be a laborious task. Every wall was made of stone. The floor was cold against Zeddy's feet, though there was more heat in the air the higher they climbed. One set of stairs led to the western wall of the castle before it turned and continued upward. There was a slit in the wall. Grail stopped for a moment and stood on his toes to gaze through it. "The ocean," he commented. "It's like we're flying." Zeddy took a look for herself. The castle must have been built on a peak over the ocean. She could see the bouncing waves of dark blue that stretched for hundreds of miles. There was just one small piece of land in view that looked close enough for her to reach by tossing a stone, though she knew the distance to be an illusion. She couldn't judge how far down the water was from where she stood, though she did come to realize that she was unable to hear the waves. The castle was too high above for that. Then she wondered what the view was like from atop the castle. "Do they let you go anywhere, Nebre?" she asked.
Almost anywhere,
he answered proudly.
You want to stand on top of this massive structure, don't you?
"I do." "Me too," Grail added.
Only for a moment,
Kinu said, trying to hide his own interest.
I almost forgot.
Nebre said.
Don't discuss anything too loudly. They think there might be more spies, and sound seems to bounce off these walls rather than be muffled by them.
Every human they walked by gave them a curious glance, but Zeddy soon was used to it. She was in no way eager to leave the castle, for she knew what kind of trip awaited. She could use at least one night out of danger, sleeping with walls on every side of her, allies guarding the entrance to her room. It was a comforting thought, and her body agreed, bringing on an attack of drowsiness so strong she lost her urge to do anything else but sleep. She noticed Grail yawning. He must have felt the same. But Zeddy took a deep breath and found her strength, knowing there was a decent chance she would be outside Tenrid territory by the time night came, and possibly with noisy birds. Zeddy waited outside the Pigeon Master's chambers. It was up to Kinu to remember his instructions, and Zeddy felt too tired to be able to, even if she was required. Grail decided to go in with Kinu and Nebre, though. They left the door open, and Zeddy could hear the little Krep getting more and more excited as he absorbed every piece of information Nebre translated from the Pigeon Master's lips. The moment they left, Grail already was asking if he could carry the cage with the 3 birds in it. Kinu handed it to him.
You let them out and you die.
Why? They'll just fly back to the Pigeon Master's window,
Grail said. When Kinu had no retort, it occurred to Zeddy that Grail must have been right. She couldn't help but let out a small laugh.
Just be careful,
Kinu muttered.
Now for the roof,
Nebre said.
Just keep following this hall. There will be a ladder you can climb. I'll meet you up there once I find out whether you'll be able to speak with the king.
Nebre turned and left before Kinu could reply. It seemed to leave a sour taste in Kinu's mouth, for he looked as if he wanted to spit.
The Crip has gotten too proud,
Kinu muttered. When they reached the ladder, Grail didn't trust himself to climb it while holding on to the cage, so he gave it to Kinu. Soon the three of them were atop the castle. A gust of cold air sent Zeddy's black hair dancing wildly. She lost her breath as she turned her gaze. Ovira looked so small. There were far more trees than she'd anticipated seeing, though most were at the northern end of the continent. They seemed to dwell in groups, little green patches that looked like prickly skin. She recognized much of the land to the east, for she'd just traveled through it. She even saw the Crep encampment and their lowly walls that would have been too faint to recognize if she hadn't already known it was there. Looking to the south proved how little she actually knew of Ovira. There were a series of peaks too tall to see over, but there seemed to be a path through them. She believed Cairo was somewhere on the other side. Not too far, she realized. Maybe a 3-day walk. How could enemies live so close to each other? Beneath the mountains and the walls of Tenrid was the edge of the forest that stretched to the east, thickening as it went. The three of them were silent as they waited for Nebre to return. Grail spent most of his time staring out over the ocean to the west, entertaining himself with quick glances at the birds every now and again.
Tegri Hiller will see you, Kinu.
Nebre had poked his head into the opening, remaining on the ladder as he continued.
I'll translate for you, but we'd better hurry. He doesn't like to be kept waiting. Who does?
Kinu said in a dismissive tone, taking the birdcage and finding his footing on the ladder.
Wait here. I'll come get you before we leave,
Kinu told Zeddy. Fine, so we're not staying the night. Zeddy decided to lie on her back and close her eyes. The wind wasn't cold enough to keep her awake, and soon she'd fallen into a peaceful slumber. She awoke to what seemed to be the castle shaking. Grail fell to his knees and grabbed her shoulder.
What is that?
He asked. An earthquake? Zeddy figured, sitting up and looking for something to hold on to. There were hundreds of feet in the air with nothing but the low, rigid walls on every side of their square platform. Zeddy crawled over to one wall, staying on her knees as she dug her claws against the stone and peered over the edge. It turned out to be the eastern side she'd chosen, and she could see the rest of Tenrid below her. The shaking worsened. Grail pushed himself against the low wall beside her. Zeddy contemplated trying to get her feet to make her way to the ladder, but the shaking soon became too violent for that to be possible. She would be more likely to fall down the gap than to climb down. Why wouldn't the earthquake end?
What's happening?
Grail sounded even more panicked than Zeddy was. She wanted to tell him it would be over soon, that it was just an earthquake and that everything would be fine. But if it was just an earthquake, then it was the worst she'd ever felt. Over the sounds of screaming, Zeddy could hear the ground ripping apart. Chunks of soil and what appeared to be stone jumped into the air. A slab of rock came toward them, spiraling. It sailed over their heads, bouncing off the opposite wall and falling onto another part of the castle. The sky became covered in rocks, each larger than the last. Zeddy decided it might be worth the risk to try to get down the ladder. But on her way up to her feet, she realized she couldn't let go of the wall without falling. She was stuck, staring at the chaos below. The ground had opened wider, and flames as red as blood began to roar out, violently dancing higher and higher. Although they still were nowhere near Zeddy and Grail, she could feel the heat from them. Even worse, she could see the humans near the walls of flames collapsing and screaming in agony, their clothes catching fire. She watched cracks expanding along the dirt. One soon had all of her focus, for it sped underneath a corner of the castle. A noise came first, the creak of stone tilting. Fire escaped from the crack, leaping up the corner of the castle, singeing its edges. Whole houses were being swallowed. Everyone tried to escape the widening gaps and the red flames that burst through, but most humans she saw weren't making it to safety. Many were burned, others were crushed by boulders. Some pieces of rock were round enough to start rolling down the hill once they landed. Zeddy watched one massive piece pick up speed and begin to bounce. It took at least 10 houses before reaching the base of the slope, where it crashed into the stone wall so hard that Zeddy could hear the impact miles away. Amazed, Zeddy watched the wall stand, giving off an explosion of stone-colored dust. A crack quickly spread in each direction along the wall. But Zeddy didn't see the second slab of rock spiraling toward it until the last moment. This one was rectangular, chopping through the air right before it struck the wall. The second explosion of stone was twice as large as the first. When the dust cleared, pieces of stone were everywhere, and a chunk of the wall had collapsed. Zeddy tried to balance herself so she could make it to the ladder, but as soon as she let go of the short wall in front of her, she nearly fell forward. Grail grabbed her by the waist and tugged her backward. Giving up trying to stand, they started crawling toward the ladder, Zeddy wondering how they would get down it. A shadow overcame them. Zeddy flipped on her back to look up and saw that a rock the size of her torso was going to land somewhere near them.
Back the other way!
Zeddy shouted as she scrambled. It looked as if it was going to strike the opening where the ladder was. She turned and watched the small boulder crash into the opening, bouncing its way down. To Zeddy's dismay, she heard the sound of cracking wood, the rungs of the ladder. With the shaking still making it too difficult to stand, she and Grail crawled over to investigate. There were a few rungs left, 2 here and 2 there, 3 farther down. Just as Zeddy was trying to figure out the best way to maneuver down, there was a crack behind her so loud she knew it must have been a mass of boulders striking their tower. Her heart tried to leap out of her body when she felt the ground starting to tilt. Their tower was beginning to lean. She got up and ran toward the opening where the ladder was, planning to jump and hope for the best. But she didn't make it there before the incline became too steep and she started to fall backwards, her claws reaching desperately for something solid as she screamed. Zeddy saw that Grail had grabbed onto the opening, but she couldn't watch long enough to see what happened. She turned to see where she was sliding. The low edge of their tower came at her fast. She braced her knees and hit the edge hard, but at least she was balanced. Pieces of stone were still soaring through the air, and one must have hit their tower somewhere above her, for it shook from the impact, and she almost fell over the side. She heard Grail scream and watched in horror as his body tumbled past her. His legs had caught the edge where Zeddy stood, and now he was spiraling down toward the next level of the castle. She couldn't look away as his body bounced again off the slanted roof, and his screaming stopped. Still tumbling, he continued to fall. Silently, his body cracked against a walkway and came to rest. The only thing Zeddy could think was that she would be next. She stood with her back against what used to be the stone floor, with her feet on top of what used to be a wall, completely terrified that her tower would lean just a little bit farther. But it seemed to hold. When her thoughts returned, she realized it had fallen against a wall, but she would be too stupid to believe she was safe there. Most of the rocks in the air were small by then. Still, she assumed any one of them could set her tower off balance. Then she saw it, away down. Quickly, she swung her legs over the edge, turned her body, and grabbed on, letting herself hang as low as she could before letting go to drop down to the walkway below. The whole castle seemed to be tilted. In fact, the wall she thought she'd climb down turned out to be the edge of a slanted rooftop. For a moment, she felt so disoriented that she became dizzy and needed to stop. It was then that she realized the shaking had ended. There was no more red fire, no more rocks circling through the sky. Screams were still everywhere, though, but they'd faded to a dull hum when she found Grail's body. She jumped onto a ledge and ran over a rooftop to reach him. Several of his limbs looked to be broken, but upon getting closer, she could see that it was the injury to his head that had killed him. There was blood puddled around a crack in his skull, his yellow eyes still open. Zeddy cried harder than she ever had before in her life. She felt more strength drain out of her with each tear. Falling to her knees, her hands seemed to want to touch Grail, though she didn't know what to do with them. Hopelessly, they ran down his arm, touched his cheek, tried his hand, then his leg. It was no use, and soon they were resting on her lap. She didn't even know what had happened. It clearly wasn't an earthquake. Zeddy told herself one thing, repeating it so many times in her head she even started to say it aloud. When I find out who's responsible for this, I'm going to kill them. Chapter 30. Zeddy. Time released its grip on Zeddy when she came to understand Grail wouldn't be getting up again. She began to wonder. Unaware what she was looking at or even what she was feeling, she somehow ended up in front of the castle, waiting. Humans kept stopping in front of her. Some calmly asked her question while others screamed or wept. Every one of them wanted something from Zeddy, but even if she'd spoken their language, she doubted she had the strength to help. It could have been half the day that she stood there before she heard her name.
Zeddy.
Kinu was in front of her.
Did you hit your head?
No. Her voice sounded like a whisper.
We need to leave. Where's Grail?
Dead.
See, you shouldn't have brought him.
Her next heartbeat sent a rush of hot fury through her body. She stiffened her hand, ready to strike Kinu with her claws until she realized that he was right. Her rage exploded out of her in tears. She turned her claw inward, wanting to rip open her own belly.
Easy, Zeddy.
Kinu took her claw off her stomach.
Let's go. There's still a long trip back.
Why don't you just leave me here to rot with the humans?
It's a dangerous path from here to our encampment, and Doe would punish me if I didn't bring you back with me.
Why would he do that?
I don't know, but he told me specifically to bring you back safely. I think he's grown to value creps he can trust.
Kinu's voice was without its usual edge. You don't have to lie to me just because I'm upset, she said. You can leave me here. I don't care anymore.
Zeddy, stop sniveling and let's go.
Kinu grabbed her arm and pulled her after him, carrying the caged birds with the other.
There's going to be a lot more death before this is over.
The sun had just begun to set. They could walk far before nightfall. Kinu let go and Zeddy started walking on her own.
I know you're angry with me,
He said.
You've been looking at me as if I was a traitor ever since I offered to kill Paramar.
Zeddy said nothing.
Fine, don't admit it.
If that's what you're looking for, then I'll gladly give you an admission. I'm furious. How could you do that to your friend?
You should have just asked instead of holding on to a grudge like a child. I knew Doe was going to make you do it. He told me earlier that if we couldn't capture Zoke for you to kill, he was going to make you kill the next Crep who disobeyed him. When Paramar challenged him to a duel, I knew it would end with you taking his life. I wanted to spare you. It was stupid of me, though. Of course, Doe wouldn't change his mind.
Zeddy felt herself glaring into Kinu's orange eyes.
It's the truth,
He added, stopping his walk to stare right back. A scream made Zeddy lose her focus. Behind her, a woman was holding a dead child. The little human on her knee was so small, he wouldn't even have come up to Zeddy's waist. Looking back up, Zeddy saw how extensive the damage was. Hundreds of homes had been destroyed from the falling rocks and boulders that rolled down the hill. The worst was around the castle. Nearly every home in its vicinity burned or crushed. The outer layer of the castle itself now stood crooked with one corner sunk into a gaping hole. Many of its inner towers had collapsed, falling onto other parts of the structure. Then Zeddy saw exactly where she and Grail had been standing. Their square platform was part of a tower that now was cracked in several places. Along the middle of it was a tear that must have been what caused the lean and inevitable fall into the surrounding walkways and rooftops.
Come on.
Kinu put his arm around her shoulder to turn her east, guiding her through the gate before letting go.
I want you to believe me about Paramar, but I suppose I should have explained myself earlier. If you don't want to trust me, that's your choice. Just work with me on the way back, though. I'll need your eyes as I sleep.
He spat.
Those cowardly humans. Do you know that this was Cairo's doing?
Kinu gestured behind him. How do you know that?
I was with the King of Tenrid when it happened. Nebre translated most of what they said once it ended. They're sure it was their enemies, our enemies.
Kinu corrected himself.
But the humans here in Tenrid don't know how Cairo did it, or if it will happen again. I could tell they were scared. This I will tell Doe. We shouldn't be waiting for them to be ready to attack anyway. We can take down Cairo on our own.
Then we should, Zeddy agreed, wanting to join the battle and rip out the throats of those who'd killed Greol. But then she remembered that Zoke was there. She cursed her brother silently. Get out of there, Zoke. I don't care about your stupid plan to kill Doe and Haman. It's not going to work. Just leave the humans to die on their own. The days became long as they walked all the way back to the southeastern corner of Kilmar. With just the two of them, there was a void that no conversation could fill. The more Zeddy tried to ignore Grail's absence, the more painful it became. Kinu would bring up the birds, reciting some of the information that Nebre had translated, but all Zeddy could think about was how excited Grail had been when he'd emerged from the Pigeon Master's quarters with newfound knowledge. The young Crep had been fascinated with animals. He probably would have done well training the birds if Doe had allowed him to. As long as the 7 days and 7 nights stretched on their way back home, they certainly weren't boring. Every sound and irregularity of the land could mean an ambush. They were found once during the night. It was Zeddy's turn to sleep when it happened. Kinu had nudged her with his foot, whispering, "Humans approach." She and Kinu picked a direction and ran, prepared to fight anyone who stood before them. Kinu had explained that it was important to move before allowing their enemies to encircle them. They seemed to get lucky in this case, for only one arrow was shot at them before the shouting began. They picked the right direction, all the humans were behind them, and they were slow. A light came onto their backs as they ran, but it didn't last. The humans knew they'd lost. Hopefully, they didn't learn anything from their mistake, and the next Kreps would make it out alive as well. Kinu claimed the only reason they'd been caught the first time was because Vithos was with the humans. The elf must have used his psyche somehow, for no one had entrapped Kinu before, he claimed.
He needs to die,
Kinu added.
I wish we would have killed him.
He's the only reason you're alive right now, Zeddy couldn't help but think. Unless it really was true that if Vithos hadn't been there, they wouldn't have been caught. But she doubted that was the case. He smiled when he saw me. He cares because Zoke cares. Zeddy couldn't figure out if she owed the elf anything, nor did she have any idea what she would do if she saw him on the battlefield. And she wondered about Zoke. She couldn't imagine anything worse than being forced to kill her own brother, and every day she was thankful he'd escaped the Sligari colony. But what scenario could ever bring them together again? Would she only see him during a battle? Zeddy chose not to think about it, as those thoughts only made her stomach twist. When they reached the Krep encampment, Kinu offered his hands as a stepping stool to help Zeddy over the wall, but she chose to jump instead. Once over the wall, she thought for a moment that she jumped into the wrong encampment. There were hardly any Kreps in sight. "Where is everyone?" Zeddy asked Kinu when he landed beside her. He sucked in air through his gaping mouth.
I wonder if Doe and Heyman finally got sick of waiting.
He formed a smile, shaking his fist in delight.
That must be it!
Sick of waiting for what?
For the humans in Tenred to be ready. They've probably sent an army to Cairo.
With a growl, his joy turned to frustration.
I wanted to fight with them.
They asked the first Krep they saw what was going on. It turned out Kinu was right.
Half the army marched to Cairo, the Krep answered. They left a few days ago. Heyman went with them.
Kinu nodded to show his gratitude, then continued toward Doe's quarters. Zeddy followed, wondering what had changed in the 14 days since they left for Doe and Heyman to decide to attack. It turned out their reasoning was quite simple.
Every day we receive more complaints from Kreps about their friends and families being killed outside our walls,
Doe said, busying himself with a map.
Many wanted to strike and threatened to leave on their own if I didn't organize it. Then there was the explosion in Tenred.
How did you hear about that already?
Kinu asked, setting the birds on the long table.
We didn't need to hear about it.
Doe glanced up, his beady eyes revealing no hint of his emotions.
Our scouts saw it. Fire and rocks burst through the air. We figured Cairo had to have attacked.
Panicked, Zeddy blurted, "Did you send the army to Tenred?" She stepped back, remembering too late that she shouldn't speak without permission. Even worse, she'd let her tone imply Doe had done something wrong. He raised a claw at her.
Careful, little Krep. I'm trusting you more and more, but your tongue may change that in an instant.
Doe waited for her to nod before continuing.
No, I didn't send an army to Tenred. 20,000 were sent to Cairo. 5,000 of those Kreps will take the academy, while the other 15,000 will take over Cairo city. Tenred has told us there are only about 3,000 defending the academy. The rest of Cairo's army, about 25,000, is spread across their other cities. The humans will flee the academy and Cairo city. Then our Kreps will hold those two areas and wait for the rest of our army.
20,000 Kreps? Zeddy always had assumed their total number was closer to 15,000, but with half the capable army at 20,000 Kreps, there must have been at least 50,000 living in the encampment. It was eerie to think that many Kreps could be commanded, even by Doe and Heyman, as powerful as they were.
Do I have permission to ask questions?
Kinu asked.
Yes, I know you must have many. First, tell me what happened in Tenred and if humans from Cairo are on their way to attack. Our scouts have seen no movement yet, but after the explosion, I can only assume a siege will follow.
Nothing was mentioned to me about Cairo attacking. I don't know if they're marching yet, or even if they plan to. Tenred had tried to send you messages, but the birds wouldn't fly back here because they weren't trained properly before being sent to Tenred. I did deliver your message to Tegri Hiller, though. He gave me this.
Kinu handed Doe a scroll.
Nebre translated it into Kreppen at the bottom.
Doe's fat face jiggled as his mouth murmured the words.
This says Tegri wants 30 more days to prepare for the assault. They had siege weapons nearly ready, but many were damaged by a sneak attack. They want more time to repair them as well as the damage to their territory.
There was a flicker of light. Doe let the scroll drop to the dirt as fire washed over it.
Don't they know how strong we are?
He asked rhetorically.
We don't need their siege weapons. We have our own.
All humans are cowards,
Kinu said.
I could feel their fear after their territory was struck. I begun to worry they wished to give up.
Doe yelled something in Slagaran, adding after.
It's a good thing we don't need them.
May I ask another question?
Kinu asked.
Ask at will.
Why only send half of the army? Do Kreps refuse to fight?
No, many more wanted to go than Heyman allowed. We didn't want to leave our encampment defenseless. We know there are many humans out there monitoring our movement, and after the incident in Tenred, if Cairo swept through and killed the humans there, they could come here from the west while we march south. But don't fret, Kinu. The rest of us will be attacking soon. There are just a few things that need to be done first. Doe pointed at the birds. Get 3 smart creps to train these birds. Tell them what the humans taught you. We'll have Tenrid join our second attack so that fewer creps are killed during the fall of Cairo.
Doe tapped the cage. The birds were startled, fluttered their wings.
Make sure 2 of the 3 creps training these birds are female. I find it easier to trust them.
Kinu grumbled, then said he would.
Zeddy, you'll be leaving with me shortly. We're going northeast. I need you to help me carry our food and supplies.
Northeast? What's there besides the mountains?
By the time we return, the creps should have reached Cairo.
Doe continued, now smiling.
Soon, the Slagari will have no one left protecting them because the humans will be too busy protecting themselves.
Zeddy felt the drool slip from her mouth. She noticed Kinu wiping his chin. Chapter 31. Cleve. They'd been sailing for 4 days, which in Cleve's mind meant they should arrive at Gendok in just 1 more day. But Captain Mzaza said it would be closer to 3, perhaps even 4 more.
We need wind, boy,
The gnarled captain told him.
Don't you know how a ship works? Not that this qualifies as a ship.
Every time Cleve spoke with Captain Mzaza, he had to endure complaints about the size of their vessel. Eager to get back to Cairo, Cleve put up with it as long as he had the sense the captain was doing everything he could. But there was something else that had been bothering Cleve recently. Why do you keep calling me boy? Cleve was 17. He'd been a man for 3 years, and he was larger than most others. Even when he was a boy, no one addressed him as one. It was unsettling to hear it over and over. With a quick flick of his wrist, Captain Mzaza undid the 3 top buttons on Cleve's shirt, exposing his naked chest.
That's why, you hairless bastard. Always questioning Captain Mzaza. A real man has hair on his chest.
He yanked open his shirt to expose a mound of gray hair that was so extensive, Cleve first assumed it to be fake. But Cleve realized his mistake when the captain reached in and pulled out a clump of lint that had gotten stuck, his sea of hair stretching outward with a tug of his hand. Bastial hell, Cleve muttered and turned, deciding he felt more at ease looking from the sides of his eyes instead of right at it. I'm not sure if I've ever been this disgusted and amazed at the same time.
If a lady is scared of this, then I know to turn her away, for the beast that dwells in my breeches.
That's enough, Cleve interrupted. Just get us to Avira as soon as you can. The captain let out his usual shaky laugh.
Ho ho ho! The boy thinks he controls this vessel simply because he's the biggest man aboard.
I don't.
But he's wrong.
Captain Mzaza continued, cupping his hand around his genitals from outside his pants and shaking.
I'm bigger where it counts.
That was all Cleve could stand for the time being. He left without another word, deciding to visit his horse, Nulia. At least the small ship King Danville Tucker had given them had a stable for their horses. Nulia seemed frustrated when Cleve entered, sputtering loudly and shifting her weight between her 2 front hooves. I know, Cleve said, but I can't have you running around the deck. He gave a quick check to his Bastial steel sword sheathed on his belt, making sure it was still there. It always was, making him wonder how many more times he would need to brush his hand against it before his worries would cease. Some part of him still didn't believe it was his. My Bastial steel sword, he liked to repeat in his head, a gift from the King of Goldrum. He felt as if he should be excited to use it on his enemies, but it seemed too unreal to acknowledge. Then there was Nulia. What would people think when they saw him on his horse while wielding his sword? Never in his life had he felt so determined to fight. And how's my horse doing? Rek asked, surprising him. Ugly as usual, Cleve replied, accidentally glancing at the long scar down Rek's cheek. The elf folded his arms. You'd better be careful what you say while staring at my scar. Sorry, Cleve quickly said. And you should be kinder to my horse, Rek added. He doesn't like it when you call him ugly. Really? Cleve was incredulous. I'm joking, the psychic said with a grin. He doesn't know the word, and it's a good thing. He's absolutely hideous, so he'll probably hear it a lot. Cleve let out a chuckle as Rek petted his horse. Why haven't you named him yet? Cleve asked. Still haven't decided on the right one. Unsure why it came to him, Cleve shrugged and spoke the suggestion. How about Beauty? No, that just feels too cruel, even if he doesn't understand the irony. Ugly, then. Rek laughed. That would only cause confusion. Who would know whether I was using the noun or the adjective? I see your point. Cleve thought as he stared at Rek's horse, his eyes trailing the gray wrinkles all along the animal's white body. Everywhere Cleve looked, there were imperfections. The horse's chest seemed to bulge out farther than normal, as if something foreign was living inside of him. His protruding eyes looked at nothing, giving him the appearance of idiocy. His legs were covered in spots, and they were completely black around his hooves to make him look as if he'd recently galloped through mud. There was no charm to Rex's horse. His tail had gone gray, or maybe it was always that way. Cleve didn't know enough about horses to tell. Even his back looked more arched than it should, dipping low as if he'd borne too many riders over the years. "You should name him Hope," Cleve said. Hope. Rex let the word drift out slowly, tilting his head subtly as if listening to how it sounded from his own mouth. "Because while hope may come with a beautiful sunrise, other times it arrives on a small boat filled with stinky men," Cleve said, finishing his thought. "Hope it is." Chapter 32. Stefan. Stefan had little idea how long he'd slept. It was light out when he arrived home from his trip to the Sligari colony, and it was still light out as he parted the curtains in his room. Although he felt refreshed, the bitterness in his stomach remained. JB had decided to explode the Bastial energy, and this was just after the night Stefan had heard the startling truth about the late king, Weston Kimmard. On top of that, the guilt of knowing that Cleve's father was the one who assassinated him made Stefan feel sick. Or perhaps his nausea was from thinking about all the dead people in Tenrid who he assumed had suffered gruesome ends, many of whom he figured were innocent. He thought of his mother and Rila's, of Gabby, and of her parents and Effie's. What if any of them had been killed through an incident like that? His stomach went sour. He ran outside and fell to his knees behind the house, ready to be sick. Saliva loosened his throat and his body went cool with sweat, but the vomit did not come. There was no one around. Everyone who hadn't been sent outside the academy's walls was still in battle training. When the three of them had returned, Jack Rose had given Stefan and Meretrice permission to sleep, joining their classmates only once they felt ready. Stefan tried some water and found himself to be quite thirsty, unable to resist gulping all of it down without a breath. His stomach began to complain, and he decided to get back into bed. Neither his mind nor his body were ready to be active. It was late in the evening when he awoke to the sounds of voices within the house. "Stefan, are you here?" Effie asked, outside the door. "We're back." Stefan sat up and took a few breaths before he had the strength to stand. After putting on his clothes, he opened the door to find Zoke on Cleve's bed. The Crep was asleep on his side. Down the hall, Stefan found Effie and Rila setting their bags in their rooms. "I was sleeping," Stefan said. "We're about to be, soon," Rila told him, sitting on her bed and letting out a sigh. "What happened in Corin Forest?" Stefan asked. "Is Alex all right?" "He's fine," Effie said. "Kessa was injured, but she's at the healing house, and the chemist there says she'll live." "What about Vithos?" Stefan asked. "He was told to report to Terran," Rila answered, "probably to determine where he's going to stay and what he's going to do in the academy, unless he's sent to Cairo City. There are plenty of open beds in the academy since—" Stefan stopped himself, realizing he was saying something nobody wanted to be reminded of. Effie and Rila politely ignored him, sitting on their beds in silence. "There's a letter from Gabby," Effie said. "Did you write to her?" "Yes." "Then it's probably for you. My stupid sister forgot to address it to someone." Rila stood, taking hold of her door so she could close it. "I'm going to sleep. Good night." Stefan let them be, walking to the front of the house where Gabby's letter awaited. Effie was right. It was for him. "Hi, Stefan. I got your letter. I want to come visit when you're back, but Father says I shouldn't be distracting you or the others, though I think he's more worried about you and me being alone together than any distraction I'd cause. I found something I'd forgotten about. Do you remember when we were little we wrote a story about two chemists trying to save the world? Some madman is poisoning people's food, and it's turning them into monsters. When any of these monsters bite someone, it turns them into a monster as well. The chemists work together to fight off the monsters as they come up with a cure. The writing is absolutely horrendous, Stefan. It's hilarious. We never finished it. I think we both knew deep down it was ultimately a love story between the two chemists, even if we were too young to realize it. We should read it next time we're together. Maybe we can even finish the story. Love, Gabby." Stefan could remember the story well. He was around 10 years old at the time of writing, which meant Gabby was 7. He couldn't recall crafting it as a love story, but he didn't trust himself enough to be confident it wasn't. He sat down to write his response. "Gabby, I'm back at the academy, and I've received your letter." As he started to wonder how to describe his mission, he felt himself flush with heat and his head began to spin. He wondered if he still needed more rest, perhaps water and food. He set his head on the table and closed his eyes. The spinning slowed and soon was replaced by an image of Gabby. Her deep-set dark eyes were glimmering. She parted her dark hair and crinkled her button nose. Stefan opened his eyes and remembered this was war. They needed to win at all costs. He could feel it then, regret for allowing the explosion to happen. He had a hold of it now, shoving it out of his mind. It was heavy, requiring all his effort. Unsure where he pushed it to, Stefan figured it would show up again. But in that moment, his head was clear, and he thought of nothing but Gabby. Your parents are right. I'm very busy. But once I heard something that's always stuck with me. No matter how busy someone is, they'll always make time if they want something badly enough. Come visit, Stefan. Satisfied, he folded and addressed it to her home in Oakshire. With his roommates taking to bed early, Stefan decided to see if Meretrice would be interested in a late dinner at the dining hall. First, he needed to walk to the center of the academy to drop off Gabby's letter at the postal building. It might be a few days before it reached her, depending on how many students were writing letters, so he knew it was a good idea to get it in the queue as quickly as possible. He knocked on Meretrice's door. It cracked open, and she peeked through.
Oh, hi, Stefan,
she said, opening it all the way. Her tired eyes seemed to be having trouble lifting to meet his face. Haven't you slept yet? Stefan asked.
A little. Why?
Would you like to accompany me to the dining hall for dinner?
Yes. I'm hungry, though you may have to carry me there.
Carry you? Stefan knew he couldn't carry her the mile they needed to walk, even if he had the energy.
It was a stupid joke,
Meretrice said.
I'm just trying to say I'm very tired. Let's go.
She locked the door, pocketed her key, then hooked her arm around Stefan's, resting her head on his shoulder with a sigh.
All those people in Tenrid,
she whispered.
I can't stop thinking about them.
It's best you try to, Stefan suggested.
Are you able to?
Meretrice asked incredulously. Sometimes, Stefan admitted without pride. I tell myself that it's not my responsibility to think about the decisions of J.V. Ravender and other people higher up than me.
I suppose that's true.
They'd walked all the way to the dining hall before Meretrice spoke again.
I hope I never need to make a decision like the one J.V. made.
She'd taken her head off his shoulder by then, though her arm still was tucked around his.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill anyone, even a Crep. I don't think I belong fighting in a war.
I didn't think you'd be fighting, Stefan said. Didn't Chemist Leandra say that during a battle you would be stationed in the recovery building to treat injuries?
Yes, but what if it comes under attack? Or what if the worst happens? We need to retreat because the battle is lost. Kreps are faster than us. Some of us will have to turn and fight if we're chased.
The grip of her arm tightened around Stefan's.
I'm stuck between thinking about that and all those who we killed in Tenrid.
Stefan could tell she was in need of consoling. He wanted to put his arm around her shoulder for a squeeze and let her know there was no point in worrying, but he knew the words would be meaningless. JV said we'll most likely be attacking Tenrid while their defenses are down, Stefan recited. Maybe this will all be over soon.
I hope so, though I can't say the same for my hellacious thoughts.
At least the Slagari planted your Evisol seed, right? Meretrice finally smiled again.
Yes, at least there's that.
She kissed Stefan on the cheek.
Thank you.
He nearly fell over in surprise. For what?
For convincing Jack Rose to take me. I can't wait to see it grow.
Stefan decided he'd been skeptical long enough. It was much easier to indulge her fantasy. How long will it take?
Just a week before the vine is thick enough for Evisol fruit to start showing,
she chuckled.
I know you still don't believe it will happen, but I appreciate you acting as if you do.
Stefan didn't know what to say, so he simply laughed.
But just wait until you try the fruit. Then you'll never doubt me again.
Chapter 33. Effie. Effie couldn't remember the last time she'd slept so many hours without waking during the night. She'd been exhausted since coming back from Corn Forest, but she figured images of those she'd killed would torment her while she slept. But not one dream came that she could remember. She stretched and then made her way to the bathhouse. I've also never gone to sleep so dirty, she realized, watching the water turn brown at her feet. Before they'd left for the mission, she and Alex had made a routine of eating breakfast at the dining hall each morning. Waking up later than usual, she hurried to finish showering and get ready in case he had it in his mind to show up at her house. Effie decided the weather was warm enough for a green dress that flowed no farther than to her knees. The last time she'd worn it was back in Oakshire, before being accepted to the academy. As she looked in the mirror, she had the urge to take it off, feeling as if it didn't belong on her body anymore. With her next breath, she realized her lungs had tightened. Putting a hand on her stomach, she pushed against her diaphragm as she took in air, closing her eyes. A knock at the front door interrupted her. Alex had a smile waiting for her when she opened it. Breakfast? I was hoping you would come by. She felt at ease again, the cool morning air loosening her lungs. She squeezed Alex for a hug. It was easy to forget about their height difference until they embraced each other. I received a letter from my brother, Alex said in an ominous tone. He says there was an explosion beneath Tenrid and that the Slagari did it. Have you spoken to Stefan? Just in passing last night, Effie said. I don't completely understand what you mean. An explosion, like from a fireball? Much larger than that. They're still waiting for reports from those on the Fageligen Mountains who saw it happen, but from what J.V. Ravender told Hem, there could have been more than 1,000 deaths. Alex went on to explain the discovered trapped Bastial energy, bursting open the stone containing it, and the fire explosions it must have caused above ground. He added, they're discussing sending an army to take the territory while they're weak because of the blast. Will we be sent to battle? Effie asked. Possibly, but first we're waiting on reports from scouts around eastern Kilmar where the Kreps live. There will probably be an announcement today. I see. That damn Redfield bell. It startled Effie every time it rang. Alex held her hand as they continued toward the dining hall. Effie had never been one to appreciate the feeling, and even as much as she cared for Alex, she still would rather have her arm hooked around his, or nothing at all. Then something else came to mind that she wanted. She let go of his hand and stopped, taking his cheek with her other. He bent down, and they shared a kiss. She slid her arm around his and started forward again, but he halted her, pulling her back toward him. They kissed again. This time their lips didn't disengage. They stood there, enjoying the feeling of each other's mouths. Not in the middle of a path, a woman interrupted them. Effie was embarrassed when she saw it was her strict instructor, the one who'd replaced Marie Firemore. Glad to see you're back, Effie. Penny had a taunting smile. But you better be prepared for battle training by the time it starts, or I'll know the reason. She raised her eyebrows and pointed her finger at Alex. Effie grumbled. I will. Alex chuckled when she left. Glad it wasn't my instructor, Warrior Sneery. Could it really have been much worse? But as soon as Effie saw Alex's expression, she already knew the answer. Definitely, Alex said, deadpan. Shortly after battle training began, Penny was interrupted by a messenger who handed her a small paper and then ran off. She silently gazed at the note, the command she'd just been shouting a distant memory as her mood became solemn. Go home, Penny told her students. Leave your staffs and wands there and change out of your training gowns. Soon there will be a meeting in Redfield. Wait for the bell. A few students approached to ask questions, but Effie decided not to. She knew Taryn would explain everything she needed to know, and if she had to hear that they were about to march into Tenrid, she'd rather hear it from the headmaster. Although the house was empty when Effie got there, soon Zoke arrived, then Stefan and Rila. What's going on? Stefan asked. Do you think it's war? I think it's best not to assume, Rila suggested. Luckily they didn't have to speculate much longer. The Redfield bell chimed twice. Perhaps it was because Effie was at home and the bell was in the center of campus, but this was the first time it didn't startle her. It was strange to see everyone in the stadium in normal attire and without weapons. Announcements at Redfield always had been in the middle of battle training, but it seemed as if everyone had been given the opportunity to change and leave their training weapons behind. Effie couldn't help but take it as a bad sign.
We've received some news,
Taryn bellowed from the center before everyone was seated. Those still filing into spots hurried to get settled. Then everyone went quiet.
First, some of you may have felt the recent shaking. There was an explosion beneath Tenrid. The Slagari found trapped Bastial energy, and after a decision by the King's Council, it was lit on fire and burst up through the ground, causing major destruction to the Tenrid castle.
Many people applauded.
King Wilson was preparing to follow up with an attack, though there have been reports that an army of Kreps is marching toward us from the northeast.
Effie wasn't the only one in the crowd who gasped.
We're still not sure of their exact target,
Taryn continued.
Because they're coming from the east, they don't need to pass through the Fageligen pathway, which means they may strike one of our cities instead of the Academy. For this reason, none of the King's Guard will be sent here until we know for sure the Academy is the target. If we are, then our walls and our archers and mages will serve as protection while we wait for reinforcements from Cairo City.
Taryn didn't have his usual enthusiasm that uplifted Effie's spirits. She started to realize there was a lot he hadn't told them yet, like how many Kreps were coming and when they were going to get there. Surprisingly, her pulse remained steady as she waited.
Battle training has been canceled to make sure you're all rested and in good condition. We're expecting the Kreps to reach us before sunset.
Today? Effie whispered to no one in particular. Other flutters of panic circled around the stadium. Alex placed his hand on hers. Taryn raised an arm and he continued.
Even if we're not the target, we must stay within these walls in case Tenrid sends an army through the Fageligen pathway while the Kreps are attacking from the east.
This seemed to alarm the crowd more than anything. People jumped from their seats and started shouting. Effie couldn't understand what they were saying from where she sat, but soon her own worries made her realize what the shouts must have been about.
We're supposed to sit here and wait while our families are being overrun by creps.
The King's Guard will defend your friends and family,
Terrence shouted.
We cannot leave the academy.
Effie couldn't hear the rest of what he was trying to say, for the noise of the crowd had taken over. A chant had begun somewhere on the other side of the stadium. People started standing and stomping their feet along with the rhythm. Effie couldn't hear what they were shouting, though she could tell it was spreading. Soon the chants were thundering against her from both the left and the right. She could hear the voices clear enough now. Fight, 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 they chanted, stomping their feet. She joined in, hearing some claim they'd jump off the wall and run to defend their city if a guard wouldn't open the gate for them. Taran held out his hands as he screamed. It looked as if he was trying to calm a wild animal. It wasn't long before the instructors had joined him in the center, each gesturing and shouting, but Effie couldn't hear what they had to say, not that she wanted to in that moment. She was prepared to chant and stomp as long as the crowd did. It was her life force in that moment. She would follow them anywhere, do anything they did. Her blood ran hot, making her yearn to fight. The Krep's arrival by sunset was too long to wait. She was ready now. Soon, she noticed the instructors giving up, smiling at each other and shrugging. Taran raised his hand again for silence, this time nodding to show he understood. Finally, the chanting stopped.
Never before have we witnessed such a display of disobedience.
Taran's tone was excruciatingly disappointed. Effie wanted to stand and yell, but she refrained. Others didn't, though. The majority of students in the crowd gesticulated to show their anger, but Taran continued before it became too loud.
And never before have we been so proud.
Those previously angry began to applaud and cheer as Taran went on.
We can't stop you from fighting, and we won't try, but hear this.
Taran threw out his palms.
The academy may be attacked by Kreps. We can't say whether we'll be the only target, but we cannot leave these walls undefended until we know for sure that our enemy's focus will be purely on the cities south of us. Stay within these walls until we know. When you leave Redfield, you'll return to your campus house, equip your armor and weapons, and then report to your instructor for positioning. It's time to let your seed of anger sprout. Remember the torment our enemies have caused us and let it fuel you. I cannot wait for this battle, and I sincerely hope it comes to our walls. The Kreps underestimate us. Our scouts have reported that battering rams and rope are the only tools they've brought to break through. The lone worry I have is that they'll flee before they make it, before I have a chance to slay them with my sword.
Effie could feel the same emotion within her. The urge to kill burned so hot she practically was shaking in anticipation.
Stand and put your hand over your heart,
Taran said, doing the motion himself. The whole stadium mimicked him.
Everyone has a reason to fight. It may be family, love, friendship, whatever it is, we fight for each other. The Kreps fight for hate. They want us eliminated so they can enslave and feed upon the Slagari race. Now, I'm not going to let that happen. Are any of you?
No! The stadium boomed.
They want to break down our walls and destroy the school. Are you ready to let that happen?
No! Effie shouted with everyone, adding a silent curse for Brady.
They want to storm through our cities and kill not only our friends, but our families as well. Are they going to succeed? No! They must think we're weak to come into our territory with no siege weapons but battering rams and ropes. But are we? No! This is why I cannot wait for battle!
Taran thumped his chest with his knuckles and then shouted again.
I cannot wait! Say it! I cannot wait!
The crowd echoed.
I cannot wait to kill a Krep!
Taran yelled.
I cannot wait to kill a Krep!
Effie and everyone repeated.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
Taran started the chant again. Every man and woman shouted and stomped their feet. Someone let out a howl, then others started whistling. Effie felt chills down her back when the deep chant was replaced by cheering.
Now get out of here!
Taran screamed at the top of his lungs, driving his fist into the air.
And let the bastards come!
Chapter 34, Zoke. After Taran's speech, for the first time Zoke felt too much like a Krep. He admitted this to Warrior Sneery in hopes he could wear something so that he wouldn't be confused for an enemy when his race attacked. Zoke started to regret his comment when Sneery looked at him with a strange face as if he was about to unleash a noxious fart.
What is that expression?
Zoke asked, taking a step back. The instructor's usual scowl returned.
I was smiling.
He shook his head as he mumbled something.
Anyway, I was worried I wouldn't be able to convince you to wear it until now, but we had a boiled leather tunic made just for you. Come with me.
Zoke jogged beside Sneery to his house. Zoke would have thought it to be strange they weren't talking, but the instructor hadn't been seen walking anywhere since the war was announced. Alex was the first human to comment on the weight Sneery had lost, but Zoke had heard many more comments from others. When Sneery presented the tough blue tunic, he said,
"It should be wide enough around the chest for you."
It fit nicer than any shirt Zoke had worn before, which hadn't been that many. His arms were mobile, his chest unrestricted. Looking down, he noticed the design of a gold crown outlined in silver. On the blue tunic, he knew the symbol represented Cairo.
"Now you're truly one of us,"
Sneery said, holding his hand out to be shaken. Zoke had done it enough by now that he felt confident in the amount of pressure to put into a handshake. Sneery made the same face as before, a smile. When Stefan, Effie, and Rila saw him enter their student house, they straightened their backs with pride. "It looks like it fits," Effie said, running her hand down the front of it.
It does,
Zoke admitted. Then he noticed that each of them had the same light blue color with a gold crown outlined in silver on their chests. Stefan had on a boiled leather tunic just like Zoke's, though it was about half the girth. But Effie and Rila had no armor. Their dresses were blue and came down to their ankles. From the curves of their bodies, Zoke knew there was nothing sturdy underneath to protect them from a glancing strike, which is about all his tunic was good for. Still, he wouldn't disregard that advantage.
They don't give armor to women,
Zoke assumed. "It's not because we're women," Effie answered. "It's because I'm a mage and Rila is a psychic." "If a sword is going to strike us, then it's going to strike us hard," Rila added. "There's no point in wearing armor because we don't have any skill in defending ourselves, so we do away with the extra weight. If we can't stop them with magic or psyche before they get to us, there's nothing armor's going to do to protect us," Effie said.
"But Stefan has a tunic," Zoke said.
"I'm trained to fight," Stefan said. "All chemists will engage in combat using potions and swords, though our priority will be keeping distance and treating injuries of those who've fallen, if the battle goes long enough." Vithos entered through the front door. He had on a blue robe that wasn't much different from Rila's, except his sleeves were shorter.
"I don't like dress," he commented. "I don't understand why I need wear it."
Rila giggled. "So everyone will know you're on our side."
"Won't they see me kill Krebs?"
Zoke answered him in Kreppen.
"It's a matter of pride. You're proud to wear that?"
Vithos asked in the same language.
"I am. Then I will be too."
"Settled?" Rila asked in common tongue.
"Settled,"
Zoke answered. "I'm sure there are a lot of preparations that need to be done," Stefan said. "We should be meeting with our instructors." "Where are you supposed to go, Vithos?" Rila asked.
"Terran, I want to see you all first. Say..."
He transitioned to Kreppen.
"Jektik. How do you say it in common tongue, Zoke?" "Fight hard."
Zoke said it for him.
"Fight hard,"
Vithos repeated.
"Jektik."
Jektik. Rila smiled as she said it. Jektik. Stefan and Effie spoke in unison. As they left the house, Zoke's thoughts turned to Zeddy. Every time he thought of his sister, the image of her standing before him was sweeter than the first gulp of water after hours on Warrior's Field. But now the image evoked nothing but dread. His greatest hope was that she wouldn't be part of the army marching toward them. Chapter 35. Effie. Effie was lined up alongside her fellow Group 1 mages, looking out over the wall. Her instructor had told her that the parapets of the academy's walls were designed to protect mages from arrows. She wondered if this information was what kept her at ease as she waited for the Krebs to come from the east. The walls themselves were 10 feet tall, though there was some concern that the Krebs would be able to jump high enough to grab onto the tops of them and climb up, even without rope. "Where are the Slagari?" Effie asked. "There wasn't enough time to reach them, from what I understand," Penny said. "They're tunneling into the king's designated areas within Cairo and can't be reached until that's finished." "No matter," Effie told herself. "We don't need them to win this." Although Terran had made his speech hours ago, she still felt the effects of her sprouted seed of anger. The only way she would panic now was if the Krebs marched past the academy and straight into Ocean. Her parents were both mages, though Effie had surpassed their abilities since joining the academy. Neither of them had attended the school, and they weren't part of the Cairo army either. Besides teaching magic, Effie's father was a bookbinder and copier. He worked with authors to put their pages into a book. Then he copied the book and helped sell it if he believed in the work. It was easy to think of her father hunched over a table working by candlelight, but she couldn't imagine him or her mother standing up against Krebs and shooting them with fireballs. Gabby was even more helpless. What's she gonna do, throw potions at them? Effie couldn't stand the thought of staying behind the academy's walls while the Krebs marched into Ocean, where no walls protected the city. All of her trust would be in the Cairo army, and the majority of them are going to be defending Cairo City, specifically the king and his castle. There were warriors on each corner of the academy's eastern wall. They were equipped with bows, and Effie hoped they knew how to use them. Alex was with the other warriors behind the eastern gate. She couldn't see him from where she stood, or she just couldn't pick him out from the others. They all wore blue tunics. Even Zoke was hard to spot without a close look. Effie found him, though. Then she saw Alex right beside him. Their instructor was pacing as he delivered a speech. Unlike warriors and mages, the psychics weren't all clustered in one group, but spread throughout. Rila had been placed somewhere out of sight, and a male psychic had been put on the wall between Effie and other mages. But Rila must have spotted Effie at some point, for she came up the ramp to the wall and exchanged stations with the male psychic. "Just like atop the Fragiligen Mountains, Eff," Rila said. "Except this time I've actually slept the night before." Rila grinned. "They don't stand a chance. Do you know where Stefan is?" Effie hadn't seen him earlier, and she wasn't sure where the chemists were stationed. "He's with others who'll be working with some of the warriors," Rila pointed. "There, on the outskirts." Effie saw him then. He looked small in comparison to the other men nearby. He had a sword in one hand and a potion in the other. Around the forearm of his potion hand was a small shield. "The Kreps had better come to the academy," Rila commented, intently watching the crown of hills that hooked in from the north. "We'll chase after them if they don't." The afternoon sun became trapped behind a cloud so that a cold shadow crossed over the academy. Ding! The Redfield bell chimed. Ding! The scout atop its tower must have spotted the Kreps. Ding! 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 A gray mass started seeping in through the hills, unrecognizable at their distance if Effie hadn't known they were the Kreps. Every student and instructor was silent as they watched. The Kreps seemed to be coming straight for the academy, though they were still too far away to know for sure. They were coming from the east, and Cairo City was almost directly behind the academy. Oakshin was farther south, and so far it didn't seem as if the Kreps were headed there. Good. Let them come to us. When the Kreps were close enough for Effie to see each creature individually, some began to stop. A monstrous thing wiggled through to the front. It looked similar to a Sligari, but was so much larger it couldn't. Suddenly she remembered hearing about the massive Sligari that led the Kreps. "Is that—" Effie began. "Doe or Hayman," Rila answered. "Vithos would know which one." "Where is he?" "With the warriors around the gate." Effie looked closely to find him, but couldn't. He must have been too close to the gate. Effie pictured him standing against it, peering out through the bars. The elf had been fearless since she'd known him. While many of the Kreps had stopped, most continued eastward, marching just south of the academy. Their target was clear: Cairo City. Before Effie could feel relief, she needed to see all of them, every Krep. Only when none marched toward Oakshin would her worries fade. Unfortunately, other students had family in Cairo City, and they began to voice their alarm. But their instructors and the students around them convinced them they needed to stay. One was a mage nearby who wanted to stop the Kreps before they got to the city. "That's what Wilson's army is for," Penny told her. "There's thousands more defending the city than there are here. Your family will be safe." "My brother is part of that army," the young woman complained. "Then the last thing he would want is you leaving us to go protect him," someone else rebuked. "That's true," Effie couldn't help but comment. The young woman let her complaints become silent, her face showing dismay as the Kreps continued to march. The massive Sligari leader was in between the two groups of Kreps, one group standing too far to shoot with arrows or fireballs, and the other keeping a safe distance from the academy's southern wall as they passed by. The Sligari seemed to be shouting orders at the Kreps who were moving, gesturing with his diminutive arms. If Effie didn't know of his ability with magic, she wouldn't have been threatened by the sight of him. Like a Sligari, he was plump with rolls of fat. Though this Sligari was a burden on the eyes, far fatter than any other Sligari she'd seen, and a dirty brown color instead of the shimmering translucent green that reminded her of Rila's eyes. With disappointment, Effie realized she couldn't be the one to kill him. A fireball to the face would be her only method, but surely he could block any of her spells with a wall of Sarshi's energy. No, it must be a sword or an arrow. Effie heard her instructor muttering to herself, "I'm sure whoever finishes off that thing will receive a title." If only our Sligari allies were here. With her Bastial energy feeding into Effie's body, she might be able to gather the strength needed to cast through the mass of enemy leaders Sarshi's wall. The Kreps in front of them still refused to move. It became clear they were waiting for all the Kreps marching toward Cairo City to get past the academy. "How many are there?" someone asked. It was a good question, Effie realized. How many had they seen so far? 10,000? "Scouts told the king there were between 18 and 20,000 marching," Effie's instructor answered. Finally, Effie saw the last of the Kreps, the tail end of their army, pushing some device with wheels. Hanging from ropes, a battering ram swung in the air. For the castle, Effie realized. Then she noticed an identical battering ram being pushed to the front of the Kreps before her. She could hear instructors bellowing at the archers on each corner of the academy wall. She leaned back from her line for a glimpse, finding the men straightening their backs and pulling arrows from their quivers. "Don't gather BE just yet," Penny warned the mages. The Kreps started yelling inexplicably, and with that they began to charge. The massive Sligari began to glow, his whole body.
The amount of BE he's sucking in is enough to change his pigment.
Effie feared for what was next, unable to take her eyes off him. "Gather!" Penny yelled. The Krups were almost to the gate. Effie was incredulous at how fast they were. She pulled in Bastial and Sarshius energy. "Fire!" Effie and all the mages near her unleashed fireballs. They exploded into the Krups. The chaos it created made it impossible for Effie to see what kind of damage had been done. "Look out!" someone yelled. Immediately, Effie knew to check on the enormous Sligari. A fireball had begun to soar toward them. Effie couldn't tell its exact size, just that it was larger than any Marie had ever cast. She could see that it was going over her head. "Move!" a warrior instructor commanded far behind her. A pack of warriors dispersed to make room for the massive fireball that was about to land on top of them. When it hit the dirt, Effie could feel the heat against her face, even though she was nowhere near it. "Gather!" Penny was shouting. "Fire!" Effie wasn't the only one distracted by the Sligari. The next series of fireballs the mages on the wall cast weren't nearly as in unison as before. Still, she noticed what appeared to be nearly 100 Krupp corpses after the fire cleared. It didn't seem to matter, though. There were thousands, and they were jumping over their fallen comrades nearly at the wall. "Keep firing!" Penny said. But the Sligari was continuing to fire as well. Another fireball was sailing over the wall. This one went far enough to burst against the roof of a house. The buildings around it were where the kitchen staff and farmers lived, a series of homes with the same coziness as the student houses on the other side of the academy. Effie'd heard those personnel had been moved to Cairo City for the time being.
Can our archers reach the Sligari?
Effie had never heard of mages being able to cast fireballs farther than arrows, but this creature was no ordinary mage. Warriors on the southern side of the wall seemed to be shooting at him, though from what Effie could gather, their arrows were missing. Even worse, Kruppen archers were now shooting at them. Effie heard someone scream and fall backward after being struck by an arrow. "Climbers!" Penny yelled. The Krups had reached the wall, some tall and agile enough to jump and grab onto the parapets. Effie burned one in the face with a jet of fire before he could swing his leg over. He let out a scream that was far from human, a deep screech. Rilla propelled her hand forward to make one fall from Psyche. Then she drew her dagger and pricked the fingers of another nearby. "Mages, switch!" The command was given by many of the instructors at once. The warrior behind Effie stepped forward with a sword already drawn. It was their turn to keep the Krups off the walls. Effie and the other mages hurried down the ramp to position themselves for a breach. "Stop! Go back!" An instructor gestured at Effie soon after she got down from the wall. Maybe she noticed the shadow or felt the heat, but somehow she knew it must have been a fireball from the Sligari. It landed 15 yards in front of her with a sharp crash, the force of it knocking her on her back. She managed to get back on her feet and helped up another woman nearby. No one was hit, but it was only a matter of time before that changed. "Someone needs to kill that Sligari!" One warrior instructor screamed at another. The one to reply was on the wall with archers around him. "He's too far away!" Effie felt something brush against her shoulder. Turning, she saw a rope with a loop as it was being drawn back. Krups were throwing them over the wall in hopes they'd hook onto something. She heard a few screams and noticed students' legs getting caught in the ropes. One was pulled over the wall. The rope in front of her got stuck on the ramp, where a wall with ridges ran along its edge. Effie saw the rope being jerked, tested. A moment after the tests were complete, she set it on fire to make it come loose. By the rate at which it was flung upward between two warriors and then flew over the eastern wall, a Krupp had to have been climbing on it. Effie listened for a scream but couldn't hear it over the general noise of the battle. There were other ropes that had caught onto something. Effie quickly ran to each one and burned them. By then, a few Krupps actually had made it over the wall, but only their corpses remained, killed by the warriors and psychics waiting for them. "Let the mages through!" It was Terran's voice. He was pressed against the wall beside the gate. From the way no one stood in front of it, Effie assumed Krupps on the other side were shooting arrows through the gaps in the steel bars. This suspicion was confirmed when a man peeked around the wall and an arrow zoomed past him just as he retracted his head. "Quickly, before they get the battering ram to the gate!" Terran said. One mage on either side of the gate pushed through to the edge of the wall, keeping out of view of their attackers. "Mages ready?" Terran asked. "Yes," they answered. "Vithos know what to do?" Then Effie noticed the elf beside Terran. "You and the other psychics will jump out right after the mages start casting." "I know," Vithos said. "Then psychics, are you ready?" "Ready!" Around 10 people answered. "Go!" Terran yelled. The two mages at the gate created a jet of fire from their staffs and held them around the corner, pointing them into the gate. Effie could hear Krups screaming. Vithos and the other psychics leapt out from the wall, each holding their palms forward to cast pain. The Krups' screams worsened. "Mages, line up behind the warriors!" Terran said. "Into position, now!" Not all of the warriors carried shields, but those who did crouched and pressed them against the gate. A line of mages knelt behind them, their staffs pointed over each warrior's shield, extending through the bars of the gate. Of those Effie could recognize besides Taryn, all of them were third-year students or instructors. Arrows crashed into the bars of the gate and the shields held by the warriors. A few of them flinched, but no one was struck. In return, the mages blasted fireballs through the bars. Effie felt as if she wasn't doing enough. Her role was to wait for Krebs to either breach the wall or the gate, but both seemed to be holding well. Rila was still atop the wall, debilitating Krebs with pain the moment they made it over so a nearby warrior could run his blade through them.
What's the Sligari doing?
Effie yelled to Rila, but it looked like she had a moment.
He's slithering toward the gate.
Effie hustled over to Taryn. The Sligari is coming, she notified him.
All right, warriors, keep an eye ahead for that ugly brown bastard.
A barrage of arrows and fire continued to be exchanged at the gate. Soon the mages stopped casting. Effie came around behind them for a look and found the reason. The Kreps were too far away. Then the cluster of Kreps spread apart and the Sligari came through the center.
Archers!
Taryn shouted.
Shoot him!
But the Kreps already had their own archers shooting at the gate. A few men got off arrows, but they were done in haste and missed.
Back behind the wall!
Taryn commanded. Effie had moved as well, now unable to see what the Sligari or Kreps were doing. A burst of fire slammed into the bars of the gate, some splintering through the gaps to create singe marks in the shape of long lines. A few warriors too close to the gate jumped back. One was nursing his arm and wincing through his teeth. A chemist ran to him, but the man shooed him away, his face still showing pain. Soon Effie heard the rhythmic crashing of the battering ram. It meant her time was next. Penny and a few other mage instructors had gathered near the gate, each of them calling for their groups. Effie and 29 others in Group 1 huddled around Penny.
Line up here,
she said, gesturing with her hand. By the time they were done, there were hundreds of mages creating a half circle around the gate. The warriors were next, finding a place behind the mages. Effie felt a hand on her back. Think you can kill more than me? She turned to find Alex, raising an eyebrow. That depends, she said. Is Vithis going to set up all your kills for you again? No, he's with Taryn, somewhere over there. Alex pointed to the other side of the mages and warriors. Effie realized there must have been some psychics mixed in between the warriors. But what about the chemists? Where's Stefan? The gate hadn't begun to break, so she had time to look the opposite way. Then she saw them. The rest of the warriors, mages, and chemists were all waiting, some staring at their comrades fighting along the wall, but most with glances toward the gate. Effie caught sight of Stefan. He was standing between a group of warriors who were behind the mages waiting for the breach. A potion was ready in his left hand. Clearly he meant to toss it, though Effie had no idea what it was. She heard the metal of the gate beginning to break. Kreps began to flood through.
Now!
Penny shouted. Effie and the other mages had trained for this moment, casting out and combining their Bastial and Sarsha's energy to create a river of flame that washed over the Kreps. Some were daring enough to try leaping through it, but the fire was too fast. Every Krep that Effie could see fell and was consumed by the fire. It poured out of the gate, and no Kreps came through it until it stopped. Stefan threw his potion into the heap of corpses. Effie almost screamed at him for wasting it. She couldn't understand what was going through his mind. But then the next group of Kreps tunneled through, and when the next river of fire passed over where Stefan had tossed the potion, there was a burst of flame that rose nearly as high as the 10-foot wall. The mages didn't need to waste any more energy, for all the Kreps who'd entered it already were dead. Another chemist threw a potion into the same area. Effie waited, eager for more, but they didn't come. Then Effie heard a blast from a horn behind her. The south wall, they're coming from there.
South team!
Taryn began to shout, but he was interrupted by another horn, this one from the west.
West and south!
Taryn was interrupted by a third horn, this one from the north.
Bastial, hell, they're coming in from all sides.
North, west, and south teams!
He shouted.
Go now!
Effie was part of the north team. She knew Rila was as well and turned to find her friend already running toward her, too out of breath to speak. Chapter 36, Stefan. Being part of the west team, Stefan exchanged his small shield for a bow that he'd stored nearby and hurried to the west wall. He had quite a lot to carry, his sword and 3 potions on his belt, the quiver over his shoulder and the bow in hand. As he neared the western wall, his heart swelled with fear when he saw that Kreps already had climbed over it and now were jumping off the walkway. We were supposed to be warned as soon as they started going around from the east. But before Stefan could blame the hornblowers, he remembered how fast the Kreps were. They must have made it there and climbed over the wall before Stefan's team could get in place. Before the battle began, a few hundred humans already were standing along the walkway of the western wall, but they appeared to have been overrun by the sheer number of Kreps. All of them were engaged in battle, most killed before Stefan could get to them. Stefan stopped, unsure what to do as the Krep ran toward him. Where's my commander? An unnervingly stout warrior instructor by the name of Hannock was to command the western wall. Stefan's swelling heart burst when he saw Hannock's limp body being kicked off the walkway. He noticed Krebs finding the lever to the gate. Usually it took 2 men to move the steel bar, but one Krebs did it on his own, and with frightful haste. Hundreds more started running toward the gate. Stefan drew an arrow, steadied his hands, and shot his attacker in the chest, but there was another Krebs close behind. Stefan panicked as he drew a second arrow, and this one slipped through his fingers as he tried to attach it to his string. Luckily, the rest of the West team had made it near the wall by then. 2 warriors jumped in front of Stefan to protect him. The Krebs swung wildly at both of them as the warriors moved to entrap their enemy from either side. One warrior swiped the Krebs' feet when he had the attacker's focus. The Krebs danced backward, but the other warrior was already there, sliding his weapon through the Krebs' flesh so that it came out the other side. The victory was short-lived as 5 more Krebs sped toward them. With no more warriors coming to save Stefan, he decided a potion was necessary here. He drank his beloved fire potion, the bittersweet flavor of familiar comfort. 2 of the Krebs were shoulder to shoulder when his fireball propelled toward them. It wasn't enough to kill them, but it did knock them over, dazing them long enough for the warriors to finish the task. 3 more Krebs were already there, 2 of them bumping into each other as they went after the same man. Stefan was able to get an arrow off, catching one Krebs in the arm. The Krebs uttered a screech as he stumbled over, but soon he was back on his feet and hurrying toward Stefan. He'd already managed to uncork his blinker potion, tossing it in the Krebs' face. Stefan turned and ran, knowing he needed some time before it took effect. But the Krebs was so much faster that Stefan soon found himself needing to dodge instead of run, using his sword to deflect the blow that would have caught him on the shoulder. The force of it took the weapon out of his hand, but he'd stalled enough. The Krebs was swinging it where Stefan used to be. Stefan picked up his weapon and put all his strength into his attack, a stab through the Krebs' chest. His enemy fell, his yellow eyes confused. The 2 warriors who'd protected Stefan still were fighting 2 Krebs, but 3 more were coming quickly. Stefan noticed something behind the trio, though. Some white beast that had come through the gate. Stefan barely could see it, and he didn't have time to figure out what he was looking at. One of the 2 warriors had been struck in the thigh and fallen. Stefan readied an arrow as the warrior's comrade tried to protect him, but the one standing was driven back after blocking an attack, and a Krebs sword found its way into the fallen warrior's chest. Letting his arrow fly, Stefan felt panic begin to creep in once again as he saw it miss to the side. Before he could get another one ready, the other warrior was slain with an overhead slash. Suddenly, the 2 Krebs were running at Stefan with a trio not far behind them. Stefan had another fire potion, but he knew it was useless against 5 Krebs. All around him, the West team was busy fighting. There was no one to help him. Knowing he couldn't outrun them, Stefan readied his sword. The white beast was coming up behind the Krebs. Then Stefan noticed a man was riding it, and he held a sword that was on fire. It was no beast, Stefan soon realized, but a horse. It had taken some time for him to recognize the animal, and even longer to recognize who was riding it. The Krebs stopped to turn as they heard the galloping, but it was too late. Cleve's horse crashed through the middle of them, his fire sword taking off one of their heads. "Cleve!" Shouting his name was all Stefan could do, his body frozen. Cleve came galloping by and circled his horse around the face of the 4 Krebs left. They were stunned, 2 of them picking themselves up off the ground, none of them taking another step forward. Cleve took Stefan's bow from his shoulder and slid his fire sword into the sheath on his belt. He grabbed an arrow from Stefan's quiver and aimed it at the Krebs. Only then did they start charging once again, but Cleve shot one, then another, and then a third, all before they came close to reaching him. Stefan backed behind Cleve and watched in awe as he dropped the bow, drew his sword, ducked under an attack, and cut the 4th Krebs' head off in a single swing. "Where's Rila?" Cleve asked in a hurry. The severed head hadn't even rolled to a stop yet. "Northern wall, with Effie," Stefan answered. Cleve picked up the bow and quiver and shoved them toward Stefan until he had both in his grasp. "Keep yourself safe," Cleve said, jumping on his horse. "I will," Stefan replied, only Cleve was already too far away to hear him. For a breath, Stefan simply stood there with his arms wrapped around his bow and quiver. Then, a female scream brought him back, the other members of his team. Meritrice, where was she? Stefan knew she'd been out on the field, for no recovery building had been set up. Too many Krebs had gone to Cairo City for it to be of benefit. The injured would be tended to after the battle. Even worse, the scream sounded like it could be hers. Stefan sped between the student houses toward the sound of it. Chapter 37, Cleve. Something within Cleve was nagging him to ignore everyone else he passed and justifying Rila, but he couldn't simply ride by Krebs killing his comrades and do nothing. His Bastial steel sword cut through their tough flesh with ease. Most Krebs didn't even see him coming. The humans he helped let out utterings of confusion. He quickly lost track of the number of heads he removed as he flew by on Nolia's back. Then he spotted a familiar face, Alex Bayom. Alex. Cleve reminded himself of his friend's nickname. He was fighting beside someone. No, not someone. Alex was fighting beside a Krep. With most Kreps being around Cleve's height, this Krep was short in comparison. He wore a blue tunic of Cairo and appeared to be the target of aggression of every nearby enemy. That was enough for Cleve not to question his loyalty. Although he didn't understand, Alex and this Krep clearly needed saving. They were backing up in haste as 5 or 6 Kreps closed in on them. Cleve saw 2 more Kreps stop fighting a warrior when they noticed the allied Krep. One pointed and said something in Kreppen. They kicked away the warrior and ran toward him. Cleve galloped over, amazed to find Alex and this Krep not only defending themselves, but managing to injure and even kill some of the Kreps attacking them. Nolia seemed to know by now when Cleve wanted her to storm through Kreps instead of around them. He could feel her muscles stiffening, her speed increasing. Cleve drove his weapon through one Krep's back as Nolia knocked over 3 in her path. Turning his horse for another charge, Cleve saw that Alex and the allied Krep had taken advantage of his surprise attack and killed 2 who'd fallen. The remaining Kreps were lost, not knowing who to focus on. Cleve charged again, this time directing Nolia to the side because there were some Kreps with their weapons pointed toward him. Not wanting to risk an injury to Nolia, Cleve kept her out of distance as he passed by. 2 Kreps tried to swing at her but missed. When Cleve turned Nolia around again, one of them was dead, killed from behind by Alex. The other Krep was charging at Cleve. Seeing that he was much faster than Alex and the allied Krep, Cleve dismounted and stepped forward. He sidestepped his enemy's lunge, but this Krep was quick. Before Cleve could counterattack, the Krep already had brought his weapon around for an upward swing from his hip. Dodging his attacks took more time than Cleve wanted to spare. This enemy was in the background of his worries compared to Rila, who he still hadn't seen. Soon enough, though, Cleve found an opening and sliced his weapon across the Krep's stomach. It was enough to knock the enemy off his feet. One more swing of the Bastial steel sword, and the fight was over. "Cleve!" Alex yelled.
Bastial, hell.
"I need to find Rila," Cleve said, now on Nolia's back and continuing toward the north wall. But on his way there, Kreps were outnumbering humans everywhere and quickly taking their lives. Cleve ignored the nagging voice that urged him to continue forward, and he killed every Krep in his path instead. He didn't have time to check the sun, but light was dim. It was becoming difficult to see more than a stone's toss ahead. Finally, he found Rila. She was fighting beside Effie, both of them doubled over in exhaustion. Rila managed to get her palm up at a Krep, and he let out a howl but continued toward them. Effie aimed her wand and cast a fireball. It was meager, striking the Krep in his stomach and knocking him down for a mere breath. Rila had her dagger drawn in anticipation, but she had better hope of throwing it at the Krep than fending off his sword. The Krep turned at the sound of Nolia galloping toward him, but it was already too late. Cleve slashed hard, his blade running up the front of the Krep's chest and face. He wasn't getting up. "Are either of you hurt?" Cleve asked. Effie and Rila were sucking in air, their gaping mouths stuck open, their eyes unblinking. "Cleve?" Effie finally asked. "Cleve!" Rila shouted, but then panic struck her face. "Where's Rek?" "In Cairo City, fighting the Kreps there." When he and Cleve had gotten off the boat, they'd ridden northwest across by Cairo City. They noticed then that it was not only under attack, but the academy was as well. Each wanted to ride to the academy, but both agreed someone needed to stay and help protect the city. The Kreps were tearing through it at an alarming rate. Rex suggested his psyche would do better in the city, and that was all Cleve needed to hear. Cleve had been riding so hard since leaving the boat that Nolia was sweating. He knew he couldn't keep pushing her much longer. Otherwise, he would have pulled Rila onto the mount to share his saddle. "Is Rex safe?" Rila asked. "Yes." Cleve noticed a major battle between hundreds of Kreps and humans about 50 yards from them. The size difference was disturbing, the humans looking like children in comparison, especially the short of female mages whose spells illuminated the chaos. After Cleve saw that Effie and Rila were looking in the same direction, he said, "I'm going over." "We'll be right behind." Rila smiled at him. He nearly lost his balance as tingles swam through his body. Her light hair was a mess, sweat lined her brow, dirt streaked her face. Still, she was as beautiful as she'd been in his thoughts. Her half-elf ears were peeking out from her hair, and her eyes were brilliantly green. Cleve regained his composure, turning Nolia and galloping toward the battling humans and Kreps. "Last push," Cleve reassured his mount. Nearing the fighting, he led Nolia behind the dining hall. Cleve couldn't help but notice it had been damaged by fire, though the burns seemed to be old. The building had received repairs as well. "Is this not the first battle within these walls?" "Stay," Cleve told Nolia, then rushed around from behind the dining hall to join the battle. The humans were losing. The mage's fireballs weren't incapacitating the Kreps long enough, and the psychic spells of pain weren't enough to stop the Kreps from swinging their weapons. The warriors were the ones mostly being slain, though, as they tried their best to halt the Kreps' forward momentum. Cleve came running in from the side, killing 2 Kreps with 2 swings of his Bastial steel sword before any others knew he was there. He quickly found that the Kreps did not fight well together, bumping into each other, their blades sometimes cutting their own kind by accident. He ducked and weaved through them, the Kreps targeting him, becoming entangled. This is when he would strike, continuing to kill 2 at once in most cases. His sword was too fast for them to block or dodge. The fight raged on, and soon Cleve found Rila and Effie beside him. Although exhausted, they fought hard, Rila aiming her palm to knock Krebs onto their knees with pain, Effie holding something in her hand, a green ball that seemed to be glowing. She tossed it into a heap of Krebs. For a breath, nothing happened. Cleve had to take his focus away from it, cutting off the head of the Krep who'd stumbled from Rila's psyche. Then he heard the sound of the explosion. It came from where Effie had tossed the green ball. The burst of fire knocked over 10 Krebs. The Krebs' momentum had stopped. Those left standing were forced to defend themselves, tripping over their fallen comrades behind them. Cleve and the others washed through their enemies, competing with each other to finish them off. When no more Krebs were standing nearby, Cleve took the time to glance around him. He noticed Krebs everywhere were running south. They seemed to be fleeing, avoiding humans in their path. Then he heard the shouts of thousands of men and women. They came through the academy like a tidal wave. When he saw that all were adults much older than him, Cleve knew they must have been sent from Cairo City. They were the King's army. The Krebs must have fled the city, he realized, for the King's army surely couldn't have killed every Krep and then run to the academy from the time I had ridden by earlier. Cleve hurried to his mount, chasing after the Krebs and striking them down before they could climb up a ramp to the wall and jump over. He cleaned up close to 10 before realizing that there were none left. All the others had fallen in battle or escaped. Cheering spread fast. They were victorious. Cleve looked for Rila but couldn't find her. Wondering if she might already have started back toward their student house, Cleve rode west. Among the student houses were many fallen humans, bloodied by vicious wounds. It appeared that the western side of campus hadn't fared as well as the others he'd seen. His pulse quickened as he remembered that this was where he'd found Stefan. He searched the bodies in a panic, hoping he wouldn't recognize any of their faces. With all the houses in close proximity, it became difficult to keep track of where he'd looked already, accidentally circling back to find corpses he'd already inspected. Of the men and women still standing, each seemed to be too distracted mourning a fallen ally to even notice Cleve and his mount. Then, Cleve found him. Great relief allowed him to breathe again as he saw that Stefan was alive. The chemist was kneeling over someone, a girl with red hair. Cleve dismounted and came to Stefan's side. "She's dead, Cleve." "Who is she?" Cleve felt her pulse to make sure. "Meretrice. The Krebs killed her before I could get to her." Cleve put his hand on Stefan's back, wondering what he could say to make Stefan stop staring at the poor girl's body. She'd been pierced through her stomach, her limp hands resting over her wound. "She somehow looks peaceful," Stefan said, a tear falling from his cheek. Meretrice's eyes were closed as if she were sleeping. "I kept expecting her to open her eyes and say something." "Come on, Stefan." Cleve helped him up. Leading Nolia by the reins, Cleve walked beside Stefan until they found Rila and Effie. The two women were involved in a conversation with Alex, the allied Krep, and an elf who looked a lot like Rek, though Cleve couldn't be sure if they were related or if all elves looked the same, as this was only the second male elf he'd ever seen. Rila ran over, giving Stefan a hug. "I'm so glad you're safe," she said. Stefan closed his eyes and didn't reply. Effie was waiting behind for her turn. "Meretrice?" she asked. Rila parted from Stefan and waited for his reaction. He shook his head. "I'm so sorry, Stefan," Effie said. Rila gave him one more hug. When she parted, she stood in front of Cleve, her green eyes calling for an embrace. He wrapped his arms around her tightly. She put her head on his shoulder as she hugged him back and whispered, "I've missed you." Soon they were kissing, the feeling of her lips a comfort he dreamed of many nights. It was only then that he realized that he was home. Effie cleared her throat, and Rila pulled away with a nervous giggle. Cleve felt his face becoming hot. "We need to introduce you to Zoke and Vithos," Effie said. "There's a lot that's happened. Though," Effie pointed at the sword on Cleve's belt, then his mount next. "It seems I could say the same of you." Chapter 38. Zeddy. Although Doe moved at half the speed Zeddy would have liked, it took only a day to reach the base of the mountains in Encha. The mass of Slagari's body jiggled whenever he came to rest, which apparently needed to be quite frequently once they'd started traversing the slopes of what Doe called the Dodric Mountains. Zeddy had heard the word before, Dodric, though she couldn't remember from where. Her first questions about what they were doing yielded nothing but scowls, so she kept the rest to herself. Doe seemed to know where he was going, sticking mostly to what appeared to be a path into the depths of the mountains. It was littered with boulders that were just small enough for Doe to move with a blast of fire. They climbed for 2 days. Zeddy went so long without speaking she forgot the sound of her own voice. She could feel dust in her mouth as they went higher. "There's nothing here," she kept telling herself. "What are we doing?" In a bag on her back she carried their food and a bunch of red flowers that Zoke surely would have recognized. Eventually they came to some doorway within the mountain. It seemed to have been made for something more than 3 times Zeddy's height. Stepping inside, blackness took her until Doe created light from his claws.
Hi-ha, Dodrix,
Doe yelled.
Hi-ha.
Zeddy didn't recognize the words, so she assumed it to be Slagaran, unless Doe knew a third language she wasn't aware of, possibly Common Tongue. The thought made her step back behind him. What was about to come out? There were tunnels everywhere leading to nothing but darkness.
Dodrix,
Doe yelled.
Haliesha Rugens Ludodrix.
Rugens, Zeddy picked up the word. Those were the red flowers in her bag. Was Doe offering them? Zeddy thought she felt the ground shake. She squatted to put her palm around it. But then she didn't need to, for she could hear the sound of stone crashing against stone. It began echoing around them. She remembered what a Dodric was. It was Paramar who told her. They were giants that looked as if they were made of rock. Doe,
Quiet.
he said. Do you know what you're doing?
Shut your mouth and give me a handful of the Rugens.
Two Dodrics emerged from one of the tunnels, their massive bodies coming to a stop for a glimpse at Doe and Zeddy. Shrouded by shadow, all Zeddy could see was their size and that it was true. They did appear to be made from rock. One of them grumbled something that Zeddy had no hope of understanding. Doe didn't seem to either.
Elo Huta,
Doe said, his tone questioning. The Dodric seemed to repeat the same thing. Doe became excited.
Rugens Ludodrix.
The Dodrics came forward, and Zeddy tripped over the uneven ground without even realizing she was backing up. The Dodrics stopped when they were within reach of Doe. There was some sort of conversation between the three of them, though Doe needed the Dodrics to repeat many of their questions. This was the only thing Zeddy could understand, besides that the Dodrics were interested in Rugens for some reason. What did Paramar tell me about the Rugens? Zeddy tried to recall. There was something about these giants suffering from nightmares, and the Slagari being able to cure them with Rugens. Doe's claws glowed brighter as he melted the Rugens before the Dodrics. He poured the substance into one Dodric's hand, and then melted more for the other. Each Dodric drank, then the conversation picked up again. Zeddy waited silently until Doe said,
Zeti, come here.
When she was beside him, he pointed at her and spoke to the Dodrics. He used the word crepe several times. It took all of her willpower not to ask what was going on, her curiosity tormenting her. Finally, the Dodrics turned and walked back toward where they'd come from. They stopped just outside a tunnel to converse with each other.
They're making a decision,
Doe informed her.
but I already know what it's going to be. They're going to come with us and fight.
They're going to join us? They can be controlled?
Not so much controlled, but in the same way I've brought the Kreps together. I have something the Dodrics want.
The Slagari? Zeddy risked another question. Doe seemed to be in good spirits, so she figured she was safe for now.
No, an end to their nightmares. Heyman and I can make Rugen necklaces for the Dodrics so they can finally sleep. But we're only going to make the Rugen substance potent enough for one day at a time. We'll replace the expired substance as long as they stay with us and fight. Then, when we've taken over Cairo, they'll get a more potent version that should last 50 years.
Doe sounded so confident they were going to agree, Zeddy found herself feeling it as well. Sure enough, the Dodrics turned and said something, and soon they were following her and Doe out of the mountain, moving crepe-sized boulders out of their way as if they were small rocks.
No matter how many humans survived Heyman's attack,
Doe said.
there will be none left soon after the rest of our army gets there.
Zeddy could think of nothing the humans had that could stand up against the rest of the Kreps, let alone two Dodrics. If they really were responsible for Grail's death, then Zeddy gladly would see them die. There was just one problem. Was Zoke going to be there when they struck? Get out of there, Zoke. I can't stop what happens to you if you don't. This has been Bastial Explosion, The Rhythm of Rivalry, Book 3. Written by B.T. Narrow. Narrated by Leslie Ann Fogel. Copyright 2013 by B.T. Narrow. Production copyright 2014 by B.T. Narrow.